I didn't know you Dee 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 da doo da 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 doo 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 doo. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. You know what I'm doing, chat? I'm waking up a winner because we won yesterday. Waking up a winner. Oh yes. We're back. We are back. Play Secret of Mimic. Bro, why are you spamming that? Chat, today, you need to be very careful at how tilted you get at me. Because you might get a little bit tilted. You might get a little bit tilted. I will watch both series at the same time. I will do this. I will do that. And you will not stop me. That is just gonna happen. 1 minute, I'll be Lila. The next minute, we're farming. The next minute, Lila. And then we're watching a team fight. Like, bro, it's gonna be great. These are two of the best series of the fucking split. Today is my finals, bro. Today is my finals for both this shit. IGBLG, that's my finals. JNG Hammer Life, that's my finals. 2 finals at the same time. We gotta juggle. Chat, how are we doing? How's everyone doing? How is everyone doing? I'm gonna buffer the ads up big time. So if you're watching now, you're gonna get hit by ads because there's nothing happening. And then I'll run them in 20 minutes, and then I'll run them after the 3 drafts. Split the screen. I will split the screen. What is your weight? How much do you weigh? I weigh 70 kilograms. 70 kilograms. Which is 150 pounds. 150 pounds, and I'm 183 centimeters tall. Which is 116 centimeters tall. Chat, I'm saying it in pounds because there's NA frogs in the chat. Every time I'm early game streams, the NA frogs are here. The NA frogs are here. Bum 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 bum. Eat more. Eat more. Eat more. Do this. Do that. Do this. Do that. Go to the gym. Do this. I watched something the other day, and it's really made me motivated to go to the gym. Not today, but in general. I'm so motivated to the gym. I'm crazy motivated to go to the gym or like do something. Because I saw this quote and it fucking I was like scrolling through the reels. Lol, lol, rock your body, lol. And you know, and then there was one where it was like it was really quick and it said fucking what the fuck did it say? I forgot. Something like you can have lots of different problems. I forgot it. What was it said? You can. What did he say? Wait. I forgot it. I'm trying to figure out how it was worded because I can't remember how it was worded. It said it was something along the lines of you can have many problems until you have a health problem. Then you only have one problem or something. Something like that. I can't remember what it was. Something like that. And I was like, holy fuck, I'm sitting in my chair 16 hours a day, hardly eating, and stressing out my mind. Maybe I should go for a run. Maybe I should go for a walk. What was the quote? I forgot the quote. Chat, you say hardly eating. You motherfuckers, I do not eat like a truck. I don't eat breakfast. And then on lunchtime, I eat normally. I can tell you what I eat on a daily basis. I'll tell you my daily basis diet. I don't eat breakfasts normally. Sometimes I have a croissant, maybe once a week, but I don't normally eat breakfasts. Bro, they swapped up the music from elevator music to fucking UK fucking Drum and bass. Oh, it's muted for you. Okay, there we go. What my daily eating schedule is no breakfast, and then for lunch, I'll have either Chipotle bowl or a bowl with broccolis and chicken. That's it. And then for dinner, I'll order at like 9 p.m. or something. And then I'll get like Thai food. I like Thai food or Indonesian food. What is this? Bro, are you fucking dumb? How can you make that then expect me to edit? Like, you're so fucking... Bro, shut up. You can't do that. Add it. It's not adding. This guy, bro, I don't understand your logic. This guy is spamming Uzi documentary XD ding 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 dong ding dong ding 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 dong ding. What do you want me to do? Let's just stop watching LCK and watch Uzi documentary. Is that what you want me to do? Let's not watch IG. Let's not watch Genji. Let's just watch Uzi's documentary. Bro, Uzi's documentary can wait. I'm fucking busy, man. I'm fucking busy. I got shit to do. He's here even. Fucking bro, I'm watching Uzi documentary right now. It's right in front of me. It's on. Look. You see it? Why so rude to your chat? I am not rude to my chat. I am not rude. I am lovely. My chat, you fucking love me. You fucking love me. Everyone can follow. You know the game very well. You know which side to play to.
I just had an emergency in the toilet, man.
Is that emergency still going, or did you fucking
You good?
fire up?
I feel a bit weird right now. Let's see how it goes.
Oh, I remember this.
Me too.
I feel like I just lost like 3 kilograms, you know?
Damn, it must have been a long piss.
That was a great one by Odo. Great one. So funny by him. Classic. So funny by him. So funny by him. Oh my god, chat. We're gonna be tweaking so hard today. We're gonna be tweaking so hard. Yep. 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 Yeah. 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 Chat, you know what I've realized? One day, when I get older, and I don't know, Twitch dies and there's no more streams or whatever one day, I'm just gonna be a fucking card game player. That's it. I'm just gonna play a TCG only. I'm just gonna sit there, whatever streaming platform works, I'm gonna sit there 8 hours a day, just fucking playing TCG games. Bro, I feel like card games are where it's at. That's all I'll be. I'll be a fucking 10 viewer Andy playing MTG. And there'll be one dude in chat that comes in every 1 hour going like, this guy fell off so fucking hard. The downfall of Caedrel. What will be your downfall? I don't know what my downfall will be. God knows. Maybe I get cancelled for eating too much on stream or some shit. This guy never does anything. We should boycott Caedrel streams. He never actually does anything. He just sits there and eats. How is this content? How is this content? All he does is eat, and then when something happens, he screams. And that's literally his stream. That's all. And then I'll get boycotted and cancelled. The only reason my stream is still alive is because of Aglan. Who am I supposed to hate watch if you're gone? People's hate watching enjoyment reduces if they don't get the streams. Oh! Are you retiring? No. We got loads of league this year. We got loads of stuff to do. I think the rubbing the nipples thing will catch up to you eventually. What? Clean voice, thank you. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Bro, I should be a singer when I retire one day. Maybe I just play fucking that singing game on stream. I will watch you when you're old and washed, don't worry. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So you're saying I'm young and not washed right now? Ah! W Twitch chat. Thoughts on people saying HLE winning this means the Golden Road stays alive? I agree. I agree. Anyone who says that Humble Life's Golden Road doesn't exist because there's no spring finals is clueless. Because if you actually zoom into the idea of a Golden Road, it basically means being the first seed at every international and winning them. And being the first seed equals winning a finals. And if they win this, they're the first seed. You can't be second seed and win finals. It just doesn't work. So this is the equivalent of the finals, basically. Does EWC count for the Golden Road? I'm not sure if it counts. That's the biggest debate. Does EWC count as the Golden Road? I don't think it does, because it's a third-party tournament. But some people say it counts. But I don't think it counts at all. That's like saying, if T1 did the Golden Road last year, then at the Red Bull event they had to win, like, you know, against G2 to, like, continue their road. I feel like the Golden Road is now first and MSI World's domestic splits, you know. Or that's like saying Los Ratones needs to do their Golden Road by winning the NNO Cup, you know? It's like two... I feel like it should... It's the Riot, you know, road. EWC is not a show match. It's an actual tournament. Yeah, it's an actual tournament, and they actually fixed a lot of formatting shit, which is good. But I don't think it's on the. I don't think it counts because it's not on the Riot calendar. It doesn't count. Right, why is my stream lagging? Hello? I've been there before a million times. It's on the Riot Game stream calendar and they're advertising it on their own stream. So what that they're advertising EWC on Riot stream? That doesn't mean it's part of the Golden Road, Micah. Okay, it is lagging. We're gonna have to go to YouTube. This was happening earlier, wasn't it? Is it one of my extensions doing this? What if I turn off Dark Reader? Double ad block. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go to YouTube. Why does Twitch do this to me? Makes me stronger. I feel like Twitch has been so fucking like ass for me the last couple of weeks. I don't know what it is. Watching streams crashing, Twitch going down. The fuck? Sorry, I'm swapping to YouTube right now. Oh, yeah.
Hello everyone and welcome to Busan as we kick off the road to MSI.
How crazy is it that EWC starts 4 days after MSI? It is crazy.
We're so happy to have you. And speaking of Busan,
That is fucking
we have
crazy.
An expert here on the global team that knows a thing or two about Busan. It's Chronicler. Welcome, brother.
Thank you very much for having me, Digon. A self-proclaimed expert, to be fair. This is Haeundae Beach. Beautiful, sandy beach. I'm really excited.
Their mics are kind of weird.
Yeah, thank goodness that you're here to teach us about Busan here on the global team.
CFO will win MSI. Based.
I've been here 3 times. But I was here at the semifinals.
I'm from here, and I'm born and raised.
CFO will win EWC and they fucking cash out, bro. I feel like CFO playing EWC is probably like, I don't know what salaries are like in the APAC, but even attending EWC is probably like half their salary. Winning it is probably 10 times their salary.
What should we be doing here in Busan?
WCFO.
You should eat some freshest seafood.
Okay.
And walk alongside the beach as well.
Okay.
But most important part is that we have Road to MSI here in Busan.
We have top-tier teams. We have roller coasters.
The mics are rough.
Right, I can't wait to see what's going to happen this whole weekend. It's going to be amazing. Definitely. Y'all, it is going to be so fun. So the Road to Busan starts... Road to MSI. It was so close. Super exciting. The Road to MSI starts right now at the Sajik Indoor Stadium. We'll see you there.
Bro, what is this? That must be freezing. That must be fucking cold. Amwalife versus Gen G. Wait, they're flying kites above the ocean?
Hello everyone, we are dried off. We had some great sushi and now it's
Rage
time
baited.
to go. We're here
Rage
live
baited.
from the Sajik Indoor Gymnasium here in Busan and we're so happy to have you. Digon here alongside
Oh
with Jake
my
and
God.
Chronicler. Y'all, the stop at
In the
beach
Red
was
Bull
great, but
fridge,
now
in the
we're
Red
at
Bull
the
fridge,
house
they
where
have
some
the
of
purple
greatest
flavor.
recent
That
memories
is the
of Korean
best.
League of Legends
The
have
best.
been made.
This one is the
I'm so
single
happy, actually.
best.
There's so many
Oh my
moments.
God.
Yeah, and
Oh my
more
God, the purple
recently,
one is
right,
crazy.
We had some of the craziest semifinals here 2 years ago at Worlds, and if we go a little further back,
The purple
this
one
man
is
right here,
mental.
yeah, there's some good memories as well.
Busan again. I mean, it feels so great
Bro,
to be back in the
it's not even
hometown
chilling. That
and with LCK. Road to
It's
MSI.
always been
Yeah,
my
the
favorite
road to
drink, the purple one.
MSI
Crazy
goes
good.
through Busan as we take a look at the recent results here. The darlings of the run, KT,
The darlings.
defeated both D+
Daleks.
tiebreaker, then
Daleks.
again in
Wasn't there a
round
thing called
one.
Daleks?
Then
Daleks?
Nongshim
Daleks?
have yet to lose a
Darlings.
single game.
Daleks.
They will be playing
Darlings.
tomorrow, but today's matchup,
What?
number 1
Doctor
versus
Who,
number
that was it.
2, undefeated
What did they
versus
always
reigning
say?
LCK champion, Gen G versus Hanwha Life Esports.
And this has been
Exterminate!
the rivalry has been
Exterminate!
attempting to take over Gen G T1, which was the previous flavor of this. Gen G has stayed, but Hanwha
Doctor
Life have
Who
taken
peaked
over as
with David
domestically
Tennant,
one of
and
the
that's
best
a
teams in
fact.
the LCK. Obviously, one summer
He was the
reigning
best
LCK
Doctor.
champions were able to also
And then the
win
one after that with the
LCK
fucking
Cup
with the
and
fucking
first
hair.
stand. But
He
I
had like
do
long
think
hair.
the
That one was
Gen
not
G
bad.
Hanwha
That was pretty
man
good as well.
way
And then after that,
back,
it just got
you know,
worse.
At the start of LCK Cup, or at the start of the year at LCK Cup,
I always
saying
used to
Gen
sit
G
down
showed
and watch
up really
Doctor
good.
Who
Yeah,
Christmas
Gen G looks a
special
lot stronger, and we all
with my
know
mum
that
and dad.
HLE is different
And
team
after
in the
Matt
BO5.
Smith left,
Yeah,
every
we're not
Christmas
gonna know
special was just
what's gonna
fucking
happen,
shit.
But we're gonna see.
It was
We're
just
gonna
shit.
figure it out in soon.
Yeah, well, if we take a look at what it means for the teams to make it to MSI, this would be the third MSI appearance for Gen G, obviously the reigning MSI champions. For Hanwha Life Esports, it would be the first time since the team's founding that they would make it there, and the only team with the potential to achieve the Golden Road, so we're calling it the Golden Run.
Yeah, they have to if they make it here, right? And even if Hanwha Life or Gen G don't win it today,
yeah,
there's
if
still
if
an
if
opportunity on
if
Sunday
if
just to
Hanwha Life
revenge both
loses
these
today, the
teams
Golden
are
Road
in a
dies.
double elimination
That's
situation. But the first
that's
team
it,
to
sorry,
make it is
excuse
gonna
me.
be that #1 seed from the LCK, and we have on one hand the first stand champions going up against the reigning MSI champions. Gen G, of course, last year winning. As we take a look, we did see, as mentioned during LCK Cup,
Yeah.
it was insanely close. I'm not gonna lie, I think that Gen G didn't really compare if you have that Gen G play against the current form. it'll be very different. So I think for Humble Life, even though they were favored in those best of fives, they should still be considered an underdog. We could see them win, but I do think they have to level up.
But again, like according to match record, we could clearly see that in BO5, HLE have some great ideas, but Gen G,
HLE is
like, recent
clutch
form,
and
they
Gen G
look
is
unbeatable.
consistent.
So I feel like it's gonna be really interesting.
Well, we wanted to take a look at the core lineups between these two squads over the last couple of years because the core 3 against the core 3.
Holy fuck, they're so stacked.
And Canyon been together for a little
What's your
while.
prediction,
Same
little
thing
pup?
outside for Humble Life Esports.
I want you to look at how
I don't know. I feel like the trend I'm seeing around the world is the team that you think is gonna win is not gonna win. That is like a common trend these days. So I'm gonna say Gen G will 3-0 them.
Makes no sense.
Because that doesn't apply to Gen G and they're just so much better.
Especially in LCK, I mean, we all know that LCK, every single team has abilities to go against like many other teams. Like for example, like even Bros or like some lower tier.
I think
teams,
you're crazy if you think Humble Life's gonna win this.
Against, like,
Actually, not
top-tier
crazy.
teams. That's why
It's
we
fair enough.
consider
Makes
LCK
sense.
is
Humble
one of
Life
the
really
best
do
teams
show up when it
in
matters.
the world. But right now, Gen G looks even like they look strongest.
I haven't seen I've seen Gen G be strong, but I feel like right now they're stronger than ever.
Ki Ke Cho versus PZ Ba.
All right.
I'm trying to make that a thing.
Yeah.
Can we make that a thing? All right. We'll see if it catches on. But let's get to the points of the match here. And it starts off with the man in the top lane for Hanwha Life Esports.
My goat Zeus.
You want to find a win.
Because this man was for a good reason.
He dominates lane, he plays everything.
Most talked about transfer, right?
Random
Zeus going from
thought,
T1 to Humble
food
Life.
for thought.
This
I
has
feel like
been
Zeus
an
the last
ongoing
couple of weeks has
topic. We've
been...
evaluating how
I feel
it
like
has changed
Zeus
both teams.
from the
In case
start of the
Humble
split to the
Life,
middle of the
I
split
think we're
was
still
fucking
seeing the same
crazy.
spots for Zeus,
Towards the end of the split he
but
was
he also
okay.
has really
He's had like a
transformed
couple
how
games where I'm
Humble Life
like,
plays, because
oh,
more
you're
so than
fucking
any other
inting.
top laner in the league, he is
Like,
a
I feel like
single
against
man
Gen G,
win condition machine.
Especially
against
when it
Gen
comes to
G,
the counter picks,
Zeus was
something
getting
like Nidalee
fathered
top.
by
I'm
Keen a
not
bit.
big fan of those picks. I am the one who loves Sion, who loves Orin. I want some kind of like consistency. But if my Zeus says that I'm gonna play top Nidalee or I'm gonna play something that I can harass in the lane, then I can trust on him 100%. And I know that he's gonna win the game for me.
I think
And it's
he was getting
mind-boggling
fathered by
because
Keen.
If you look at the bots, you have Viper and Delight. So playing for that lane would make a lot of sense, but I do think we've seen Hanwha, particularly the first half of the split, play towards a lot more.
Who are we cheering
And I
for?
do wanna be very
We're
clear.
cheering for
Zeus
everyone
still
in
much more
chat
so
and
than
as a
Keen, I
viewer
would
spectator
argue,
to enjoy it.
has his downsides,
And have a
right?
good
Like,
time.
This is a player that is very punishable, but the problem is that punishing him and him going 0-2 isn't enough, right? It's the same as we talk with many top laners in the past. Nuguri is the other prime example. That like you need to get to the point where he's like 0-5, 0-6, because we have seen teams successfully focus him, but just like ganking.
We
him
are
twice,
cheering
not
for
Yeah,
gonna do it.
BLG.
all right.
Really?
Well, again, it'll be a big
Mods,
matchup there.
anyone who
And we
supports
wanted to highlight
BLG
the last time that these
over
teams
IG
played in
and
a
hate
big
watches
matchup,
IG,
best of 5, and yes,
ban
there
them.
was this Vayne moment where Zeus turned it on its head.
Which also, you know, made Woodid dress up as Vayne, which I think is the best part of this. That was frankly amazing. What I want to highlight is the last time that these teams faced off in
When
a
you see your
Super
Aatrox
Classic
solo
match,
kill
it
Vayne
was
top,
very
it's GG.
different. I think Keen had an off day, and it was lane swap meta,
Oh
which
god,
should
Keen.
really change how the matchup is going to look today.
And also from this, we could clearly say that, like when Keen, like when he comes to play the counter matchup, like sometimes he trolls. We can clearly say that. Like most of the time, he's consistent and he's really reliable. But I think when he's playing against Zeus, he's like he's seeing like that, like he's trying something, right? Like he's like trying something against Zeus because
Okay, I need
Zeus
to
is
move
one
to
of the
YouTube.
best top laner in the world. So I feel like this time around, this is a great chance to prove himself that he can actually play against us.
Well, we go from the best top laner in the world to one of the greatest players in the world currently in form for Gen G. It is Chovy, and that is going to be point number 2 of this matchup. And I don't know how you achieved this one here with Did, but don't give Chovy any
Chovy,
Yeah.
Chovy,
League of Legends,
Chovy.
you know how that game works, right? Whenever you have great mid laner, the game is a lot easier. This man here, he wins lane, he wins the late game, he wins the silent pressure, and also he's gonna engage in the team fight as well. What it means that the mid lane who gets like priority or the pressure every single game opens up the game really easily. For example, you have the mid priority, your jungler can easily just look around the map and help the teammate, and also that opens up your bot lane to move around the top side as well. So it's all about the mid lane, and whenever you have Chovy in the mid lane, the game gets a lot easier.
Because we've seen Zeka transform so much, but in the form that he's in right now, Chovy is just unmatched in terms of champion diversity, in terms of playstyles he can do when it comes to his lane.
Ooh, LCK watch party banner. Good shout.
For me is that
Good
not
shout.
only has Chovy been playing as well, but it also
Good
creates
shout.
an
When's the
ideal
next Lost
situation for
Ratones game?
Canyon. This is a guy
The next
that
Lost
really
Ratones
likes to
game
play
is
very heavy
on
resource,
Monday, I
and
believe.
when he is
Chat, are we
self-sustaining
playing on
lanes,
Monday?
which we
I
saw
shouldn't be
even
asking
last
you,
year at
but
MSI,
we confirmed
he
it
can really
yesterday. I'm
pop off, and I
triple
think at
checking.
Chovy right now, I love me an R5 top lane counter pick, but I am also with Vadid. We'll have to see how much it matters, because if Genji plays with Prio starting minute 1, they are so hard to deal with, even if your team fighting is as good as Hanwha's.
Yeah, especially that set. That set was pretty dang good as you start to hear the crowd start to roar on up. We wanted to compare those two players, though, because they are the impact players in this series. Zeus and Chovy, their champion pools deeper than the Busan Ocean.
So yeah, in LEC playoffs, you
Okay, chat, I need to run the ads now and then after draft, okay? And then
Koi, Jojo Pyeon pulled off his Kassadin. Those kind of unique picks in the mid lane is gonna help in the BO5 Phillies trap. Especially,
I
Chovy
swear
can
Zeka's a
actually play
Kassadin
whatever he
player.
wants. He
I
even played
swear he's a
Renekton
Kassadin player.
20 seconds before. He decided to play Renekton mid 20 seconds before you lock in the draft, right? So that means he can play whatever he wants, and you can actually rely on him. So the draft is going to be really easier when he gets to like game 4 and game 5.
I actually think Nidalee is a very
Really, I
contested
think
pick
that goes
today.
for both these teams,
Because
which is why I'm so
obviously
excited.
Zeus will
I
pry on
think that
Nidalee,
out of
but
every
Keen in
LCK
game
team,
1
which is
against
why
him in the
these
best
two
of
have
3,
been
he
so
took
successful.
Nidalee away from him 2-3.
Even towards Keen, you can play, right? Like, we haven't really seen them do it. It's more been about Chovy, it's been about Canyon.
There's
and to
actually
lesser extent,
a
Brutal. I
lot
think
of
Brutal
Nidalee
did really
contests.
taper, or rather level up as we got into the second half of the split. But both these teams have players that are so versatile that can do so much, and you can legitimately make a case for playing around every single player with, like, obviously the supports don't really apply, and Peanut. And even Peanut as in Italy, right?
Yeah.
As long as that's in the pool, there are so many options, and it creates so much flexibility, which particularly in Fearless is a big deal.
Is there a
Yeah, and I
draw
like
today?
the way that
What do
you
you mean a
called
draw
it,
today? Draw
it
for
felt
what?
like Ruler was kind of leveling up along with Duro. This Gen G team has been pretty dominant and getting better, whereas this Hanwha Life Esports team, they've had to evolve a little bit here, and that's our third point of the series. It is a little bit of a different look than the team that we saw during LCK
Holy
Cup.
fuck, man.
Yeah,
They have so much
whenever you're
aura
playing
with
as
those.
Genji, you think about Chovy, but
Bro,
you have to think about the other
wait, the
lanes
numbers,
as well.
what do they mean?
But
7 plus
maybe
3
when
is
you're
10,
playing as
plus
ATL
10
Lee,
is
you only
20,
think
plus
about
11
top
is
lane.
31,
Maybe you can, if
plus
you can
24
actually
is
block Zeus in the draft,
55.
it gets a lot easier. So that's why ATL Lee is looking
55.
for the
5
new look
game,
as well,
game
because
5
your
clutch.
top lane cannot carry every single game. I think your bot lane has to like carry some games, and also your mid jungle.
5v5, League of Legends.
Is gonna help the team.
Wait,
And the
League is
impact
a
that Zeus has been able
5v5
to
game
have
and there are
in
game
team
5
fighting, like
peakers
the
and the
Sign
numbers are
fight, I thought
55.
when we were seeing it live was crazy.
Wait.
Having a
Whose
really
racing
high
number
level
is
of impact on
55?
things
Isn't that
that
Carlos Sainz?
traditionally has been seen as more just frontline. I do think that recently we've seen that Sign is a really big
Racing
threat.
number
Even in
55,
the
Carlos
1v1,
Sainz.
which is cool. But it
Carlos
further
Sainz, where
ties
is he in the
into
standings?
neither team
Carlos
can afford
Sainz,
to be
world,
locked into a style. I think
world
we've gone to the
driver
point where our
championship
best teams
F1.
can do so many different things that
Yeah.
if you go in only being able to play a single play style, you will by game 3 just be out of options.
And that was one of the things I loved about the end of round 2. I know that
13,
highlight there of Zeus
13,
playing Sion was
13
against BK Fear X, but
is
it was
a
the
number.
preparation for this series to show different looks
13.
that you can have. Speaking of different looks, we've got two junglers
What
that are so
does
so
the number
versatile
13
as we
mean?
take a look at both Canyon and
In
Peanut.
ancient numbers, a
Then
13
head-to-head,
represented
53 to
femininity.
42 on the side of Canyon, and these stats only include
Rebellion,
champions that have been played
lawlessness,
4 games or more, but
the
we know
divine order.
all of them can play in terms of their champ pool.
The
Yeah, I've
divine
been saying
order.
many times
Wait,
that this jungle
today
map
is
kinda boring.
Friday
You
the
have to full
13th.
clear
What the
into
fuck?
objective and full clear into objective every
It's a
single
Humble Life
game.
win.
So I feel
It's a
like
Humble Life
it's
win
all
today.
about how you crack that normal pathing, right? We could see Canyon just flashing over the Drake pit, and he clearly just demolished the game as well. So I feel like those kind of crack moves in this series is so important.
simulation that we're
Because
living in.
I think both these players, with the breadth of
Friday
player
is
that
the
they
fifth
have,
day of
you
the
can't
week.
really pin them down to one specific
And
style.
they're
We've seen
game 5
Canyon play
Andes.
more early impact, right? Things like
It's
Zinza
3-2 Humble Life, I've
or
decided.
tanks. We've seen Peanut also play carries.
That's my prediction.
With
That's
I
the
think
only way you
more
can predict
up
this
and down
series.
success. Some games he looks great. Again, I go back to the
How do I-
Nene, that's always kind of the one pick where we do still.
How do I move this
see him at
fucking
the hands that he
scrolling
had
bar?
8 years ago, right? Going back to
It's triggering me.
2017. But on average, Canyon will be looking to play for mid to late game, farm up a storm, and have a really high impact in the fight.
Refresh.
We had 8 years ago, right? Going back to 2017.
How's YouTube showing?
But on
The
average,
worst sins
Canyon
out
will
in
be
the
looking
LCK.
to
3-0
play
Hammer
for
Life.
mid to late
I'd
game,
like to think
farm up
of
a storm, and
T1
have
with
a really
Baus
high
in the
impact
top lane. What the
fight,
fuck?
As well as just how clean he plays out a lot of the mid to late versus Peanut, who I think when he's on form, and I was a little worried for him towards the mid part of the split, but towards the end I think he leveled up again.
Yeah.
Is his early impact, right? Like the ability that this man has to get his lanes ahead, which he will need, because in a vacuum, outside of top side, I do think that the Genji lanes, again, particularly in mid, will have a really good time in the 1v1.
Yeah,
Tried the
especially
scroll
when
bar
I
is
think about the
tilting me. How do I
Peanut,
remove it?
He's the guy who wants to make the play by himself. He wants to pull the trigger for the team. So that's why sometimes the HLE is kind of struggling whenever
Oh,
they,
zoom out.
struggle lanes. Like,
Clever
but
chat.
on the other side, Canyon, I feel like he's also relying on the lane as well. So
Oh.
that's why many people are saying that we cannot see like carry Canyon anymore. But I feel
Clever
like
chat.
you don't need to do that.
See, that's the
Whenever you
red
have,
brains
like,
right there.
Keen,
We always
Chovy,
find a
and
way.
Lulu on the both side, you don't even need to like shine. That's why he's like blind picking Skarner, blind picking Sejuani. That's what team need. And I feel like both teams, junglers, are really relying on their lanes. So the laning phase is so important for both teams.
Yeah, and what I loved about that graphic in the head-to-head was that, remember, those stats included the old drafting format where you would just trade back and forth, whereas now, if Peanut does take away Nidalee, yes, we know that he can play it, but also that means Canyon can't play it anymore. So this draft going to be very, very important moving forward. All right, now that we've set some of the table, let's hear from the coaches on what they have to say.
Oh, yeah,
in this
coach
very
rundown.
important qualifier to MSI.
Yeah, it'll be difficult, but we're
2025
gonna be
LCK
really
로드 MSI
trying our best in draft.
경기를 앞둔 양팀
Yo, talk some
감독님들
talk
모시고
some
인터뷰
smack, talk some
나눠보겠습니다.
smack.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 두 분 인사 먼저 부탁드리겠습니다. 김정수 감독님.
안녕하세요. 젠지 감독 김정수입니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 하나생명의
Talk some smack.
김인규입니다.
네, 젠지가 정규 시즌에서 1위 그리고 하나생명이 이어서 2위를 하면서 두 팀이 또 다른 중요한 무대인 MSI 1시드 결정전에서 만나게 됐습니다. 소감을 먼저 여쭙겠습니다. 김정수 감독님 어떠신가요?
네, 정규 시즌이 너무 잘 끝마쳐서 기분이 좋은데 오늘이 너무 중요한 경기라서 오늘 경기
I'd like to win and have the last laugh. Okay, now flame him.
정규리그에서 젠지와의 두 번의 경기에서 다 졌는데 오늘 이렇게 중요한 무대에서 서로에게 기회가 온 것 같아서 좋은 경기력으로 꼭 이기고 싶습니다.
네, 두 팀에게 정규리그 2라운드가 끝난 이후에 2주 정도의 시간이 있었습니다. 그 시간들을 어떻게 보내셨는지 궁금합니다.
Oh yeah, they've had weeks off, haven't they?
저희는 뭐 휴가 짧게 갔다 와서 촬영할 거 하고 계속 스크린.
So hang on a second. If they don't have a finals,
네,
and this is
젠지
technically the
감독님.
finals,
저희도 MSI라는
is there an opening ceremony
중요한 무대가 있다
today?
보니까 길게 쉬지는 못했고 최대한 이제 새로운 패치 버전 좀 연구하면서 계속 연습하면서 그렇게 지냈던 것 같습니다.
네, 이 두 팀에게도 그리고 두 감독님들께도 굉장히
What patch are they playing on? 1511 or 1512?
MSI에 대한 목표도 궁금하거든요. 젠지는 어떨까요?
목표라고 하면 당연히 우승이고 선수들하고
11. Okay.
잘 맞춰서.
Because 1512 is a fatty patch.
하나생명의 목표도 궁금합니다.
네, 저희도 25년도 국제대회에서 최고의 성적을 거두는 게 목표이니만큼
It's a 3-2 Hammer Life.
꼭 1등으로 마무리하고 싶은 그런 목표가 있습니다.
네, 좋습니다. 그렇다면 두 분이 생각하시는 오늘 가장 핵심이 되는
What's your prediction for the
라인
IG series?
궁금하거든요.
IG will 3-0 BLG.
젠지의 핵심 라인 어디일까요?
핵심 라인이라기보다는 저는 사이드 관리가 오늘 중요할 것 같아서 워낙 수준급의 선수들이라 탑미드 선수들이 사이드 관리 잘해서 운영상에서
Leaked. He's in a draft for top side. Leaked. He just said it.
하나생명의 핵심 라인도 궁금합니다.
뭐 양팀 모두 빈틈이 없는 10명 모두가 잘하는 선수들이라고 생각하는데 아무래도 좀 그 중에서도 초비 선수가 좀 견제가 되는 만큼 저희 또 제카 선수가 오늘 잘해주기를 좀 바라는 마음이 있습니다.
네, 올해 두 팀이 펼쳤던 두 번의 BO5 모두 풀세트 접전이 나왔었습니다. 오늘은 몇 대 몇 예상하시나요, 김종수 감독님?
진짜 하나생명이 너무 강팀이라 3대 0으로 이기고 싶은데 그건 힘들 것 같고 마음속으로 3대 1 정도로 이기면 좋지 않을까 생각하고 있습니다.
3대 1 외쳐주셨습니다. 하나생명은 몇 대 몇 예상하시나요?
저도 일단 희망사항은 3대 0인데 젠지와의 다전제에서 3대 2가 워낙에 많았기 때문에 3대 2로 저희가 이길 수 있다면 어느 스코어든 상관없는 것 같습니다.
네, 알겠습니다. 그러면 마지막으로 이제 3라운드 2025 LCK 로드 투 MSI에 임하는 각오 한 말씀씩 들어보겠습니다.
선수들하고 정규 시즌 18연승 하면서 너무 좋게 달려왔는데 이 기세 이어서 오늘도 꼭 승리하겠습니다.
네, 저희도 뭐 시즌 초반 FST 우승도 하고 했던 만큼 계속해서 좋은 성적 거두고 싶은 마음이 크기 때문에 오늘도 꼭 승리해서 승승장구하는 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
네, 감사합니다. 양팀 모두 최선을 다해서 오늘 끝까지 멋진 경기 펼쳐주기를 기대하면서 젠지의 김정수 감독님, 한화생명의 최인규 감독님과의 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다.
Great interview there and insight from the coaches. I mean, you'd expect them to say no less than, I would like a 3-0, but a win is all that matters here. And it's starting to dawn upon me that we're starting to get to the end of the time where we can say, oh, it's the battle of champions. The reigning MSI champion in Gen G, reigning first stand LCK Cup and LCK champion in Hanwha Life Esports.
I'm hoping that, you know, maybe Genji
Mods,
keeps it
I'm
going.
getting bullied
I
by
wouldn't
chat.
mind it.
Mods.
I think that the MSI run last year was amazing.
Mods, I'm getting bullied by
maybe
chat.
we have this rematch. Finals.
Yeah, I mean,
Be good.
also I think the draft is really important. Especially, I really want to point out those champions. I love that.
Wait, final question
I'm not
for
sure we are gonna see
EWC
the
thing.
top lane, but I'm just saying that
T1 is auto qualified for EWC, but if T1 wins, does that mean third seed from the LCK goes there?
Also, that means that Trundle jungle becomes a lot important in the meta because you can also play into Sejuani
okay.
or a Scanner. And the bot lane, I feel like Lucian Nami can be one of the great pick into the lane dominance as well. I think both AD carries wants to
Lucian
play
Nami's good.
aggressive in the bot lane, so I feel like it's going to be really important. And at the end, we are
DK
seeing
is not
a lot
going,
of
no, I get it
Leona
then.
blind pick in the
I get it,
game 4
DK
and
is not
game 5
going, I
because
get it
a
then.
lot of engaged supports are picked in the previous games, so I feel like those picks are really important, especially in the Phillies round.
Yeah. And don't let anyone
I
fool
want to see
you.
a sign
He
with
wants
really good art.
on top so that Vayne top comes back.
EWC is
That's
a better
the-
tournament.
That's the real reason.
It
That's
does
why the
have more
picture is
teams.
there. And hopefully for whoever picks it goes better than the last time these two teams faced
What is
off
that
in the
fucking
best of
devil
five.
Yeah, and
emoji?
remember, a lot of those stats, a lot of those losses.
Best of 5
came
HLE
earlier in the
win,
season, 'cause
devil
that includes
emoji.
Round 1
Yeah.
and 2, and some of those champs are starting to ramp on up, which is why Wadid gave us the insight there for his important picks. Speaking of picks, it's time to show our predictions, y'all. Oh, yeah, there it is. Boom. 3-1. It's Gen G. If it goes all
Boring.
5, you don't want
That's the
to be against
that's
Hanwha
the
Life
classic.
Esports.
Yeah, that's
right?
the classic. I mean, that's kind of boring, you know? There we go!
Yeah, what do you mean?
That's my guy.
Okay, I think this is probably not the score, but to me, domestic Gen G, ask me again at MSI, right? I think that these are, again, our most likely representatives. He's with me?
Oh my
Rio!
gosh.
I think we're also the only
gonna be
one
king.
that were dumb enough to do this.
Were you really? I guess we'll
Pretty
see
sure.
when we throw it on over to
strong.
the casters. Y'all, it has been a long round 1 and 2, and here we are finally at our roadshow. We're so excited to have you. Here we go, number 1 versus number 2, Hanwha Life Esports and Gen G, a spot at MSI on the line.
Show me opening ceremony now. GG.
저희가 1, 2라운드 전승을 하고 있는데 전승하는 것에 대해서는 딱히 큰 의미를 부여하고 있진 않아요.
Actually, someone in chat said I just put $100. I bet $500 on HLE to win map 1. Am I cooked?
보게 되어서 선수로서 잘
Depends on the odds. What are the odds like? Are the odds good for HLE or good for Gen G? Like, what are the odds? You might be cooked.
In a grimy game number 5, they will take the first ever LCK Cup victory.
LCK.
젠지한테 EP를 하긴 했어도
It's so funny to see the gamblers in chat. They're like, I put this much on this. Am I fucked? Bro, I don't fucking know.
그때의 패배가 밑거름이 되어서 지금의
The fuck you asking me for?
생각을 하고요. 그래서 이번 로드 투 MSI에서는 꼭 복수해서 MSI 꼭 가도록 하겠습니다.
한 번만 이기면 바로 진출할 수 있는 거니까 그래서 더욱더 많이 준비를 해가면 좋은 결과 얻을 수 있지 않을까 생각하고 있어요.
I don't care about gambling. I just want to know who Caedrel cheers for so I can hate watch.
이번에는 좋은 기억이 남도록 만들겠습니다.
롤파크가 아닌 다른 곳에서 할 때마다
Story of Twitch chat. Story of Twitch chat.
또 한 번씩 이겼었던 경험이 있었기 때문에 충분히 이길 수 있다고 생각합니다.
Winning when it counts. Holy.
항상 저희가 더 잘했습니다. 이번에도 다르지 않을 겁니다.
오늘 하루만 잘하면 된다는 한화생명한테는 항상 잘하는 젠지의 모습으로 이기도록 하겠습니다.
Why do you give the hate watch attention? Because then I can hate watch them when their hate watching fails. I love hate watchers are like my breakfast. LCK and hate watchers are my breakfast. I like to eat them. Oh my god. We got snacks. We got Rula. We got McDonald's. Why we go from Ruler to McDonald's to Canyon? The fuck? They actually are... Bro, they ordered a McDonald's. Genji's cooked, man. There's no way they're slamming fucking cheeseburgers before they go on stage. A fucking Big Mac. What? What, a McFlurry on stage? Ooh. You actually listen to what they're listening to and it's like... You look at them and they're like, fuck, they look so cool. They're probably listening to some hardcore music. Look around like Jenny. Yo, Frank, thanks for the 20 gifted subs. Alright, let's fucking get it. Road to MSI. Yo, do me a fucking intro. Do me a fucking good intro. Lock in now. Everyone lock in and shut the fuck up. Lock in now. Damn, crowd's kind of full.
Good afternoon and welcome
crowd's
to the Road to MSI. We are
and
here
tomorrow
in
we get the
Busan at
Telecom Wars. Tomorrow we get the Telecom Wars.
Today with me is Wolf and Ox, and we're going to be breaking down yet another Gen.G versus Hanwha Esports best of 5. How many games will we go this time?
Fuck,
will
man,
it be
LCK
5,
is
or
just
will it
different.
just be the Gen.G shutout?
Holy
or maybe
shit.
even a Hanwha big-time upset with the shutout from their end. Very much looking forward to this series, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen. How are you guys doing today?
I'm good. I'm really excited for this. It's been a long time coming. We get this matchup multiple times this year. We had it in the LCK Cup Finals. We, of course, did see very recently Gen.G defeat Hanwha Esports in the second round robin. They're undefeated against them, of course, in the regular season for LCK. So moving the road to MSI, massive favorites, I would say, coming into today as well.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've put so much emphasis
No Atlas.
on Gen.G.
Chat, Atlas is for the Telecom Wars. Atlas for the Telecom Wars is just...
Hate to leave, kind of slamming it in recent
mental.
history, so I think we've quite heavily, we'll talk about predictions later, but gone towards Gen.G, at least on the global side.
Atlas on
But
Telecom
HLE,
Wars
I think
is just
look
like...
at how they've done with their performance in the LCK
It's
Cup,
better than
performance
sex.
at First Stand. A lot of people probably leaning towards them as well.
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense, and we are going to talk about those predictions you mentioned. On the global side, everybody is going for Gen.G. We have three zeros.
Whoa! Oh no, I've seen this story too many times! I've seen this story too many times! No, no, it's completely cooked. It's Hanwha win. No, this has happened like 5 times in these fucking road shows. This motherfucker he always gets it right.
A lot of respect to him.
It's fucked. It's over, by the way. Gen.G's fucked.
I give one win to Hanwha Esports. You know, one
Gen.G's fucked, by the way.
If I had to predict where it would be,
if you ever want to know who's right, it's Jonah Strong.
Game 1, Hanwha move to blue side, have a strong draft there, get an early game lead. But it's the elite laning, it is the incredible drafting prowess of Gen.G, and it is otherwise just stronger fundamental League of Legends we've seen since the end of First Stand, moving into LCK. Just how these teams, of course, qualified for this road to MSI as first and second seed. Gen.G just seems to be one step ahead right now. Hanwha, though, definitely have it in them, and I think if there's one man who's going to carry Hanwha across the line tonight, it's going to be Viper. I think if you play a tank, you play for front to back, you play around Viper, I think there is definitely a world where Hanwha Esports could upset tonight.
Play a
I
tank,
won't predict that,
Zeus says,
Well,
boot it up!
guys, we're going to go ahead and introduce our
Bro, the way
players
LCK
here
introduced
to
their
the
teams is
stage.
fucking aura.
We'll see
Look at this
what
shit.
the reaction
Watch this.
is like from the fans. We got Gen.G on the left, Hanwha on the right. Important note, guys, even if the team does lose today, they do get a second chance later this weekend. We'll see.
Okay, not as many lights as I would have wanted.
Second best of 5. First off, let's talk about our top laners.
Zeus just
versus
woke up.
Keen.
Both these players, absolute legends. I feel like Zeus has had so many
Damn, the
fantastic
stadium looks
performances
great.
so far this season. A lot of play on things like the top lane Nidalee really making waves and dominating in the lane match.
So what do you
Keen
win
as
if you
well,
win?
just
Do you get a
rock
trophy?
solid for the team.
and definitely wants to redeem himself. How this matchup went
You don't-
in the
do you get a
LCK
trophy?
Cup.
Yeah, I am really looking forward to this one.
No trophy?
Keen coming in, I think, as an underdog in the top matchup in isolation. Zeus has just shown a stronger performance, a stronger impact for his team. But Keen,
Good old
rock
Zeus.
solid.
He actually
a little bit
looks-
more defensive, a
he
little
looks
bit more
pretty locked in.
consistent this season. But moving into the jungle, we talked about it earlier. Lane prio is everything in the early games, and that is where your jungler is going to get agency.
Yo, the
When
fans
you
on the
have
left
a
and the right, they
player
got fucking
named
good
Chovy
seats.
in the mid lane on your team, agency you have in spades. So Peanut's early game pathing, his ability to identify pressure points has been one of his greatest strengths, and strategically, I think maybe Peanut has an edge coming into this series, but again, if you can't get prio in your lanes, it might not matter.
And I feel like a lot of the junglers we've seen, things like the Wukong that have come up and been prior, I've seen a lot of priority, things like the Xin Zhao, things like the Pantheon, so much agency and so much ability to just snowball, but also fall off a cliff if you really aren't able to get the ball rolling. So a lot of impact, a lot of capability to carry, but really need to see a strong performance from these two.
Yeah, definitely looking towards
Oh,
Peanut
the
to see if he
Dons.
can increase his
The
level
fucking
on the
Dons,
bigger
holy
stage.
shit.
And now we're definitely
Zeka
gonna be
looking
talking
fresh,
about the
Chovy
player
looking
that
locked in.
everybody is talking about nowadays, and that's Chovy, top of the POM in the LCK rounds 1 and 2. Zeka as well having a
Postures
very
are good.
performance so far, but nobody really matches Chovy in the LCK right now.
There's been a new resurgence of talk about BDD with his insane run to this road to MSI. He'll be playing, of course, tomorrow. I feel like Zeka's recent form has been overshadowed by some insane BDD performances, but let's not forget Zeka's champion pool is massive now. He's playing picks like the Galio incredibly well. He's got really strong counter picks on red side, so even though Chovy is undisputably our best mid laner right now, I think Zeka might have some tricks up
AD
his
carry
sleeve.
level is nuts.
Down towards the bot lane,
Absolutely
Ruler
mental.
and Viper, both very storied AD carries. I think Viper's just been in absolute phenomenal form, even when HLE has looked a little bit shaky at times during the
Holy
regular
fuck,
season.
these
I feel
two
like
teams are
Viper's been the
mental.
most
Actually
consistent member
mental.
on this team, constantly putting in fantastic performances. Picks like the Jhin have been massive for him. Ruler on the other side, a player we've seen time and time again for this roster, looking to put on another performance to carry them over the line here.
It's going to be so important.
It's going to be huge. It's so funny to see all the fans with their phones out. They're so excited to give high fives to all the players. We have this awesome venue with 2 amazing teams, and all the fans are really excited coming down to Busan. It's a great experience. Definitely recommend it to
Don't
anyone
sleep
who
on the
can
supports.
Make it happen.
2
Now we're gonna
fucking
introduce
crazy
our supports.
engagers.
Duro up against
Absolutely
Delight.
crazy
Feels like
engagers.
Duro kind of taking the seat of Delight a little bit, moving up towards that top spot in the support role.
If
You
ask
blink and they're on top of
any
you.
League of Legends pundit, any League of Legends fan, who they have, Duro or Delight, I guarantee you're going to get about 50-50 the answers. So many players preferring to watch Delight's robust, engaged style, his experience shining through, but Duro's fearlessness, his ability to roam mid, make impacts on just the edge of a fight with his Alistair, with his Nautilus, has been really impressive this year. He's been one of our most improved players we've seen, and when you are on Genji long enough, as Delight knows himself, as a support player, you will grow so fast, and Duro really
Now
has a lot of
booted up.
people giving him the edge.
Now
but it's
booted
so
up.
close between these two.
And I just think it's crazy
Now booted
that,
up.
you know, we're not at the end of the year yet. I was like, give Duro time, give him time to improve as a player. He hasn't needed time. He is so good right now already. Gen Z needed him to step up. He already has, and he looks phenomenal in this role.
Yeah, it's going to be really cool to see who can step up. I mean, Delight has done it so many times already in the LCK with Gen G and now with Hama Life Esports. And,
Where's Castor John?
You know, even in his time on Bro
Did
Talent,
I
was
guess
making
me
stuff
da.
happen there.
Where's
So
that?
he's had a very nice career for himself. But this one is all about Gen G versus Hama Life. And, you know, the captain's going to give each other a fist
What the
bump.
fuck are
And
those?
who's
Oh, they're
gonna get
tickets
that
to
first
MSI.
tickets? To Canada, to Vancouver, to MSI.
That's what this is all about. I think it's almost sobering to remember that there are so many fans here. This arena is completely packed. This is not an LCK finals. This is not a playoff match. This is a battle to decide which one of these 2 teams could say they are from Korea, from the LCK, the #1 representative, the best Korea has to offer. No, none of these teams want to settle for second. They don't want to play in that final match on Sunday. They want to come in as #1, and all these fans gathered here today, as well as everyone watching online, wants to find out from the strongest region in the world who that team is going to be.
What the fuck is that? Viper
What's
and
going
Delight
on
are...
here?
What?
It's Viper and Delight.
Adorable.
Yeah.
Look at Chovy's screen.
We don't know how to explain
very
it, but I think
low
we all
and very
get it,
far
you know what
back.
I mean?
You see it?
It just makes sense,
It
you
hits,
know?
It hits differently, yeah, we understand.
Same for Viper.
We're moments away from getting into the draft, and the draft is something we're going to talk about a lot here because we're in best of fives now on the road to MSI. We've already seen a couple, and now we're going to get to see our two best teams on this new patch really show off what is the best of the best. They're gigantic champion pools. What should be prioritized in a best of five? And it also depends on how many games we get to as well. Will it be a Gen G blowout, which is a lot of people have predicted, or are we going to get to Game 4, Game 5, where Zeka hasn't lost in 9 Game 5s in a row? It's gonna be a fun one.
Zeka hasn't lost Game 5 9 times in a row.
There have been 3 main archetypes of drafts recently, right? You have your dive composition, something like an Ahri draft. You have your front-to-back tank composition, and then you have your global with the Gallios, the Shens that we're seeing crop up, the Pantheon, where you can place Huff to side lane, Talia as well. We'll see what these two teams are going to pick for our very first one. I think those tank picks and the Trundle pick are going to be really big in Game 1 here.
Lock in big time. Trundle will be a big pick, but there's still Talia, Azir, Yone. Yone out. There's still Rumble, Gwen, Jace. Vi out. There's still... Well, Vi's out now. There's still the Varus of the worlds, but I think the prios dropped a bit. Genji ban Yone against Zeka. Nico ban. Ooh, could be some kind of Kalista Renata 2-3. Unlikely, but a bit concerned about Kalista now.
Compare up really well with things like the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I think these are 2 solid bans so far. A little bit tougher here on red side to gauge in Game 1, so sticking with safer jungle
Pantheon ban, double jungle ban against Canyon. Take out the 80 junglers. Ahri ban, Ahri ban. Okay, so Azir's up and Talia's up. Kalista's up.
So Zeka being heavily targeted with 2 of those picks here.
Rumble, Gwen, Jace are up.
It's like very focused towards like dive.
He can still match Sion on
Gen-G. A lot of these aggressive picks taken away.
Can't really match Sion on 2-3, but there's Sion and Yorick into Jace.
Like more targeted bans rather than like the meta bans we typically see.
Are they gonna ban Kalista?
Talia still open and available.
Yeah, they're gonna ban Kalista. I think it makes the most sense, right? Everything else is tradable.
AMA recently talked about how
so Azir, Talia, Rumble, Gwen, Jace, and there's, I mean, Varus is still there, but I don't know if Varus is still a first pick. I feel like it's fallen off. They're gonna take the Talia, so that might get matched by the Azir.
It's super obvious. And
they take the Rumble 1-2. Do they want to play Azir with Rumble though? Not sure about that. Maybe you want to get like a good jungle like Wukong or fucking... They are just going to go Rumble Azir. Okay, makes sense. Sure, we'll allow it. Now, only 80 jungler really is Xin Zhao, Trundle. Matching into Rumble, you have like Nidalee. They're going to go Xin Zhao. Nice. Could go Nidalee top here if you're keen and just play. Or you could go Galio top and just play. You could go Ambessa top into Rumble and play. Gwen as well.
In the LCK. And you're into Chovy as well, who said he's so comfortable. This is
the one thing I don't want to do here is pick Ornn, because I see people match Ornn into Rumble a lot. But I feel like Trundle on 3 value is way too high when you match Ornn into Rumble. Even though I think he's gonna go Gwen, like it. Gwen's in out good.
Is pretty greedy as well. I feel like that's the idea, because why would you otherwise lock?
What are you thinking, Peanut? Is it Wukong?
Taking the Xin Zhao away from Gen-G.
They're gonna just slam the light rail, maybe.
That's been one of the more common responses to Xin Zhao.
He does have a lot of junglers right now.
A lot of our top junglers pull it out, Peanut included.
Poppy jungle. Poppy jungle, very defensive. Doesn't give Rumble much dive, but it stops the Gwen Xin Zhao. And it's a flex.
Again, somewhat greedy, this draft here from Hanwha Life, but has a lot of power around objectives now. You could consider the zoning from the Rumble ultimate, obviously the Poppy's ultimate as well.
Now you could ban ADs if you want.
Control.
Now you look at combos, look at Zaya Rakan, you look at Lucian Nami, you look at fucking Brown ban is good, Ezreal Braum or some shit. Brown ban makes it so Poppy can go bot. If you pick AD on 4, you still have Poppy flex. Could they blind Renata? A bit hard into Azir.
It isn't that long range.
They could play Varus Renata, but I don't know if it's winning.
About the Azir is going to be able to close distance very
Senna
easily.
ban.
Maybe the thought process now is that we're not going to close distance. If you pick a longer range
like
AD carry in
they're
the
going to get rid of Rakan.
Maybe the onus comes on a Gen-G to close that
They're going to get rid of Rakan.
Okay,
they stop Zaya Rakan, they stop Ezreal Braum, but I still think there's Kai'Sa and Varus Renata. They could just go Kai'Sa North, they could go Varus Renata.
AD carry would be so hard to deal with paired with the rest
I
of
wonder if they're
HLE's
going to pick
composition.
Alistar on 4.
I expect
Is
we'll
this like a
probably
thing they
just see,
still
like,
do?
Alistar band here. It could still be a Poppy flex to support in this situation.
They
but
do
I would
like
not
their
wanna play
Alistars on
against
4.
Poppy and Alistar on the side of HLE.
I think Varus is also another
Yeah,
potential
they've been
problem
Alistar.
that they're going to be facing
Yeah,
here.
now I
Varus
think
can
they
be
can
so
just pick
incredibly strong
AD.
in lane.
Do you take
Viper
Varus
is
yourself?
very good at it, and
Varus
as you
into
mentioned
Gwen
already, the
Xin Zhao
top is
seems
pretty low
miserable.
range here for Gen.G, so you have a lot of safety and freedom to just sit back and poke. Can go for on hit as well, but I think in this draft the lethality variant would be very strong here. I think something like a Zaya
Could War Dog a
is not
Nautilus?
really
They are going to do the
necessary
Varus on
in
4.
this
It
draft.
stops
I think
Varus
you wanna go
Renata.
long
Good.
range. I think you want to go poke. You've got a ton of
Ooh,
consistent
Kaisa
damage,
into
and they're
Varus
gonna
seems annoying.
agree
Jin might be
and
the
lock
play
that
here for
Varus in.
Ruler.
Also, now puts Gen.G in a somewhat uncomfortable
Yeah, I
position in
think
terms
Jin
of
is the
modeling.
play.
They have to lock something like MF, like
They could
Jin,
do
that can
Jin
go toe-to-toe
not.
in lane. This does solve some of the range problem though for Gen.G.
But then is
if they opt for
Hammerlife's
this.
Renata value very
I
high?
think it suits their
They
comp
could
really
go
well
Jin
because they already
Rel
have such a strong
because of the
melee
Alistar
frontline to
ban,
buy space
but then
for the
Poppy
Jin.
could go support. So they're going to go for the Nautilus. I think
Nautilus,
Renata
I feel
value is pretty high. It's annoying against Gwen. You have tank jungle. Renata is good here if you want to do it. Otherwise, you can just match with Rel. I think Rel on 5 is never bad here. Rel, Renata, I think are the 5 picks.
We'll see though if they end up committing to that Poppy in the jungle or in the support role.
Both
for
are
the
good.
side of HLE.
They're probably talking about both. They're going to go for the
But it
Rel.
looks like they're gonna go
Chat,
for the
I'm going to
Rel,
add. If you want to avoid ads, you can use
the
T1 or
light
Twitch Prime. You don't have to
unlock
sub channel if you don't want to.
into
Back to the
that
game starts.
support
Here
role,
is a
so-
big kiss.
You know, I think some interesting decisions here. I think both teams kind of rounded out their compositions well. I think HLE do still have that long range, play the distance.
Wow. I feel like
option
game 1
here,
Fearless is pretty
but they're
figured
still
out.
dealing with, like, you know, Chovy on that
A lot of
layer.
people will play
Gen.G
very
gave
similar
themselves
things.
that Jin to help solve some of the range issues. I think both teams fared okay in this, but I think it's still hard to deal with that Talia in the mid lane. That Talia Xin Zhao is so much strength.
I think outside of that, though, I find the Gen.G composition to be a little bit tougher to play. There's a lot of volatility in this top lane matchup as well between Keen and Zeus. Zeus being the more recently stronger performing top laner in a matchup that can go either way, but the Rumble often does win if played perfectly, spaced really well, gives you a lot of power there, and there's so much scaling plus ease of
no fist bumps. No fist bumps. Ooh.
It's really tricky for Gen.G, especially if they fall far behind, to actually win those late game team fights, set up on objectives like
No
Baron,
fist bumps.
like a soul fight.
Drama.
Well, that's the draft. That definitely does look like a game 1 Fearless draft. You know, everything's available, but a lot of stuff gets taken away with just that first game. It feels like a lot of high-tier picks picked up already, which does make a lot of sense. Both compositions make sense, and this is kind of what we expect between these two teams. They're both extremely good at drafting. You think about, you know, Coach Kim and what he's been able to do with all those guys on Gen.G has been amazing, with Helper as well. And then you think about Mowgli, who has been, you know, a champion before, and he knows how to draft in these big series alongside of Dandy. So really want to shout out the coaches alongside of the players for creating some good drafts here to start.
It's going to be a banger game 1. This is the expensive draft where everything is open, so you want to make it count.
All right, here we go, guys. Game number 1, Gen.G up against Hammerlife Esports here at the road to MSI.
Am alive fighting. Alright, let's see it.
All right, there we go. And already trying to get some action here, put down the first ward right at the Raptors, as we often do see. They will be able to.
No, it's level 1. Not a
Let's see what
massive
Zeka
favorite
has
for either team.
Fleet's
The Braum was
footwork
taken
on his
away,
ear.
Of course, see a bigger group here for Gen.G down around the bottom side. Hanwha are going to respect it. Looks like we won't have any more action here.
Fleet's
Minions
footwork is
collide
here.
in the mid lane. Eyes on Zeka versus Chovy, because this is going to be the first kind of litmus test, so to speak, on what Zeka's form looks like today, because he is definitely the underdog in this
Exhaust
best of
TP
5
Gwen.
in terms of the mid lane. Chovy indisputably #1 right now in the role.
Helps the all-ins.
It's a tough matchup as well.
Chovy definitely the overdog in this situation. I think we can all agree.
He is the overdog, and nobody really compares to Chovy right now. He's playing currently his favorite champion in a matchup that favors the Talia.
There's
so,
Faker bottom
you know,
right.
generally, we're used to, you know, I was talking about taking the Azir away from Chovy. You think about what he was able to do against
So quick
T1.
thing.
I think it was last
The winner
year,
of this
right,
goes
in
to
that
MSI.
spring finals.
The loser of this plays against the winner of T1 KT on Sunday.
It's been just more of that this year. Just him
And the winner of that goes to MSI as well. So both these teams have 2 chances.
Was it upper bracket as well against Hanwha Life in LCK Summer last year, where he also carried on the Azir pick?
Yeah, you just can't give it to him.
He also crushed Hanwha Life in their most recent regular season match in round 2 with the Azir
Where's
pick.
the light going?
I mean, the list goes on and on.
He's going for a walk.
I do agree that there's a lot of value in denying it.
Both junglers start
But
bot.
if you can win with it in this matchup as well, the value goes even higher, of course.
I do want to note that we saw Keen pick up the exhaust on the Gwen in the Rumble, which we've seen a decent amount of times. We did talk a little bit about how Zeus in this matchup can definitely put some pressure on a Keen.
Zeus, rat.
And also we have the Poppy for Pina, which I feel like whenever I see Poppy in the jungle, I'm always thinking about, can we find pressure to gank side lanes? And if Zeus finds an opportunity to get prior, if they push the wave in, it's so easy to dive anyone in the side lanes, just slam them into the wall under the turret. So Keen does need to be a little bit concerned about that.
No cleanse.
Ruler gonna burn his cleanse already.
Pretty bad
Tons
cleanse
of
by
damage
Ruler
going
there.
into him, and he
Oh my god, Viper!
Oh, gets it done,
He
and
Q
Viper
flashes, and
lights
as he
us
flashes with the Q, he
outplay.
autos attack as well.
The second he goes for the Flourish, the light is on him. Immediately, no chance to get out. The cleanse is instant,
That was a
but
bad
the damage
cleanse
is
by
already
Ruler.
done. Really nice follow-up there from Viper.
I
Gets
think he
the
needs to either
final
cleanse earlier or
auto.
save it for Ignite.
Peanut as well going to be bullied here
2v2
out
killed
of the
bot in the
river.
first 3 minutes.
So
What?
at least Canyon is able to win this fight for the first Scuttle Crab. But yeah, that's going to be a big moment in the bottom lane to get Hanwha Life Esports' bottom lane ahead. You were talking about how Viper could be the guy in this series to carry them. Everybody's talking about Zeus, but I don't know. Viper now with first blood could be his moment.
I feel like this was a big flub from Ruler, but just so well played by both the Light and Viper here. So catches him out. The interrupt a little late from Duro, but then Ruler tries to flash late.
Oh, he gets the auto
to
in.
follow. Just so well
Crazy.
played, and again, you know, the fact that Ruler ends up burning both summoner spells, but it's that kind of situation where he's trying to hold on to them, burns them late, dies anyway. Worst case scenario, dying this early into a best of 5, not a good omen.
Yeah, you don't feel great about that. Now trying to push in, but Peanut is there. Peanut, again, I talk about those pressure points. He's always looking
Oh,
for.
and they're back bots. Ruler's dead again. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead.
Yeah, Ruler's just dead. There's no way to get out of this one, and they're just trying to keep Duro around as well. They're going to give this kill over
No
to
flash
Viper,
on
and now
Duro
is gonna
either.
flash away, so they
What
get
the hell?
Another kill on a Ruler.
They're just smashing
And
them in
the
bot
flash
lane.
from Duro, this bottom lane is a disaster for Gen G.
And this is what happens. You make a mistake, and against a team like HLE, you're not afforded time to sort of get over it because you're immediately punished again for it. Peter takes the opportunity to make it
Zeus,
really
don't
sting,
die, Rat.
rub salt into the wound, and suddenly 2-0 Viper is a fantastic win con for HLE.
Yeah, that's the thing. Critically, the second kill also goes to Viper. They're able to serve it up to him on a silver platter, and so he's got this massive lead now as he begins to stack his tier. And Ruler is not going to have a fun time through this mid game. I mean,
why is Ruler so
basically
far up
in
there trying to
turret
crash the wave, or
range
what?
here.
Canyon's
Look
not
at
even
the
covering
river.
them on the push-out.
There's no vision. There's nothing. Canyon is so far away. It's an elementary mistake and a surprise to see for Ruler
Elementary, my dear
here
Watson.
in a big series like this
And a
one.
I mean,
pause.
this is definitely a situation where
And
they
a
were like, okay,
pause.
let's just push the wave in quickly, reset, we need to get out, and they end up getting punished for it. You even saw Canyon was actually clearing his Krugs at the time, so it wasn't too far away. Maybe that false sense of security was making them think they could get it in and get out, but big punish comes through. Do have a pause coming through at the moment, and we'll hopefully get that sorted out quickly.
Toilet
But not a
issue?
great start for Gen
Toilet
G
issue?
in this one, and considering things like the fact that we saw the Tlia picked up, we talked a little bit about how, you know, Tlia and Azir being wiped out with it being fearless, talked about the fact it is Gen G's side select. I feel like if HLE win this game 1, it means so much more than a game 1 win for Gen G just on the weight of that.
Yeah, so guys, we are getting a update that it is a peripheral issue for Zeka.
Peripheral
so
issue for
those
Zeka.
issues generally
Okay.
solve themselves relatively quickly. So we'll get back into the action here.
Peripheral issue for
as
Zeka.
soon as we possibly can.
Yeah,
Ruler.
hope that
Ruler's
it is
form.
a quickly resolved issue.
I
Like you
remember
said, hardware
Ruler's
issues,
form
peripheral
was
issues are
kind of
very,
mid at the start of the season.
easily fixed either with just a replacement.
Then it got better
or
through the
just
middle
a
of the season,
quick
and it got
fix of
really
the
good towards the end of the
driver
season.
settings, so you see a ref working on it
That was basically
right
Ruler's
away here
form.
with Zeka.
He was like randomly
Again, a
dying
full
2v2
crowd
against
here.
Fear X on.
As
I remember he was
Zeus
playing
fan
MF
in the
against
audience
fucking,
with a
was it
cool Samira
Diable
top
Zeri or
there.
something?
No, I guess that's
He was
Jason's
doing so much
Samira,
random
not
shit
sure.
2v2
I think so.
at the start of the split.
Like Academia Jace, maybe?
Or
I
middle
don't know,
split area.
I'm not the skin guy.
Is that Samira and Jace? Is that an arcane spoiler?
Guys, like we have a rumble crushing top lane, and mid is stable. 2 kills early for the bottom lane. Viper on a massive lead. They have river control, and Gen.G. You know, this is not a great start for what the scaling means for this draft.
Yeah, and now
okay, we're
this
back.
big of a lead in the bottom side of the map. Well, what I was going to say is probably
Canyon
you can
sneaking
get
a
that
Drake
first
is
dragon
big.
and then rotate your bottom lane up, but actually it's Gen.G on a back timing
Oh, no
of
ignite.
Esports that are
No
gonna pick up
ignite.
this first dragon, so at least they get that.
I will say the only thing is there is a pretty sizable
Delight
lead in
ignite on
jungle
cooldown
in
now.
favor
That sucks.
Of Canyon. We did see that moment earlier where Canyon, well, there was when we last looked at it. It was like a few counts.
Delight's
ahead.
like,
Not anymore,
hey!
apparently.
Well, it's not old Rel, so not going to be able to take the dragon away, but they are keeping Canyon
Got his
around.
flash.
They do get his flash, but not the biggest deal in the world, but at least Life gets something out of that.
Yeah, I think Han will be happy that they got at least that, because I think getting anything else there wasn't really going to be possible. Did you see a rotation over from Zeus, by the way, here, as they look to collapse potentially?
No flash on Duro.
Wall.
No
That
flash on Duro.
very
Zeka.
confusing.
Oh, almost got Chovy with it.
Flash out though, and now it's just Duro who looks to be going down. The question is who gets
Got
the kill.
Chovy's
It
flash.
will be Zeka. So
3
now
kills to
the
Life.
bottom
1k
lane is
gold
in
lead.
shambles. Duro dies once.
Gwen is showing mid.
here
Varus will
to
push
the
bot.
side of the Azir, who was struggling just a little bit in the mid lane. Life are running away with this early game.
Such a fantastic start.
He's
you know,
freezing
Zeus
a bit in
finding the
mid.
angle to move down, getting it a kill for Zeka as well. And again, it's not a huge lead so far, but things going in favor of HLE already. Definitely positive. See Ruler getting some farm in the top lane. Grub's going to be spawning in about 50 seconds. And I feel like maybe Gen.G, they're just
Oh,
gonna
did Keen
focus
just
on the
fail his E
objectives
over the
at this
wall?
point.
I guess it doesn't matter.
I don't know if you really want to go in on that one, Zeus. Yeah, the timing of the back for Viper, we went back towards the Dragon when we had that late contest there and they got the flash of the Canyon, was a little bit bizarre because I think they just weren't aware of how fast Canyon was there, so we didn't get much in the bottom lane.
Ooh,
Now
Gen.G's
rotating
early
a little
game.
bit late to the top side, so the top side
A
probably
lot
was
of
now
mistakes.
more important, and it is Gen.G's. But
Nice
this is a
roam
really
by
cool play here
Zeus.
from Zeus, gets a slow from the equalizer. Toby has to flash, and he flashes so well against Cypher's Divide. Otherwise, it's a double here for Hanwha Life.
Okay,
To be
no
honest, it
flash
feels
Talia
like
is
for
scary
me,
to play into.
HLE using their
To
tempo
play
a lot
against
more to set up
Azir.
for these kills, get a bit of a gold lead, whereas
Against
Canyon's
Poppy
a lot
Azir,
more focused on setting up for these
sweep into
objectives
stun
like the
dead.
Dragon earlier. But we'll see how it ends up playing out. Right now, though, pressure still very much in favor. It's about a 1.5k gold lead for HLE
Baby Raptors
right
lived.
now, but it's almost 1,000 for Viper. And the thing is, once this virus starts to get rolling, just the poke becomes so obnoxious.
Yeah, it really does. It's a significant lead he has already. Grubs are up, and Peanut is closer to them. Will Hex flash in to speed that pathing up, and they did regain control of that top side. As you mentioned, the objectives for Canny, he's not going to be able to get this one. And this is a big win here for Hanwha Life, because they're the ones who have the Azir in their composition. The Nashor's Tooth can allow Zeka to hit turrets real quick and take them out.
Oh, they're
He's
still
left alone
digesting
with
the
one,
McDonald's. They'll wake
and
up in a sec.
big
Okay, that
pop
makes
for
sense.
Gen.G to deal with.
That makes sense.
Life, bottom lane, just hiding on bush in the top side. And Zeus smartly here. Well, he sees Canyon anyway, but
Ruler
you
ate
gotta
a
play
fucking
passively
Big Mac
when you're
before
playing
this
for
game.
Grubs on the top side,
Give
so
him
Zeus
time.
doesn't get caught out or anything. He's got Swifties as well, so relatively safe on the Rumble. I say
Ooh,
that,
Zeus has to
and
flash here.
yeah, backing in the bush. He will have to flash away. A lot of needles go in, but I think this is an overcommit here from Gen.G.
Now Ruler's kind of cooked if they get the swave in.
Almost makes you wonder if Zeus thought
Maybe
he was
Chovy
definitely
can
gonna
cover
get the
it.
kill there for the bait. It's so wild.
If he had Equalizer, I think
he probably does, yeah.
Zeus is going to get forced off the tower. I feel like
A little bit
HLE
of
need to force
force
him off the
from
tower a
Gen.G,
bit here.
Trying to make something happen here on the comeback, but now you're losing on the top side. Ruler's falling further.
Yeah,
behind
Zeus is
because
losing a bit
Peanut is
though.
here. And yeah, Zeus will be zoned, but now we've got Viper getting even more money.
You actually saw Chovy lean down towards bot lane, and there was a ward in the mid lane, so he was spotted going bot. I think maybe the thought process was Chovy leaving lane might have been
he saw
enough
him
to
base.
maybe ward them away from top, but maybe because they spotted him going bot lane, they're like, no, we know Chovy's
Two
not
waves
anywhere
down the
near.
drain for Gen.G, but Hanwha Life
But
managed
either
to
way,
get
they ended
one.
up forcing the bot lane away, and I feel like HLE are just the ones with absolute
Wait,
control
Zeus
of
is
this
not pushing that
situation.
wave.
30 CS the deficit here for Ruler as another plate goes over to Viper. I think
He's
they're
just
definitely
basing and swapping.
winning this trade. If the Gwen had Grubs, you know, maybe it's a bit of a different story there on the bottom side in terms of what she's able to get done, but she does not. We'll have to teleport.
Zeka
to the
eye
side.
drops.
Keen goes
Zeka
there,
eye
and
drops.
Now Ruler's got a
GG.
little bit of alone time down here towards this turret, but I don't think he's going to get much with
Viper's
it.
going mid, Zeka
And
side
Hanwha are
lane.
winning everywhere.
Yeah, we saw Chovy just on screen clear out that ward there. I think maybe if he just moved up towards top lane, that would have been maybe enough to secure Ruler and Duro. be able to defend the turret. But either way, it's going to be HLE just getting further and further ahead in this game.
Saw Zeka putting in the eye drops already. Generally see him do that to try to power up in the later parts of the series, but he's doing it early, maybe feeling the momentum already as he was moving down to the bottom side. The momentum is real. Just 3 kills here early on. Next Drake is going to be Infernal, and you would have to imagine that Humalife play around that and pick that up. And we'll see what soul we are looking towards here in this game. Top lane, you know, Zeus had to
this
abandon
Drake is
maybe
kind of
1.5
cooked for
waves
Genji.
on the bottom
Don't
side of the
forget
map when they were
Humalife got
going
3 grubs as
1v2,
well, right?
And Chovy was on that ward, so Zeus
Azir side lane with 3 grubs is delicious.
So
at least Keen has got that going on for his team.
Yeah, he's got TP advantage if it comes down to a really close fight here for this Dragon, but I just don't feel like it's going to be with the control that Hanwha has. I don't think Zeus even necessarily needs to show up to this because there's just no prio whatsoever for Genji.
He wants their Raptors because they're giving Drake. Actually, might fight him off the Raptors.
Into Zeus, who's just
He
going
is
to
doing
try
no
to
damage.
shield and run away.
No ult Gwen, 0
He
damage.
takes about 20% of his health.
Yeah,
and that's about it.
Super weak side rumble here, but he has
some
ult.
pressure so he can back up Canyon.
Mountain Soul.
Yeah, Zeus is going to ult the wave. I feel like Zeus is doing his role perfectly though. He knows he's on the weak side. He
Can't
knows
dive
he has
without
to
a
play
wave.
defensive. No waves, they can't really threaten a dive. He knows exactly what he has to do. The rest of the team is just getting damage down on the bot lane tower.
Yeah, I think Keen just wanted to crash
Zeus
the
playing the
wave
weak
there
side
for
really
his
well.
potential dive. Zeus reads it like
Think
a boat
HLE just
backs
have first blood
away,
tower bot or what? It's
equalizes
perfect.
the wave, so there's no potential dive
Absolutely
here.
perfect gameplay.
They saw him on a ward, and he's just chilling now. And he's like, all right, send another wave over. I know your jungler isn't going to be here anymore.
2
now,
plates still
I
on the
say
tower.
that Duro is heading up, but look who's
The
there
light
to cover.
base is to cover.
Life just one step ahead. Look at all the vision Genji have, and still Delight reads the play, comes up here, knows Duro is missing and can now defend. But Chovy...
Hey, Zeka's going to have to
Delight
TP maybe.
save his top laner. Delight's going to take a ton of damage, but
TP
he's
comes
still
in,
rel, and
Zeus
he's able
lives.
to just hop away. Canyon wasn't here. It was kind of like a broken
Peanuts,
up
the one that gets the tower.
Of a dive. As meanwhile, Peanuts taking a free turret in the bottom lane.
It's a strength.
Oh, man. Humalife are just owning everything in this early game in game number 1.
Zeus base is in TP's bot. Poppy doesn't take the tower and he gives it to Zeus.
Big series in the summer final last year.
Oh
and in
my
LCK
god,
Cup.
it's fucking...
Humalife Esports won those best of 5s, and they won game 1, importantly.
It's cooked,
so
this game. It's cooked.
with this
Humalife is so
massive
fucking
lead,
locked in.
you
It's
could
mental.
See that maybe happening again
Cover this, cover
if
that,
they
take
do
this, take that,
eventually
live there,
win this
live there,
game.
live here, live there.
Trying to set up something on Zeka there, just stop the recall, but it just feels like Genji not able to get anything going in this one. The lead opening up more and more, feature strength secured, as she said.
Is it just a Humalife finals buff?
Actually, it just feels like
Is that
there's
it?
one arm that effortlessly blocking everything that Genji throws at them.
And I just don't know what the
Zeus
path back
does
in
look
this
like
game
a bit of a
is outside
target
the
here.
side lane
He is
issue
standing in a
from
bush
Life. We've seen that a few times
that he think is
from
not
Zeus,
warded.
you know, overextending.
And
as
Duro
we
could
might be
flash
seeing
this
right
wall
now.
right now.
Speak of the devil. You have Duro on the gank here, and they know that he's in the bush.
dead.
Zeus about to figure this out. And he just flashes over the wall, but that is a Nautilus with his own flash. Does not have depth
Got the
charge,
wave.
though. Gonna ult the
Got the wave.
And it's just a 1v2 here. Do they have enough damage? Yes, they absolutely do. So Keen,
When in doubt,
looking
right-click
to extend
Zeus, he
his
might die.
lead with some help from Duro. A nice play
He
there
is a
as Genji
side
are
lane
trying
fucking
to claw their
criminal,
way back
that
in this
guy.
game.
I mean, obviously it's a mistake from Zeus.
My goat, but
in the
side
end,
lane criminal.
Is it really going to mean
He's a
anything for
greedy
Genji?
rat.
Not particularly. Like, it's nice to have that gold on Keen, but it's not drastically going to change the state of things. And if they keep finding more and more windows like that, it'll open the game up. But yeah, we'll see if they can capitalize on the fact that Zeus has lost his flash, though. As you said, this is a mistake we've sometimes seen him make before. Now, without that flash, he'll be a more vulnerable target.
Maybe a
I
little
think
bit
one
more
thing to
uptime he could
mention,
have killed
though,
Nautilus.
is with the fact that they have things
Now
like
top tier
the
one's dead.
Gwen,
Bot tier
like
one's traded.
Freya, the main way where I can see them really getting back in this game is if when they're approaching team fights, they can find a big flank angle. You want your Gwen to be strong to do that. They did get that kill under the Gwen. They did get that tower taken down
Zeus
as well.
knows they're there.
More gold
They
that
are
is
just
funneled
targeting
onto
Zeus with everything
Keen,
because
the
Ruler
easier that's going to be.
Yeah, I
is
think
too
this is a
far
big
behind
club,
for them to
you know,
play
in terms of the
3v3.
vision setup we had down there, where
Zeus.
Genji had it fully covered. It was an
Yeah, go
easy
mid.
path
When
from
in
Duro,
doubt,
who's
just
been
go stay around
trying
mid.
so hard to get on top of Zeus and make something
job.
happen to play through their one winning lane. As hold that thought.
No
Ruler gonna
cleanse.
Yeah,
No
little
cleanse.
Ruler spot, but he's pretty far back on the blue side Ruler spot, so he will be okay. But there is the cleanse, as you mentioned. Zeka just farming top lane, and they're looking for the Rift Heralds here. Humalife again in total control of this, over 2,000 gold in the lead. They have
don't
those
have
first
Rumble
item
ult.
spikes, whereas We do have some for the side
But
of
it is
Gen G,
really
Ruler's
low. They have
basically not
pop
a
ult, so
champion
they
right
can
now.
just...
Are they still going to fight for this?
No.
Well,
And
the
then just
answer
take.
is absolutely not, because, well, they just lost 2 people to the Poppy ult. And
Very nice.
yeah, that's why we love to see Poppy in these games.
I mentioned earlier, like, you know, the ease
Very
of
nice from
execution of
Humble
this
Life.
comp, even in an even game state where you don't have full control, you might be able to knock 2 people
Now
away
they all
with that,
press
or
B and go
force
to
a
Drake.
reaction, force a flash, or reposition from ahead. Good luck getting anywhere
+3.
close.
It's so frustrating playing against a composition like this when you're behind. Because the thing is, you're never going to have vision advantage. You're always going to be walking into an area where the enemy team's set up, and
Chovy's
you're walking
freezing
to plot
top.
a wall.
Just push.
Because
Gotta
it
fight.
feels bad when you're walking into an engage when you don't have vision. It's even worse when it's a Poppy ult. It just knocks half your team away. And this is going to be how Gen G have to play the game. They really need to find windows where they can get flanks or get set up.
The problem is they
or
can't
find, like,
cross-map
pockets
as
of
Gen G
vision.
here. If they were to click top,
this game has been
Zeus will just be a rat and ult the wave again, and
considering
Drake
how
is dead, and they'll
little
just push the
control
bot
they've
tier
had.
2.
So many different pockets they found.
So they have to just push out top, Rumble catches, pushes the next, has TP, Talia bases, opens bot, Drake fights, no Talia ult.
Before down the bottom lane. You can see how much
Or even
vision
just
they have
TPs
top
in.
to bottom across the map. Just need to find a way to utilize it. Chovy is going to TP back to mid here, and we're going to have this big fight over the first
So now
map.
Zeus just
Uphill
pushes
is
and he'll
down
TP in.
for this fight, so they feel
The best chance they have here, Gen G.
Yeah, Gen G going to be looking for it, but again,
TP.
Let's see how this one is going to go.
Oh, wait,
That
Zeka's
is
caught.
a big flick on a Zeka who also
That's
just
big.
throws his ult out
Flashes and
somewhat
ults and has the
reflexively,
base.
and now HLE, they're
Oi,
going
but
for
Duro's
Duro
kind of
actually on the
caught.
left side
A
here,
lot of
might be
damage.
able to get him. The
Rumble ult to
does
zone.
come
The light
down,
goes
and he's
in.
just trying to zone
Double
up
stun,
well.
double
The light
CC.
goes in, and they're doing this
Zeka's
all
TPing
without
back.
Zeka.
Peanut
Now
steals the dragon.
This fight is going to go to Peanut, who does pick up that
This is a
first
big Jin
down
ult.
Drake for the side of HLE.
Zeus is
As now
cooking.
Zeka's
Zeka on the
here, and
side.
Gen G are between a rock and a hard place. Zeka
Gets
is
shoved
gonna get
into the
knocked
stun.
out. They're trying to go in on
Nice
this
one by
They're gonna
Chovy.
trade it, Canyon.
Does Canyon die to
Look out
Leandris?
for
No, he
Ruler.
doesn't. W from Ruler.
Turning this fight around. They
Okay,
lost
Gen
the
G team
Drake, but
fighting
at
is
least
so
they
fucking
got
back.
a bunch of kills on the backside.
Clutch
Gen
fights
G
like
team
this
fighting
are
is
the
so fucking
only
back.
way Gen G
Chovy
get
just carried
back
that fight.
into the game. Canyon playing at such a tiny margin there with his health as he goes back in.
Chovy
The
was
flick
going
at max
ballistic.
range from Chovy to help end
He
that
does not
fight
miss.
after what was a bit of a whoopsie there from Zeka with their ultimate. If he had that, I think the fight
There's
could
two
have
ways
looked
to look at that
completely
fight. Is
different as
Zeka
he
inting or is
rejoined.
Chovy
He's kind of
smurfing?
reflexively using it here at the beginning of this fight as they engage on him.
I mean, Chovy just did so much in this fight, gets this almost
Great one
pick
there.
on Zeka at the start that forces him away, so he has to go for
Zeka
the
has to
TP
base
for
and TP,
help.
but they have to fight the
Duro
Drake.
ends up getting caught out
Duro
by-
basically
here,
dies.
Peanut essentially says, okay,
Good
I'm
hook,
gonna
good hook.
sacrifice myself by
Gives
time.
it Gwen R3.
Peanut comes in and then is able to pick up the dragon here as well.
Peanut steals it.
Ruler ends up ulting,
Man,
and it's unfortunate for Gen G
in
'cause if
comes
he
the
had this
fleet
ult
footwork
later,
Azir.
I think would have had a lot of impact, but Zeus forces him to cancel. But here again, Chovy catches Zeka once more, so they're able to take him down. This disparity. Chovy doing so much on this
Nice
Talia
GW.
to catch out Zeka twice.
Gen G's back.
Doing so much to get
Gen
Gen
G
G in
is
this
back.
game.
It's just the Chovy show again. This is why we were hyping it up so much, but Chovy is in the form of his life right now, and it cannot be understated. I would imagine that a lot of people were predicting Gen G. Yes, sure, they went 18-0, but, you know, solely because of Chovy at times. It's insane.
To be
Did he
on
miss his
top
E there?
as long as Chovy has, and to keep breaking the barrier, keep breaking the ceiling over and over and over again, just when you think he's peaked, he shows you that he hasn't. It is just so incredibly impressive, carrying his team now to only a 300 gold
Herald
deficit
mid.
after what was such a fantastic
Sure.
start for Hanwha Life.
Not
They're
much
still
to
in
do
the
after
lead.
mid tower
they still
dies,
have a lot
though.
of control, but Gen G feels a lot
Miss
more
cannon.
playable now.
Yeah, I mean, I said that this game would be huge for HLE to win based on, you know, Gen G having the blue
Why do they
side
herald
and
mid
the
so
things
early?
they had in the draft. But after HLE's early lead, it would be such a tilter if they lost this game. So Gen G corner back, absolutely massive. We do see the Herald come down mid, but Gen G there to defend, so the whole tower doesn't go down.
Holy fuck,
although
the
it
game is actually dead
low.
even.
Yeah. You remember the gold lead that Viper had earlier on? It was over 1,000. It was like 1,200. Now it's 100.
Yeah.
And that's because Ruler got 2 kills in that last fight. So Ruler, yeah, he kind of botched it early, but he got a bunch of kills. He's the 80 carry still. And now this Jhin is a champion, whereas before it was not at all. You remember the Rift Herald fight?
Yeah, the
where he
Jhin
was
is
like,
really
I guess
back.
I'll just throw in a W and see what happens, and he didn't even have a first item. Now he's looking at almost 2. Chovy's looking at his second item as well.
That's the second coming in.
Gen G are right back in this game with just 1 fight. It's kind of insane how they did it. But HLE, you know, they're still a little bit ahead. They got that Mountain Drake as well, so that's going to be some extra resistances. The Mountain Soul going to be huge in this game.
I think the big thing with that last
Two item
fight
Jhin.
was it wasn't as controlled. They didn't have the Poppy ultimate up. I think the ideal fight for HLE
Atakan up
isn't a
bot
fight.
side.
You set up the objective.
Drake spawning in
They
2.
come in. You ult someone away.
The
they
McDonald's
go,
has
"Oh, like, you
digested.
can't fight,
Genji
you
look a
just
little
take
bit
the
more
objective."
locked
So I
in.
think HLE, if the game slows down and they can set up for that, that's the
Sodium
ideal.
level
And you
stabilizing.
can tell they were a little bit rushed in how
What?
that fight ended up
What?
panning out.
He
so.
fucking hugged that wall.
Look for a gank here.
He
Chovy way
wrapped
up in the
around
lane.
here.
Chovy thought he was safe. Let's see if he can wall away on time. Looks like the answer's no, as Peanut's on top of him, but Zeus is very
Nice
far
flash
away.
by Chovy.
Chovy just gonna flash out of this one, as now he goes
Wait,
for the
W
wall.
stops,
That's
it
a
does, right?
Poppy. You can't get away from the Poppy by using your wall.
Boom!
And Peanut sits
Genji
down.
force Atakan.
Meanwhile,
Zeus has to
Genji
base
are
and
gonna go
TP.
for this
Zeka has to
Atakan.
catch the wave and be ready to fight.
Heavily to the top side
The
of
light's
map.
coming from base.
So who wins this fight?
Canyon no flash.
Look at
The
Viper
Atakan's dead.
getting shredded. If he lands a piercing arrow, it would do so much damage.
Zeka needs to make a road here. He needs to make a road.
A lot of damage already coming out here from Zeka.
Atakan dies, but Zeus is TPing in. They gotta go. Ow, what? Oh, there's the road! I mean, it's kind of a fucking cul-de-sac. That's not a road. Canyon dies. Peanut's back. He has flash over the wall. Gets Duro. Ruler has flash.
Sacrificed once again, but already the Atakan was picked up by Genji. And they got a couple of kills.
Good
on
for
the
Genji.
backside
I
of
think
that
good
one,
for
so not
Genji.
half bad.
I think Genji are happy with that one. It's a 3 for 2 in favor of HLE, but you get the Atakan. I think you take that in the end. Chovy, you know, I think we praised him a little bit too much. This play, a little bit messy.
He had a ward in the river, but, you know, the pathing of Peanut's just outside of it. We saw that the pet could have been seen, right? The observer client that shows up, but that's not going to show up on your mini-map. You're not going to see that. He doesn't know. Ends up getting caught. False at security. This fight's a little bit wild, right? Like, Viper looks for the snipe here instead of actually
I mean,
trying to
Zeka doesn't really have a
pick the
choice here.
target.
Zeus is dead and Zalai's in, so he just has to fucking send it.
Instead of TPing to a safer ward, just instantly dies, and without Zeka's play here, you know, it ends up being a wash, but Viper is so fed, and then Peanut here over the wall pulling Duro back.
They're on Dragon, Genji. I think the Dragon's gone. Genji have it.
Like you said, small lead for
Can they get
Genji
here in time?
now. Advantage
Looks
Dragon.
gone. Looks gone. Late to the objective.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what happens
Noah's
on
heroed.
this one. We got the
Viper, can he steal it?
this time, but it's just going to
No,
go
he
the
can't.
way of Genji. HLE not in position to fight on
Is that
one. They
2-2?
were
Is
not
that
set
2-2 in
up
Drakes?
as
It is
you were
2-2 in Drakes.
saying they had to be
2-2 in
off.
Drakes, even in gold.
Atakan fight, I think if HLE had played it more about the fight, I think they definitely could have taken a lot more members of Genji down. But Genji get the Atakan, they get the Dragon. Goal lead 1,000 in favor of HLE. I think Genji feeling pretty positive with how things have panned out, but the game's still very close.
Viper 4-0 right now. You know, looking for 2 objective steals, but definitely going to turn on the heat in these next few team fights because of the range advantage. But it's now been several major moments where Hanwha Life were looking for control on the opposite side of the map to where the objective was. Genji get the setup, and Hanwha Life's comp isn't working as well without the setup, as you said, Ox. So let's see what happens when we move into this next Dragon fight. I don't think we're going to be seeing a 25-minute Baron startup unless something crazy happens beforehand. But I think Hanwha Life really need to focus up in terms of getting those setups ready because their comp is so incredibly powerful there. They can play around side lanes, they can look for picks, but when that Dragon is
Viper
spawning,
is
when
really
Otacon's
strong.
up on the other side of
But
the map,
can
you really have to
Poke
think about
carry
the push
against
and pull
Wen Xin Zhao?
of the Rift here.
Those champs are
Genji
scary.
just getting the better of them in these last few exchanges.
I'm a little bit worried for
How
Hanwha
is
Life,
Chovy level 15?
Just for the fact
23
that it
minutes.
seems to be
He's a
only
level
their
up
bottom
on
lane that's
everyone.
really on the ball today.
Everyone.
I think that Zeka's been a bit rough so far in this series. The game rather. There's only been one game.
And they were like
Zeus as well. The TP a little
losing
bit iffy. He's
the majority of the game.
Not really putting up the numbers. And
I think Peanut's been pretty good, to be fair.
Peanut's been pretty good. He did go all the way to the top side to gank while Atakan was up, and Genji immediately responded. So I don't know if you would call that a macro mistake. You know, Hanwha Life were at least able to fight afterwards, but
Call that a macro decision.
I don't. Yeah, it was a decision of sorts. I do think that Hanwha Life need more than just Viper and Delight if they're going to beat Genji in this best of 5.
This is going to come down to a soul game.
Leads we saw early, but then overextensions happen. You know, Hanwha criticized all year for taking big leads and kind of playing with their food a little bit. This is Genji. You can't do that against this team or you will lose your lead. As Peanut's going aggressive. Rel showing up here
No
too.
flash on Keen, don't forget. TP coming in from Zeka. They have to play a bot tier 2 here when he dies. Give the kill to Azir. Kill to Azir is big. They're going to lose top 2. Actually, they can't. They have to base and go top. HLE have 9 flowers. Genji have 24. Flower count update.
Like, as a Gwen, you kind of expect that, like, you know, it's a Poppy. What's a Poppy going to do? That, apparently. Like, slams him in the wall.
No, he's not right.
You know, even before the Azir turned up, it was kind of looking pretty bad for Keen. End up picking up the kill. Doesn't get any, you know, resource in terms of summoner spells. but we'll take that extra bit of
I
gold.
feel like Hanwha are getting empty
nothing
kills.
really that Gen.G can
and
do
Gen.G are just getting things forward.
time.
This kill, not so much, but
and
mainly
it's
the top
a
kill.
big win. Chovy pushes it into the top inner turret, but it's not able to get anything. Zayas is able to show up there because it's the inner pretty quickly. Doesn't even need a TP for the defense, and now is actually just farming safely. 2 minutes.
How many ability names do you know? I know every ability name in the game.
The bottom side of your mini-map, if you're watching at home, where that control is for Hanwha. They need to maintain it for 2 minutes. Get that set up. Have the Poppy ultimate this time. Zayas has TP and ult as well. He's sitting pretty. Picks up another item here. Grabs the Oblivion Orb. I believe he just finished there. And is looking for this big team fight. This is where Hanwha Life regain control over the game. They force this fight. Now, there are angles where you could trade objectives here. Gen.G do have this one control here, but there's vision otherwise all around the Baron.
Too many questions, chat. Too many questions. I can't answer all of them. Lock in for the game.
And unfortunately for Zek, he's on the wrong side of the map to not have a teleport.
Bit of a gold lead to Hanwha Life.
Here is
1 minute 20 on Drake.
Does, and I think they need to swap this back before this dragon or look for a pick.
Wall's going to come down. And
Looking for a wall.
I mean,
they're looking. What they're doing there is they're looking for Varus Flash. They're looking for Varus Flash 1 minute before Drake.
This time from Gen.G.
Because Varus is the main character.
You know,
He's trying to ult them, force a Varus Flash, play the Drake. Didn't get it.
And around the dragon, because that's going to be the next objective that we probably fight over, unless there is a big team fight that leads into Baron. So I like it, but it was very eager. You know, it was a little bit too early.
I think they saw the timing, and it's just hard to have a wave against Poke Varus, you know, who can just kind of snipe it from a mile away. So
this gave a lot of time though for Hanwha Life to reset and go down towards the bottom side because they
3 items, 3 item Varus.
Against a potential Baron.
Does Ruler have IE on the next base? He doesn't, right? He has to stay on the map.
Instead, so now Hanwha Life
I feel like IE on Jhin would be massive.
They have control.
Bit of poke from Viper.
Full vision set up here as well.
Big team fight inbound.
And Gen.G gonna have to find.
I think Duro might be inting if he walks up to that board. If he walks up to defend that board.
Duro wants to get position, but it's so difficult into this Poppy. Peanut's presence in this game has certainly been felt, and it's Hanwha Life setting up on the objective first. This is what we want to see.
Hit again.
It's so difficult because no one wants to walk around and be in front
Walking
of a
into
wall
Poke Varus
and
is
get
scary.
slammed into it by Poppy. And
Base from
also,
Chovy. He's going to TP back. He must have an item. Void Stick. That's a good one.
Very difficult to step forwards against
Tally ult is up soon. Tally ult can help break
10 seconds
the sequence Hanwha Life has here. I don't know if you can fight this though, man. This looks too hard to fight.
This is a really greedy call. Peanut on the bottom side there. They're going to rush over. I just don't
They're not
think
going to do Baron. They're going to pull them away from Dragon. They are going to start it though.
Now Hanwha Life don't have that.
Now Poppy's going to get pulled from Dragon. And I think if they see Poppy, they'll stop it, right? Surely they're not just going to fucking flip this. Do they have the damage? They don't, right?
Wait, they have the wall.
The wall does come down.
Poppy can just flash it.
The damage, it's not quite there at the same time, and now Duro's going to get
Oh
caught
my
in the
god,
front.
Gen.G's fucking inting.
Kind of scrambling here, taking a
Delight, show me.
damage.
Talk to me.
Now Delight
The
going
hook was really good by Duro.
But he gets blown up. But meanwhile,
Oh, Zeus is in there. Does he have stopwatch? Nope, he just dies.
He's going to trade 1-for-1, but Duro is down.
Jhin ult.
As he does get taken out here. The chase here. I
think he has TP out.
Looks like he is just going to TP away.
What?
Though. So
Gen.G got 2 for 2 with that? Really?
Win the fight. It's a 2 for 2, but you can see the health bars a bit.
So Duro hooks Delight there because Delight was going to flash engage. He was on the brink of flash engaging.
Just don't really have great damage. Chovy may be caught.
He does have his flash.
So he has to go in.
He's just able to walk it off, but bit of damage is done, and maybe each elite can set something up on the
Chain
dragon.
CC the Rel, just kill her, and then Mortis dies for its worth.
But it's still a little bit scary. Ruler backed, and Keen did as well. They're full HP. Ruler picked up an Infinity Edge, but I think having jungler means you're going to be able to secure that dragon.
Yeah, and there's a ward on the Baron pit here.
Jhin has
IE. There's just not that much damage, like I said, with this Jhin.
They get the Drake. I wonder if Gen.G's going to run to Baron on the replay. I wonder if they're just going to sprint an Ashe and just start it again.
Instead, they only get it to half health, and then the
crazy that they got away with this.
Setup here for Hanwha Life with the
here, look, Delight's going to flash in right now, but Duro hooks him.
Delight's engaged. Ree gets engaged on first, but still gets some Magnus.
So he can't get a good engage on Ruler.
Zeus goes a bit too deep on this one, but
Zeus goes way too deep.
But it's just such a broken up fight for Gen.G because they're coming off of Baron. They're trying to retreat into a choke point. And honestly, we might have even seen a better equalizer there in the choke if he had waited. But it's a big win for Hanwha, right? They end up picking up the gold lead again here, but stopping that Baron, grabbing the dragon. Sole point here for Mountain.
Gen.G did get a lead once,
with this
right there.
Composition with Aurel. So difficult for Gen.G if that goes over.
Jhin as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do have a Gwen and the Talia as well, but in terms of AD, right, it's going to be very difficult to chew through, and if you just build a lot of MR on top of it, it can be very difficult for each
Your
of these
hair looks
comps
like the
to
gold
take
diff.
any damage against what Gen.G do have. But we'll have to wait and see where this game does go. It's very close for a game that's 30 minutes in. Yes, Drake lead and a slight gold lead here for Hanwha Life Esports, but we already saw Gen.G come back earlier on in the game.
Okay, Zeka pushes
And
bot.
as long as HLE don't get the
Mod chat's
actual
bullying me
soul,
again. Do
I
something.
think there is still an angle for Gen.G. I think if the soul is taken, maybe they don't quite have the same angle.
I get the sense that there's been a lot more proactive play out of Gen.G, right? And they had to be the ones to do that, right? Because they were behind. We saw the clutch fight on Dragon. We saw how Hanwha Life have struggled to actually take fights defensively and look for turns with objective control, because Gen.G are just finding these pockets. They're finding these angles. And
All
that's
they
what
have to do
gives
is wait for
me
Dwake.
the feeling like this game isn't
Wait for
over
Dwake
yet.
and get
You
more
know,
items
it's a
on his
close
ear.
game, like
Kinda
you said,
chill.
Small advantages, but
What do you do with
Hanwha
Gen.G?
have
Is it
such a great
force
comp
time?
that scales so incredible as
Talia
great
base,
side lane
open
pressure
top
if they can
side,
get
try and
some
force.
vision, get some grouped up,
Ooh,
shadow
you
from
could
Peanut,
look for the
example,
rat on
onto
top
Zeka
lane.
in the bottom lane.
No flash
But
rumble.
it's Gen.G is
Talia
finding
ult,
these
yes,
angles,
no
keeping it
stopwatch.
close. Makes you feel like this is still anyone's
Could
game
try and
to
kill the
take.
rat.
Absolutely, especially with how different like the win cons are when it comes to the team fights. I
Ruler?
feel like,
Was? He's solo on that wave. A bit early.
Kind of taking a walk through the mid lane. Not sure about that.
You know, he's been playing really aggressively in the mid lane when he's going for prio. Like Viper will just piercing arrow him. He'll be like, you know, I can take it. Does end up getting the cleanse there. I feel like, you know, the Chains of Corruption is generally what you're cleansing when it comes to this HLE composition, so it's not that bad.
Base coming out from Ruler.
but it
He needs
doesn't
some
feel
armor
good.
pen probably.
Yeah. He almost has it back.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like halfway
Last whisper
through.
But to be fair, like, how often in the middle of a fight are you getting Chains of Corruption?
I need
by
Chovy to come out of bot
Varus?
lane, man.
It's not gonna
I need to
happen
push
that-
this fucking wave
that often.
and start opening top
arguably
with
the
base.
other issue you're gonna have to deal with maybe a rail crash down or something like that, but there's a lot of different ways
This
that
team's recalling
you
now.
able to position against that.
If you get rel ulted, you're probably dead anyway.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean,
it is what it is.
Ultimately,
here, look.
It's a big win for
Open up a
Hanwha
bit,
Life, but if
open up
anyone
a
else
bit.
had been there,
Just like that, yeah.
it could have been worse for Ruler. So that's, I think, the bigger concern.
There it is.
Rather than what really happened here.
He's not aiming for Ruler.
Well, looking for
He's aiming for Peanut.
I suppose, and they might just be able to get him.
That's exactly what I like.
As the angle from Chovy
That's what I
locks
like.
him in, and they get
That's
another
more like
kill
it,
here
Chovy.
for the Gwen. Gen.G
Now
with
it's a
an
Baron
advantage
angle.
and no jungler. They should be
You
looking
think he's
to
aiming
start
for
this
Viper?
Baron.
He's just driving past him.
Roseas does have equalizer
Monster play by
here, and
Chovy.
Empress divides up for Zeka. It's a Jin comp, but there's a Gwen on this Baron.
Look at the Baron.
Close.
Delight has got to engage here. He's going to flash in. Talk to me, Delight. Talk to me. Where is it? You see it? I don't see it.
Is 5v4.
I don't see it.
Does get pretty low. The equalizer only going to hit Chovy.
Jin ult.
Keeping this Baron lead.
Rumble ult was on
I think
cooldown.
Gen.G
Zeus
are
has no
in a good
stopwatch.
spot here.
Zeka's trying to hit the
and,
Baron.
Viper trying their best to do the damage, but now even Zeus is taking a ton.
There it is, the engagement Delight. Not the worst. Zeka W'd. Baron's not finished yet. He didn't have smite or what?
As he will get it. And now
Zeka flashes at Talia Q.
alongside
They're both.
Chovy.
Oh, Canyon's in there. Push back. W lands. Viper on the right. Viper. Viper. Gets one. Snipes Chovy. Doesn't kill him. Oh, the E missed.
And it's a triple kill to Chovy.
So
Big fight.
close to
1 minute on
Viper
Drake.
cleaning up
Everyone's
on
on your
the
round
fight,
2
but
now.
Chovy stays strong. Canyon stays strong. Baron goes over to Gen.G. The fight is cleaned up, but it was a precarious
What a
one.
play by Chovy.
Chovy finding a beautiful angle. Wasn't looking for Viper, but Delight and Peanut caught out here. Peanut,
Great
unfortunately,
pick
not
by
able to get
Chovy.
away on
Great
this one.
pick.
And then the call to go for Baron. You see, they start to get really patient.
They don't have
you know,
Varus
the
ult, they
Baron
don't have
gets slow,
Poppy,
but
they don't have
clearly
anything.
want more than just
Rumble
the
ult was
Baron out
used
of
and they
this.
get Nautilus
Looking
flash.
for the fight.
Jhin
Ruler
ult was
starts setting
solid.
up with the ultimate over here, and they start to look to see if they can find some picks in the back end. You can even see Keen moves off the
Does
Baron
Canyon-
pretty early. They could have just secured it, but they're looking for this angle.
He's trying to finish Baron,
towards
Canyon.
Zeus. And they end up finding a route here onto Zeka. Keen tries to take
Chovy
him
helps with
out.
the Baron.
Chovy moves
Ruler runs
over,
away.
but Ruler-
Canyon sends
and
it.
They manage to finish off with the flash from
Nice snipe
Canyon.
by Chovy.
Viper playing this so well at the final
Nice kill,
moments,
bro.
though.
Chovy played
Does,
that
of
fight
course,
really
have
well.
his edge of night here, so can buy a little bit of space. Looks for the play onto Chovy at the last possible second.
Chovy played that fight
Nearly
really
hits him
well.
with that, which would have just left one Baron on
2 seconds on
Canyon
Drake.
at the end of it.
I think this
But
Drake is
Gen.G
gone.
played that
It's
beautifully
soul
because they know
point to
there's no
soul point,
jungler.
I think. Unless Hamon wants to
the
send it, but I don't know. I don't know. I see it.
And they just played super
Can you guys
defensively
send it
while
here,
also
really?
managing to hold
No
that Baron
subs on anyone?
aggro to take it down.
Did you see Chovy's items? He's got a Magize.
King caught, King caught, King caught, King caught, King caught. Insta one shot.
Goes in by himself, and Gen.G are like, wait, what was
No
that?
Talia ult.
And now,
They're
this is
Poppy ult.
potentially
They're
Mountain
Poppy
Soul
ult.
for Hanwha Life Esports.
And a lot of this Baron is being wasted by the
Peanut,
fact that
so
they're
many
fighting
Poppy
over
ult.
this Dragon right now, not getting
Chovy
any
needs a
pressure
good
with
combo.
it. This is
Chovy
a rough
needs a
time
good
here for
combo.
Gen.G.
Misses.
Gen.G want to go for
Jin
the
W
fight,
misses,
actually.
Poppy ult.
They're going to open up.
Misses, he
and
misses
that
it.
ult is not
It's a
going to hit
50-50.
here from
Unless
Peanut.
Peanut
He's
dies.
taking a ton of
Oh,
damage.
the shots from
Peanut's
Ruler kills him.
dead. And that means the fight is easy for Canyon. They get the jungler, and HLE do
What a
not
shot
commit
from
to the fight, and they get punished for
What?
it.
Genji
Just a
saved the
crazy
game there in a
turnaround from
4v5?
Genji to lose your top lane
What?
outright at the start of the fight and we see Ruler just stands on an equalizer ulting. He's like, I'm committing to the bit. Kills Peanut.
That was kind of giga chat by Ruler.
Clean it up and deny the
Jin
assault.
ults.
I mean, Keen.
Rumble ult lands on his head,
kind of
and he's just fucking firing through it. He doesn't give a shit.
Coordinate a collapse here with the Weaver's Wall, and then the Weaver's Wall just ends up kind of slowing down Hanwha's advance. But the play here from Gen.G,
I think Peanut should just hit
ultimate confidence.
Nautilus
right?
there.
The fact that they're like, yeah, we're down a member, but we can actually still win this with our superior.
He should just hit
setup with
Nautilus.
the Jin we have. Hanwha,
Think if he hits Nautilus, it's 3v5.
They don't
Play.
actually have the defensive turn right. The Poppy ultimate misses, and that's all it takes. They focus down Peanut.
Oh, I guess Nautilus could buffer it. You're right. You're right. Duro would buffer it. He would hook the ult.
14 kills
True,
apiece.
you're right.
But Gen.G, the game, the scoreboard looks similar, but when you look at the gold, when you look at the map control,
Delight dead.
it's definitely Gen.G's game to
Some
lose.
big items from Gen.G now. They're losing control of the game. They're losing control of the game.
Not to Delight specifically, but to many different players just getting picked off, essentially for no reason.
I mean, he's trying to get some sort of vision, but why in this specific place right now with no objectives up is the question.
You know, considering how rough the game started for Ruler and Duro, they really bounced back. That previous play, they were the ones who set up the kill onto Peanut. They set up that play there onto Delight.
Chovy 16
really
stacks Majais.
back from a very
16.
rough early lane
Elixir of
phase.
Sorcery,
Chovy
he's
looking
full
for a
item.
cutoff
He has
here.
800
no
AP.
vision on him right now. As the wave comes in, they will see him.
Sinzal gets yeeted. Peanut gets
Look
one
at
tapped.
the damage that
Oh,
they
the
do,
tip!
and he snipes
Nice
him
snipe
from
by
miles
Keen.
away. And Peanut can't even get out of there with his life intact. We talked about the Poppy and the Mountain Soul and everything, but
Holy
he
fuck,
just looks
man.
like a, I don't know, just a wet
I
piece
feel like-
of paper at this moment in time. He's
I
getting
feel like
shredded
Chovy
so
needs a
easily.
big glazing session for this game.
That's not what you want to see, and they didn't even have to use Chovy's Weaver's Wall. They didn't even have to look for a really aggressive setup here. It's just kind of a freebie.
Chovy's like an
Baron's
unbreakable
gone now,
wall,
though.
man.
See if there's an angle here.
Up in
Delight
levels,
could
up in
find.
CS,
I don't know,
side
there's
lane
just no
push, always
follow-up, as
hovering
you can
with
see.
combos.
Gen.G can
Man,
kinda see
this
everything
Talia
except
champ is
Delight, but they know
toxic
where
when he plays it.
is.
Wall's going to come down. They just want to secure this inhibitor. They're going to get
wall.
the turret. Yep, siege wall. Do they commit to the inhibitor? Looks like no. But they're just chopping away chunks of Hamalife Esports' base. And Hamalife was in such a commanding lead. They had so much control of this game, but this is why we had so many one-sided predictions for Gen.G. They are just that team right now in the LCK. Even when you've got a lead, they will come
What is it?
Get a
What is
CQ's
it?
point of view.
Nemesis.
And it was the last needle
Poppy, Chabata.
that was able to catch him at the end. But yeah, I mean, so much of this game was either a lead for HLE or just super close between the two teams. And now we have a 6,000 gold lead
And a
in favor of
16
Gen.G.
stacked Majais for Chovy.
Yeah, I mean, he's full build. He can only just get more stacks on the Majais at this point. He is so strong right now. And the thing is, especially because, you know, Peanut, like, Delight's on a support economy. Peanut is on a jungler's economy. And, like, you look at his items in comparison. Like, Ruler's nearly full build with an LDR. Chovy's got a Void Staff, and there's an Abyssal Mask and Duro.
Keen, he just wants blood. He almost got a
Whoa.
little bit of help from his friend
Whoa.
there, Ruler, with a little deadly flourish.
I think
but yeah, you don't get the kill, but you get
Jin
Daze
and
out of the
Gwen are
fight.
too strong.
And that's going to mean more
The game is
pressure
fried
here
for
from
Hamalife.
Gen.G right before this Baron spawns.
Baron,
the inner turret.
Baron is spawning, but so is the Dragon here. And Hanwha have more vision around the Dragon, but I think Gen.G have an opportunity to rush over and set up before it and end up contesting for this. It looks like, though, you know, we might see Hanwha try to collapse here and look for the Baron first. There's a really tiny window between these two objective spawns here. If you get a pick, you could potentially get both, or just, frankly, end the game.
1 minute on
No
Drake's
open
soul for
inhibitors
both
just
teams.
Yet, or rather, no, destroy
Look at
inhibitors
Ruler's
for
items.
Hanwha. This is
Holy
their last
fuck.
stand. This is their last opportunity. They're
I think
fighting
Ruler just kills
desperately
everyone.
for Prio to take that fight, get a big keeper's verdict.
He's 6
the
item
fights,
Jin.
the comp, we've talked about
6
it
item Jin is
all
one of the most
game
fun
long.
things in the
They
game
haven't
to
really
play.
been able to find their win cons. Gen.G have stopped them at every turn. This is their final moment, and Gen.G
Nice WE by
looking to
Zeka.
now channel towards Baron. Once again, I mean, this composition with
Baron
the Jin
force.
has so much
Duro in a
space
bush.
in it.
Chovy ready with the combo. Any hook, any combo.
The amount of damage they have on this Baron. It's gonna
Varus
force them
ult, hooks
over.
the wall.
Duro trying to
Poppy
put
ult,
his
does it
way
hit?
away from this
Oh,
wall. Comes
Canyon
down,
just
the
out of
Poppy ult
range.
not gonna hit.
Delight sends it into fucking Narnia. Peanut stuns him into the wall. Push back. Zeus gets Duro. Wait, Keen's gonna die as well. Viper's blocking the ult with Peanut. GA for Canyon. Shot hits Ruler, Rumble. Peanut W's to Sinzao. Oh, how are they winning this fight? They can just go to Dragon.
Huge amounts of damage with this
Did,
gigantic
I
kill.
feel like I saw Zeus and Delight just send it in the back line and I thought it was lost.
Yeah, moving over
But they
towards
came
Soul.
out with a
Peanut's
kill
still
and
alive,
lived
able to
for
edge
so
out that
long.
fight,
How?
despite the deficit
How?
coming in. And I feel
I thought Rumble and Northless, Rumble and Rel would just go in and die.
Weren't able to really get access.
Pop ult misses.
Focus down here. The ult
Watch Rel.
connect,
Rel's engaged here. It goes on to
Ruler
Jin.
has to back away so
Oh my
far.
god, Zeus gets a
Ruler
double
gets
carry
zoned
ult.
so heavily by Delight
And
Zeus
Ruler's
here.
so low.
And Ruler does
Yo,
ult
I think
here,
Delight and Zeus
but he's
just
not really
fried
able
that
to do
fight.
too much to Viper,
The
who's
Magnet
full
Storm with the
HP.
Rumble ult.
Zeus played that so well. His equalizer was massive. One more tick and Ruler dies and doesn't even get to have the opportunity for that ultimate.
That was big. They basically 2v3'd them in the back line. So that Zeka and Viper could do the work. What the fuck is going on in this game? How the fuck do they have Soul?
5,000 gold down, but at 40 minutes,
Mountain
really
Soul,
doesn't
Humble Life?
mean as much as it would have, 10 minutes ago. I mean, everyone's starting to get closer to full build.
Oh my god, ads are going to run in 5 minutes.
Any gold they're getting on top of this is irrelevant.
Let's hope the game ends in the next team fight.
Soul coming in, that permanent boost is a massive boon for HLE.
And I mean, we're looking at all these.
I buffered those ads so hard. With the pause and 40 minutes, you can't blame me.
And contest.
You can't do it.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I think, HLE, they benefit hugely from this Mountain Soul, but we've seen that both of these teams have won big team fights from behind. And I think it's just going to come down to team fight execution, which both of these teams are just so fantastic at. HLE getting the better of the last one.
Let's see that Chovy wall. The angle is really important. How many people get caught
One hook, one kill.
Right on Bush. Duro going to be spotted, though, in the play.
Zeka with this Sun Disc is actually pretty massive. They have a ton of prio right now. Canyon alone.
I think the
Is
big
it time for
concern
HLE to just send it?
So many more flashes available.
Just
on
start
their
the
side.
Baron?
4 up compared to Genji, who only have Chovy and Duro. Ruler's flash being down, Canyon's being down.
I think if they can just push top, I think it's a Baron start.
Yeah, I think they could actually.
They have Poppy as here.
I mean, they're playing around vision because Genji, of course, don't have that full information here. That control ward and that brush is so valuable. Once they clear that, Hanwha Life
think they
can
should
just
start
do
it with Poppy as
anything,
here.
and Genji will have to really sweat it out. Like, are they doing Baron? Can we go over and contest? Or are they going to engage on us? Keen on a flank angle here. The shield's really coming into play as they clash in neutral. The range advantage as well makes it so difficult to dent Hanwha Life.
Let Viper poke a bit.
You
There's
have
a blue orb on the
ridiculous
Baron.
amount of Baron
Vas,
damage
get the
here
blue orb.
for HLE with
What are you
almost
doing?
full build Azir and Rumble. And even the Varus, even though he is lethality, can do a
Keen
decent
going
amount. Now
forwards,
Keen
hook
just
onto
gonna start
Delight.
attacking
Delight's
Who's
one shot.
taking so much, and
Pop
he's
ult goes in.
gone. He's
Canyon gets stunned, but he has ult up. Chovy's getting zoned away by Zeus, who flashes in. But Chovy has flash to get out. He hits. Zeka can find a road here, maybe. No flash Talia, no Zop flash Talia. Any roads? Combo onto Zeus, one shot. Zeus rat.
Stop this man, and that is going to be 25
They can
stacks
still
for
hold the
Talia.
game a bit here, Hanwha Life. They're still
Health,
strong.
and all these low health bars for Genji means I don't think they could try to push for anything further here. It's a huge win for Chovy. They end up taking him out of the fight. Zeus, that is, out of the fight.
Chat, the
I
ad's
think
gonna run
Hanwha
3
Life
minutes.
shouldn't be
I
able to take
apologize in
this
3 minutes if you
Baron
need to swap.
either.
I'm
TP
sorry.
comes in for Keen just to be sure. The game state's still so incredibly close, and Genji now have
But we
their
lock in till
eyes
then,
on
'cause
looking
I think
for the
Baron's
Baron
gone.
turn once again.
Yeah, with the long death time, we should be able to move
Baron
on.
is
Zeus
gone.
does have TP, but not up for 30 seconds. The thing is, Peanut has flash, and they still have a lot of power. The poke from the Varus over the wall is significant.
Raz, shut up.
They can threaten with a poke.
I think Peanut just
and
says
Peanut
fuck
can
it.
look for the steal.
Peanut has flash.
This could be big.
It's 5v3, and it's really just going to come down to Peanut and see if he can get in there. The damage is being
No,
done
they
by
can't do
Kino.
it.
He's
It's gone.
running Viper down, and that's going to zone Peanut away as well, who
Oh,
is
Peanut.
being shredded and has to flash the wall. That's going to be Baron over to Gen G.
Oh my god, I'm
Very nicely
stressing.
So well
25
played
stack
there by
Magi,
Keen. That was
6
an open
item
chain
Talia
thrown over the wall
with
Viper.
Baron.
He forces summoner spells from
One
Viper
combo, one
and
shot.
gets Peanut away from the situation so they can secure the Baron. And I was talking before about the lack of summoners for Gen G.
Chat, I'm gonna run them now.
Up,
It's cooked.
coming up. They've
It says
navigated
2
that
minutes.
situation so well, and they secured the Baron to boot.
It's gonna come to an Elder.
This fight
I
is
know I shouldn't.
very broken up, of course, but initial pick here on the Delight means that even though the
Look at
knockaway on the
Zeus' health bar.
is there, it's a trade. And
Look at
then
Zeus' health bar.
Chovy here on this moment here
Why
on
is he
this
walking? Oh,
angle.
he's actually
Zeus
half
does-
HP.
used
Why
his
is he walking
equalizer
up?
try to zone Chovy, but Zonia's was available. Chovy getting this flick here
Oh
is
my God.
massive. They can't do more because Viper is level 18. He is so huge in this game. But moments like that are how you get to start these Barons, how you get to have that control, look for these angles. Keen with the outplay there, denying any entry, denying the Varus for the arrow plus smite combo that Peanut and Viper
Oh
were
my God.
wishing they could have a chance for. It's not giving them any angles, any windows back in. And now Gen G looking to finally put the death
he
knells
sold
on
boots
this
and bought
inhibitor
shield
in
bow.
the bottom lane.
Yeah, inhibitor would be nice. It is just the bottom inhibitor with Elder coming up, so it's not like the end of the world.
It's an Elder
Hanwha
fight,
Life
and the ads
do
are gonna run in the
lose
Elder
it,
fight,
but
and you're gonna get
it
fried.
does
So if you
mean
need
that
to swap
Gen G
stream,
are
swap
gonna
now.
have
I apologize. We need to go to the
insane
main
amount
stream.
of
Do it
map
now.
control. especially
It's
with
gonna
them
run in the Elder
seeking a
fight. You're
little
fucked.
bit in mid at the same time. You see that cannon getting to work on the turret. And now we got a bit of damage into Duro. He is going to hook away. And at least on the life, they're keeping them out of this one.
they're diving.
Now, but the wall is going to come down. And
Knock
the
onto Canyon.
Poppy ult knocks away the
Keen's
Zinzao,
maybe gonna
but
die
Peanut
here.
puts himself in
Peanut.
such a bad spot, and
Keen lives.
will live.
Oh, he
but
doesn't.
gets poked down
1 for
by
1.
the Rumble.
Elder in 1 minute.
And the Azir, so he's out of the fight himself. Duro pretty low. At the
Still
same
Elder in 1
time.
minute. Nothing will happen
They're in
now.
this wave here as Genji did not get that inhibitor.
The light,
Right, Jovi,
comboed,
just look at the
Canyon,
damage on this
sends
Selena,
it,
it's
flash out,
insanity.
knock up on the
And now
Zeus, no
Canyon
flash,
is
Jin ult,
frontlining for the
Zeka
team.
blocking,
You got a Zone
Zeus
and
stopwatch,
Jin ult at the same
Varus
time.
Q,
Nobody's able to follow
W's,
up on this wall.
runs,
Zeus getting
gets
incredibly
killed,
low, and he will be
Elder's
taken
gone.
out. Nothing that Viper can do.
Elder's gone.
And that will
It's
be
gone.
this mid inhibitor going
The game's
down,
over,
at
I think.
least.
The big thing is, though, look at the death timer on Zeus.
It's over.
Elder spawning in 30. I'm not sure they can end right now. Can
Oh!
He just
Wait!
walks in.
This
and
could
just
change
straight
things.
up dies, and now they gotta go for the fight here. Duro
Wait!
looking to sacrifice
Canyon got
the
caught!
team, but Canyon goes down, and that might just be a bit too much for Jovi and Ruler.
What the
They're
fuck?
Incredibly fed in this game.
I mean, Viper has a huge role to play here in this one now. He has 1 death.
What
He's
the
only
fuck?
died 1 time in this game.
Elder in 10?
And that's going to reset everything here. Peanut respawns first. But
I'm-
they don't have any map control. They are down.
What did he get
that
hit by?
mid
Jim
inhibitor.
Dub-
The bottom
Varus
inhibitor,
ult or what?
surprisingly, was again saved by HLE. And they
Wait,
got
they're
played
staying
bottom.
top.
They're trying to keep them trapped in the
Wait,
base. so they
Genji's
can't
giving
just run
Elder.
into Elder. They're trying to buy as much time as possible.
Genji's gonna
It's
give
going
it.
to be tricky. Remember, Zeka has
They're just gonna
CP as
push,
well
get in
here.
it, drop the
Team
Elder.
in a mid.
They're going to actually look to try to collapse on this.
They can't end, can they?
Okay, you want to
They
take
can't
the
end, they
Elder.
can't end.
Take the
They can't
Elder.
end. They
I
can't
don't
end.
care about the Elder.
They're just gonna give Elder and take 2
inhibs.
inhibs.
Here. They have enough wave because there's no big wave in the main
That's it.
base.
Well, they only got 2 inhibitors. I don't know.
Wait, I
That's
think
it.
this is fine. So they back away. The Elder's gone.
Yeah.
But with 2 super minions, mid and top, they're not really going to be able to...
They can't do anything here.
Nobody's
Genji,
coming
it's
in
gone.
here.
I don't know about this.
So you have to back
Yeah,
away.
it's gone.
He's just
All
gonna
right,
ult
Genji needs to
away.
play defensive for
But
2-3 minutes now. They need to just hold. They need to just hold.
Going to be able to do with Elder?
I think it's gonna do nothing for 4 minutes. Nothing's gonna happen.
Yeah, we're just going to kind of reset.
Nothing's
here.
gonna
This is
happen.
gonna be
Genji
a
can just
very,
roll.
very long game. We might set some records here if the pace of this continues. But I mean, when you look
Shut,
at
I
the
told
game
you
state
about
here
the
as
ads,
well
I
with
told
the
you!
Wards in the base here for Genji. No
I
TP
fucking-
for
I even said to
Chovy, no
swap
TP
if you
for
need to.
Keen. So even though there are setups here
This game's
for
gonna go on
potential
for
TP to
another
the base,
10 minutes.
you're probably not going to be able to, without teleport, not going to be able to do that, but I don't think you're going to be able to threaten a backdoor here either, but you do completely
This game's gonna go on for
neutralize
another
the
10
impact of the Elder, as you mentioned, Ox, so unless somebody gets caught here, it's going to take a while before HLE can really threaten to end off of this Elder, because Elder is usually and was designed to be the, I got this objective, the game is over now, no one can stop me, but the super
But
minions will slow
maybe
this.
call
And
me
I think
fucking
there's still an
Susan
angle
and
here
slap my
where
ass or
Amalek
some
could
shit,
look for a
but
siege, and
isn't
they're
Gwen
absolutely
like,
gonna try to
where's the
revive
fucking
poke this way
Rabadons
in.
at?
But I mean,
When-
look at this, there's
where's
no
the
way-
Rabadons at?
There's just no way for them to end right now unless Genji make a mistake.
This is the problem, is that, you know, Elder makes you so good in the fights, but it doesn't help with the sieging, and there's a ton of wave clear. They might get this mid tier 2, that's definitely plausible with the Elder.
Genji's
Breaking the
job
inhibitor
is
tower
to just
is much
not
more
get
difficult,
engaged
though.
on.
Chovy doesn't have ult. I thought he was going to look for a wall there.
Yeah,
Trying to buy
mid tier
time.
2, that'll go pretty quickly.
Zeka's going in there. He's going to do a ton to Chovy, who acts
Wait, the tick, 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 boom! Boom! Chovy down! Chovy down!
And they've got a cannon minion here.
Top wave
too,
swishing!
HLE.
No TP on
far do you
Keen.
wanna push
Top
it?
wave
They're
swishing
looking
in.
for the inhibitor.
Just send it.
I guess they can't neutralize that!
No, I don't think
They have
so.
grubs,
But
they have
the
grubs,
free
they have
play
grubs,
from
they have
Chovy
grubs.
is
Make the
punished.
red spawn. Varus ult
He's
misses.
gonna go down. Look at the
One
damage
wave.
from the Azir.
One
And
wave
the
to end the game.
Varus.
Now, there's no
One wave to
here
end the
just
game.
yet, but there's another one's coming. And I don't know, with 45 seconds until Chovy respawns, I think Hanwha should
One
be
wave
able
to end the game.
here.
They don't have the same wave clear. They gotta stack up.
Block the
They gotta
minions.
stack up and keep the minions alive.
Block.
And HLE are gonna do exactly that. We got the peanut.
Misses.
Not gonna hit anything.
In. Keen. Down. Canyon getting the wave.
He will go down.
Can he get it? He can't. Canyon's gonna die. Full send.
They get a kill.
Ruler's dead.
They get a
Makes
kill
sense.
onto the turrets, and
Wait, Hammerlife actually won. Hammerlife actually won. What? How did Chovy give them that engage?
Track record
You can't
of
give them
winning
that
those
engage.
game ones
You
and
can't
game
die.
fives in best
You
of
can't
fives.
die.
They have not lost to Genji in a best of 5
What the
this
fuck?
year. They're 2-0 against them. They get that critical game 1. But if we're going to 5,
They had
in this
2
road
Barons
to
there.
MSI, first versus second seed series, and we're going to 5 games. And it
Where's
looks
my
like that
fucking-
one,
where's my fucking
I'm
LPL?
definitely signing up right now.
Wow. I mean, this was a game that came down to so
You
many
can't
clutch
get engaged on
moments,
like that.
and HLE are always the clutch team. They are the team that when it comes to those big split-second decisions, like that right at the end, Chovy, a player we have praised so heavily for such a long time, but particularly this season, gets caught out by a 1-2 combo between the mid and top of HLE, able to find him with the Elder Burn from the Equalizer. Just beautifully executed, and that was not an easy game to play for either side, but HLE came through strong.
It's really difficult because you
Chovy
have to clear
give
the
it,
wave
Chovy
as
take it.
Gen G, but
Yeah, but Viper's damage is poke Varus, right?
You can't do anything. You couldn't get close.
I mean, I don't know if Viper could have
Fuck,
done
wait, hold
more
up.
in that game either with his Varus. Just incredible positioning, doing a ton of damage. I'm really looking forward to seeing what the rest of this series has in store for us.
Now LPL's in draft.
The clutch master, he is back in game number 1. HLE, Homolife Esports take game 1. We'll take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
LPL's in draft. While we're waiting, we're gonna watch LPL. While we're waiting, we watch LPL. Hold up. Whoever did that $500 bet on fucking Homolife game 1, how's your heart doing? Alright, if you don't know, at the same time as the LCK is on, there's an LPL series going on. It's IG versus BLG. Loser is out. Winner goes to MSI. Winner goes to MSI. Loser is out. The Shy is 1 series away from MSI. The last time they played against each other, BLG 2-0'd them and then 3-0'd them. But this time is different. Bro, I don't have the right quality thing. Where's my fucking... I have my homie to log me into my website, but I can't log into it now. Fucking bullshit. Where's the homie at? LCK is gonna be on like a 20-minute break now. Chat, also, don't forget... Small thing while I'm yapping. This link, you can enter this link and you can win a basically if you open that link, it's kind of like the Gleam things, you know, the Gleam things that we did, a giveaway. You have to guess the winning team and you get an extra ticket in the Samsung Odyssey 3D 27-inch giveaway. If you want to join the giveaway.
而且霞对上 EZ 的话，前期是没有限。
Wait, I'm gonna get a better quality LPL stream. Hold on.
因为 BOG 在打上次对阵 IG 的第3局，就是把霞洛直接在前2手拿下来嘛。
搬了一手蝎子。
Okay, we're in. Perfect.
泰坦，因为波比这个辅助在线上遇到泰坦，
就泰坦感觉是不怕波比的应付吧？就相对其他应付来说，其他应付都太怕波比了。
Okay.
还是变成 on 的蜘蛛哦，
搬一些强对线的英雄。 主要还是这个波比1强的摇摆迷惑性太大了，就 IG 这边也不好确定，
就感觉是把战士打野就故意都开给你了。我说宁愿被蝎子、赵信攀升跟这个魏我是全部都不动的。
是的，全都放给你。
但 IG 可以稍微的看一下，比如4楼先出个打野，辅助先留一手。
辅助这把一定要吃个 counter 位了。
Okay.
卡尔玛搬了哦，
把你强打线了这个。
Yeah, chat, if you want to win a Samsung Odyssey 3D 27-inch monitor, you can click the link for the giveaway from Samsung Odyssey. Big shout out to Samsung. Much love. Alright, what are we saying? We got the Shy Rumble game 1, so he's gonna father Bean. Easy. They first picked Poppy. Ezreal 1-2, Annie on 3 into Ahri, Kalista ban, Alistar on 4. Doesn't this just... I guess they can go Poppy support now and pick a strong jungler. Oof, I do like Wukong on 5 here. Or, I like... any jungler on 5 really. Any jungler on 5.
好一点啊，就是不交互，对吧？你基本上看不到我这个人，
而且就是安妮很难找到目标嘛，因为这把双11，如果一个是镜，一个是狐狸。
Chat, we're gonna swap between the streams, okay? We're gonna swap between the streams. We're gonna swap between the streams. Chat, you'll get the secret code tonight if you watch the Samsung stream with me, Crowny, and Velia. We're doing it tonight. Zeus gets Rumble Game 1. The Shy gets Rumble Game 1. Coincidence? 9. JJ, you have last pick here. Cook some shit. Cook some shit.
来个战士，但是目前就是赵信啊、猴子之类的打左边的阵容都没那么好发挥，他直接来一个非常规选择，来把杰
Z Jungle for JJ!
赵立杰的 ZED
是你吗，三叔
Z Jungle for JJ!
四叔也玩这个呀，没问题，都输在那儿的。
帅 pick。
Was？
主要是啊，我们都在
确实是坚定风采挡不了的英雄，
战士英雄都怕波比。那我
What the fuck?
我来个刺客，对吧？既然安妮摸不着
Chat, LCK's in a long break. LCK's gonna be in a break. It's gonna be a while till LCK starts again. They gotta do their analysis desk, all that shit.
这个英
All
雄
that shit.
肥起来之后，对野区、对边线的压力都能给的很足。
但是杰这个英雄的问题就是他依旧是一个比较偏雪球的英雄，
而且前面没有任何的做事能力。
对，而你真要说他就是他的刷野速度也不如被削弱之前的纳亚菲利，对吧？因为都是比较有刺客去杀 C 位团战这种定位的英雄。
而且 IG 这个阵容选下来以后，其实虽然
Chat, we're gonna watch this until the LCK series starts.
不过他非常吃个人
I'm gonna keep skipping in between.
只能靠对线，对吧
LCK series is the priority at the moment. Yes, I know.
对，但我觉得 IG 这个第一局这个第10手的劫已经有点我觉得表达的就是一个我对于 VOD 来说我是个挑战者，对吧？因为常规上来说确实是排名上面一个4一个5，差距不大，但是其实第一轮是被
And people will say fake fan, and then if I do IG series, people will say, what the fuck are you doing? LCK's on. And if I do the LCK series, I can say, what the fuck are you doing? This is on. And tomorrow when I watch the LPL finals, D1's playing. Bro, or if I watch T1, the LPL finals run, it's just the way it's gonna be.
就这个东西卡了 IG 前3手的选择，就是让你的战士打野真的很难出，
就卡了很多体系的选择。
是。
I'm personally watching this on my second screen while the LCK's on.
就是可能在12、11的那个时候有那个刺客打野嘛，对，刀跟杰这种英雄是登板，但是现在不是主流。
对，齐亚娜有人在玩。
So I think we'll be able to watch like the first 10 minutes of this game and then swap, and then I'll watch it on my second screen. If you're watching that, I'll watch it with you, kind of like a live view.
加油！
Holy fuck, man. If IG win the series, that would be absolutely monumental. Monumental.
好，感谢咱们现场的观众啊！两边的第一局交锋，上来是一个正常的落位，没有选择进野区强行去放点眼什么的，而且可以看到京东带来的
JJ's playing Z jungle. Look at the moves, look at the plays. JJ, what the fuck was that? I need to catch it.
免费送。
两边中路带的都是电型。
LCK still in analyst desk.
试想了一下，如果能打到有
LCK still in analyst desk.
团战面上面左边没有一个英雄能限制他，说实话，只有一个青是他惧怕的，
都没有点控，对吧？左边主要是没有点控。
Chat, I know the ads were cooked. I had to buff them again. It's. I apologize.
就来个泰坦什么的，他就难受。
因为瑞尔这种英雄，你要去控节，除非你是用上马去挑，对吧？要不然太难去控到他了。
而且这把如果狐狸是追求伤害的话，他也不太能比较早做金身。
Z clear speed is crazy.
会对面如果有劫，像8条这种英雄，就会先套一个金身出来。
哦，这是赵礼杰选手第1场的职业生涯的劫，
是的，
有点期待。
但是杰这个英雄的话，其实在很多职业选手的手中已经大放异彩过了。
首秀在我们的第2赛段的败局。
LCK still in analysis desk.
很有那种史诗感。
I think IG can definitely win this game. Zed, Annie, Rumble, the burst is crazy. I just don't like. I think the Ahri is annoying, but also the Poppy value is kind of low, isn't it? Rumble, Annie, Ezreal. Poppy value kind of sucks. Poppy's gonna be an ult bot. Elkin on, don't choke against IG. Don't do it. Don't choke.
前面很被动叠起来，抢线还是比进来的更为给力。一个慢速手雷弹到2，滑彩也中，一直在拉扯。
啊，不过牛也能在旁边当奶牛，慢慢回。又 Q 到了，今天好像上来技能手感都不错，两边 AD。
是的，双人组这边换血换得很凶。
这是北川在 LPL 的第300场比赛啊，而同样从21年在 FunPlus 出道的北川到今天为止啊，这也是他职业生涯里走的最远的一次。
是的，就也看看北川有没有第1次的机会去到国际性的一个赛事。
兵哥已经抖起来了，这上来就进入状态了。
但是上路这个对线，我们也都说过，就是掘木是很难在前面摸到兰博的防御塔的。
对
Zed full clear and base 3
而且压力
minutes.
是要等到兰博
Poppy
一件套
still
的时
clearing.
候，其实那时候
Actually, 307 clear for Poppy is not that bad.
会被打散。所以说你
The
两个
shy.
差吃到。
Oh wait, they have Poppy Yorick.
吃不起，
想出手了，卡塞
Mako nice movement. Mako nice movement.
是的 ，Mako 走位忽然向右摆了一下，如果吃到了这个 Q 跟 W， 有可能这波就直接就在。
LCK still in
因为点
replays.
火是直接下了，不给你压治疗了。
JJ finds base 1, but he's already based.
得到这块刷
Mako don't troll.
上半区，下路又积极的在换血。
He trolled a bit, not a lot though.
被打出来了。
Nice Gala, fry his ass. Oh my god, Gala's gliding.
而且Gala的手感也很热啊，今天技能都非常准。
Top crab. Ganked for the shy. Oh my god. E flash, do it, red. Nice. No flash, Yorick. E hits. JJ do a good combo. JJ. Yes. Yes.
哇，血换的太低了，因为他那个血会给到别人的被动去打出一个很高额的伤害。
Still in loading screen.
捷打野前面要抓人，就是要抓这种低血量的，
他只能靠伤害去应对啊。 而且必须得有红 buff 才行，
对，
没红 buff 是摸
这
不到人的。
波有点大意了，因为上一波其实两边打野在上半区河道已经见
Flash
面
it.
了。
If he does it, flash
自
it.
家打野去刷下半区河蟹了，得小心一点。
好惊险，
一丝丝血啊。
对，但有 TP。
但这对杰杰来说是非常舒服的呀，他第一波回家拿到
Cancel his ass, Gala. Cancel his ass.
杰前期就得吃头啊。
K. K.
两边双人组这边血也换得很低哦，打野应该都是要来下，看谁先能帮助自己的双人组先推先回。
现在都想找机会回波家。
Not done yet.
到这里好像是自己先找到机会先避，他
应该不能避，
这个真不能避。
JJ's behind you.
避了以后 AD 没法持线，得把打野抠过来，因为知道对面打野大概率会来啊。自家打野到了，
You can play this now. Oh my god. Mako reacted to that.
我觉得 Mako 这个
What?
很集中啊。
是的，是的。
He's 40 years of age.
哎，这段波比过来保的时间，其实
He
已经开始第二轮的刷野了。
是。上路很敲了一套，惹晒第一个直接买了湮灭。
Bro, he just reacted to rel Q flash.
的话，确实减治疗的性价比是很高的。
太重要了。
他这个自带神分
Still an analyst test.
5级的这个临终仪式你是杀不掉的。
对。 他是根据你那个以损失的生命值来回复，这有点太。
Bro, if IG wins today, this would be literally the best week of my life.
是技能组里面就有一个神分。
哎，再来一次，而且这次把 Mako 也叫上了。
No flash bean.
三角草点的眼，但是河道没眼，看到了赵丽杰，看鱼叉能不能中了，框一下框子晒，杰杰过来
，JJ do damage，
插一下，但是一个 Q 人，你看这一 Q 会多少血？
而且这已经是被挂减治疗的情况下，还有这样的一个回复，
这还是没装备5级的情况啊。
Stop swapping, I can't get immersed. We're gonna get immersed in the LCK. Because the LCK will end earlier.
这一局感觉对面是要针对他的。
只要选掘木这种英雄，你前面真得稍微。
But LCK hasn't even started yet.
英雄你纯让他发育到2件套，有点难管了。撒大招清线了，那这波清线昂就在边上啊。
Worth.
可能觉得对面毁了，没有去思考，就是自己家的辅也刚走，然后但对面的人来了呀。
他是觉得瑞尔上来帮忙卡线的。
They're walking back to stage.
阿斌已经到家了。 但没想到阿斌一直埋在那个草里面，等着瑞尔排了视野来帮自己吃这个线。
How are we for ads? We're good. All I'll do now is run them after the Humble Life draft, and then the ads are back to normal. Before, after drafts, and after games. That's it. That's the ads will only ever run after drafts and after games. That's it. I will never let that happen again. Nice. Easy dive. Easy fucking dive.
这波越塔也是阳谋啊，但是标记确实防守不了。
IG 在另外一个半区的交换做得非常好，就知道对面这边多人去击杀了了帅以后，下半部的那个 timing 副业回来的速度是绝对来不及的。
All right, let's go back to LCK.
哇，这把两边前期的个血赢程度挺高的。
Luki speak to what this series could look like, and Genji probably didn't drop much confidence from this. They might.
We're gonna keep checking on the LPL in between games.
After the game, but I do feel like you're not feeling really so crushed after a loss like that.
I'm gonna watch the LPL on my second screen.
Genji knew it was winnable,
and I'll show you when they pop off.
I think the problem is though, you know, that was a close game, right? But the last time they played each other in a best of 5 was a close series. And the time before that, it was a close series. And the time before that, it was
like I said earlier.
And the last 3 best of 5s they played.
You guys are gonna tweak with the amount I swap, but only in between. Only in between.
I think HLE just has this tendency to clutch out.
All right, quick rundown. Ads after this draft, and then you're absolutely sorted forever. You will only get them after draft and after games. I promise.
and fight this out. But if it goes
I
to 5
apologize a
games,
lot for that last one.
HLE have shown time and time again that they're capable of
I apologize a lot.
clutching these series.
There was a pause and it
they
was
showed that
48
clutch
minutes
factor
long.
in
Like,
this
it
game,
was
so
fucked from the start.
Gen G, they're on blue side again. They need to sharpen up in this game.
It's Orcs,
and
okay.
they can show that form they've shown in the regular season so far.
Yeah, and you know,
The
when you make that
McDonald's
mistake and you lose
has
that game in
digested.
best of 5,
Did
and
they
you lose
have a
that fifth
McFlurry
game,
in between the
had you just
games?
not made that
We
mistake,
don't know.
you'd be the first seed to
But I hope
MSI.
they
There
didn't
wouldn't
for
be
their
a
sake,
game
Gen G.
5. So
Down the first
even
game.
Small mistakes like that
Down
in
the
League of
first
Legends
game.
in close games in a very, very
Yone ban
competitive
comes
best
out
of
again.
5 can
Vi
cost
Pantheon
you
ban again from
dearly.
Humble
But I
Life
think,
coming
again,
in.
confidence-wise,
Gen
probably not a
G,
big
what do
blow
you
here
target?
to
Is it the
Gen G.
Nico ban against the Forced Kalista ban?
We'll have to wait and see how they react.
It is the Nico ban
You know,
again.
We got to see what their game 2 looks like, because immediately you're set
You're a bit behind,
in the
am I?
best of 5, where, you know, coming into this one, there's a reason why Gen G had a lot more predictions in their favor. They had a similar amount for summer finals last year, but it feels like with the 18-0, they were even more dominant this time around.
Middly ban.
That is why we believe they could get it done this time. But if they lose again to Humble Life Esports in the best of 5, I think all bets
I
are off.
was a
We
bit
really got to
behind.
question if Gen G can get it done when it matters.
See what this final ban is here, the Nilly ban.
Wukong
It's quite
ban.
interesting. Keen hasn't
Wait,
really
how
played
far behind am I? Okay, there we go.
with
Now we're
as
caught
much
up.
as Zeus
Now we're
has.
basically
And
live.
it- obviously,
Now we're
Canon's
basically
played by
live.
Canyon in the jungle is quite famed for
Wukong
it,
ban.
but surprised to see
Kalista
that
ban,
one on
not
red
super
side
needed.
here
Pantheon
in
first pick
game
looks
2.
very dangerous here.
Yeah, I expect to see the Kalista ban again, especially with Poppy and Talia taken away. I feel like the
Pantheon
priority for
first
that
pick looks a
probably
little bit
even higher
dangerous.
Now. Did see that Ahri
They're gonna
ban
take away the
before.
Victor, so
That's
Kalista
not been left
Pantheon trade
open.
ready.
They kind of felt like the Ahri ban
Jace
was there
is
to
open
set
on
up
3.
the Talia, so
Ahri is
nothing's left
open.
for that
So what do you
Kalista
do?
to
Do you
me
first
really
pick Ahri and
stands
give
out. The
Kalista?
fact
Do you
that,
first pick Kalista and give
you know,
Ahri
Talia,
Pantheon?
Poppy gone, Varus gone as well.
I
And it's
think
Ruler.
Humble
Well,
Life
and
have
it's
done
Ruler,
pretty
so
good here.
This guy was getting Kalista bans
Unless
from totally different
Chovy's
metas
ready to play something
when it
like
wasn't
Mel.
Fearless, like,
They
and
first
they're just
pick
gonna first pick
Trundle.
Okay, well,
I mean, Trundle, another pick that does
Wait,
really
so
well.
there's Ahri,
into
Pantheon,
Kalista,
Kalista.
can shut it down. So maybe this is a pick that goes, well, we want to set up for the Kalista, but we
Into
won't let
Trundle,
you play
Peanut
it by
could just
picking
play like
something that makes
Ivern
it
or
like
something.
hell.
Well, this probably
But
means
Ahri
Zeus
Ivern
gonna
is
end up
shit.
playing Jace, right? Because you don't want to play
I
one of
think
those tank
Kalista
top
Renata
laners.
here
We
is
already
very
have
scary.
the Gwen and the Rumble off the cards,
Maybe you
which
have
is,
to
I think,
take
why
Kalista.
the Trundle stocks go way
Yeah.
up. You could still get the Kalista. I think you could still play it, although obviously it's going to mess with Martial Pose, the pillar, and how much you can actually fight, and you don't have a lot of mobility, so if you end up getting pillared
What
in
is
a
Ruler
team
gonna
fight
play?
or
Oh,
in
they
a game,
take the
you're in
Kalista Renata.
trouble. But the fact that the Nico is
Oof, they have to go Ezreal Karma
really
here, don't they?
means that you can just
Have to go
slam
Ezreal
lock
Karma.
this Kalista down, and they could have actually,
Or
I feel
like
not necessarily
Ashe
locked the Renata, but grabbed a top
something.
laner instead.
They're not going to pick bot lane. What do they have?
So they grabbed the
Zyrakan,
Renata on
Ezreal Karma,
3.
Lucian
Instead, it's gonna be
Nami,
the
drop bot.
Sion to go over the Gen G.
Sion, Trundle.
Yeah, I feel like already you've got a couple of tools that can deal with the Kalista very nicely. I mean, Sion has
Are they gonna
been
pick
one of
Ahri
these
as well now, or what?
scaling tank threats that's kind of turning into old
If you go
Orb, where
Ahri,
it's
they will
like
go
he is a
Sylas.
mage assassin,
So he's gonna
like,
go
he
Rise.
kinda does everything. And I feel like this is a fantastic 3-pick.
Oof, Cassiopeia is
to
nice.
handle what Humble Life have already shown.
You know, you have
Yo,
the
ever
super
since
tank.
ever since I fast forwarded, it's lagging.
You know, you have
do
the
that, maybe
Trundle
it
with the
fixes it.
pillar who can slow down the Kalista, and then Rise. You know, if Kalista ever steps up to Rise, he's having a bad time. So I think Gen G
Oh,
super confident with what they have. HLE on the other side.
I like
you know,
Aatrox.
Kalista,
I like
Renata,
I
obviously
like.
really strong bot lane duo.
I
Interested
don't.
to see what Ruler
I
duo will
don't
pick
mind
into that.
Ahri. The problem I
looking to
have
pick
with
up the
Ahri is will you have damage
and
to
this
kill
feels like a
Sion?
very, you know,
Will you have
aggressive,
damage to
really
kill Sion?
skirmish-focused trio from HLE they picked up so far. They need to get the ball rolling with what they have.
Yeah, I feel like this draft for Hanwha Life really is
Why do I
sink or
feel like
swim
Ruler's just
so
gonna
much
pick
in the
fucking
early
Jinx
to
and
mid,
swap?
And if you fall behind, you just don't
Is
have
that it?
any sort of in. I expect that we'll see a Pantheon ban from Gen G, as Pantheon Ahri is a really strong combo that is still, of course, available. As we'll see
Zyrakan
the
out,
Xayah
nice.
very safe into the Ahri, taken away from Ruler. And what comes next, though, gets a little bit more murky. I mean, we could see potentially, for example, a Jace ban, but doesn't really suit the composition for Hanwha Life as much anymore. Although it can be quite strong to get lane prio into the Sion early. And it's not very strong for Trundle to, of course, subjugate. But I think that a Pantheon ban makes sense.
I'm
For
watching
Nocturne
IG on my
first,
second screen,
however.
sorry.
Yeah, I was thinking,
Nocturne
like,
ban
what
is good against
Peanut going
Trundle,
to
yeah.
play in this game?
What else is
You know, you
good? I
don't
mean,
wanna play something
Jarvan is
like a
normally good
Sidewalker
against
and you kinda
Trundle.
tank 'cause of the Trundle, and you want on something that works
Lucian
well
ban,
with
yeah,
the
Zai,
Ahri, but the
Lucian's good.
Wukong is already gone, and now they have Nocturne.
What else is good into it? Neferi is good against Trundle, but I don't know if it fits their comp. You could ban Vayne top if you're really paranoid about it. Could ban Maokai is like okay if you go phase rush.
Diego is going to have a good time in this draft either. You don't want to play Skarner.
Hammerknife
so
need big damage.
Your options become quite limited here in draft 4.
IG is throwing the game. Aatrox is good, yeah.
Away from Zeus.
A lot of respect given over to him for that pick.
There's no counter picks anymore, right?
Last
It's just
time we saw these two teams at the best of 5, a lot of work.
what do you have that's good champs? Pantheon is like an easy one, but
Not
Ooh,
something we've
Ambessa.
really seen him lean
I don't know what I
towards.
like.
It's only really
Hopefully,
been,
maybe Vlad top.
Hugh, who's really picked that up in situations like this.
It just feels like it fits the comp. And it can
Cho'Gath,
do
you play
very well
Cho'Gath
with
Zeus
Sion.
and actually have some good
We know
scaling
that
or
Zeus
something.
can play all
They're
sorts
gonna do
of
the
different
Jarvan.
things as it's
I don't like it.
Not 100% sold on this one.
They have Ezreal on 4-5. I
They were
just
kind
hate
of laughing
it.
between each other. I wonder if they
Have Ezreal
any
and Corki
ideas
or whatever the
about
fuck they want.
flexing that Jarvan. I think that would be kind of crazy.
What happens
but-
if they go like
Yeah.
Ezreal?
Still open and available.
Yeah.
In this one.
It's really tough to play Senna into Renata Callista, but if you can
I guess you're
just
1-0
play
up as
through topside
Hammer
a
Life,
little
just
bit
play.
and stave off that pressure, you have such an incredible late game here as Gen G. Ezreal is pretty
But
safe.
Ezreal
they banned the
what?
Xayah. They took away the
Karma
Lucian,
I
which
like,
follows
but
up really well
into
on
Jarvan,
pillars,
I don't like it.
and Sion engages, but the
Yuumi
Ezreal is just
sounds
super safe,
pretty
consistent
easy, but it
damage.
sounds
Again, somewhat
disgusting.
tough in the lane.
Bard
against
is
the
useless.
Kalista,
Leona just
but if you
loses.
can get
They're
out
gonna
of
do
it,
Ezreal
or you can
Karma.
just beat it with Karma.
It's really good into
Such a
Kalista
winning
Renata.
matchup into the Kalista Renata, like you have so much long range to harass. And
He's
now you
just
have
gonna
a winning
pick
bot
Ornn,
lane
I think.
2v2.
I think he's gonna pick
So
Ornn.
the pressure
I
that
don't know how you
the
solve
Kalista
this.
Renata has is
Ornn
kind of out the
sucks.
window. You come from
Just
the
go
middle lane
Vayne top
matchup.
and play.
And I feel
Just
like
go
now
Vayne top.
Zeus is really the
Or
pressure's on
Gnar.
him to
I
have a
guess
top
Gnar
laner
is
that
his
he can-
comfort.
He can really run away with the matchup, and we've seen time and time again, Sion is confident into
Camille.
Jace.
Chat, this is it. I'm sorry, but the last ad run now, you won't miss anything. You can sub if you want to avoid it. The ads are sorted after this. You're sorted. No more ads until after drafts and after games.
I feel like for Honor Life Esports, because in terms of engage, they have Jarvan, they have Camille.
And you're
kind of,
chilling.
right? But
I
it's a very
apologize. Now
mobile
we're all fixed.
proposition. You
Hopefully
can
there's no
realm
more
warp to
pauses and we're
outpace
good.
it. And the Sion is so tanky that it's hard to access the targets you want as Hanwha Life.
Why is my YouTube freezing? Hello? Did my internet drop?
And the Karma feels so strong here because both it wins you the lane, and yes, there's not a traditional engage here for Genji, but you have pillars, you have Sion, and with the comp of Hanwha Life, you have to engage.
Chat, is this
so
exclamation
the Karma
mark
can just
Odyssey
play
thing
it
working?
defensive.
It
You
is,
don't
right?
need to
Or
support to
this
fish for engages, fish for angles, fish for picks, because they're coming at you. Their comp has to by
Alright,
default.
we're chilling.
So
All the ad
Karma
shit is
doesn't
done
feel
now.
like it's a detriment, whereas sometimes you pick the Karma, you win the lane, but you
Now
feel
I
like you're
get
really
why people
missing
hate
that
watch your
engage.
favorite teams.
With this draft for Genji, I don't feel like that's really the case.
I feel like as well, when you have champions like Ryze and Trundle, you know, you have the ability for the point and click CC with the root, you have the pillar as well. You speed them up and they're just enabled so much. And I think really, you know, there is tools for HLE
Yeah,
to sort
IG's
of
losing.
find
That's fucking
momentum in the
depressing.
early mid-game, but they really need to get the ball rolling on this one.
Yeah, almost feels like some sort of LPL comp on the side of HLE, and I think coming off of the back of the confidence of winning Game 1, you know, and the fact that they got an early lead in Game 1 as well, and yeah, it got pretty iffy there in the mid-game where Genji were coming back. You know, I feel like this is a composition that HLE can pilot very well, especially you got Zeka on the Ahri. It's straight in their comfort zone. You've got Zeus on a carry top. I think there are definitely angles here for HLE as well, and very curious to see how this game number 2 is going to pan out, especially with how exciting and crazy Game 1 was. Let's hop into the rift for game number 2. We're packed here at the Sajik Gymnasium.
Okay.
So many fans coming down to see who is going to be the
Let's
first
see it.
seed
Wow, Genji
to
level 1
MSI
invading. They're
from
trying to split the
Korea.
map or what? Are they splitting the map level
And
1?
At this point, it's hard to tell. Almost
ward is
everybody
really
went
good by
for
Hanwha Life.
Gen G in the Preds. There was
probably-
Jonah Strong who went for HLE, but we weren't thinking about it.
They are splitting the map level 1. Kalista Renata locked in. Pick Ezreal Karma, split the map.
Any
GG.
thoughts, Wolf?
I mean,
Uh-oh, Chovy on a ward. They have Camille.
Because we have a kind of a cool setup here for Hanwha Life. We're looking to collapse, actually.
Yeah.
Chovy.
Getting early leads.
Chovy.
Chovy's in a really rough
Chovy. Great ward by Hanwha Life. They kill Chovy. Pull onto Ruler. Ruler flashes. Level 1 is great for Hanwha Life.
Ezreal. HLE, massive early win at the level 1.
And it's, you know, here for Gen G, your level 1 isn't bad by any means, but they didn't have enough information to be that far up, and it was a really nice collapse there from Hanwha Life. They saw the ward in the brush. They were able to identify exactly where Chovy was, collapse on him, and end up killing him. Chovy
Is
doesn't even
Ezreal
flash,
Karma
he knows
cooked?
it is 100%
I mean, they're not cooked,
doomed.
but
And now he's down
they
his
just lost
teleport
Ezreal
here
sums,
early
which is
as
a
well, so
fucking
Zeka can
horror.
build some tempo advantages there. And man, if you look at the draft here for Hanwha Life, I mean, I think they didn't even look super happy with it when you saw it on their faces when they ended up locking in the Camille. You know, I said I don't think it's going to be a blow to your confidence. If they win this game,
Oof, they have
2 games
any
in a
angle
row
to flash
red
on
side,
Ezreal.
I think that certainly will be.
Any
Gen G
angle they
are
want to
already
flash
a
on
little
Ezreal,
bit
they have
on
it.
the back foot.
I mean, honestly, you know, Zeus gets the kill, but I think the worst off here is the bot lane. Ruler not having any sums. We talked about this Ezreal Karma in the bot 2v2, but going down sums against Kalista Renata completely changes the dynamic of that matchup, and now they're really going to have to be on the defensive.
It's wild because it gives you advantage in 3 lanes. Like, it's a kill for the Camille.
I mean, the level 1 is smart by Genji. Let's open bot, late invade, stay there, and then split the map. But Humble Life warded for it, so they saw they were splitting the map. And the way they positioned their champions was crazy. They had Kalista Renata behind, 3 men in front, and then Chovy runs down. Where does he go? He doesn't have the time to run down and flash. He's just going to die. They kill Chovy, they get Ezreal sums.
Allows you to hit the first item.
Was a really good level 1 by Humble Life. Really good.
Really turn the tides of the lane in your favor. And to me, I mean, the fact that Zeus,
and now Canyon lost his Raptors.
Camille is definitely more in his
because he went red to blue, right? He went red, blue, Grumbles.
We give a lot of credit for Chovy and his ability to take over games. Obviously, a little bit
Chat,
of a stumble
mod
there.
20-second slow mode is way too much. 20-second slow mode?
Too much, but
Well, they're going to write
really
messages every time they fucking have a birthday?
He can do big things with this first
Can we just do 10-second slow mode? It's fine.
Sion. And I'm very excited to watch more of this matchup. You can see already Zeus is doing pretty well. Canyon had his Raptors stolen away and is now just sitting on 4 camps as the Trundle going to pick up his 5th.
Chovy's going to have to take that first back. Zek is holding the wave against him. This means Canyon has to go over here.
Peanut's in a great spot. The reason Jarvan's good into Trundle is because Jarvan neutralizes Trundle. When you play Xin Zhao into Trundle, you're so one-dimensional that if you press E on Trundle, he just kills you. That's the only way you can fight melee range.
I feel like Ryze is one of those champs.
Same thing for a champ like Vi. If you Q onto him, he just auto-attacks you to death. Whereas Jarvan can kind of ult Trundle, EQ out, he's stuck. He can EQ out a pillar, auto-attack him, EQ out. Like, you can't really lock down the Jarvan. Unless you int and get cancelled on your pillar, but that doesn't really happen. Oh, on your EQ with pillar. So Jarvan's a good neutralizer in the Trundle.
I mean, I'm not going to lie, doing Raptors on Trundle, it kind of sucks anyway, so maybe...
He says thank you.
Yeah, he's like, you know, that camp takes so long anyway. I don't miss it that much. Doing Scuttle Crab, really easy. Just do the single target stomp. Chomp.
Chomp and stomp.
Chomp and stomp.
Chomp and stomp.
Zeus significantly far behind, which is, again, pretty wild. The state of Sion right now, and I think the mastery of Sion that everybody has because he's become so meta is a lot of players on average is playing him way better than they would otherwise.
What about the ads? The ads are fine now. The way the contract works with Twitch is there has to be like 5 minutes of ads every 30 minutes or something. Or 3 minutes of ads every 30 minutes, sorry. So what I normally do is I start the stream 1 hour before, and I just spam ads.
Still feeling pretty
So
good
that
here
adds, the tally adds up. So then by the time the thing starts, I'm already 1 hour in a buffer. The problem this time was the game went late and there was a pause, so it fucking ran.
TP here out of the Ahri. There's the handshake though on a Duro, who is desperately trying to run away.
No, has flash.
6, and they're just gonna let him.
I mean, the TP from Ahri doesn't. So, but now you're fine. Now you're chilling.
First Dragon does go over to HLE, trying to use that bot prio that they have.
Yeah, I think Genji pretty okay. I mean, they try to go for the contest on the Dragon, but they get like the lights flash out of it. You know, Zeka committed the TP down. He was going to TP back to
so
lane anyway,
Zeus on the first blood Camille is great because obviously Camille true damage side lane. If Camille's ahead, she can match into Ryze.
But early Dragon pickup, as you said, on the back of that Kalista Renata and the strength they had. All in all, you know, we talked about how obviously the early game that invade that backfired obviously wasn't ideal, but things panning out and. Nothing too bad right now for Genji.
Well, certainly not. Still a relatively even game here. See what happens with these first
IG's winning! IG's winning! This one does too!
Genji can get right back into this. Side laning Ryze is very powerful.
IG's winning game 1 against BLG.
Would be really important here.
IG's winning game 1 against BLG.
Both back to the bottom lane. Still
just so you know.
Here in terms of the
just so you know.
Advantage Hanwha Life right now for a potential swap.
2 big important series going on at the same time. And just so you know, IG has not beaten BLG this year.
It is what he does.
This split.
I mean,
they're 0-2, 0-3. Now they're winning game 1.
Catch a wave, so it's not
now they're winning game 1.
15, but yeah, even with the kill, I mean, he's going to pick up a call to try to accelerate himself and try to, you know, slingshot himself towards that first and second item as fast as possible and just try to deal with the laning stage the way it is. And a Sion that gets ahead isn't the end of the world, but we have seen Sion's that do take over games, and I think that Keen is definitely one of the guys that can get it done. So excited to see what he can do on the Scion.
Yeah.
Ruler CSing very well in the bottom lane, so Gen G have effectively stabilized at this point in time.
You have Canyon on the bottom side of the map. Grubs are spawning in 30 seconds here. Peanut could just rush towards the top side of the map. Keen obviously has prio here still, but a lot of commitment towards the bottom side of the map here because of the jungle camps that were available for Canyon. Like, he doesn't have much of a choice. See if he does end up showing up for the Grubs in 15 seconds here. Chovy having constant prio here in mid lane despite losing his teleport early.
Zeus needs time.
It's a little bit frustrating here.
Zeus needs time to get items and then he'll
mid and top prio control after that start feels fantastic if you're Gen G.
I feel like every time we look top, it's just Zeus taking so much damage in this matchup. It is just not going well, and I think keeping him down, delaying his spikes as much as possible, especially when you have this composition for Gen G,
20 CS lead top
carry, is so important because the Camille jumping onto Ruler or jumping on a Chovy is deleting them from the fight.
Not really diveable.
5v5 so much harder for Gen G. We do now see Viper into like setting up for something bot, but the wave is cleared quickly, and it's important because this is Callisto Renata, and the dive potential is so easy.
Yeah,
combination.
Because of the bailout, you can really heavily
commit. Big Cancelo.
So that's going to be a backstop. I don't know if it'll necessarily matter as Peanut's sniping nearby. But the thing is, it's an Ezreal that got his flashback as well as has Arcane Shift, and he did clear the wave, as you mentioned, which is really critical there with the True Shot Barrage. And so they just end up getting Grubs for free here, and Peanut can make no cross map.
Peanut doing a good job of staying out of vision.
Charm
Chovy
misses.
knew that he was on the bottom side of the map, so
Charm misses.
he's angling towards the top side, and he's
There's
not
an IG fight in 2
that.
minutes.
See, this was a nifty trick I've seen before from Chovy. It's you just dodge it.
Just walk in the correct direction.
Yeah.
Don't get hit by the skill shot.
Yeah, would have gone bad if he did get hit by the skill shot, but he didn't, so it was pretty effective.
He's known to avoid abilities and also land his own. Multifaceted player, as we know.
Yep, very important for League of Legends. Zeus.
He wants to hurt the Scion.
He wants to get grasp stacks and not get too low, while also farming. And
Zeus
he
needs a
knows
base
that Keen
TP.
doesn't necessarily have a bunch of kill pressure just yet, but Jovi's been angling topside a lot. Canyon's also been up here a little bit with the Grubs and trying to make stuff happen.
I mean, if Zeus uses his hook shot again, he is in serious trouble.
He's fine, he's fine. IG on the Baron. IG on the Baron. Baseline looking for a steal. Bot push for Yorick. Nothing happening in the LCK. Wait, everyone hold. Just give me 1 minute. 1 minute. Nothing's happening in the LCK. Mako knock up Baron. They lose bot in it.
This time around, yes, they wanted the level 1, but they only got the 1 kill, and since then the lanes have been going very well for the second.
Everyone's farming. Everyone's farming. Everyone's farming. Nothing's happening. Souls in 50 seconds for IG. Soul in 50 seconds. Soul in 50 seconds. We come back in a sec.
Doing a good job of clearing out.
I think Humble Life gets his dragon
Rush.
uncontested.
Lots of pings around this
Uncontested dragon.
Here comes Canyon, and Realm Warp is available for Chovy. He can join at a moment's notice.
I will say
It's a contested dragon.
Which is such a huge spike.
As
so
Ult goes through, doesn't hit.
You opt to contest this.
Zeka. Oh, Delight just R-flash from the bush. Into the handshake. Into the one-shot. Into the knock-up. Into the charm. I think he has it maybe. No, he doesn't. Chovy ults out. Well played by Delight. Holy fuck, man. I didn't expect that. R-flash out the bush kill. Just like that, easy.
Eternal Soul too, super valuable for the longevity.
Okay, back to farming. Just 30 seconds. It's Soul. Rookie's dead. Wait. JJ gets one. Bean is dead. The Shy on the side. How did Shy touch the wall? How did Shy? No flash. Flash. Yes, flash. Ow, please, W. Flash combo by Mako. That's Mountain Soul to IG. That's Mountain Soul to IG and a 4K gold lead. Mako is frying this game.
Renata engaging is
Mako's frying.
Just great layering a CC there. You know, knew what the goal was.
Is that
took
Zed
down
jungle?
Canyon,
Yes.
the dragon.
That is Zed jungle.
2 in the pocket, and that is a great win con for them as the game goes on. We saw how the Soul was a big factor in that
That is
previous
Zed
match
jungle.
for them. So continue in that direction. It has definitely been a slower paced game, but you know, just racking up those objectives can be a big win con as it plays out.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty
Editor
huge.
is fucked.
And Zeus
Yes, sir.
looks like he's able to stabilize up here on the top side. Neither top laner
So wait, what happened in this
to
fight?
try to join the fight.
Mako's
Zeus
holding
is
the
pretty
thing.
low,
Knight
so
gets
really
chunked.
just gonna
Base one.
be, you know, the onus
Ease
of
onto
the
Gala, but
decision
Gala ease
would
it.
have been on Keith.
Then Gala
If
gets
he
all
wanted
the
to go
space
down,
in the
and then
world.
Zeus would
Love
have
it.
to make a decision on if he wanted to join or not.
Bro, Zeus has been fucking tweaking up here.
Trying to get the
Is he
damage.
never gonna base
Yeah.
TP?
Yeah.
Why doesn't
No
he press
cannon.
base and TP?
Zeus
I
slowly
swear I've
catching
seen him
up.
on his health for like the last
And that will
5
become
minutes.
a problem in this game if Zeus can continue to come back here and Zeka can continue to make plays here on this Ahri.
He wants
It's
Triforce
Jarvan
space,
also coming back from the meta.
but it's
Pretty
fucking
interesting to
greedy.
see it
already here in game 2.
It's so punishing, right? I mean, if you land anything and the follow-up is there,
Fucking
that single
greedy.
target is going to be locked down. And of these champions, you know, Trundle's one of the best targets for that, actually, just simply because he doesn't really have any tools to escape or peel, especially when he drops his pillar onto an Ahri
Saves?
moments before.
Okay, nice ward.
And so it was a good
Does he have it
angle
in
there.
base?
I'm really curious about how this game is going to play out when it comes
He
to
gets a
team
free
fights
base if
when
he dies?
Gen.G are all set up, when everybody's together, because that's where I think this composition really shines. You have the Ryze to keep everyone at arm's length. Obviously, it's going to be really tough for Camille to engage into that back line with the Scion in the front line, with a Trundle there. And the Ezreal is just so mobile. It should be super far away, can play around poke. So
Wait, did he
this
get
part
Triforce
was
in
the
base?
part where Hanwha
Yeah, he
was
did.
supposed
He has
to.
Triforce.
This is the part where they're
Ooh, this
supposed
is
to
where
be
Camille
getting
starts to take
advantages.
over a bit.
The solo lane
This is where
advantages,
Camille starts to take
for
over a bit.
Gen.G kept them even in this game. Hanwha looking for that third objective. I think that's where we're really going to see potentially the scales tip a little bit towards Gen.G and see what their comp is capable of in a true 5v5.
You see HD leaning down towards Chovy. He's playing a little bit defensively here. Canyon's there to try and cover. And I think just not seeing anyone on the map, seeing the fact that bot lane went missing as well, will make HLE
Who's winning this game?
think again.
I mean, HLE is
Yeah,
definitely in a good
decent
spot,
angle,
but Gen.G have like
but
the front
not
to
going
back
commit to
easy
the
team
play.
fight comp.
Do have this Rift Herald about to spawn here in about a minute. Do see Rulers doing a good job of pushing in the mid wave and putting on some pressure.
Chat, I think what we're gonna do is
but
actually after this
I
game
do
ends,
fear
we're just
for
gonna
Gen.G if
rewatch
they
the
do try to
IG
fight
game.
for some of these objectives a little bit too early before the Ryze is really online, before the Ezreal is really online, and that does mean that HLE might
Until
just get a monopoly on
like so when the game
everything,
ends,
especially with the Infernal
I don't want to keep
Soul.
tweaking
If
too
they
hard.
get, like,
When the game ends,
the
I'll
Rift
just watch the
Heralds,
highlights of game 1 from
throw it
IG
straight
while
down
we're in the
into
break,
mid,
and
they're
then we'll
able
come back to the
turn
LCK.
that into an Infernal Soul point.
We'll just watch the
Yes,
highlights.
This comp, it does have a little bit of longevity
Until the next
problems,
game
but
starts.
You've got a Camille, and if you are looking at nearly an Infernal Soul this early on in the game, Gen.G will be put on a clock a bit.
Yeah, and now Zeus has this Triforce. He's got his magical footwear.
Because I don't want
he
people to tweak
actually
too hard.
kind of can
I
play
feel like with the
against
ads
this
failing and
Scion
the
a little
tweaking,
bit, you know,
people are
and
mad.
continue to trade with them. It starts getting easier here. His
People in
pull
the
is
chat
almost
are
cashed
mad.
in. Plus that initial kill he picked up earlier on makes him feel pretty comfortable soaring towards that mid game, but no vision here for Hanwha Life just
Now,
yet
this
for
game
this
is going to
upcoming
take off
fight.
right now.
And you can see Gen.G have a monopoly over it. Hanwha go for a reset and return.
Soul point for Hanwha
Gonna
Life
send
at minute
Zeus to the
15.
bottom lane, though, without
It's
teleporting.
ready.
That is as
Blade
good
of the
as
Ruined
a
King,
give up on this
Triforce,
objective,
Divine
just
Thunder,
simply gonna
Malignance,
concede it over to
Triforce,
Gen.G.
Triforce,
The thing
it's
is,
fight
you
time.
don't get the Herald, but you get the
But
Dragon.
Gen.G
I think
starting
HLE
Herald.
completely fine with that. So, you know, maybe they forego the Herald, but just try and really aggressively play for Dragon control. If you look at the vision they have around the Dragon Pit, they're kind of telegraphing
I don't
their
think
intent
Hanwha Life
here.
give a fuck.
Yeah. The timing of this also allows for a little bit of push on the turret for Zeus as he goes down there, gets the wave prio. They have vision. Look at that full line of 3 wards from mid to Dragon, as well as the Tri-Brush control ward. There's now a replaced ward here for Delight over the wall behind the pit. So entry to this with Delight having ult as well, and his flashback up is going to be quite challenging here for Gen.G. And like you said, it's Soul Point for Infernal. And I mean, the Herald can get you maybe some prio in mid. I think that's what Gen.G are going to have to play through.
They need the Herald mid.
Yeah, I mean,
timing is rough. Like they're pretty late on this.
They're definitely trying to set up as much.
Zeka needs to
position.
TP in now.
Here is Gen.G.
This feels a bit rushed now, because look at Zeus' angle. There's wards behind as well for Zeka to TP to.
Zeka needs to TP in now.
It feels like Gen.G
He's
are in danger
TPing
of being
behind.
flanked here.
Hanwha Life have
They
two
definitely are. I
two
mean, they're
pretty good
getting
flanks.
Right now, and the pillar's down. Here comes the TP. A lot of item spikes hit for the side of Viper.
Scion ult down.
or rather
Nice
HLE
flash
as
by
well.
Peanut.
Now, Teen has
Charm
to
gets
flash
flashed.
out already.
Flash from Scion, flash from Jarvan. Zeka has to ult the pillar. Zeus gets rooted. Chovy trying to zone him. Zeus is still kind of there. Kalista doesn't really have any stacks on the Dragon. It's going to be a complete 50-50. Canyon goes in. Peanut brother. Smite. Chovy gets it. Zeus ult kills Canyon. Oh, he gets the pillar. Oh, he's out. What?
They're trying to turn here on the Ruler, who's all by himself.
No flash karma.
On the left side.
Zeus maybe dies. Does he have his passive? He doesn't. Flash from Chovy.
to play in these long fights
Dead.
will be huge. At least Chovy got the 1 kill, and Genji did
Ruler?
get the kill
Out.
on the
Holy
Dragon.
shit.
So it allows them to
Wait,
win
that
that.
fight
but now
from
each elite take a big
Zeus was
fight.
nuts. Chovy also played it well.
It's such a heavy cost to deny Soul Point. The fight brilliant there. Zeus also getting the kill on Canyon, the hook shot onto the pillar, and the flash out. Doing it in style. Does ultimately go down, but it's a huge win here in
Wait,
terms of gold for
Hammerlife's
Hammerlife.
winning.
And bear in mind, Genji will
They
look
won game
to
1
get
and they're
the
winning
Dragon.
game
It was
2.
Rise who ended up
Is
securing
this
it.
gonna
could
go the way?
easily be an absolute
No way,
disaster.
right? Surely not.
We'll see how the fight ends up
Look
playing
at Zeus
out.
here.
They
Ult
try to ult
Q2,
on
he
Zeus
gets
who
the
just
pillar,
leaves Canyon.
jumps, flashes
So
out.
ends up very deep in
What the
backline,
fuck?
but Rula has to make this escape into the enemy jungle, and everyone is just sort of running away, trying to make their escapes. Keen gets left in the mixer. Chovy does take out the Camille as he's running away. But it's so clear that the goal from Genji was get the Dragon and
He
get
does
out,
walk back
and
in
they
and
had no
die.
real plan for the fight
But that is
afterwards.
just the Shy classic.
this means
It's a
that
Zeus
Obi-
classic.
Snowball.
Doesn't have his flash.
He has ult,
He's
he has
in
ult,
a
he has
bit
ult.
of
Jarvan
trouble
EQ
here.
can
Zeus
cancel him.
and Peanuts should be able to take him down, you'd imagine.
No Jarvan EQ.
The Flag Dragon's gonna miss. Chovy,
Camille E.
They don't have the CC to take him out, and he gets Chovy.
Not in range.
They used the
Can't
Flag Dragon
EQ like that on
so early.
Jarvan.
Yeah, and Chovy is aware of all the cooldowns and gets away there.
Thumbs up.
It's going to get the empowered recall home.
I was like, surely he's dead.
Thumbs up.
It seemed that way because his flash was down. Why? Because he flashed to kill Zeus in the previous fight there at the end. And it doesn't end up costing him. It's a small win, though. You know, when you look at the grand scheme of things of the snowballing Hanwha esports comp that has the lead, it's expected to have the 2-item Ari.
How cool would it be if you could Camille E off a Jarvan flag?
The Scion. And if you start stacking up the Infernal Soul, obviously cutting through that Scion isn't going to necessarily be a big problem for this Ari, especially with some of those additional AP stats you pick up for that third Dragon, should they get it. But man, Genji, getting back into this one is going to take a lot of clutch. It's going to take
IG
a lot
won
of
game
setup.
1.
I think they'll
IG
once
won
again
game
have to
1.
play through
IG
Vision,
won game
potentially
1 against
catches
BLG.
here.
Holy
But they don't
fucking
have
shit.
a comp that has a support that can look
Holy
for that
fucking
initial
shit.
pick, that can look for that initial
What
setup. And
the
when you're
fuck?
behind, you know, I mentioned the
What the fuck is
Karma doesn't
going
necessarily
on?
have that same hole, but when you are
Oh
now
my
having to be
god,
the
is
one
this
that
going to be the
leads on
best
Hanwha
week
Life and
of
not the
League
other way
ever?
around,
Lost
you do feel
Ratooni's
it a little
win.
bit.
I will
KT
say the
get
big
knocked
thing
out
for
by
me is we just
T1.
got the
IG
Seraph's
go to
completed for
MSI.
Chovy. The Manamune to
Genji
be finished
streak
soon for
ends.
Ruler. I think
Wait,
that's
this
the
week
point
is
where
shaping
really
up.
things
It's
start to
shaping
take
up.
a bit more in Genji's favor. Rod of Ages, we're still a bit away from for Chovy, but I think those spikes coming in is even with the deficit in terms of gold, that's where Genji can sort of leverage. And you think Dragons in 2 minutes?
If this is all for a sacrifice of
hadn't gotten
DK,
that
it's
dragon,
so worth it.
The game would be like over before they really got a chance to sort of play around those spikes. They've bought themselves time is the important thing, and I think getting that dragon was a really important factor in having
It's
that
like
time to
Yu-Gi-Oh!
play
I
around
sacrifice
the spikes
DK
that
to summon.
competition
IG
needs.
at MSI. KT knocked out. Genji streak ends. Lost Ratoon's top 8.
That's going to give him a huge amount of experience.
It's a good summon.
as well.
That's a good summon.
End up taking a level lead on Zeka in this one, or more than you normally would, especially if he ends up picking up the Otacon later on. Speaking of, they are grouped on it right now here on the top side of the map. And
They have
Zeus,
some threats here
no
for the
flasher,
tower. They have
wants to
3
hold the
grubs,
turret. I
right?
think he's just simply gonna
They
have to
still
keep
have
this
Herald
up,
as
and it
well,
might not be
Genji,
all
so they
he
can inject
gives.
themselves with lots of gold.
It's pretty
You know,
curious
out,
that the
nice.
Otacon, you know, spawns
Jarvan
on the top
value
side
this
of the
game
map.
is
We
pretty
might
solid.
get some big plays here. Zay's going to take a big chunk here from Chovy, but yeah, they're just going to start it up. And there's no dragon to really trade for. That's really what's going to
Atakan
happen on
Force
this map
is quite
they have the
strange,
damage
but
with
Zeus
Ezreal
has
Rise.
TP.
They've hit their spikes,
Zeka has
both the
TP.
Ezreal and the Rise, so they have the damage to
They have
jump
to funnel
down
through the
this one.
choke,
Even
but
the
Genji
Ritual
doesn't
gonna
really
go
have
top,
good
so
champs in the
easily
choke. They have double
big
TP now. They
onus on
could
them
back
to
away.
answer the call.
In goes
Peanut goes in, look
Peanut.
at this.
The light Duro one shot.
As they commit to it, the resistance is
Zeka
off.
down.
Zeka, he's dead at the same
2K
time,
on the
and
Atakan.
it's just
Canyon's
gonna be a
low.
flip here for the
Canyon down. They can play for the finish now.
Canyon, and it's a flip no more.
They can play for the finish.
Zeus 1v1
Rise ult doesn't
Chovy,
work in Camille ult.
as he will have to realm warp
Wait,
now,
he's
but
out.
it goes over to
Oh, the
Jarvan,
Camille ult
and
expired as
he's
he
taking
ported.
everything. It's a
They get the
triple
Atakan, they get the
kill
kills.
on the backside of this fight for
Zeka
the
died, but
Kalista,
was it
who
worth
has
it? He
everything
like
going
ulted
for him.
forwards
You know, I
and
said they could
charmed
play
Duro,
around the
so
spikes.
I
think
don't
there was
think
a little
Duro
bit
had
too
flash
much
though.
Overconfidence in them, starting up the Atakan.
Holy
The
fuck,
shred
Viper
that
was
comes
destroying everyone.
through.
No,
And
Duro's
it's
flash
so
is still
well
down.
played by HLE. I love this play to
So this
Duro.
one shot's good, but Zeka needs to go out here, but he doesn't get it in time.
I will say the turn on the Zek was
Then
beautiful.
Canyon gets
Keen,
focused down super hard by Viper, who's just hitting.
follow-through
hitting. And then here, Chovy ults a bit late in the Camille ult. So as Camille ult expires, he just gets the ult out. Keen dies. Atakan dies. Viper's frying in these games.
Viper's the Eye of the Storm. He's perfectly positioned in the middle of everyone. Chovy can't
Viper
access him
is
because
frying.
Zeus is blocking his entry there. Ruler can't hit him with damage either, and Viper's just a
I don't know, man.
wonder of damage.
Soul
into
point now for
Gen G
Humble
in
Life.
that setup. And they just don't attack the Otacon.
They still have
don't
flashes
put
as well
Ken
to
in
make
fight
plays.
range. until he's dead, or they didn't put the Audic on the spy range until Canyon is dead. And now we're looking for a setup
Zeus
here
is
on
pushing
the
bot.
Dragon. Genji
They're going to
definitely
pincer them
better
again.
group
You'll
for
see
this.
Zeus is probably going to come up here, maybe.
They're better groups, but
Just
again,
keep
Wolves
pincering
are
them
on
from
an
many angles. Look how many
There's a lot
angles
of
they're coming
that
from.
easily
4
are coming
angles they're
from.
attacking them from.
And Peanut's on the Dragon. They're looking
Chovy gets
Ryobi
EQ'd.
in the front line.
Peanut
He's
flashes
pretty
Psy on Q.
tanky, but at the same time,
There's Zeus from bomb! Zeus from the side! You saw that?
Chovy and Peanut will take that trade every
Holy
day of the
fuck.
week. And now this Callista is just stomping through them once again.
Zero has to
Double
flash.
kill comes in, and the chase potential here from
Did you see
is
Zeus
huge.
just-
Zeus
Ooh!
with more. He's gonna hold on top of Ruler.
Ooh!
Does a bunch of damage and immediately
That's sole
dies.
point.
It is a second triple
Another
kill
one.
for Viper in this
The
fight.
slow.
In this game, Duro barely gets away, but HLE
Wow.
are taking everything on this map.
Wow.
Viper's just dominating on this.
Viper is
Kalista,
frying,
you know,
but
they
do you
took
see
the
Zeus
jungle,
in
they're
that
like,
fight?
we're confident.
The
You pick
distance he
Kalista,
covered
Ella will
from
shut you
here
down.
to
It is
here,
done.
you see him come in from the left side, bottom left, like a fucking hammer. He has Q2 as well. He Q1s the pink. E. Boom! One-shots Chovy.
I mean, you guys should probably tell from my attitude after the draft of what I thought I saw in the Hanwha Life players' eyes, their faces. I really thought this one was going to struggle if they didn't get a massive lead early. They got that first
Viper
kill.
is gliding,
The
Zeus
lane
is
control still
gliding.
belonged to Gen G, but it's these punishes from Hanwha.
They're
in these
outperforming. The
fights,
side
the
lanes
jump,
of
and the
Hanwha
lack
Life
of
for me
respect
are
for the
outperforming
engage
so
range
hard
here.
this
The
series.
fact that Zeus can follow
And
up
there's a
so
jungle
easily,
gap.
the fact that they can
Mid for me has been a
charm,
bit
and the
even.
coordination
Zeka's
from
played
Peanut
well
and
though.
Zeka on these engages has been fantastic. Even Fate's
But the
call being
side
used
lane
as
diff is
additional form of
crazy.
engage here for Hanwha Life as well as safety. This means this composition for them looks incredibly practiced, and perhaps I misjudged the draft. Perhaps, you know, what looked like, oh, we're just going to go Camille here. It was what I thought. It looked like a bit of a desperation pick. Maybe this is actually something that's super
Why
well
did they
coordinated,
first pick
super well
Trundle?
prepared
The reason
for
they
Hanwha
first
Life,
picked
because
Trundle
that's
is
what it's
because they
looking
wanted
like to me
Sion
right
2-3.
now in
And if
this
you first
second
pick
game,
Sion and they go
where
Trundle,
they're
it's kind of
poised to
cooked.
potentially go up to match point, 4,000 gold
And they
the
probably
lead.
thought Trundle
But
pillar
this
counters
Kalista is
Kalista,
just too
but it
big
doesn't
to
counter
fail.
Viper.
Too big to fail. I mean, 7-0 for Viper. You hit the nail on the head saying that he was the key player, Wolf, at the beginning of the day, because everybody wants to look at Zeus and he has, you know, second most palm
Viper
points
is
and
just
everything, but,
fucking
like,
different.
Viper is the guy in these big series that can really put the hurt into, especially when you disrespect them in
That's
the
the
ground,
idea of Trundle,
as you were
right?
talking about Ox and Wolf, as now Viper is going to get straight up.
Renata ult zones him away. Redemption comes in. Viper just hits. Viper just hits. Zeka gets a bit caught. He should live. He might die Trundle ult. He's dead. Viper still hitting. Zeus kind of. This is the fight that Hanwha Life don't like. This is the kind of fight Hanwha Life don't like. They don't like these 5v5 stare downs. Baron's in 15. Baron's in 15.
Baron coming up in 15 seconds. Pillar not treating Peanut very
Handshake
well
misses.
here at the same
Is it a Baron
time.
force?
Will Gen G consider it?
Their comp needs to keep sandwiching them. They can't just run in a straight line.
I mean, there's no
You're
flash
walking
for
into
Peanut,
Sion
but he
Qs.
is
You're walking into
Jarvan.
Mantras. You're walking into fucking
You
Rise.
have the pillar, which is a great way of keeping him out the pit.
All right,
You
Peanut.
have Ruler who can
This
even,
is
like,
you.
threaten over the wall.
This is you, Peanut.
You're in a bad spot
How do they
this
get
game,
vision
you
on
go
this?
for it.
I guess
Yeah. So much
flag
Baron
is your
damage,
vision,
too.
right?
I mean, there's no ults
Peanut,
here for
Peanut,
Hanwha Life.
Peanut,
How do they win a
Peanut,
fight?
Peanut,
They have
Peanut,
to look for a steal,
Peanut,
and that's all they've
Peanut,
got. Peanut's on vision.
Peanut,
Yeah,
Peanut,
this is a secure.
Peanut.
Pretty easy.
Gotta deal with Peanut. Yeah, he's
They're
just
giving.
gonna be zoned away. Nicely done by Gen G here.
Baron
Looking
for Gen
an
G.
angle
They're not out
back
yet.
in this game, where it
Not out of
looked
this game
extremely
yet.
Dire.
At this level, we're looking at the number
You
one,
can see
number
the way it
two
plays, right? Pillar,
teams here in
Ezreal
the
does a combo,
LCK. The
back.
number one and number
Pillar,
two,
Ezreal does a combo,
potentially
back.
seeds for
Poke
him
them
as
down.
Fighting for number one right now, and a small mistake can mean everything, right? Can mean that you get the Baron, that you get back into the game. Hanwha Life's
Zeka
mistake
2
here,
rushed,
I think,
Zeka 2
was
rushed.
turning what was a potential
Canyon
catch
clutched
into
it.
a re-engage and a forced fight. And if Zeka goes down here, Zeus goes back in weirdly, looking for a pick on the back line and just gets blown up. Hanwha had no business going in there. I think just cut your loss. Fate's call, walk away.
I mean, as much as, like, you know, we saw Keen go in solo and he's not able to kill Viper, he bought a lot of time.
Redemption. Handshake. Oh my god, Viper's jumps are so good. What is Keen doing? Now this is what they like. This is what they like, Hanwha Life. Look at Zeus. Chovy. Does the charm hit? It does. Hostile takeover is big. What is Keen doing? What is Keen doing? They're playing too fast, Gen G. They're playing too fast. Why are we Sion ulting into their tower 1v3? Just Pillar take the tower. Pillar take the tower. What the fuck is going on?
I mean, that's basically your Baron all washed away. Gen G get punished here in the mid lane. And man, Chovy played it so well. He's on the edge of the ultimate, and there's just too much CC. There's too many threats.
I'm just gonna say, I feel like there's been a lot of caster kissing going on here. You know, we praise Viper.
We're so powerful.
We praise HLE. HLE end up losing the fight. I was
Viper's
praising
jumps were
Keen.
really good.
This hasn't
You know? But this was HLE punishing Genji overstepping with the Baron, and you just see the relentless engage tools that HLE have. You know,
Hostile takeover was great.
Even with Delight not being on an engage
Insane
support,
value.
he's making it work. The fact that he can be thrown in by Viper, the fact he has
Nice handshake as well again. Wow, Viper and Delight are just frying.
Had such a better
They
angle
are
on Chovy,
just
the pivot
frying.
there on the engage from Zayas to decide to ult Chovy instead of looking for the chase on Ruler, who spaced his way away with the Mikhail's already out. You know, then you just go CC after CC after CC, and Chovy is out of the fight, had his Zonias, but just couldn't use it until it was far too late because of the CC. Hanwha Life now looking for their second opportunity to get this Infernal Soul, and they have so much control. Keen TP's in.
Chovy
in a lot of trouble here. 4 seconds until the Hex.
Flash EQ. Chovy doesn't flash it. Yes, stopwatch. Yes, stopwatch.
Got a shield, and a Zhonya's might be enough. But here comes
Dead.
the Ahri, and
Dead.
Chovy's gonna go
Should he have
down.
just
That
flashed
is
the
a
combo?
massive
If he
pick
does, he
before
gets
it
Jarvan
even
ulted.
begins.
It's a hard one to play. It's a hard one to play. Chovy caught. Zeka over the wall. No cleanse on Ruler. Gets blocked. Keen's gonna die. 1 by 1 by 1 by 1. Just eating them up. That's Soul.
It looks like he might barely get away.
Zeus.
As now
No
Ruler
TP.
trying to bring
Oh,
the
Delight
ball
R
back.
flash.
Delight is over the wall.
Mikhail's was
He is
clean
gonna
by
miss the
Duro.
handshake, but they
That
just
was
have
insanely
way too
clean.
many tools. As we have said so many times.
They still get a kill though.
They take the fight, and they will be getting this Infernal Soul.
Zeus.
I think
Sniffing.
trying to greed for Keen here is not the right call from Zayas. He will back away as this turret
Wow.
gets pressured. But that's all Genji get is a consolation inner. I mean, that's some gold, that's some relevance.
Chovy, look at him
but
on the
you're
camera,
now
bro. I
fighting
think
into
he's
Infernal
realizing
Soul
this
for the
is
rest
fucking
of the
cooked.
game.
You can look at Chovy here and be like, why don't you flash the Jarvan flash EQ? Well, if he does that, he just gets Jarvan ulted. So he has to hold it. He has to flash later on the commit ult, pull Zeus on the tower, and then stopwatch. But it's not enough because Zeka's there, right?
You know, I think game one was a close game. Either team could have won. It came down to a matter of inches. But in this game, the gap is large. It feels like HLE are miles ahead in terms of
Man,
the execution,
HLE have this game in the bag. They have Infernal Soul.
and it feels like Genji
They have a
kinda scrambling.
10-0
There
Kalista
are
or some shit,
brief
and Zeus will win
moments
side
where it
lane.
looks like Genji
HLE will
have
go
the
2-0 up.
fusion, but for the majority,
Genji is
it's HLE on the
18 and
same
0 this
page.
split.
And we
They're
talked about just
undefeated in
taking
best
them
ofs
apart.
We
for
talked
2
about
months.
the archetypes earlier, you know, the
In a
dive
final, they're
and
gonna be
the
down
front to
2-0.
back. You know, Genji kind of have this front to back where they have this insanely scaling mid laner, does a ton of damage. And it can basically an AP
Nice.
carry, a safe carry
What
here
the
for
fuck?
Ruler on the Ezreal in the front line. But HLE just don't care. They will find and isolate any target, and they're so far ahead. Even the Scion could be a victim. The Trundle has been punished so many times, 6 in fact, to be exact here, and Hanwha Life just have no mercy in this second game.
Yeah, the Trundle has done absolutely nothing.
Are
Keep in
we
mind it was
shaping
their
up for
first pick.
T1
They
versus
tried to
Gen
craft
G
the comp
Sunday
around it,
match?
but HLE saw it, and
MSI
they
on the
just
line or
bonked it on the head
elimination?
with a giant red
Is that
hammer.
what it
And
comes
there's
down
not
to?
really anything that
All
Gen G
roads
have been
lead
able
to
to do
T1
in this
Gen
game
G? Is
from
that
minute
it?
one. Now, there's still a chance, but it doesn't feel very likely when you've got this Kalista who is 9 and 0, looking for the first defensive item on top of the Terminus, and he's got a Renata, he's got the Knight's Vow, he has Redemption on top of it, Barrier. He's got a team that will be able to set up fights for him. Nobody is touching this Kalista in this game, and you gave over Kalista Renata in the draft, and Hanwha Life laughed at you.
And I thought
he can take you out.
I thought the trade-off wasn't necessarily going to be worth it, but with the execution this clean from Hanwha, with the coordination that's this good, and the clutch in the fights is this good, then yeah, you can just take that early game lead and run with it for the entire game.
We've seen so many Kalista games where she does like 7k damage, but she still felt like she did a lot.
KT will beat
for the
T1.
team. Viper has 32,000 damage, the most by far out of
That's
anybody
seriously
in this
great.
And you know what? HLE banned Kalista on red side when Talia and Poppy were in the mix. It feels like they respected the pick so much more because, you know, those picks are so effective into it. Despite them being open, they were like, no, we don't want to see Ruler playing it. We think the pick is too powerful. And I think Gen G just didn't rank it as highly. They thought we can answer, we can deal with it. And I think the evidence is in front of us. You
Peanut.
know, clearly players
Sniffing.
like Viper.
Chovy no flash.
just
TP coming
you
in.
have to respect.
They're going to pull the
Like
trigger here.
even with what Gen G thought
Zeus.
was enough, it wasn't.
Especially with
Doesn't see it.
Renata
He doesn't
open.
see it.
I
He
mean, there was
TP's
just a
in.
lot
They
given
double
over.
TP'd in
And
there, by the
now
way.
HLE
Double
with Infernal
TP.
Soul looking for the Baron.
They
and,
double
I mean, they have
TP'd.
the super fed Kalista. They can do it in about 10 seconds.
But they need these angles. They need to come from here,
So
come from
Gen G,
here,
they
come from
have
here.
to move forward.
They need to squeeze
have
them.
to try to charge into a team that's very far ahead of them, that has objectives over them. Not to mention the Otacon.
I'm waiting for the Baron start with Jarvan and Kalista just hitting it.
I mean, Zeus' items right now, these 3 items make it so
Chovy
easy
knows
to
they're
go in.
flanking.
Like,
He's
you
trying to
can
mark
commit,
the Ahri.
You will get tons of value even if you die.
Pillar is fucking
with this
crazy
setup.
slow.
And I mean, now we're just turning our eyes towards Baron here. As you can see, Genji nothing. They can't see
Oof,
anything.
oof, oof.
So they have to be incredibly cautious.
They're on it, they're
and I
on it,
think
they're
when
on
we
it, they're on
call
it,
the
they're on
vision,
it.
It's gone. The objective is gone. We talked about the Baron damage. It's gone. Canyon, he
Hostile takeover to zone away the Trundle
dies.
and
He is
finish.
gonna get, yeah,
Clean.
He can't get it. There's just no way. And
Good fight here.
they
Good
don't
fight.
even
They're a
bother
bit
turning
sandwiched.
onto him because they know they can
Sion
do it
Q.
later.
Not a
That's
bad
okay.
Sion
Big
Q.
slam.
Renata's
That
really
is
low.
gonna force
No Renata ult
the,
either. Oh my god, Zeus just went. Oh my god, everything onto Ruler. Insta killed. Insta killed. Duro flashes into the Ryze ult. Wow. What a dive. You saw that? What a dive. It's over. Humble Life just win.
With this many tools on the roster, and also Zeka did
Humble Life are
6K damage in that.
destroying them.
This is something else. When we saw these teams match
What
up
the
last
fuck?
few times in best of fives, yes, Hanwha was the victor,
What?
but it was a lot closer. The first time they won in LCK Summer, it was a big upset. We were like, okay, Hanwha, a new challenger, a new champion, but this time they just look like they are way more prepared than Genji.
They're making Genji look like they
Bro,
are
they
not
are
the ones
annihilating
that are undefeated.
Genji.
HLE look like they are
I feel
not
like
to be stopped today.
Humble Life have them everywhere.
As their stand-in GM celebrates alongside of them.
Humble Life have them
HLE are
everywhere.
just better when it comes to best of fives.
I feel like Keen really had a bad game. Canyon and Keen were fucking
But when we discussed it, it was
completely
like,
out of
look,
this
if it goes
game.
to 5 games,
Ruler was.
that's where we can give the edge to HLE.
I mean, the level
Even
1
the
fucked Ruler.
predictor of HLE, Jonas Strong, it was 3-2 to HLE. And now I'm looking at this and I'm saying,
2-0 up.
Can Genji win a game?
2-0 up.
And it's just those types of expectation.
Okay, chat, what we're going to do now is we're going to watch the highlights for the IG game. We're going to watch the highlights. I want to see the highlights to see what happened. I want to see the highlights. Deal? Hey, it's just highlights until the next game starts. So what happened this game? How did they come back? Let's start. Wait, let me go back a bit.
掉了2塔，他也没办法去拿龙。IG 可以整补一下，他们
How is the game even in this state? How did they come back?
惹下这边的发育是跟
It's
上
like it doesn't go back far enough for me to have like access to the good stuff.
的一个击杀参与。
而且说实话，虽
Is
然
there
说
LPL on YouTube?
上半区失误了一波，但
Wait, hold on. LPL live.
是要比那条。
上线参与活动即有机会获得最新的。
Wait. Is this someone's co-stream? Or is this...
All year. Would not be surprised they drop.
Okay, we'll watch the English broadcast.
So there's he's able to do that. Calculator from rookie. He's got the TP, so he's gonna
So,
get back. Honestly, not
story of this game. JJ locks in Z jungle, which is pretty good against BLG's champs. And
doesn't have another
they early shut down the top lane of Bean.
Yeah, not gonna have
Then what happens? Because they're gonna...
We'll see if H1 get a little bit of control over this grub
The
side of
Maiden's
things. We
up.
see the pings coming out from Didier. He's
BLG
gonna
start
look to
grubs.
go towards the dragon
It's
stack.
gonna be a trade. Yeah, this is I think it's a nice win for
IG's
BLG.
gonna start
Yeah.
Drake,
Again, I
but
think
they
it's a
could
trade on
cross
paper,
into them.
but overall,
Mako no
look at the
flash.
sidesteps. Although
Jin
Deadly
W.
Flares will not let
Rel W
him
comes
go.
in.
He is gonna try to be
Could
tanky,
trade
but
back.
Get the kill back on.
Headbutt.
Mako goes back in.
Ult by
Knight
JJ.
is in
Rookie's
trouble,
here.
now gonna flash away.
Ult from Gala.
Is stepping
Zone him
up
away.
and
Knight no flash.
stepping in. The
Dead.
Mystic shot's gonna rain. And that's a
3-0 on
double kill for
JJ. 3-0 on JJ.
3-0 for the Z to start the game for IG.
This is really greedy from BLG.
3-0. BLG tried to cross and contest Drake despite doing grubs.
Sure, it's Herald. No cleaver nice against the Yorick.
So then IG go back to the dragon.
Poppy, but you don't
And
have
I'm
any
guessing
other
it's
AD
free.
damage really boosting. It's only an Ezreal.
They're casting like they don't wanna wake up
I'd much rather go
their
for the
mom.
Shojin and pick up
True.
those stats. Feel good there. He might have the Shojin and pick
So
up.
IG get the Drake.
You know,
And BLG cross
anytime
map
you think
top.
about giving up, you just don't. And
Sounds
he
like
didn't give up there. He had like 100 health and didn't even have ulti. Still walked back in.
BLG get Drake.
You always,
JJ's showing
you
on
always have the
Krugs,
option to quit.
and
Mako
BLG is going to try and cross map top onto the Shy.
He
The
might
Shy
have read David Goggins.
gets Poppy Eat, Mako, on W's. I mean, that's a lot of ults. Just
gonna flash out, dodging out of the shots too. The Shy.
Kill Mako!
We just talked about it.
Okay, I mean, Rel got the kill. Rel got the kill. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Rel got the kill. Not bad. Got ult snipes.
Drop another true shot barrage. Maybe
Oh my god, he almost actually killed him. What the fuck?
The crash down shield.
What the fuck?
Oh, really big. We're fighting for first. As BLG are going to answer back.
Are going to force
Wait, what?
Oh, and if I'm
So
BLG,
rookie
I'm probably
TP's
sending
top
York
to
bot,
chase their
trying to
tempo.
overload this side again.
Rookie TP's top, chase their tempo.
Crossing over, try to stop some of the
Rookie
backs
TP's top,
potentially.
chase their tempo.
Are going to force Bin to stay.
Now,
so they don't give
four-man
over
dive.
Too much free real
The Shy's
estate
bot
over to Rookie,
has
and
TP.
Mako's still up
Knight
here.
has TP.
JJ moving
JJ's
over.
here.
He's looking for
No
a
way.
four
Combo,
kill here.
JJ.
Taylor's got pop. Bin gonna flash.
Rookie's getting
Rookie
minion
almost
blocked.
dies,
Oh
does
my god, the
die.
rat to the minion
In
block
the
and
end,
Knight's here.
Ben gets the better of him, and now Knight is coming in
JJ?
to finish the
Dead.
job.
Oh
The
my
golden
god.
left
Does he
hand
have a
takes
shutdown?
the grip and
433
throws it
gold.
right at IG's face. That's gonna be a big pick from him, and he's gonna
Okay.
get himself on the board.
I mean,
It'd be really nice, but now
use either. Did see that true.
really good in this mid game.
And BLG is able to make these plays. IG
Wait,
now.
what else happened?
As they set this rumble behind.
And then what?
The Shy
They
is
die
just gonna
top.
be the
They
target
open
for the
top
side
with
lane.
Rookie.
It's gonna be really tough to
JJ
manage,
opens from
for
base
IG
mid bot.
As Rumble, and the best thing to do
And
in
they have
some
no
scenarios is just gonna be
pressure
burn that
top.
equalizer to kill the wave,
And then
delay
what?
the tempo of
BLG played mid
'cause
to
there's
bot.
No way he can test Bin. And man, Bin. I think what makes Bin so good on York. His ability to control the
JJ
mid.
sees on.
There are a lot of times
He
like,
sees
if you
him.
E in or press R
The
again,
Shy
you
sees
commit
him.
the mid into that
And
lane,
he's staying under
or commit
tower.
him to a target.
No
I
flash,
think
no
he
ult.
chooses
He
the
is
right
just standing there.
control on with the mid.
JJ
Right now
forced
he's
out.
going for the
Baseline
mid
steals the
himself,
Grom.
he's trying
TP
to
from
set
Knight.
up the dive for the Shy, which looks good.
And he's getting 5-man again. He's getting 5-man again. He's getting 5-man again. He's
solo bolo. It's a full 5-man.
I mean,
and BLG
Baus was
strike
0-7
again.
yesterday, and he was 4k
IG
gold
not
up in the
fast
end.
enough to play out the next
So let's
two.
see.
And again,
Let's
with
see how
the
this goes.
gloves,
Let's see how this goes.
quickly BLG is able
IG
to
get
make
mid
these
push.
plays around
IG
their
get top
solo
push.
lanes,
They're
more
losing waves for this
self-sufficiency
kill, but they do get
broken
bot
out
tier
on the
1.
map. His ability to right now, but they're at the
Waiting for an in.
shoveling away at the landing.
IG start up the dragon.
IG
start up the dragon. IG start up the dragon. Rookie's on the side. Poppy ult knocks away Mako. In goes on. Charm misses. JJ. Nice ult to Poppy E. Flashes out. Gala Q. Rookie gets targeted. Good stun. Rumble ult layered. The Shy running away. Has no flash. W out.
Want that smoke, bro. You gotta get out of there. As Bin is a monster with a shovel, and BLG, even if they lost the draft,
Flash in from Mako, double combo from Rookie. Elk one shot.
That play we talked about it.
Knight's dead as well. Big ult from Ezreal.
Helps get a double kill for Rookie.
Then what? Don't overplay. Double knock up from Mako. WQ. Bin flashes away. Stun into the wall from base one. Gala ease out. Flashes back. JJ chasing him. Flashes. JJW. 2 big kills back.
Rush communicates with the rest
2
of
big
the
kills
team
back.
and meets back up.
I really like how IG played out to lane. We saw them
Then what?
overload first few turrets. Rookie punch. Gala really wants to play.
Drake in
And
130
Gala's
now.
done a really good
Would be
job of just
soul
making
point
sure
for
that he's
IG.
getting
They have
resources.
both Drakes.
The CS numbers so far for IG, we've seen BLG.
They have
put a
both
lot of,
Drakes.
numbers in
Ons
one lane.
being
We saw
really
them
cocky
overload
here.
the first few turrets. Rookie and Gala were the benefactors with the focus of the Shy.
Yeah.
And man, like if you have a big Ezreal, you have a big Zed. I really feel like even with the Shy being focused down so hard,
Rookie
you
combo.
can win
One
away.
shots
Shy,
on.
as good
Insta
as
one shot.
Non-existent.
Gala jumps
Oh
forwards,
my
chunks him out.
goodness, Rookie.
And I guess
We saw in the
IG get a
head-to-head
Drake
matchup between him and
uncontested.
Knight.
No, Drake's not up
I mean,
50
Rookie
seconds. They
has
just
been
force
fantastic
Atakan
in
off that
this
kill.
run. Both
They
the
force
Midnight champions
Atakan.
in this game, ones that Rookie had
TP in by
really popped
Yorick.
off on. Route, but the moment
Gala
45,
zones away the
we get Bin's
Poppy.
TP
There
as
you
the
go.
Otacon is started. Mako playing bodyguard.
No charm.
Good sidestep from
Nowhere
him.
near. Keeper's verdict. Going
Blocks the
through.
W.
They're gonna get JJ. But
Gets
he
the
gets
gets
smite
the
in, but
Atakan
Keeper's
easy.
verdict didn't go
Rumble
through.
is pretty
It's
solid
an
onto Knight and Elk.
excellent Equalizer.
I mean, their
H1
fighting is
left
great.
out in the wings,
Charm
but
hits
he
the
is
Shy.
down and out. There's the
Dies.
Gonna get
Worth.
a kill back onto the Shy
Yeah.
pin. Though he's working, he's in
Beam
trouble
dead.
because Gala is still strong.
Mako
and so
stunned.
is JJ. They get the
Rookie
CC
flashes,
chain. The
not
charm
much
gonna
here.
hit, though,
Mako is gonna
onto
die.
Mako.
Locket
He's
comes
trouble
in.
Now he will back away. He's burning,
Good.
but he's fine.
Good.
IG take the fight and
IG
they
get
get back
Atakan.
that big lead.
Fights like one who was engaged upon as well as
They're gonna start up Dragon now, so the play is continuing.
Monster objectives and a soul point now going over
They
to
get the
IG.
Dragon.
That's
As they
Soul points for IG. Oh, rookie.
Oh! Rookie almost
Tibbas hit him.
to zeros. Knight forced to
Ezreal loop.
flash. There's the true shot barrage across. Nothing.
Wait, Tibbers is going fucking crazy. The Malignance.
He got him.
Oh, he died to it. Does he have the enemies or what?
What is going on my screen? Rookie
Yeah, he
has
does.
just gone
Leandri's
Super
Malignant
Saiyan
Tibbers just
on a
chases
little
down Knight.
girl with a bear.
IG looking for mid tier
BOG are
1, a
not
bit of
playing
chunk
connected.
damage.
And IG
Pushing
on the
base
flip
one
side
out.
have been playing very connected with how they're playing and setting up these objectives. I think that Mako versus On, this is one of the matchups we actually were really questioning.
Beautiful play from
On
IG.
has been having a much better playoff run than Mako so far.
Beautiful play.
We're talking
I feel like,
about
yeah, I feel like
Shy
Mako
and
is mega
Rookie can
smurfing.
turn the clocks back.
Rookie is also
Oh,
mega
Mako, man,
smurfing.
he's been fantastic.
In this situation.
A little bit. Hey?
Going for a
Then what happens?
This.
IG farming, farming, holding Baron Vision.
Rookie, look at Rookie. Oh, Mako neither.
Holding
He's
Baron
already
Vision,
unbreakable.
IG's contesting mid
That's
waves.
an alt out.
Rookie
He's gonna
puts a
have it for the
pink
Dragon,
down.
and it's full Baron control going over to IG,
Then
so I still feel like
he
it's very
sees
worth it.
Elk.
How they snuck Rookie in.
Look at Rookie.
Flash Tibbers, one shots Elk. One shots Elk.
Grizzly Bears, they're about 1,000 pounds.
I mean,
Jins hate that.
Annie on this patch is still quite filthy, Mazel. Rookie definitely showing it. As again, I know that Ari really big pick.
Yorick's pushing bot, IG forcing the Baron.
Picks like Rise, like Annie,
We saw this.
really good into it, and Rookie has for
Yorick's
sure
pushing
taken
bot,
advantage of that,
IG starting the
and
Baron.
BOG being split in
Base
this
1
game
can't
one.
steal, Mako
And
zoning
BOG
away,
admitting
Gala zoning
defeat.
away.
It's been trading
They
out an
kinda need
inhibitor
to
for
get
the
back to
Baron,
mid.
as IG gonna clean this one up uncontested.
Base 1, is he spotted?
The
He
inhibitor
is.
actually a
Mako
pretty
Qs
massive
him,
deal
W's
there
him,
for him,
runs.
'cause again,
Yeah.
Bin's
Gets E,
saving
doesn't get
grace
stunned.
is this side
All good.
lane really trying
Everyone's
to be
happy.
unanswerable there. There's going to be some pings, though, for BLG as the timer is in their favor for this Dragon to set up preemptively, but they are going to get those backs off first. Now, actually, both teams going to have a little bit of an effort here.
IG base retaking the map
Still
mid
takes
bot.
one more wave for the empowered.
Souls up.
You know, control right where BOG has the jump on Annie. I think Rookie being down flash could be really important. to
Okay,
Rookie
Souls
to
up.
defend
Gala's
his
chunking
soul.
them. WQ onto the
IG,
Ari. Ease
they're
away.
completely
Poppy
caught
combo.
here.
Doesn't
Gala
land.
is
Gala
gonna make
cleanses
it out
on.
with that
Goes
cleanse.
in.
Three
And this
man
is where
crash down
Rookie
from On as they get this
gets
big
the
curve
combo
going
off.
back,
He's
but
gonna
Knight's
die.
looking for resets. He's trying to find Rookie, but the
Gala's
damage
frying
is
though.
enough.
He's
Now Tibbers is
completely
cooking
untouched this whole
in the
fight.
middle of all of this.
Completely
IG
untouched.
with Gala shooting
Being
his
dead.
shots.
Oh, the
Finds
Shy.
Giant,
Beautiful flash
and
over the
the
wall.
Shy
Beautiful.
at 0-5.
One shots Elk.
It does
Chases down
not
Knight. Slows
matter.
him.
He
Q.
still finds the
Burn.
difference
Damage. The
maker,
Shy
and
dies
he'll
as
find potentially
Worth
3
Mako
kills
flash
with the
finish.
help of Mako.
Mountain Soul to
So,
IG.
and I think that's game one, Mazel. As IG, again, I think
Mountain
looking
Soul
through this
for IG.
game,
Gold lead.
I'm
gonna say
their coach just tells them we can play well. on the
IG
right side
Siege
too.
bot tier 2. The Shy.
Like, everyone knows a boost
Oh,
side's
Bates
advantage.
one, Bates
It's
one,
mid.
Bates one. That keeper's
Poppy
really
gets
ain't
caught,
gonna save him
dies.
today. He tries to get out
Should
with
die,
that
right? Hello.
charge onto Mako,
SLQ,
but
minions
he
E,
knows what's
dead.
coming for him. And
The
it's a
Shy
shot
defends
to the
mid, he
dome
defends
by
top. He's
Gala.
like the defender
We look for the
of the
finishing
base.
touches here,
He
and
dies for the
that's somebody
towers.
I was gonna lean into after we ended up getting
Pushes
the
top.
tussles because we talked so much about Rookie and JJ, their combination. But Gala, he's untouched.
Bottom
He's unkilled. He took
Wait,
this
yeah.
as
Oh,
real,
Rookie TP's
and
mid.
he has been popping shots as soon
Rookie
as he got
TP's
those
mid.
2 items. You
Gala
could just
gets
see
bot
the
in it, maybe?
intensity level up for Gala.
No complaints here for IG.
Mid bot, the
I
Shy has
really
TP
feel like
whenever
they
you want to do
ran
anything.
circles around BOG in this game one. Definitely not something that we were expecting coming into this series, Mazel.
Blue side
BOG
dominance is over. Let's go.
We'll have to see, as Knight did burn the flash, but
Does
I mean,
no
Gala's
damage
up
to
3
Gala.
levels on him.
Yeah.
I'm really
Kills?
curious.
Oh.
Like, this is one of the VODs I'd love to like go back over. 'cause I
Mid
know
bot
that
nib,
BOG were
lovely.
making so many
And then I guess they force an Elder, right?
like that. So fire for Zed, split one.
Side. This
Wrong.
They just force a
Right,
Baron and they
that's
get
the
it.
little mini meta that I'm so excited to see
Yeah,
these
yeah.
two teams pick apart because this is do or die. This is the moment you've had plans, you've had things. You ain't
Force
saving
the
them
Baron,
any
they
longer.
get it.
You need to make it
Great.
to finals. You want to make it to MSI.
And then I guess
this
it's over,
is
GG. Just
maybe
go to Elder.
even
End the game.
most played games
Push mid.
teams, at least in the way I said that, in the
Far away.
Push
They
mid,
make
get top
plays for
tier
better or
2.
worse, and so, hold on.
And then dive them. GG.
Okay,
Rookie wants the
goodbye,
better.
Knight.
Okay, I mean,
Rookie
it's pretty
saw
solid
in
game
the
by
VODs
IG.
that we showed that clip.
Shy
of him
died a
getting
bit too many
bodied by
times on
Knight,
weak
and,
side.
he decides that he wants to take him out, even if it costs his life. As BLG are running for the hills, their base.
But I
in
think Rookie and
tatters
Mako's team fighting
as
was
the
really, really
inhibit
good.
Turret in top side
Really,
to
really
put the
good.
final touches on these Nexus turrets. Mako banking on the survivability that he has as it's going a little bit far
Doesn't even
forward.
come down to an
JJ
Elder fight or what?
There. Keep the pressure.
They get chased though. They
Win
get
the
chased
game?
to
They
the
don't win
Elder. Rookie TP's back
they're
in.
trying to back. Not like this. They don't.
They've kind of drawn. This did.
IG just using the bushes, trying to force him to face check into them.
In cases, Rookie gonna hide.
Rookie one taps the Rel maybe.
Catches
Nope.
on straight up. Not gonna
Knight over the wall. Charm hits
the
the fucking
Raptor.
Raptor.
It hits
Rumbled.
the chicken.
The Shy over the wall. One shots
immediately
Knight.
gets
You love to see
flashed
it.
By the Shy, who
You love
is
to see
just cooking. He finds the double kill there in the end, and JJ cleans up the rest of them. Bin gonna run away and Elk
GG.
as well. But the super. Internationals campaign will start strong here tonight.
Man, the energy is quite low on... Yeah, never mind. People are saying, why are you doing this? Chat, I'm not watching this to fake react and put it on YouTube and make money. People say you're just doing this for the... Bro, the YouTube videos make hardly any money. I'm just making sure I'm doing it so the YouTube frogs... Otherwise, if I put up the Genji Humble Life series by itself, the YouTube frogs will be like, where's the IG series? Because a lot of people don't watch live streams. A lot of people only watch VODs. And they watch a lot of the YouTube VODs. I'm just doing it so I can put it there so I can watch it.
Where is my finals MVP jungler? Yeah, he's gone. Where's my jungle goat? He's gone.
Only one.
There's only the nut god.
That Hanwha Life Esports.
I also ran the ads a little bit late after the game ended, so sorry about that.
It's not done yet. If there's a thing or two about great stories, there's
YouTube
always
doesn't
a
make much money.
Let's see if Genji are able to do
it makes decent money, you know, but it's not like I need to react for this or whatever, bro. I'm
gonna
just...
select the blue side here for the third time
It makes decent money.
Not a big surprise. Not gonna change
But
anything up. It really comes down to
some guy in chat said, "Stop milking your YouTube viewers with fake react." Bro, I'm not fake reacting. You see me jumping out my chair? No, the game was over.
Sandbagging a little bit in the round robin, and then they come into playoffs and they look like a totally different team. Genji totally caught off guard, and they might have to forego that first ticket over to Vancouver, and if you lose today...
What percent does your editor get from your YouTube? My editor gets half of all the YouTube revenue. And he has like ownership of the channel.
That guy, and he's sitting in like a gamer chair, and the gamer chair's like tilted backwards.
Yeah.
And then like he tilts forward. That's just Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, they just tilt it forward.
They just tilt it forwards, and they do this thing. It's called locking in.
Well, I think right now Genji needs to do it.
They need to do that thing.
All right, let's see it. I'm sorry, I'll run the ads after this draft, and then we're good again.
Lost 2 games on blue side.
Editor is starving. No, editor's shitting.
Coming into this series,
editor's
by the way,
great.
This year, 15-0 on blue side here in 2025 LCK.
What is that on your head?
Twice in a row.
What's wrong with it?
Kind of unprecedented.
Okay, Genji chose blue side again, and because Sion is out, they now have to ban Jace. They also ban Alistar to get rid of playmaking. So there is just Rakan open. Xayah Rakan is very strong right now. If Nico's out, but Nico's still in.
I feel like we've had this thing when we get a little bit deeper
Victor ban.
into best of fives, where sometimes you see more bot lane picks starting to crop up in the first
So there's jungles,
Early on
there's...
in the series, we see like it's more
There's only really junglers and Nico, yeah.
And now we get a Nico.
I wonder if Hanwha Life goes Xayah Rakan.
Presumably in the sport role for Duro coming out. And
wow.
Jax
Insta-Jax pick.
Jax hit Dwani. Yeah. There's no more Trundle.
There's no more Trundle,
just
so...
slam it.
Insta-Jax pick.
Confidence there from HLE.
I feel like he needs to go Gragas here.
I don't think you necessarily care now. Maokai has been very... Maokai's been very strong into...
Don't go Maokai. Do not go Maokai. You are asking for a free lose. Skarner a bit better.
It is a fairly risky pick that we haven't seen Canyon find much success on.
Yeah, you also, if the Silas angle comes through...
What are you going to do here? Skarner Gragas? Is that the play, or do you just drop top?
Okay for the Skarner, but the one player I think this entire season we've been able to trust on Skarner has been Canyon. He has been the guy who's played it after everyone else said it's not viable, it's not meta. And Peanut to a lesser extent, but Canyon has been way more consistent with
Kaisa Nico.
As this would be an interesting blind
I wonder what they pick on 3 here.
Have the Nico to back it up in
do you just take Xayah and whatever? No, you take the Sylas. I thought so. This was the dangerous pick. I mean, the Sylas on 3.
It doesn't
the Sylas on 3 is the danger. Or are we going to pick Corki?
Not as happy about.
Or are we going to pick Corki?
You already have the Nico.
Or are we going to pick Corki?
You don't need more ults than one really good one. It's one of the best
That's
ults.
fucking right.
Just lock it in.
Do it, baby.
Sejuani,
Do it, baby.
It's
Zeka Sylas. And you can ban for it. Aurora ban is very good. Aurora ban is very good for Hanwha Life. Aurora Galio, I would look for bans.
Very playable, very
I feel like these two champs can do well. Galio's good against Sylas, Aurora's good against Jax and Sylas, and Genji flex both.
What they're playing into so far, so gotta see how they can navigate in this next stage.
What Chovy's gonna play into this Sylas?
They ban Renekton.
Becomes a big question.
Okay, so Aurora or Galio will be open, which is good for Genji. But then, if they're gonna play Galio, they need a good carry top into Jax. What carry top can you play into Jax?
Nar's
like
shitty. You don't want to play that with a Sylas on the other side. And so I'm also curious where Keen's going to go. The Renekton is taken away here first. And it does feel like options-wise, there's a lot more here on the table for Hanwha Life. There's so many AD carries you could still play here into the Kai'Sa Nico that feel very
Do you
viable.
ban Galio or Aurora?
Ban
What do you
supports as a
ban?
result.
Maybe you just play into the Galio. Does their comp win with Galio? They have
this
like
final ban
a
will
tank
be here
jungler
for
and they
Humble
can't
Life
really find the
Esports.
carry top unless he plays. Oh, you ban the
Galio,
Galio. Okay.
Genji just banned
So
Senna.
I actually prefer I prefer Aurora ban.
That does make
Because
sense.
I think
Yeah,
Chovy will
I
play
think Senna's
Aurora,
fantastic with this front line that's
and
gonna
that
be going
means
in
that
already.
Keen
And
is not
you can do
super
really
pressured
well
to play
into
heavy
the
damage.
Kai'Sa
Like they
Nico.
could play.
I think it deserves a
Is
look.
Aurora Gragas winning
Especially
though?
with Viper, the way he's playing.
They could play Aurora GP. I think that might be a bit
It's
better.
going to be Braum instead.
Kind of more concerned about a Lucian pick here.
Oh,
I
he could
suppose,
also play
but-
Smolder.
Yeah, I mean, Lucian Braum could definitely do work against the Kai'Sa, so I understand, but Senna's been big in our meta. I mean, she's been a powerhouse the last couple of weeks.
So Rakan Brown ban. How does Hammerlife
The crazy
fix
thing
bot
about
lane?
Both of these picks are
How does
incredibly
Hammerlife
strong.
fix
Like,
bot lane?
Lucian
Is it MF?
Doesn't have the Braum anymore.
It's Corki.
As
Corki what
that
though?
would be an interesting call, and he is going to just lock it
I wonder if
in.
they're taking Corki on 4 because it could be a pick for Chovy into Sylas. So they're actually like targeting with three bends.
For potentially a game 4 here for Hanwha Life Esports. I mean, it's a very safe pick. Can be strong in lane. Very difficult to root with Nico because of the Valkyrie.
Yeah.
Keen Sante.
Sante.
Oh my god, I'm
Keen
shocked.
special.
Well, they banned Renekton.
My name's Keen. I need comfort.
And he's just
I'm gonna
gonna
pick a
play
Sante.
Keen Sante.
Classic.
It hasn't necessarily been a big pick, but
Absolute
Zeus had
classic.
success on it recently.
And, you know, Corki's not the biggest, like, crit explosion AD carry.
There's
and
the
you don't
Aurora.
have,
I feel
Leon
like
Reed
this is
wielding
why I would
champion,
prefer
so
the
it feels
Aurora
like
ban.
strong.
They did this before. Well, it wasn't specifically.
Because
they could swap as well.
if you're playing
between these
Galio
two.
and
Like,
left
they
side
could put
comp,
the
are you
Aurora
really
top
winning the
and
game?
Sante mid.
They certainly could.
If they wanted to. They have that flex option.
It's got to be Leona on 5, yeah.
available,
Chat,
and
this
the
is
Lights
it.
is gonna lock in
Ads
the
are going to run if you want
Leona.
to avoid them. Can you sub right to try
Which
and
is
sub channel
honestly,
to back to the game?
one of the things with the
Much
Nico
love,
is
and
you
then we're
send your
good for the
clone
game.
out. If you're playing into like a Nautilus or something, you send the clone out, it body blocks the dredge line. That doesn't work on
If
Leona.
HLE wins
so
the
it's
series,
actually-
I'm really happy we don't
as
get to see a
far
run
as
back in a
matchups
playoff
go,
bracket
it's
or a final. I
scarier
personally find matchups like this really
scarier
boring, and I
one,
speak for everyone. I say that
especially
the
with
formats
the
without
Corki,
finals
with
just
his
feel nice to
Gatling
watch.
proccing the passive
I
so
personally suggest they do a Road to
It's
Worlds
really
so instead of an
hard to
LCK
dive
Grand
the
Final in
Corki.
summer. All that
It's hard
matters
to
is Worlds
follow
anyway,
up,
so
like,
why
you
waste
know,
our time
if
with a
you're
Mickey Mouse
Duro in
tournament?
this case, and you're trying to catch the Corki, if you catch the front line, it's pretty
Rage bait.
durable in general anyways, but catching the Corki's
Rage
out of
bait.
the question. If you're trying to dive
Rage
the
bait.
bottom turret and try to collapse on the Viper,
Yeah, I think we should
the
actually just
Leona's great
remove
there,
all
but it also
finals
works
and regular
incredibly well
season
as follow-up
standings.
to all the other forms of engage that you have, all the other
Regular
setups that
season
you
standings
have.
should
I do
just
think
be
Genji's composition
who goes to the
has a lot
tournament.
of combo potential. I think there are some really strong angles where when you look at the Aurora ult getting dropped down, how much zone control there is. There are definitely some angles for sure for Genji with this comp. It's got a strong front line, but it's Kai'Sa, you know, it's a dive champion. I feel like the identity of Genji's comp isn't as strong as what is very obviously not only a strong dive and melee composition with great follow-up, but comfort across the board for Hanwha Life.
Looking for the 5-gamer, and we already talked about it. HLE is so good in that game 5, but they've already gotten the work done in the first couple of games. Hard to see Genji, even if they do make it to a game 5, winning that one.
The amount of
Man.
confidence they must have
Makes
on
me
the
happy
back of these
because,
first
like,
2 wins, and then that top side securing these champions.
I
which
feel
scream
like
confidence.
watching the
These
highest
players
level
on
of
these
League of
picks,
Legends and team
they're in
fights,
such a good position right
it
now,
just
and really
does
it's on
something
Genji
to my
to
brain.
answer, to step
It just
up and
releases this
show
dopamine
that they deserve to be
that it's
MSI
almost
to
like I'm
defend
in the team fight,
the title that they
and it's
hold.
like fucking exciting to watch.
Right now, let's hop on the rift for
Crazy.
game number 3.
You don't get this in regular season.
Still packed here at the Sajik Gymnasium. So many people coming down to see who our first seed from the LCK will be. And we all assumed it would just be Genji. They'd keep that roll going with the 18-0 from the regular season. And instead, Hanwha Life Esports have come out and say, no, we're the better team when it comes to big, clutch, best of 5s.
Lil Bro
They've
thinks he's
already
on the
proven
team.
it here. The only way they can really tarnish that reputation
I don't
is
know,
if
it's-
they lose 3 in a row. And that's
How
gotta be
cool would
really
it be, you know? Like, I don't know.
for them.
Imagine how you feel when you make like a monster outplay.
there's a certain element of
Okay, this mid matchup is hard.
With extremely dominant teams.
Nowadays, I'm just a water boy.
Forgetting how to play from behind, forgetting what it's like.
Yeah, we'll pick Sins out here. Neme, what do you like? Reki, what do you like here? Yeah, Baus, what do you got for me?
Right?
Yeah, you like it? Happy with that? Okay.
Most of their series were incredibly dominant, so much so that after the first 15 minutes, you knew it was likely over. The enemy team was thinking about the Game 2 draft because Gen G had this insurmountable lead. And after losing a Game 2, like what we just saw, Gen G has been in that position so rarely this year that they probably get a little shaken. You know, it's been a long time.
I think it's also, you know, a team adjusting when things are going wrong. It's something that T1 have been praised so much for with their back-to-back Worlds wins, because those years weren't clean, weren't smooth, but they were good at adjusting and problem solving. And I think Gen G often, you know, have a lot of smooth sailing, but when sometimes at those critical moments things went wrong, it's like, okay, well maybe more time where they had to problem solve could have changed things. Now
Can you
they
stop
are in
picking
the position
Kled?
where
No.
they've had to problem solve.
No.
And in this game,
No.
so far, Chovy is solving some problems of what to do about Zeka Silas, and that is bully him in lane, and he's doing a pretty good job so far.
I don't think Chovy's laning has really been an issue this series.
Oh, wait, it says IG the Shy. Wait, I
But
swapped
this
backs and
matchup,
oops, my
he's
bad, sorry.
going to take the big W you're supposed to get towards level 3 and
Wrong
push
screen.
it right into Zek.
Well, actually, he hasn't skilled W yet. He actually put 2 points Q, 1 point E, so he hasn't actually...
Very true. Well said.
I mean W-I-N Ox.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Sorry.
Win. I'm curious about the Cassante.
That was quite seamless, though.
You know, I think it does have some good value into this comp already. You can do a good job of just
He dashes forwards.
kidnapping someone on the side of HLE that goes a little bit too far. And you're a
Cassante.
very solid front line. He doesn't have the power that he used to have, obviously, but when it comes to like a Game 3 or a Game 4
Kenny gonna
later,
take top crab. He has no bot
Fearless,
push. Corky
it's
Leona
not a
actually
bad
pushing
look.
in the Kai'Sa
We
Nico.
haven't seen Ornn at all yet in this series. Curious when that one is going to show its face, if it gets a chance at all. If Gen G do take this win. A lot of trading here on the top side.
I think it has to be said.
Oh,
okay, hold up, bottom
they saw Skarner
dive
cross or what? Is this a
potential here.
dive?
Deal early.
They've got a pretty good angle. Where are they going to go? Looks like they do want to go
Chain
straight
CC,
to
Ruler
and he
insta
just
dead.
gets blown
Wow.
up immediately. That's first
Great
blood
dive.
given over to Peanuts
Great
Sejuani,
dive.
And just like that, it's that simple. Even with
They're not
the
going to push
cleanse,
bot. They're just going to
Ruler
press
doesn't
B.
even bother flashing, doesn't get a chance.
They're just going to press B.
Yeah, I don't know really what else they could have done in that situation. The heal early, because obviously Ignite's going to come down. You don't want the heal reduced. The route from Duro was great. You obviously get the extended duration when it goes through multiple, but I don't know. I feel like they kind of did what they could, but if they want to kill you, you're going to die in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, Delight flashes out of the turret aggro, even though he was rooted with aggro from the play there from Duro.
IG's getting cooked. Yeah, don't worry about it.
Not able to trade a kill back. You'll see it once again here from Peanut's perspective.
So I guess Kai'Sa just,
as the
I mean,
engage
I thought
starts
cleanse
with
flash to the right
the
would
aggro
work, but
pickup here from
he
the
gets
Leona.
cancelled on the...
Follow-up from the Sejuani is great.
Okay.
The flash is good. And that's
Peanut
just
seems really
Sejuani
calm.
walking away.
Yeah, it's the layering after the cleanse with the knock-up, because obviously you get the increased tenacity after it. It's
Ruler
just
said, fuck this shit, I'm out,
so
and he
well
ran top
executed,
from
just
base.
doesn't give any outplay potential, so really well done by HLE there.
Yep, Peanuts calling the whole way, you know, saying, okay, I'm not going to use my flash here, go for the Kai'Sa, well done, guys, and definitely a leader. You know, there have been times, especially in the round robin, where we looked at Peanut and we're like, what is going on, man? But it's a different story. Now we're looking across the aisle at Canyon, we're like, what's going on, man?
Well, I mean,
so sometimes that's the way it goes.
The consolation cull that Ruler has in his inventory right now does not feel great. This will be okay, but you know, it's
Delight
it's
needs to
moments
cover
like
the
this
jacks.
in this game
Yep.
where you're like, oh, it's already, once again, we're on the back foot early. How are we going to fight our way back in? Feels super frustrating. It wasn't to mention earlier about the Cassante, just it's
Why
Keen
is Zeus
Sante, right?
spacing?
It hits a little bit different. The mastery
Okay,
of the
staying
champion
good.
that he has, I think, has to count for something. Has to count for a little bit, even with some of the changes to Cassante, some of the nerfs that came through. He isn't as meta.
He's going
But
to
again, the
lose a
comp
lot of
doesn't
creeps
have
here. The
that
swap
same
from Gen G is so
strong
good.
identity as I feel their last comp did with a really strong front line.
Canyon's here. They are going to drop the ult here on Zeka. He's got his flash. He's going to try to flash over it, but
He's dead.
Canyon's still on top of the Silas.
Oh,
And
7,
another
buddy.
rock comes through, and Chovy
Oh,
easily cleans
7,
that
buddy.
one up. So Zeka really having a rough time here in
Yeah.
mid.
I really
will
think
get
the
punished
Aurora ban
once
was
again.
needed, man. I feel
Pretty
like this
well
matchup is so
played by
difficult
Gen
for
G there, but
Silas.
Also Zeka going in a bit aggressively, and I feel like when you're playing Silas and a ranged champion, you have to kind of play up in their face to trade back, but when Chovy has level 6 and you don't, always a dangerous game.
Yeah, and the rock's just slowing you there. You're never going to get away. Chovy plays it well. Doesn't even have to flash to get the second Q there to take him out. So just executes him, and it's a pretty significant advantage now for Chovy. It was building
Yeah, he's
up
a level
slowly,
down
but I
now,
feel like that
Zeka.
was
And
the
I'm guessing he's going to go
sledgehammer
Roll of
to
Ages,
the
which is going to be
end of Zeka's
disgusting.
early game in this game.
It's going to be
He's
disgusting.
going to push this wave in. Chovy will get the majority of it. You're only going to be able to miss that one melee minion. As it starts off with Zeka, you know, going in here, like you said, he wants to trade aggressively because that's how you have to play this. But when Chovy has 6 and the jungler is there, and you don't know where the jungler is, you might just have to sit there and take a little bit more of the beating, because you're not getting out. If Canyon shows up, you're basically guaranteed dead.
Yeah, a lot of factors, and I think Zeka's going to be kicking himself for that one. And a nice capitalization by the Gen.G mid and jungle.
You don't watch IG
so
and they
now
start
it does
winning.
feel like Gen.G have taken a bit of this.
Chat, don't
early
spoil.
lead
Don't
and
spoil.
done
Don't spoil.
something
Don't
with
spoil.
it With a nice proactive maneuver
They're
in
not gonna
mid,
win.
So definitely a nice
That game
position
looks
for
cooked.
them, whereas they've been kind of bullied early on in these games so far in this series.
A bit of a wave hold there from Ruler, but we'll eventually start pushing back towards Viper as
I
he
feel
shows
like
up.
I don't want to be
This
that
top
guy,
lane, by
but I'm
the
going to be
way,
that guy right now.
quietly Keen with a
Is this
20
game just
CS
fucked for
advantage
Hammerlife?
and a 400 gold lead. We've kind of been checking in occasionally. It looks like Keen's
Both
taking
side
nice
lanes are gonna
trades,
lose
but
for a
I
while.
haven't really put my eye on that CS advantage for a
They're gonna
while.
lose
He has a
grubs
plate
too.
As well, he's picked up here. He's looking for some
They
more
can't
pressure
really
right
dive the
now.
Kai'Sa anymore.
And again, I just mentioned the mastery. You know, we
Because
talk
Nico
about
will get
Zeus
6
on
soon,
Jax
and
all the
then
time.
I
He
feel like
certainly
diving
has
in
it
Nico
too,
6 just
but
sounds horrendous.
This early game looking really nice for Gen.G. Once again, the soul lanes, just like game 2, I think that was the best start they had despite the
Zeka is a
level 1,
full level down.
Both Keen and Chovy were generating advantages. It was team fights and group ups later on where the disaster
I
started.
guess they have a Drake, but
once again,
does that
good
really
job
matter?
by the laners.
Yeah, do you see HLE leveraging some of that buff pressure though to get an early dragon? And it is an Ocean as well, which honestly, Ocean Dragon, I feel like early dragons, you never really talk that much about the stat impact, but the sustain from an Ocean can
Stop
actually go a
ulting.
long way, especially when your solo laners are struggling with some of the harass coming out. Do you see Delight and Peanut looking though?
Canyon's like, oh crap.
Chovy
I
has
can't really
flash,
help you here.
jumps the
Chovy
ult.
is going to hop away.
Slowed.
But he gets slowed
Miss
by
E.
the Solar Flare. As in goes Peanut. It's going to hop over to the other side though, and Chovy gets away.
I'm not going to chase
three.
more.
One thing with the Aurora in this game is typically we think of like Aurora
I
and
feel like
how
we
much
could
damage you can sometimes use.
maybe could have got
But in a game
Aurora
like
flash
this,
there or what?
Where it's 4 melee champions and a short range carry, it can be really hard to actually pin it down, but also like, you know, the ult is often going to hit a lot of targets. Whenever you cast your abilities, you're probably going to hit 2-3 people. If Chovy gets fed, he's going to be able to pump damage this game.
Yeah, and we'll be able to go toe-to-toe in the side lane as well. Peanut did not commit the ultimate after Chovy did, you know, kind of Pac-Man his way
Chat,
back
I say
there
we
out
all
of
the
his
time.
ult, and I think that maybe he could have fished for the flash there, but decides not to commit. Still holds his ultimate here. There's no objective for it. And Chovy's just chilling, looking for the ult again.
Canyon's here.
Zeka dead.
Zeka, no flash, no ult stolen, and he's just a sitting duck. Nowhere for him
This
to
Silas
run
is so
and
far
nowhere
behind
for
now.
him to hide.
Oh, I
And
think it's
Canyon
cooked. Is
picks
he going
up
to buy
another one.
Catalyst as well
Zeka
in
is
base?
not a champion
Please don't go
at this
Roa. Oh
moment in
my
time.
god, he's going Roa. This game is so
He's
fucked
really
for
not.
Hammerlife.
I mean, he's sitting on
This game is fucked, by the way.
You know, just a
I'm convinced.
Catalyst, which is great
I'm
for
convinced
not
it's
losing
cooked.
super hard, but isn't going to really give you the advantages you're hoping for in this range disadvantage. And 2 big ganks from Canyon, 2 big wins in this early game for Chovy. And we asked the question, if he gets fed,
I really think they should
we're
have
kind
banned
of already
Aurora.
there.
I feel like that would help so much.
1,100 gold lead already in his pocket. Got the double mask we've seen from him before on, I think it was Victor last time. He went this, going for that damage amp as early as possible.
It's a lot of power in
Hey!
fights.
Ruler.
Okay.
Does
Why is
the
it
big
just
one.
me?
Trades back
Okay.
pretty nicely,
Is it just
but
me or
that's
does
kind of
Viper
what
on
he can
Corki
do
just
as
sound?
we
It
take
just
another
sounds
look
so
at this game.
fucking wrong.
Yeah, I mean, Zeka trading the ultimate here, but Chovy just gets him close enough
What
for
the
Canyon to
fuck?
hit him with the charge.
Get that mana
That's the end of his
fucking
life.
Kai'Sa, Ashe, Zaya, Ezreal. Bro's playing fucking Corki. Lima, Oscar Lima.
Would have been able to get him
Look
away
at that fucking
from the
Corgi
gang,
with
so
running around the map.
pretty unfortunate.
Yeah, it was just way too obvious that he was just looking to clear the wave and back as soon as possible. And it's just so telegraphed that Canyon's like, all right.
I feel like Keen
second
has
he
been
goes
winning
in,
lane a lot of
I'm
the
going
time.
in.
I feel like
But I
so
guess the
many of the
matchups are
deaths
slightly
between
Keen
these two
favorites.
teams
Silent
in
to
this
Camille
series have
early.
been, okay, just
Kassan
clear the
tames
wave,
Jax.
get
Is that
away.
favorite?
And that is where so
don't
many
know.
deaths happen, where it's like, I'll just finish this push. the junglers know. They know that's what you want to do.
Chovy has
That's
two
why
masks.
They're going to gank you.
Yeah. Well, we do have a little bit of a change up in terms of where the lanes are going to go. The Solar Flare does
Okay,
hit
no
Ruler,
cleanse.
slows him.
W away
at
from
least,
Viper.
and that's going to get the cleanse out just to be safe. Kaisa not necessarily having a great time in this lane, but Ruler isn't far behind on farm like the other lanes of Hama Life are. So he's been able to shore up his lane very nicely. And he will be a menace once he gets 2-3 items especially. That is the way that Kaisa works.
This potential fight down here on the bottom side definitely
Oh
favoring
my God.
Gen G right now with choke
Oh
point
my
control
God.
and flash and ult for Duro. Hanwha Life need to be super respectful.
IG
There's
is
no dragon
cooking.
up just yet, but the fact that they need to back away from this turret gives a lot of vision control here to the side of Gen G, as Peanut is kind of in no man's land. Won't
And
get
he's just
punished.
hanging out with his buddy Viper in the mid lane. And he's been doing good for himself. You know,
Holy
he
fuck,
got
I'm
the
gonna
dive
bust.
down on the bottom side, and since then he's just been farming.
This Sylas looks like the biggest bot
safe
ever.
to say that Canyon has
Biggest
done
bot
more
ever.
in this game. Or maybe you could say, depends on your perspective, maybe you could say Zeka has done more as well to assist Canyon on those ganks. And so it does leave us in a pretty fun spot where Gen G, you know, if you're going to come back in the series, you obviously have to win this one. And getting a strong win would certainly help your mental. and
I
get
think
you
Humble
back
Life's
on
slowly
track.
gonna bleed
We've
out
seen
this game.
reverse sweeps before, even though they are quite difficult.
A lot of momentum, though, would be out of Hanwha Life Esports if this ends up being a W here for Gen G. It's still so early in this game, and we've seen crazier throws, we've seen crazier catches, and big team fight clutches from both of these teams all year long. So even though it feels kind of doomed here for Hanwha Life in terms of some of the big advantages, the fact that Zeka is not really a champion in this game wouldn't
Secret
count
code
Hanwha
is
Life
coming
Esports
later.
out just yet.
I also feel like when you're playing Sylas and you have like a Nico ult on the enemy team, I mean, even if all you do is just steal the ult and get a big ult, that's still value.
So
right?
what does
Still
Zeka do this
offering a
game? He
decent
builds
amount.
Roa, sits on side lane, and he needs
Exactly. And
15 minutes to
like
be
you've
useful.
got a Jax on your team, you've
I
got a
guess
Poke
they
on your
just
team,
have
as
to
long as
wait
they're doing
15 minutes for
something, like,
Sylas to join the game.
Yes, the game's not a great position right now, but it's still winnable. And we've seen HLE come back from worse positions. Right now, though, Gen G starting up the Dragon, HLE looking to get in position and see
You
if he can
cannot
get an
fight this
angle.
dragon. Surely not, right? This
Yeah, not sure about
Sylas
this
is
one.
so useless,
Again,
but it's
Zeka,
Zeka Sylas, so
I
maybe
think
randomly
he can finish
pentakills
the
him.
rod, which will
But
be
no
his first
shot.
item, so they're not gonna
Onto
throw
the
an ult
Nico.
in onto
Leonel's
Duro, but
flashed.
he's totally fine, and now
Oh!
as the stolen
Nice answer by Zeka, but what a fight by Gen G. What a good fight. What a good fight by Canyon. Great team fight. Great team fight by Canyon. Classic.
To see more from the man. He's showing it to us right here in game 3.
I said I don't know if we can count Hanwha Life Esports out, but I think after that one, we definitely will. I think in this one, the combo
Wow,
is so sick.
insane
Canyon
combo by
gets the
Canyon.
impale. Duro with
Insane
the
combo by
follow
Canyon.
there, and the third
This
follow
game is
from
looking a wee
Zeka
bit cooked,
when
chat,
everything
not gonna
is
lie.
already in tatters and in shambles, doesn't offer much damage, and his ultimate doesn't have any follow-up as... I mean, Peanut looking for this, sure, but they don't secure
Duro
the kill.
flashes,
Duro
Canyon.
flashes,
Wow,
finds to get
the
angry with
Skarner
impale.
pincer is like the
Two.
person just behind him gets hit.
Bam. 3-man
Just behind him.
knockoff, and then you see Zeka go for the counter, but it doesn't do anything, and the fight is already over. And Chovy was already so big in this game, picks up a ton of gold in this fight. He's a huge side lane threat with 3 grubs in this Aurora. And Canyon's like, yeah, it's good. Looking for the ult.
That's good Skarner mechanics. Zeka Nico ulted, said Kaisa. Yeah, it's a bug. It's a bug. It's a bug. If you Sylas ult a Nico in Kaisa in any champion form, it shows the champion ult on spectator, but in game it doesn't.
But a huge,
In-game it
huge
doesn't.
play there from Canyon, and I just feel like, you know, the play from HLE, they were kind of going for like a non-committal look for Duro, like take out the Nico squishy, if you're removing, especially because Duro didn't have Celestial opposition, remove that CC option. Oh.
All right, trying to make something happen here.
Is it a chase angle?
Have a Sejuani ultimate, and that
Is it a chase angle?
K'Sante.
It's not a chase angle.
Yeah, he's totally fine.
And
This is a free Rift Herald on top of
Yeah,
it.
they're 5,000
Herald,
gold
as
up
you
in
say.
15 minutes. 5,000.
All right, Duro gonna meet his opposing
Well, this
support,
game for
so
Humble Life,
continuing on this one. So
even
he's
though they're
just
gonna
nearby
lose.
level 11. They will be
Wait,
able to keep Duro
Duro's
down.
dead.
As Duro thought, you know, well, we got total control up on the
TP
top
in from
side,
Zeka.
but
He has
he's gonna
K'Sante
pay
ult,
for it
but they
with
all
his
have
life.
sums. Even though they're
Canyon
going to
gets
lose,
it
they have
against
eaten
the
away
Rift
some
Herald and
champs,
gets
which I think are
out,
big
so
for Gen G.
not the end of the world here for Gen G.
Mainly
They
Nico
will
and
get the
K'Sante.
objective.
These
Yeah,
are
I
two
need to get
big...
more. Oh.
Canyon, what the fuck?
Just a nice bait from Peanut, I suppose. Or did he overstep? is the question.
Are they gonna fight this?
Here.
Is Canyon overstepping big time?
Viper is on the way. They're gonna pull back Canyon.
Wait,
who is in a lot of trouble
wait,
here
Canyon's dead.
but
So is Viper. No, he doesn't die. Sejuani ult hits. Oh, they're so pincered here by Viper and by Ruler and Chovy. Flash E from Zeus hits Ruler. Ruler no sums. Dead. Duro comes back from base. Big Nico ult. Zeus jumps in. Chovy has flash. He can play it.
He's got double buff, and he will be looking to follow up on this one.
Zeka, Q. Oh, Zeus wants to turn this, doesn't go for it. I mean, 3 for 3 for Hammerlife is pretty solid. That's a volume increase.
I mean, I think a 3v3 at this game state, you'll take it.
Yeah, 100%. Actually, considering how far behind they were, able to bring that one out. And I think Gen G just a little bit overconfident. You know, Chovy did so much work to clean that fight up, but here Canyon had already
been 4 for 3 in the long play because Duro died, if you think about it. Silas, Cassante ult to Skarner. I think Canyon walked up way too far. Ruler gets hit by Sedge ult, cleanses it, ults in, gets the Q, Chovy's there.
With Zeus there, with Zeka there, you're stacking up the passive, you're burning people down. And it just felt like a bit of an overcommit. You know, Zeka and Zeus end up running away from the fight in the back end.
Yeah, I think for Canyon there, it was just unfortunately the wrong read. Even though they had vision of how many Hanwha Life members were nearby, I think if Chovy wasn't as big as he was this game, like if he was just dead even with Zeka and you take that type of fight, I mean, Hanwha Life just walk all over you. At least Chovy was able to do a massive amount of damage, help clean things up, had a big ult there to change things. He hasn't died yet this game. That may change.
Chovy's getting TP'd on. He has a 1k shutdown, basically.
He doesn't have ult yet.
He's literally a 1k shutdown.
Now, who is going to collect
Flash.
the pinata is the only question.
Zeka.
They're going on in.
They will kill him, I think. He's dead. Is he dead? How much will they lose for this kill, though? 1k to Zeus.
Over to Zeus, but the ensuing fight
I think they're all going to die for it. Zeka dashes out. He's trying to bait. Zeka,
looks like Zeka
trying his best, gets Ruler very low.
Takes out Ruler,
But Viper gets mid-tier 1. Oh, Gen G cracks are showing a little bit here. Mid-tier 1 is big.
Even with their gigantic lead.
It's bit by bit, it's chisel
Canyon
by
has
chisel.
flash,
But
Hanwha Life's pinging to fight.
In this game.
No flash on Keen, he has ult though, he can ult them into Canyon. Chovy has no TP, Zeka's dead, Viper's moving, Keen ult, he's gonna live, he's gonna pop the W, down goes Peanut. Zeus gets knocked, jumps out. Zeus hasn't spent that 1k gold. A bit of an overplay. Big overplay by Hanwha Life. Big overplay by Hanwha Life. They're behind and they're greedy. Good answer by Gen G. Keen, good stuff.
You know, I was gonna say after they got that 1 kill in return, that like they needed 3 or 4
now
kills
they're very far behind. Now
they got the 3 or 4 in the end. Here, Chovy, unfortunately, doesn't have his ult available yet. Really overextended.
He did in fact
as the Aurora is. As much as that flash buys him a lot of value, just not able to get away from the situation. The team comes in to save him, but Zeka buys a lot of time by moving downwards, so Peanut and Zeus can sort of start to try and escape away as the rest of the focus goes here. And initially, this looks pretty great for HLE, right? It's a 1-for-1, you got a ton of gold, you have Viper pushing mid.
He did in fact not yield.
Break and disengage
Herald
here,
mid-tier 1's dead.
Play.
Yeah, I mean, now you're, like, we had the slippery Aurora that they engaged on before that bought enough time for some of those members to come up, but then here, engaging onto the Cassante was a bit puzzling. Delight wasn't there to follow up. Viper was still in mid. He got the turret, but just cut your losses here, Hanwha. And now, once again, the pendulum swings massively back in the favor of Gen G.
Yeah, it was
Chovy has 3 masks.
Yeah.
You had it. But now Gen G, 6,000 gold lead at this point. And, you know, we talked about Chovy being super fed. Ruler got a lot of gold on the back of that.
Viper almost has Muramana.
Kai's extremely strong.
Yeah, it does feel like at this point for Hanwha Life, it's kind of like we got to go late and get this Jax huge. Like, Zeus got a ton of money from the Aurora, but I don't know if he can do it by himself. I feel like the Cassante does a pretty good job of neutralizing the Jax in team fights at least, and they have a ton of burst damage, so the second that the Counter-Strike is down, the Jax is actually quite vulnerable, even if he is very fed, so not a lot of outs here for Hanwha Life. Like, it felt like there was a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, but then, as we just saw, they kind of immediately threw it back, so very much worried for their chances in this game 3.
Yeah, there's also the fact that he doesn't have grubs, so it's not the same sort of side lane power he would have ideally
on
be
Aurora
looking for if he's able to interact with turrets this game. And I think you're going to have to see a punish from Hanwha Life Esports. Overextensions, You know, Canyon going back in, looking for those types of single target picks with Peanut and the follow-up with Zeka, because you have all that
Zeka's
CC.
Roa
You
is
can
6
catch one
stacks. It looks
target
bad.
when Genji aren't
He
there,
is
and it's a
obviously
good
level
target
12 to
kill,
level
one that can kill
14. The
quickly
Roa
enough,
should
or the
recover
rest of
that,
Genji is far away
but
enough
this
to
is
where
not
you can
recoverable.
actually take a long time to kill, it doesn't matter,
3.2k
unlike
lead for
those
Chovy on
Vikings
Aurora.
top side.
Wow.
I think that's how you kind of get back into the game as Hanwha, but
It's lunchtime,
with a
eat,
6,000
no
gold
time for
deficit,
eating. Need to
we may
watch
just be
League.
past that
Ah,
point.
smart.
I realized both
Me
Gen
watch
G, they've
game.
got on Keen and Canyon, they got double unending despair, and it's 4 melee.
Zeka has TP.
So they're just gonna proc so much healing off those, and they're feeling so
Zeus on the
confident now.
left.
They're starting
It's
off
so
the
hard to
Arcan.
fight this for Ammo Life.
Yeah,
Genji
Peanut
just got it,
being
I think.
zoned
They
quite
just
a
got
bit.
it.
He is able to get into the pit, though. Gonna be a bit of a
Zeka.
flip here as it does go to Peanut.
Not
He
bad by
gets it,
Zeka.
a 3-man
And they
comes
stole
in
it.
from Zeka.
Nico
They
will
don't have a
counter
damage
engage.
follow-up,
They
though.
should wipe them
And
here,
Keen is the
Genji.
target here for Alma Life. It's
They
not a
should
good
wipe them
one.
still.
As he
Chovy's
goes
in there.
Chovy now,
Oh,
taking a
Chovy!
bunch from the front line as
Wait,
he
Chovy
will
died.
go down, but now look at Ruler. He's totally unleashed.
Zeus is
Nobody can
cooking.
take him
Ah,
down.
that Cassante is
As
too
Zeus
unkillable.
Viper tried to go in,
Wow,
and
they
he
traded back.
actually. Will
Zeus
be
spent
enough,
this whole
potentially,
fight
Zeus
trying to kill Keen, and he got him!
but he will be taken
Wait,
down
Viper
at
was
the very
frying.
end. Hanwha
Zeus was
is
hitting
making this
Cassante
fight
for
so
like
close,
30
and he got the
seconds.
What an incredible counter strike there at the end to make sure you can
He
get
couldn't
that
get
final
him.
hit in.
But the thing is, this is not a good fight for Gen G. Like, HLE got the Arakan and traded down, sure, but considering the deficit they had, this isn't good.
Yeah,
And it's
big
like,
steal by
how is
Peanut.
Peanut able to
Big
smite
steal by
Keen?
Peanut.
Keen is ult. Why are you letting him get near?
I mean, yeah, Ruler is like queuing the.
Look at Zeus and
Archon.
Keen.
Like, they're trying to
They're gonna
actually
go
look
for a
the
solid
security
20
instead of
seconds
the
fist
fight,
fighting.
And they gave Peanut the opportunity. Zeka actually bought so much space with his ultimate, even though there's not follow-up to get the kills off of it. It splits the fight so incredibly well here. And then Zeus, man, he does
Look,
so
he's
much
still
work
going.
in these finals. That final counter strike as well. Watch this. Gets Duro. All three of them.
Chovy went in, and I think the light, like Leona queued him as he went in, so Viper got the burst off, and then the ult expired.
Yeah, I agree. It's a big win for HLE. That they should not, like, Gen G are letting them get away with crazy things considering how far ahead they are. And it's
I mean, that's a valid take,
in
yeah.
the series to HLE. You cannot be giving them this much space.
But Ruler is so fed. He should just have this
They
game.
had a massive lead, but longer
Ruler
the
is
game
so
goes
strong.
along, I mean, 6,000, it's still large.
How's Hammer Life
Gen G are
scaling? It's
still
not
in
bad,
charge,
you know.
but
It's
it
not bad.
feels like they're not.
I feel like on
You know,
3
in
items,
this
they're
team fight, it's
like
just like,
when he
all
gets
right, so he's
LDR,
squeezing out the tiny
when he
little
gets
value that they
Riftmaker,
find, and
when he
Gen
gets
G are
Zhonya's, you know,
struggling
2-3
so
items,
much,
they're gonna get pretty
even with
strong.
this big of a lead.
It's the kind of game that if
But-
you're a Gen G fan, you're feeling insanely stressed about because you know that you should win this. But what does it mean for the implications for the rest of the series if you have
Is
a
Zeka
7,000
looking
gold
for a
lead and
kill?
you're playing
He
it
can't,
this
right?
close? And what if you could
The
even
good
lose,
news for
you know, in
Zeka is
potential?
this
What if
Roa
one
build
throw
is
comes
actually going to
through, one
save
big
him.
fight comes over,
He's
suddenly
1
Zeka
stack
becomes
away.
relevant. By the
He's
way,
going to get
still
level
hasn't finished
14
his
off
run,
top wave,
has no
and he
second
should
item in
match
this game,
Chovy in
still
levels
not
despite
even
being
really
down
a champion.
3,000
He
gold.
ulted 3 people.
Which helps a lot
exactly
these
what he
levels.
talked about, though, right?
Zeus, it's time to hit
Nico.
Cassante again.
But, you know, if you look at this and you're thinking, I want Gen G to be the first seed, I want them to get the reverse sweep, this isn't necessarily the performance you're looking for what has to happen not only here, but then in games 4 and 5 to get that done.
Honestly, I think Zeka should just build Rocket Belt and accept his role in this game.
Just build whatever Duro builds, and then, you know, it'll feel like it makes sense.
Yeah.
Zeka did get that final markup there on the Rod of Ages.
Yeah, so Zeka will hit
he was
level
able to
15
hit
now.
level 14.
I mean, they do have Otacon also.
So they're actually matching
Yeah.
levels.
Yeah, he's coming back
Chovy.
a little bit. Chovy. Okay. Just going to run in the
Freenut?
south direction. The Peanut is here. As the ult is going to hit him, and now you've got the Leona follow-up, but that
Okay.
is still Aurora.
Yeah, you got to ult after the Aurora ult.
Rat.
Yeah. Zeus here, a bit alone, but he is
We're good.
Jax, so he
All right,
helps
bot
away
side 2's
still.
dead. Good macro by
Nice
Gen G.
win for
3-man
Gen
top.
G.
Kill
There's
bot
no
tower.
cats on
Good.
the top side of Chovy, and they just get a free inner on the bottom side.
Yeah. Baron not up yet, and they
Does
wouldn't be in a
Hammer Life
position
fight
to
this
do it
Drake?
anyway, but Gen G found that window to get tier 2.
They're
and now
way
looking
too late.
The Dragon immediately did off the game for them.
There's no way
I
their
feel like
carries
this
are
game
down
should be unlosable.
6,000
I
goals.
think we're all just looking
It
at
should
it
be
going,
unlosable.
all right, what if? But
yeah, I think
don't
that's the
expect
perspective.
it.
This game should have been over and done for a long time for Gen G, and I think that's why we feel so hesitant about it, because HLE are making it feel feel uncomfortable from the perspective of Gen G, especially considering that like Gen G need to win 3 in a row to win this series.
And there's some tools now that are completed here, right? Like Zeka finally got his second item, You know, there's a budgeted arm guard here for Zeus for a clutch team fight upcoming on a big objective. For example, like if Genji do a greedy Baron. There are some angles that make you feel like, okay, yeah, LDR done for Viper, but is it possible that they could actually rip through these tanks and win a straight-up fight if the Baron call is poor for Genji? How punishing Hanwha has been all year long is kind of the name of the game for this team. And,
Excuse
you know,
me, don't say you.
one small misstep from Genji might be enough to get them at least to even footing.
Speaking of which, nearly faced.
I think Hanwha Life's going to start fighting a bit now.
Duro.
They have 3 items on Corki.
Not exactly tanky.
Use the clone though, it's fine. That's
Yeah.
honestly
3 item
part of the
Corki is
value.
big.
I feel like so many times it's hard playing like a squishy champion as a support in pro when you have to face check, but Nico just send the clone in.
Yeah.
Yep, and he's got flash and ult for the next team fight. In terms of setting up the engage, he and Canyon already had one crazy wombo combo earlier. All right, Keen.
All right.
Duro?
Nice.
Oh, great play by Duro. Great play by Duro. Massive play. That should be game. That's Baron. That's game.
Very nice engage here from the side
Good
of Duro.
positioning. Very good positioning.
That's more of what we expected from this guy. What we saw in the regular season, and now Delight has to flash away. HLE, they had an angle back in. And it's technically
That should
not
be
over,
Baron.
but Genji, a very nice fight
And they can
here
hold
to
the
try to
Baron
secure
until
their
Soul.
lead.
The unstoppable from
Second.
Canyon. Just annoying.
What the fuck's he doing? Is he playing ping pong or what's Peanuts laughing?
And he wants more.
Yeah. They're just being zoned away. They're doing the Baron at the same time, so Genji looking for the objective.
I mean, the way that Genji played that, we've seen a lot of teams with big advantages kind of throw around red buff by trying to overforce, but the fact that they had Chovy crashing that wave into inner, that all that power, the collapse power, meant that it wasn't greedy at all, it wasn't
That
risky even a
is
little bit, and it just
GG.
guarantees a pick. Hanwha have to respond. And, I mean, look at how much control they have here on the top side. Hanwha Life are so limited in their options, and while they're thinking about it, the engage comes through. The AD carry is dead, and that's that. That's Baron.
Yep, and this is sort of execution we expected from Genji, from regular season Genji, when they have control, when they push the pace forwards. And now with the 10,000 gold lead, Baron in pocket,
10,000 gold
Soul 2 minutes 40
lead,
away,
Soul
which
soon.
is just after Baron times out. This is when you
How's
start
IG
looking
doing?
forwards,
IG
and you
is
start
1-on-1
looking
right
towards that
now.
next game and thinking, okay, now we've really got a series on our hands, but still need to close this one out. But I think it's pretty hard to see angles for HLE from here.
Canyon almost 2 levels ahead of Peanut. Remember, Peanut got that dive in the bottom lane, and since then hasn't really been able to do too
Leona
much.
ult
They're
onto
trying to
Canyon.
turn on the
Into
Canyon,
Skarner
though,
ult.
as the stolen Impale comes
Into
through.
Skarner ult
And the
re-engage
Impale
from
does a
Nico.
lot more,
GG.
catches 3 in
Well
the front
played.
with Nico at the same
Nice
time,
Duro.
and I think the wallet
Great game by
just
Duro.
going to get the job done.
Really
Joey
nice.
comes on over, and Zeus, he's very
That was a
fed
tanky Skarner, wasn't it?
relatively to his team, but it's not going to be enough. Peanut getting low as well. Will be finished off.
That was a
clean
tanky
ace
fucking
for Genji
Skarner.
as finally they show some signs of life in this series.
Has
And I think
Genji
relief
ever
for
reverse
Genji
swept?
fans everywhere, as this is the dominant showing
Has
we saw
Genji
from
ever
this
reverse
team
swept?
all year long. In terms of
I don't know
LCK,
if they ever have.
in terms of regular season matchups where they are undefeated, and peak Genji form does show
Genji's
up
back.
here in Game 3. They will not go down without a fight. It is not going to be a 3-0, but this is only step 1 of 3. They need to be our #1 seed for MSI.
Yeah, still need to see more to see if they can take down HLE.
Oof.
A lot of work needs to
Will
be
they
done.
bounce
We're really
back?
getting
Will they
deeper
bounce back,
into
Hanwha Life?
fearless. Less champions available.
All right, let's do a quick skim through of the LPL to see how the game went, what happened, and for the YouTube frogs to get the update because I didn't really see all of it. LPL live. Let's have a look.
But it's really important you get your Xayah to function in that game. NACL support.
So the game starts off with Jax, Wukong, Aurora, Xayah, Leona into Gwen, Sejuani, Yone, Kai'Sa, Shen. Shen with Yone, Gwen is a very heavy side lane comp. So IG playing Jack. He's proxying on the first. What the fuck? He's proxying. BLG's comp is very side lane heavy, but so is IG's comp. They're both very side lane heavy. Is he?
Do have both junglers pathing opposite sides, so maybe a little bit of focus from Diadier towards that.
Great
bond side,
proxy by the
relieve
Shy.
Some of that 2v2 pressure.
Doesn't greed for one more wave.
It doesn't look like it's here. He's
So the
gonna
game
flash,
starts
get
off with
stunned
IG getting a
anyways,
what?
with the Ignite
A
coming
2v2
down
kill?
now. It doesn't towards that bond side relieve some
Let's
of that
see it, what
2v2
happened?
pressure. And while the back will be initiated,
Mako
Zenith
misses
Blade goes
E.
wide, but the
Flash
Blade
Q
Caller,
from
Alec
Gala's
has to
pullback.
flash away instantaneously. Now on, trying to find his exit here. He's gonna flash, get stunned anyways. The ignite coming down now.
He
Doesn't
connects.
look like it's Zenith Blades. Their blade
Q.
color in, and on
Pull
is
back,
gone.
kill.
The tech
2v2
is
kill bot
not
for IG.
working. It did not compute.
2v2 kill bot for IG.
I didn't see it even throw down a W. Or
Is
like,
Rookie
what
gonna
level
dive
2 is
Knight
it?
here?
2E only for Shen? Because that's a huge mistake. Again, with the Kaisa, you do get early push in this lane, in this matchup, but man, Mako he came to play today, Mazel.
Mako is
and that's
smurfing
really
today.
exciting as an IG fan. Again, this guy is the support GOAT.
Oh, Knight just insta-killed.
Rookie just solo boloed Knight.
Holy fuck, man.
You can hear
Rookie
it
and
over
Mako are
Beijing,
insanely
too.
locked in.
The surprise Knight, the golden left hand of BLG, trying to get back to his streak. Okay,
What else happened this game?
He
only 6
time before the grub is really
IG startup
takes
Drake.
this on time.
Bin TP's top.
What is it, man? Red side IG is showing up tonight, Kobe.
I mean,
Kaisa
it's gotta
W
be
in the
coach
pit.
speech, right?
On Hex flashes in with Smite, Spellbook.
Oh,
Yeah, he can do it. He's got a smite.
Has to taunt out. IG gets Drake.
He only
Good
had
call.
600
I missed that
damage.
one, Mazel. That was good catch. I was on.
I was like, what
that's
is
all
he
right.
doing? The most
Of what was in
far of this.
as the
What
Shy
else
very
happens?
far up here. Beishwan.
The Shy,
working his
they
way
lane swap
around,
and the Shy is
but
pushing bot and he gets
counter
collapsed
strike
on or
off.
what?
Can we cancel the weep strike? We
Jumps.
cannot.
Flashes the
Okay.
slow.
Does get
the
Out,
flash
all
out.
good.
That's
Everyone
okay.
happy?
I mean, Flash on Jax is only for BLG on the top side. Beishwan on this gets the caddy. I mean, Flash on Jax is only.
What happens now?
And he saves
So
his
because of
health
the
bar.
swap, the aura is
Gets the
actually
caddy.
top and the Zaya's into the
Shy's
Yone.
rolling
Rookie
here.
dives the support Shen. Oh, the exhaust. Oh, the exhaust.
Oh my
He
God,
would have
Rookie's
killed
dead.
him.
He goes
Oh,
in
he
again.
flashes for the auto as well. He would have killed him if it wasn't for the exhaust spellbook, and then he would have
with
gotten
the
the W
outplay.
reset to escape.
That's huge. That's a summoner spellbook coming in big. Had the exhaust.
On still gonna have a
Second
big
Drake is up
say
and
in a lot
IG
of
are
these
setting up
fights,
for
even
it.
though
The
the
Shy's
game
coming
didn't
on a
go
base
well
towards
either.
bot.
Trying to have
Rookie
that
went
impact
Roa
that
on
Mako
Aurora.
had in that
Ew.
last game as
Chovy
well
went double
on
haunting,
this
guys.
Shen.
He's a level
Could be
down
a
on
crucial
Knight
pick
because
as
of that
we
death
move
in
forward.
top.
Dragon number
And he's
2
laning
in
into
the eyes
Bean.
of
Both of them have
IG.
TP.
Dragon number
Beishwan
1
starts
for
it.
them. For BLG as they started up. IG full force here, but don't have their
JJ
side
like
lane.
sniffing a
Love
bit.
this for BLG. We're 8 seconds away from Wukong ultimate, so I think IG has
They
to
don't
wait
have
for that.
Shen ult.
BLG might be playing it off this time.
Taunt on JJ.
Taunt comes in.
Sejuani
They
ult on
actually
JJ.
just
Yone
lock
ult on
down
JJ. He's
JJ
one shot.
outright.
One shot.
JJ is gone.
TP comes in
Knight
from
gets the
Rookie.
kill there.
Ons
On
one.
flashes
Boom kill for the
away
Shy.
right into the
Ult.
smack by the
Beishwan flashes
Shy.
out.
Here comes Rookie though. The
What the
Dragon
fuck is Rookie
still
doing?
got 1,000 health here. They don't
Beishwan
have
has
Git yet,
smite, but he's not in the
Beishwan is
fucking
pushed
river.
back
Big
around
dodge
the
from the
corner.
Shy. Gets a stun on
He's
Bean.
gonna
Bean
get
has
the counter-strike
R3
there.
steal from
Beishwan takes the
Beishwan.
dragon,
Hits onto
and now
Gala.
they get
Gala
the
pops the
lane,
ult.
and
Knight's in the
Mako
E.
split from
Rookie
the
jumps
rest
over
of
the
the
wall.
team with the blade collar.
The
It's
Shy
not enough, but the damage
trying to
might
cook,
be
but he gets
out.
stunned.
Stepping up
Dead.
now as well.
Rookie's
The Cloud
chasing the
Soul
Yone,
Rip
but he
hits.
can't get him.
Gala
Gala dies in the
locked
pit.
in the cage with Elk, who finds himself a triple kill.
Not a good fight, man. If JJ didn't get chain CC died, I feel like Wukong could have really carried that fight.
Finding JJ without
Wukong could have really carried that fight.
really big. I'm not. Yeah.
Kaisa.
Oh,
I don't know.
Again, I really
And
want
then
to take inventory
IG
of how
dropped the
really got
Herald.
behind. I know that he was starved out of a bot
They
wave, and
open
went for the
bot.
top play that failed, but he was up pretty big.
And they
on
go for the
Knight.
dive onto
IG.
Knight, but they have Shen ult. E, Shen ult.
Got this one. Stan United is coming down. The Shy's
Double
already lost
knock.
half his health. The
Taunt
double
under
knockup
tower.
comes through,
Mako's
and
just dead
on
here,
top.
right?
The taunt now. Triple
Oh my
blade
god, it's a
sealed.
fucking horror
They got
dive.
killer
Kaisa
instinct
ults in.
too, but it's not
Oh
gonna
my
be enough.
goodness
Killer
gracious.
instinct, rather, being able to help get into the fight and full wipe of the bot lane play from IG, and now BLG.
And now they
capitalize
die
even more.
bot,
Maybe
they
take
lose
out 4
Herald,
members of IG.
and
That is
Rookie
an
has no
utter
flash and ult.
disaster. Like the taunt there, it guarantees you.
So
take
top tier
tower
one's
aggro.
dead, bot tier
So
one's
I
dead.
really feel like if anyone starts that, it kind of has to be the Shy with Counter Strike.
The caster energy is low. Yeah, it is a bit low.
But it really felt like IG just so
Bot tier
puzzled
one
once
dies.
They saw the E come out, the Stand United come in. That's 2 dives in a row they've gone for. We're on with the Stand United has completely changed the play.
And I gotta give big props to Knight there.
But
Let me
we have to understand they're casting from the US, and it's fucking 4 a.m. in the US, so they're probably fucking tired.
Panics to the 3-man fate sealed after
That's nice.
all of that incredible stuff. And the
Okay,
level
so
up from
big
Knight
lead
here
to
in this
BLG.
series where he got fully gapped by
Find the Shen.
a little
so
bit
big.
now.
Wait, what happened in mid?
BLG want to fight? Do have the at least a little
They
bit of help
Herald's
from the
mid tier
Rift Herald
one.
There won't be able to get the turret in the end.
Wait, the Shy fights
Moving over
Knight
to
bot.
the solo lane though.
Q.
Nine trying to take the 1v1.
Oh, one shot!
Shy.
Solo kill on bot.
Down,
Gala.
up, and now mid lane.
On
BLG want to fight back.
Low.
Wants
JJ
something,
flashes over the
gets
wall.
it, finds
WR?
on.
No WR.
Look for his cyclone.
TP
play
behind from
into
Rookie.
TP. That's double coming through. Rookie
TP
to
on
Shy
top
are
of them from
flanking
Bean.
into the fight.
Wukong ult is up though. Big
Is
Wukong
in
ult.
there.
Rookie gets taunted.
wall
Elk
banged in
ults
the
onto
air, at
him.
least with
Dashes.
one.
JJ
And
dies.
now the
Bean
Shy
dies.
finds
The Shy on the
him
flank.
on.
TP's in as
Trying to
well.
take
After
him
killing
down,
solo
but
kill
that
Knight on side lane.
Knight
Kills
a
own.
little bit now set
Rookie jumps
up as
forwards.
Knight
Flash
is
from
gone.
base
You
one.
don't have
Jump from
that
the Shy.
damage in
Boom.
the
Big damage.
Shy.
Where's the Q from
He's
Rookie? There it
big
is.
on the Jax.
Not
Now
enough.
to the blade.
Yes, it is enough.
Flash from
Gala finishes him.
Gets his response. Triple
Okay,
kill
triple
from
kill
Elk.
for Gala.
BLG just opted into a 4v5.
And they get Drake from
why
that.
are we TPing in like that? I'm so surprised. Like, we just saw a play go wayside.
And they get
the
Drake
standing
from
was
that.
Down. We do not need to make that play for BLG. Been out of the turret, baits them again. And
Mazel's
IG
got a
finds
noise
really
complaints from his
favorable fighting
apartment.
angle for them.
Actually, yeah, the reason the volume from the casters don't blame the casters. The reason the volume's low, it's 5 a.m. in the US, 4 a.m. and they're shouting in their apartments, bro. Noise complaints, fucking 4 5 a.m. no sleep, bro. Actually, that's a horror, isn't it? What the fuck?
And we start to see some of the value.
Knight gets channeled.
The golden left hand. About to
Oh,
put a
on
choke
misses the
slam
taunt.
right into
And they get the
IG.
Drake without
Dragon is
smite and they get
gone.
out.
They decide not to pull the play. And there ain't no entertainment here.
And they
It
get
ain't
out,
the
9-7
WWE,
kills.
And that TP.
Wait, what happens after that? How is it?
Mistakes that BLG made
So
last
out
game
of the
that really,
replay,
enabled IG to
BLG
come back.
get into bot, dive the Shy, and get
Knight's
bot
gonna
tier
find a
2.
kill, and that's probably the mid
Was?
inner going down.
How?
As BLG
How?
back on the map and back on form, didn't exactly see how that one developed. BLG still have a pretty big win, but again, we're taking,
has to defend
we're
top.
taking a lot of plays and fights so far in the series from BLG. I just don't feel like are acceptable, and IG has been good enough to punish. Because that.
Beituan is coming around the. Okay, they're just going to force it.
So
They
IG
have-
from
I mean,
base
Knight is on the flank
open
over
up
here.
on
They just go
Atakan and they
pincer
force
maneuver.
it.
This is a play that we've seen.
Rookie
BLG
trying to
make
get
so
bot
many
wave,
times,
which is
but
important.
Ben is not here.
Does get
Beituan
the
is coming
wave.
around the
Beishan
corner,
ult
tries
on
to
the
catch
right.
Gala.
It's going to come
They're
out. Boom.
focusing on the
Gala
Atakan.
cleanses,
He's
but it
gonna
hit Mako.
instantly cleanse,
Gala's
though,
got space
as they
here,
try
though.
to take
Rookie
this
zoning
fight.
away Knight to give him
Rookie
space. He
has a
actually
little bit of angle.
forward
The
steps to
Arctic Assault
Sejuani Q.
misses. Gala
Rookie
doesn't
gets
get
really
knocked
low.
out.
Down goes
Meanwhile, the
Beishan.
Atakan is still up
Elk
for
is low.
grabs. Gala
Elk is
finds
really
the
low. Oh my
kill.
god, the Atakan hurts.
JJ is
They
there.
finish it,
He
smite it,
will
and they're out.
take it.
They're out. Boom.
Atakan secured.
Kai'Sa
Still a
W hits
4,000
Rookie.
gold lead though for BLG, and Knight wants to put the finishing touch.
Oh,
The
Elk flies in.
schmooze on this one, and
Yo,
look
nailed.
at him go. He is able to
It's
help
1 for
Elk
1 on
at least
Atakan
in
for
that
IG.
regard,
They're
get a
still down
solo
4k gold though.
bolo on the Rookie.
Yes, whether
Bait.
the worst person.
Oh, he's that. Now on. It is the straight into a play and really.
IG then from base, open up on Drake. Everyone clicks Dragon. The Shy's moving down. It's sole point for IG. Based on face checks, Q, E, root, Channeled. That's enough. That's enough.
Will be used by on. It is the Dragon started
Channeled
by IG,
down.
but this is a little bit offset.
Gala
from
hits
IG.
the
They don't
dragon. They have a
their
lot of
full
feathers for the
frontal
smite.
power
Rookie's
here.
on the
Okay,
right.
Shy
Shy's
do
above
have
them.
the flank.
They're going to play for the finish with the Vori on.
Oh,
Wait,
go
they went on the Shy.
The Dragon goes over. That's sole
Dodge.
point. Now the Shy
Jumps
picked
out.
up all of that. Now
Big
the
Wukong ult.
between worlds coming in.
Knight's getting
Knight
fried. He's their
taken on
gold
the
lead.
side.
JJ's going to die. No, he's not. Rookie flashes out. Elk chases Rookie. Rookie gets fogged. The Shy jumps over. Dodge, stun. Elk dies. 1k to the Shy. Knock up on JJ.
Is a big nail in the
They get the
coffin,
dragon
a
and they
nail
get
in the
on
lead
Elk. Did
against
on
BLG.
taunt flash the
I
Shy?
mean, why are we engaging on a Jax? Like, there of any target to engage upon in this
Did
game.
he taunt
I think
flash
Jax
the
is
Shy or what?
worst person to actually go on as BLG. I understand they didn't have great objectives set up to actually fight the dragon, but they can be so much more patient. And now they play that out.
Now they're
Play
only
midway,
2k
cut
down,
them
but they
off
have
back on the
soul
way in,
point.
play
I want to
for
see
a
the
better
replay of the
scenario.
fight.
Instead, they take it
That's a
again.
massive shutdown over
It's so
to
split,
IG
too.
from Elk.
Oh, he does taunt flash the Shy.
Again, this is
Why the fuck are they taunting on the Shy when you have Gwen?
Fine. He's completely fine.
The
Rookie's
Shy
hit
jumps
a
out.
huge
JJ gets
between
big
world
AoE.
because
Rookie
everyone
gets
from
big
BLG
AoE. Knight gets
overcommits.
stunned up.
Knight can't
He's
get
zoned
into the
away.
fight. Gala does a great job
JJ
of
flashes
while
out
frankly
from
Knight
the
was ready.
R3
BLG
from
didn't
Gwen.
welcome
Jump
him
from
in
the
the
Shy
fight
onto
while
Elk.
they
Elk jumps
played it.
over,
And the way they
loses
played
vision
without split, Elk burned
on
his
Rookie,
songs.
and then dies.
I mean, this is a real target now for IG. One in an international championship. But
Grand
what
finals
IG
is
has
literally
shown.
about the whole night. Both sitting at 5-1.
IG's posturing around Nash.
Almost 4
They're still a
items.
little bit behind.
Those really become the crux of these next fights. IG
Sejuani onto Leona. Oh, insta one-shot to Mako. Even got the W off. TP from the Shy. JJ's trying to buy some time. Beans just behind now. No Aurora ult. Gala's kiting. Beam. Stopwatches. Kaiser W. Taunt. Cleanse ult from Gala is good. Oh, the Yone ult's good too.
And they clean the fight. A clean, almost ace coming through for BLG as they turn back to the Baron.
I mean, this is what makes BLG just such a terrifying team. That was a beautiful team fight from
Great team fight from
start
BLG.
to finish. Even the final.
But
make Juani off.
All right.
So BLG get Baron.
He's always been good.
Then they
BLG.
start the
He's been a
siege.
consistent, carry factor for them over the last 3+ years. Yeah. But the factor that he has been in these playoffs as of late for this team has been a level up when we've seen
gonna get
some
caught
slacking
here apparently.
from other
He's trying to get some
members throughout
vision.
this split number 2.
Oh, he's contesting that pink ward. That is not your pink ward. Taunt connects. Walks forward. Qs into E.
Jal was a little bit more in range than Elf.
Oh, dead.
Yeah,
Down goes
Mako
Mako.
just dies.
Rookie's pushing bot for bot tier 1. He's trying to get something, but they're going to lose top inhib. They're going to lose everything now. The Shy's fighting Knight. He has no E. Top inhib dies. Top inhib dies. Mid inhib dies.
BLG, they are a fantastic Baron
It's
team.
4v5.
I really like how they play the Baron.
Can they end? They can't end, right? They can't
No
end.
other way to slice the guys.
Unless IG randomly engage.
Try and wrap this one up in the 5v4. I don't
Baron
think they have the
does go
sauce to get
down.
through. Yeah, I don't think they have the sauce to finish this one up. But that's still 2 inhib secure. I mean, that's a dream Baron for BLG. And with the synced up timers, with the objectives we have coming up here, Mazel, I do think that.
Chat, why are you saying I'm insulting the casters? Are you high? I just said the reason. Someone said they're not energy. They're low energy. And I said, yeah, you're right. Maybe they are low energy. And they said, it's because it's 5 a.m. and they got noise complaints. And I was like, oh, okay, fair enough. They have 5 a.m. noise complaints. What did I say? What are you on about?
For the first time in the
Why is this chat? Is it rage bait or is it just like trying to fucking?
Spring of this year in split number 1 at least.
This chat is so ill. I'm the ones trying to tell them, yo, give them a break. Okay, what else happened in this game? I'm guessing there's just a soul fight.
The ship that's already 1,000.
I think Striker didn't want that cap. Also,
Finnick extremely important, but Dragon.
Wait, BLG just
Soul
walked towards
is
Baron
on the
and
table
one-shot
for
it.
IG, but the Baron is going to be the play.
They have
from
Gwen
BLG.
Kai'Sa,
They just
insanely quick
immediately
Baron.
melt it. The Shy does have TP, can join. I'm surprised that IG
JJ, can you
wants
see
to
it?
contest this
They
here.
don't have vision. Oh, they do have vision now, I think.
They're going to force Bates 1 to be a little bit finicky.
They're buying a lot of time.
Goes in. Oh, he's insta one shot or what? No, he doesn't. He gets R2 off. It's a flip. It's a flip. Oh, they got it. Oh, they had double smite with on spellbook. They had double smite.
By Knight as he got the GA, and this game is looking over.
Oh, the R3 just melted Gala.
The Blade Dancer combo as well.
Flashes
flash
out.
From
Oh,
Bates
Elk
1.
dives
Here
in. Great dive by Elk.
Elk comes through, misses the Void
Shy's
Seeker at
cooked
the
here.
end.
Rookie
But
in the Shire
IG are
cooked.
scattered to the wind now.
Rookie
The
in the
Shy
Shire
trying to
cooked.
get the big plays now, gets the double, tries to find another exit, but unfortunately will have to burn his flash for it. Elk
Shy dead.
flashes
TP in
himself
from Rookie to
and
try and defend the
finds
base.
the kill
Mako's dead.
onto him.
And
As
BLG.
for MSI.
And BLG end the game 1-1.
have woken from their mighty slump.
Okay, now LCK. Good timing. Good
Thank
timing.
you, gentlemen, as we are hopping into game number 4. Very interested to see what the drafts do look like, as our space did, in fact, touch on that quite a bit, as we're getting ready for game number 4. And who and how are you going to stop them is the question.
I'm looking at picks like the Senna, the Lucian here in this next game. Ornn, Jinx, these picks, Xayah, super safe. Because we're starting to get thinned out, right? We're in relatively unexplored territory since first stand.
Good juggling between LP and LCK. Yeah, I feel like this is better than just skipping, like having both games up at the same time. I think it's going to make the chatters, I think as a viewer, I'd be very dizzy. Look at those little tickets that they have. So, I feel like the best thing to do is watch one game and then review the other after. Obviously, I really want to watch IG, but I feel like Humble Life Gen G is generational best of 5s. Like, this is the LCK final, you know? Like, nothing can be fucking chosen over this. No matter what. It's the LCK final. I watch this shit for fucking
game of the series.
all week,
JT
every
wasn't
week,
going
every
to any
day.
game 4s either.
Nope.
That's true.
Just clean sweep for them. They will be playing tomorrow against T1, for those curious about their
Galio.
run.
And I feel like further pressure is going to be put on Gen G, because now it goes on to them to ban away the Vi, but also if they're going to maintain that Yone ban that they've kept up
Galio ban
on the
from
blue
Humble Life.
side. But now
Vi
on
ban.
red,
So this is the first
really
time Humble
limits
Life's
the
on
amount of
blue.
bans you have for the
Game
rest of the
4, a
series.
lot of champs are out.
Agreed.
Nidalee ban against
For
Keenan
Humble
Canyon
Life,
is
they can
good.
take Chovy's iconic Galio
So no Nidalee for
away.
Zeus.
The
I need to fill up my water.
Nidalee is going to be taking it away once more, even now on blue side. And some other picks that we haven't seen as prioritized in this series, like the Pantheon, are still available. See what does come
Cristiano
through in
Ronaldo,
this
I'm proud to
second
join the
slot here
Esports
for
World Cup as a
Gen G. Some of
global
the
ambassador
cryo
to
picks are
stand
gone
with
as they move deep into
esports
series like
athletes
the
who rise
Kalista.
above the rest with Faker next to him. What the fuck?
Jace will be taken away from Zeus.
At EWC hashtag ad.
Yeah, it's interesting
Cristiano
to ban the
Ronaldo and
Jace here
Faker.
because now it feels like you 100% have to ban Yone. So it makes you a bit more predictable when it does come down to your third ban. So Hanwha can potentially utilize that to say, okay, we know you're banning Yone. What do we want to play?
Jace ban.
If we ban away just something and then Yone gets banned. So they
Faker X Ronaldo.
Of the litter here for their first pick on blue side.
Renekton ban. Renekton ban.
You know, it's risky,
Renekton
but you
ban. I
leave
think
it
they're hitting
open
Keen's pool as much as possible.
And risk having a counter to it. Was this your strategy going on the red side? Are you willing to do it when you're 2-1 down in the series? That's the question. Or do you just ban the Yone away? One thing is that the Sejuani is now gone.
Yeah.
I feel less afraid of the Yone now that the Sejuani is not available to pair with it. That could be a factor in the equation.
Is Faker your coworker?
I think
Faker
because
is
the
my
trouble
coworker.
is also gone. The
Is
Ornn
Ronaldo
feels
going to
like
give
it
the
works with
trophy
so
to
many
the winner of
different comps, has some
EWC?
strong team fighting power even in mid game, and then later on gives you tons
Victor
of
ban
scaling.
against
This
Sekka.
ban makes a lot of
Interesting.
sense.
It was Victor
As
ban
the
from
mid lane is gonna
Humble
start
Life
to get
against
a little bit
Chovy.
weird, because I feel like the mid
I think
meta
Victor
has
is
been the
super high
most
prior right now.
decided, the most tier list across this season thus
But
far.
they're not gonna.
Just we know what picks players are
be
going
able
to
to
play.
first
Even
pick
the
it.
Aurora is kind of niche.
I feel like
how we
Akali,
saw it in
Orianna.
games
What's the
3.
picks? Or what's the
And
picks
Victor
in
is
mid
now
now?
taken away. The Azir is gone. The Talia is gone. The Ryze, no Ahri. First pick.
Oh, it's Yone first pick,
Tough
isn't it?
one. And the Yone,
It is Yone
as
first
you
pick.
mentioned, is going to
But
get
I
snapped
think
up.
Chovy must
A
have an
flex
answer
pick
to it.
for this
Is it
team as
Chovy
well,
Akali?
between our Z solo laners?
I don't even
Is
know
it
if they were
Chovy
using that
Akali?
time to discuss
Now you're
this
looking at
first
the game
pick,
where it's like
or if
MFs.
It was, you know, what are we going to pick alongside of the Yone?
What is open? MF, Lucian Nami, and Zaya Rakan is still in.
Unless I get to play it.
Genji
So
could
probably
get
it's gonna
Zaya
be Zach
Rakan
who
here
gets
if they
to play
want.
this one, and presumably Chovy has something ready to play into it.
Wait, Chovy TF?
We did see TF get some slight buffs on the most recent patch, I believe, that we're playing on, and it looks like
Chovy
they're
TF!
confident playing this, and they
He
might
watched
have to
Nemesis
get ahead
yesterday!
and ready to deal with it, and looking to get the
Alistair.
priority on the Alistair that was banned in the first 3 in the last draft, denying this from Delight as
TF
well
Alistair.
for this game and potentially the next. Pretty huge.
Do you just
So
go
what
Zaya
double do we
Rakan
get
as Humble Life?
here for
Is that best?
Peanut? Does he want to wait for some more information, or is he just going to slam the Maokai?
It's very Peanut. It's not very this meta, but it's very Peanut. Pantheon, you mentioned it before.
Yone Pantheon I like, but if you have an AP top,
it doesn't
but
feel
don't.
necessarily
Yone
great
Maokai?
for mid jungle here. And it almost feels like that was an
me
acknowledgement
check
that
Keen's
Kang
match
is gonna
history. Is
get
this
it
TF?
on R3, and there's just simply nothing they could do
Is this
about it.
mid?
I do think the Maokai's in a good spot in this draft. Very powerful for zone control. A lot of objective power.
He's
on
played
this
no
one.
TF top, it's mid.
We'll see what this final lock-in does end up being. The Yorick, who hasn't been touched or banned at all this series, is going to be the go-to. So we now
Yorick
know
good, Jax is
100%,
out.
which we likely knew this was going to
Renekton
be a
ban
Zeka Yone,
also
but
means
this is
that Yorick's
confirmation
stronger.
as well.
What answer can you have? Is it like Camille or something? I don't know.
you
What do you
pick
play? You need like a
something
good side laner with
immediately
TF, like a really good
for
one.
Keen to
What have you got,
respond? Are you
Keen?
gonna pick
Just go
jungler? Are you gonna
Cho'Gath,
pick
but
something
then
maybe
what do
Rula?
you
If
play
wanna get,
for
like,
with
a
this
Senna,
TF?
Now is the time. I feel like
Mordekaiser
you
has
wanna
been
get
a good
ban,
pick
you have to
into
see, like, the
Yorick,
blue
and
side,
Keen's a good
second rotation
Mordekaiser.
Senna bans. If you want to get like the Pantheon for that global mid jungle,
They're gonna go Senna on
looks like they are gonna
3.
go for the Senna. So
Cryo
securing
bot a
that
bit.
really
They have
strong
Senna
Senna,
TF, 2 globals.
Alistair, I feel like that is.
I feel
a
like Genji's
duo that
3-man
you
is
don't
pretty
often
strong.
Get to see with how rare it is.
What can you cook
for
on
them to get
4-5?
through
They
the
have
second
Lucian
rotation,
Nami,
and you
they have
also
Zaya
see picks
Rakan,
before
and
the
they
second
have
rotation, but it does mean
probably like a Brown
limits
lane,
of
no?
the
Like a
options for
Zeri
jungle
Brown.
on top
They
as
probably
they
have
are
3
banned
options
away.
easy.
One caveat though with the Senna pick here is that we often like it when there's a lot of damage coming out of the mid laner, and with Twisted Fate, he's more of a facilitator.
What do you ban
and
now
isn't
is
gonna be necessarily
Humble
doing a
Life.
ton
There's
of
the Brown
damage
ban.
himself.
What do you ban now is
So
Humble
keep
Life.
that in
You ban.
mind, as
You
maybe
could ban
Keen will
tops
have
into
to shore up
Yorick
some
or
of that
good AD
damage.
junglers with TF. So like
They are playing
Pantheon's a
into
good
right
pick,
now a full
Neferi's a good
melee
pick or whatever.
composition, so that feels
Maybe.
really great that the Senna's there,
Or you
and the
could just
Twisted
ban
Fate could just
like Mordekaiser
card,
into
keep
Yorick,
people
or
at
you could
bay.
ban fucking
The
Camille into
Braum is
Yorick.
once
Oh,
again gonna
Camille's
be
out.
banned. I think that's not a
What is
surprise.
good
I
into
think
Yorick?
the Pantheon
Fiora?
ban
I don't know.
is super
Fiora ban?
obvious
Is
here
Keen gonna
for
play
Hanwha
Fiora
Life
with TF
Esports
ult and
as
Senna then ult into Yorick. Is that going to be the way to win the game? I feel like Fiora's a bit scary.
Any side lane champion that Keen
Zed
can
jungle from Kenyon.
So they thought that the
Zed into
damage was going to be
Maokai.
coming from the jungle.
Yeah, that's not what I expected.
I feel like Keen, if he can play like a good Fiora or Aurelia this game, it's actually insane.
I still feel like Pantheon is quite good here.
Maybe they just don't rate it into the Maokai.
Looks like they're banning
There
junglers
is
anyway.
a lot of zone control,
Pantheon
and
bans
if the
solid.
Maokai goes in and gets ulted and rooted and just kind of you know, runs out of time on a shield, maybe he just gets blown up.
Yeah, the cool thing about Pantheon, though, is he can come at a different angle. You know, he can avoid the ultimate entirely.
He's so high tier, like, it would be weird to just see it not even looked at.
There's the
And
theory.
that's gonna be
Okay, so
Neferi,
Pantheon was
really
left
just
open. They
give
took away
no
280
credit.
junglers with
I'm
TF.
really thinking about
Fine.
the fact that they expect
No
Gen G
count
to
picks
invest
left in this
more
game.
damage from
I mean, I think Hamelife have Lucian Nami. That's their
line
final
of
answer.
thinking does
So
make sense.
the Zeri Braum is
and you
out, the
already
Zyra
have
Rakan
one
is
goal,
out.
you
I
don't
think
have
it's
to
Lucian Nami.
double down on it and go for the Pantheon.
With the Senna, they have, I guess, 2 globals in effect. So.
Yeah, effectively with the ultimate from Senna, the Dawning Shadow. A lot of discussion about this one. It's going to be Canyon's pick very likely.
Down to the wire. And
They're
it's
going
Cho'Gath.
Cho'Gath.
To the top lane.
Cho'Gath, we have
I
seen
mean,
this
Cho'Gath's
not
good into
work.
Yorick, but
Now, there is a
what's the
chance-
TF value
there's a
right now?
chance that this is Twisted Fate top lane and Cho'Gath mid.
What the fuck does the TF
Could be
do?
very,
He has Senna
tricky
Cho'Gath.
with this.
He needs like a really
And
good
also,
jungler
I
on
guess
5.
Could be jungle, but I hope not.
Canyon needs to pull out like a fucking crazy jungler. Like,
That's the jungle
what could he
damage
play
that we
into
were looking
Maokai?
for.
Hmm.
The Jinx I mentioned before we got into the draft
Okay,
feels
with
very
Jinx
strong in
Lulu
your
or
front
what?
line like this. Any
That's
sort of pick
disgusting.
setup.
He needs
Jinx
like a
Lulu
really
feels great.
crazy AD
The
jungler.
Senna, Alistar, where you have really no way of stopping
Like, is it
the
a Canyon
early
Lee Sin on
Lulu pressure
5?
Despite the repeated nerfs to this champion,
I don't
it
like
just
Kindred that much.
constantly guarantees prio.
Oh, Lee Sin into
Works
Jinx
well with
Lulu though.
Maokai, works well with Yone, and keeps the Jinx safe in team fights. And all you need is that first kill. An old favorite?
TF is really good with Cho'Gath, really? Don't you need like a really good side lane play
you
team?
have the
with
setup
Senna
for it
and
with the
Cho'Gath?
TF.
Lee Sin's good pick.
Like,
Lee
there's a
Sin's
lot of
crazy good
CC
pick.
set up for the
Oh,
Lee Sin.
Canyon Lee Sin. It's beautiful.
They are going to commit to it.
Chat, I'm going to add
so
if anyone adds, you
I
can
feel like
time you
Genji's
have sub channel
composition,
want to
you
back
have a
against
lot
the
of
biggest.
range to play around later on
Holy
with the
fuck,
Senna and the
Canyon Lee
TF.
Sin.
You have the
I
setup
feel like Lee Sin's
to
good
follow up.
in this draft.
But
TF
you
Lee
are
Sin is a
dealing
classic.
into, you have the split push threat off the Yorick later. You have this 4-man team fight composition, which is pretty strong.
I'm a bit scared though. These
I'm interested
motherfuckers.
with the Cho'Gath in
I don't
the
understand.
mid.
They
Is
have
the
2
theory
fucking
you just
crazy
eat the
side
maiden?
laners, and then they have Maokai, Jinx,
guess
Lulu.
so.
I guess, like,
Otherwise,
And they have
I feel like the
TF,
matchup
TF
doesn't
Senna, and then they have
feel great.
Cho'Gath.
eat his wife, you know?
Eat his
Kind of
wife.
messed up.
What
I
the
don't know,
fuck?
Cho'Gath. You might want to reconsider.
But Cho'Gath, you know, it's going to be hard for him to lock the Yone down, and Yone will just kind of keep sending ghouls at him over and over again. And yes, he can just eat the maiden and get stronger, but it's not a winning matchup. Not to say that the Twisted Fate feels massively better, and I don't think you really wanted to play the Cho'Gath mid in this situation, but it's kind of an unusual one when you consider it's also Maokai jungle, so the anti-tank value that you normally look for with a Cho'Gath just doesn't feel like it's really a part of this draft for Hanwha Life where you could really index into it. So a bit of a puzzling one.
Saw Jonah Strong sign there.
And I filled up my water. Wait, hold
He's
up.
very knowledgeable about League. And it's true. You know,
TF
nobody
Cho'Gath Senna.
saw Hanwha Life being as strong as they are today, except him. He was the only one who did predict Hanwha Life. And now it's really up to Gen G with pretty interesting draft. This one, obviously, the side of Hanwha Life.
We have the synced cat skins with the Yorick and the Maokai.
Well, they got that going on at least. As we're ready, let's hop into the rift for game number 4.
What the hell? What the hell?
All right, game number 4, and for some reason,
What the
they
hell?
gave Zeka his Yone. In game 4 of Fearless,
Is TF good into Yone? I guess you can just farm,
I
right?
was not excited to see this happen in the draft. I think Gen G are taking a big risk by giving this team. Nobody gives this team
I think
Yone.
the thought process of it
Even in
is
best of 3s.
I think the thought process
Spellbook
of it is
TF.
the only way you win this is with the reverse sweep, right? You run red side.
I feel like
for the rest
Genji's
of the
team fights
series.
look kind of cool. You know,
If you
they have
give
like
them
stun
Yone
card,
now,
Cho'Gath Q, Lee
and you win
Sin,
this
Senna
game,
W,
you free up
Alistar.
the ban for game 5.
Ooh, got the
Again?
ward. Yummy, yummy.
Again?
2 clear
Holy
wards.
fuck. 2 wards for Hanwha Life.
dub.
Yummy, yummy.
Massive
But
gold
yeah,
lead for Gen G.
You know,
I'm saying, if
like I
you
said,
can
team
either
fights, I
ban
see
Yone
it.
both the games and lose that
But
ban,
I'm
or you
scared
give
about
up
the
Yone-
side
you
lanes.
Give up Yone now, you beat it, and it's denied by Fearless in game 5, which is yes a risk, but it's like you're playing for the whole series. Like you have to play the full 5 games if you're gonna win, and I think that's the thought process they're going for in this situation. Is like you let it open, you let it get banned out in game 5 by Fearless.
Holy fuck, Duro just headbutt his ass.
And it's risky, but you know they're in a position where you have to take some risks.
It's a big
to
risk.
free up
I
space.
personally would have just used the ban on Yone
Yeah, I
for the
would
rest
ha-
of the series.
I would have as well. And, you know, we said
Holy
it from
fuck,
the
and
outset,
again.
we didn't think that Champ was going to be allowed through the whole day. The same with the Vi, obviously, but Chovy has this Twisted Fate in his pocket. He is quite well known for his Twisted Fate, as most LCK mids are. You know, even Showmaker, you know, obviously one of our most iconic ones, but see how he performs in the lane? Because that's where he's generated a lot of his leads, is just from laning alone. And as you can see here, he went for the Unsealed Spellbook as well.
I feel like TF can go even in a lot of matchups. It's just, I think, I used to be a mega TF main. Playing against Syndra, Cassio, Ryze, it was fucking annoying. Sylas was also a bit annoying.
Shutting down the Yorick in the top lane.
But
I feel
like most matchups, or like Orianna's annoying. Anything that's like a mage with range is just annoying. But eventually you get to a point where you just press Q on the wave and you just farm max range, and your team has to do something. Otherwise you open.
For example, it's a weird one, you know, because you're running Cho'Gath.
I think this matchup's probably really chill for TF.
Specifically, we already see in the top lane.
Just have to be careful of like the EQ3 trades.
To deal with, but the
That's it,
Cho'Gath
really.
has so much sustain when you have extra stuff to kill, right? You're just killing all the ghouls, and you're
Worst
always
case, you
at
just
full
spam
health,
red
it
card.
feels like, so
You just do the Dopa.
Zeus isn't gonna have nearly as much pressure.
Dopa every
So
time
yeah,
he plays
you're
against
right, you know,
melee
they don't
champs.
have that
Red
kind
card
of,
Q,
like,
red card Q,
hard
red card
pushing,
Q,
but they
perma
have
push.
tons of range with the
That's in
TF,
solo
which
queue, right?
has a lot more synergy with the Senna rather than the Cho'Gath, and then the Cho'Gath was kind of like this isolated pick for Keen to really handle Zeus and neutralize.
Dopa was the CEO of red card Q with fucking minion dematerializer.
But it's really when the Maiden comes online, I'm interested to see like
Spam push.
Like yeah, I said the whole eating the Maiden, but like how realistic, like because Maiden has a lot of health, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
are you gonna be able to get it low enough? That
I remember your TF. It was incredible. It was like watching Gambit from X-Men. How well you're playing top 10 TF world.
Just, you know, not going to be doing that
I didn't say it.
Either into a
I didn't say
Cho'Gath
it.
at level 1 to 3, in this case 4 now, but I think that it's a matchup that Zeus is going to feel fine in later on, as long as there's no big disasters.
I didn't say those words. Those words did not come from me.
Pretty big lead for Chovy early on in this one, as you would expect and want if you're a Gen G fan. Otherwise, a pretty quiet early game. We've had a lot of early first bloods for Hanwha Life Esports, as the space indicated earlier on. It's not like that's happening in this one.
Yeah, you know, it's pretty interesting. The later you get in Fearless, a lot of the engage gets taken away
Nice
because
block.
engage in CC is so
Oh,
high
TF
value
is
in
spiking.
the
Look at his
that
item. Power
we had
spike
game
now.
4s and game 5s. We had that one, I think it was LCK Cup, right, where it went like, it went like 50 minutes or something. We had like Aurelion Soul and Jinx and Zeri and like all these crazy scaling champions with like no engage, and it's just
Ooh,
nothing
keep the
that
camera
teams
mid. I like
can
watching
do,
TF.
so,
This is fun.
You know, it's the LCK as well. I would not be surprised to have this game go very late. Honestly, I was a little bit surprised that nobody has picked Horn yet as well, especially as we do get into these later games where the scaling is just going to be very high value with low action.
Get some souls. Yummy, yummy.
I think what's just so broken about
Oh, his weaving is good.
is the, like,
He's crazy.
The TF,
He's so locked in.
Senna, Lee Sin, the double rapid fire, stun, sonic wave, that whole, as soon as you get that online, I think that's really where Gen G start cooking.
Yeah, there's some protection, obviously, for the Jinx. She has the Wild Growth.
Got the minion.
And, you know, there's the ability to keep everyone away with the Maokai ultimate to make it so Jinx can,
Is he
once
gonna
that
base
first
an
kill
ult to
goes
lane?
over, pop off in the team fight. There's a ton of damage, a ton of potential there. Even though it's not traditional,
Or is he gonna like
engage, I do
spellbook a
think
ghost or
both teams
something?
have a lot of ways to set up initial CC.
Or is he just gonna
pile
drop that whole
onto
wave? What's
someone.
Chovy gonna do?
And I don't know if this is necessarily going to be the sit back and scale
Nope, just
draft
drop the wave.
for either side. Like
Chovy
Ruler
dropped the
is
wave.
playing Senna, but they're playing a TF comp as well. So I think that you have to generate some advantages.
passive,
Objective
so nice.
control is so important, though. The smaller the engage
What a great
setup
champ.
becomes for both teams.
What a great design.
is having that vision advantage and being able to chip away, and especially utilize that Senna range, for example, is so valuable. As it looks like Gen G are just going to get this one here initially. Peanut has no backup.
Maokai Q smite's pretty
he's
good.
playing with fire here a little bit. He's got to be careful.
But his
And
team
he will,
is in
fact,
base.
Be careful. I don't think giving free kills over to Gen G, who want to
Wait,
get the ball
I thought
rolling, is a
Maokai
good
flashed.
idea.
He just got
Yeah, I
W.
mean,
Chovy had ult too.
Yeah, he started walking down with ult and with spell.
Now swap or what?
So
Nope, he's
that
gonna
was
go
not
back
a
top.
game you wanted
No,
to
he's going
play.
top. No, he's going
And
top. No, he's going
Ignite
top.
is really good into
Nope,
Maokai
he's going
because
top.
it's, you know, it's a tree. It burns pretty easily.
Yeah,
so.
super effective.
Yeah.
Yeah, we learned this at the Lord of the Rings movie, where poor trees get burnt down. The
Nope,
ends.
he's going mid.
Yeah, I was thinking more of Pokemon, but
Nope, he's going bot. Okay, Senna's just
I can
roaming
see
the
where
map.
you're going with this one, Wolf.
I mean, Maokai's kind of int-like.
Makes sense.
Oh!
That's a dodge.
That's going to utilize the walk strategy. Still going to flash away. Showing immense respect here
Big.
to the both of them.
That's Zeka's Yone. I just walked it off.
I do think a situation like that, though.
That is
shows
my
how
combo
bad it
right
could have
there.
been if he had dodged the ultimate. You know,
He's
Duro
dead. No,
coming
is he
in,
dead?
sorry, Delight
No,
coming
Duro's
in
here.
full backup. And the fact he had to flash anyway, if that had hit, it could have been a bit of a rougher situation for Chovy. He might have just ended up going down.
Yeah, Chovy, he sees the Vampire Scepter. You see he's not even trying to harass Zek anymore. He's just like clearing waves over and over.
Duro! Into tower, into stun, into ignite, into stun!
What are you doing this far up the lane? As
That was
Zeka
really well
says,
played by Duro.
there's not enough.
Really well played by Duro.
Is given over to Chovy, and just like
Really
that,
well played by
says,
Duro.
Sit down. It's my time to shine.
I mean, we've seen so many of these Alistair mid ganks be incredibly impactful, and when you're that far up, you
Holy
just
fuck,
get
Duro
headbutted into the
smurfing, holy
turret,
shit.
and he gets the nice interrupt there. It's incredibly well played from Duro. These are the types of mid ganks we've seen so much from Duro this year, where he's just on the edge of making it happen. The mid laner feels
What's
safe.
the best
There's no
TF
way he
skin?
can get me,
It's the one that he's
and then
using.
He just outplays them.
Yeah,
The fucking cowboy one, whatever the fuck it's called.
Alistair Blitzcrank as well.
It was super slick. And now...
Oh, that's the slow.
He's
Zeus
dead,
in a
no?
bit of trouble here. He is
TF
going to
ult.
dodge
Hola.
the Q, but there are 3 people in the top lane, and already
Give him the feast.
Zeus is going to be punished here.
Give him the
And it's
feast.
gonna give the kill and the stack over to
So that from Canyon.
Oh, this game. Oh, this game's slipping. Oh, this game's slipping.
He was like, no, I'll let you have the gobble.
Very good idea. Genji have a lot of momentum here in this early game. Canyon taking a bit
Bit
of damage
onto
but
Canyon.
Yone, not sure
They
he
have
can stick
Maokai
around
ult.
for very long.
Alistar no
He
flash,
needs
no
his ultimate.
6,
It's
but they're
just a few seconds
4v3.
away.
Zeus has
But he
TP
can
though.
make a big impact,
He's
but the
TPing.
timing here is so good for Genji.
Peanut could flash W.
He gonna come through. They
Q.
wanna make
They're
an
losing the
engage
grubs,
here
but
on the
Duro
He
dies.
doesn't have his flash 'cause
Give
he
the kill to
used it
Zeka.
for the engage in the mid lane. And so they're just going to try to give this kill over to
Kill to Zeka. They got 2 grubs and a kill on
handed
Zeka.
over.
1 grub and a kill on
Now
Zeka.
Canyon?
Yeah, there's a
He has
lot
kick
of
and
people
flash.
joining up
Might
here for
have
the
to-
side of Halma Life.
War jump out. Easy.
It is Elite Sin, so he will be okay.
I thought Zeka was going to follow there since he got his
Rod of
ultimate
Ages
back
TF.
up, but wanted to make sure
Ew.
Chovy didn't have control of this lane, so just went back to mid instead.
I think Genji overall pretty happy still with how it turned out. You know, it was a trade of kills with them getting the
Where's
Yorick.
Everfrost,
you know,
man?
they do
Bring
end up
that
losing
item
the
back.
Alistair,
What
but
a
he
good
also
item,
got 2 grubs
Everfrost.
to the 1. So working out pretty good for them. And we'll see.
This is Duro's play. If he comes, I'm going to go for it. There he is.
The flash is good. And thing is, Zeka knows he's dead, so he actually tries to go into the tower. So it goes. he tries to give
Everfrost and
credit
Gale
over
Force,
from
2
the
items they
Ignite
should bring
to
back.
Alistair and doesn't manage to.
Full tank Cho'Gath,
That was
kind of
just
weird.
a really good proactive play
W
from
doesn't
Duro
hit
where
Maokai.
He knows the angle, he knows Zeka's that far up, and he's just fishing. And he caught a big one.
We are in Busan.
That's right.
Yes,
Known for
that's
seafood.
true. Yeah. Known for catching big ones. That is what happens here.
It's a port town.
I'm really liking this Cho'Gath and a Yorick. It just feels like the Yorick is sitting there, and yeah, he doesn't have any items, and he bought a call, but he's fallen pretty far behind, and the Cho'Gath was gifted a free champion stack as well for his first couple of stacks, or his first one.
We didn't see him eat the maiden yet, though, so...
Eat
his
wife.
I feel like obviously it hasn't been a true 1v1, and that was a big gank that did come through onto Zeus, and Zeus, had control at that moment. But I do kind of feel like this matchup is showcasing Keen's mastery of it, rather. Keen is showing that he knows how to play this matchup. He was happy to play this. Cho'Gath thinks he has like a bit of a counter pick here. I wouldn't call it a hard counter by any means, but he knows how to play it well and abuse the weaknesses.
I feel like the theme has just been Keen pick a tank and win lane.
True, actually, it has been.
Yeah.
He's still got
Sion
Ornn
game.
as well.
Yeah.
The Cassante game and now this Cho'Gath game.
Yeah, it's part of why for Hamalev's first 2 wins, we didn't really highlight Zeus because he wasn't the guy we were trying to highlight. It was mostly Viper, who was putting up the big numbers and carrying really hard. Think about the Callista game.
Chovy TP
Ruler
bot.
kind of in an awkward spot.
Did I miss that?
Yone can be very pesky.
Yeah, if he ults and hits, that's the end of that.
I feel like that's a moment right there where you're really thinking about the decision not to ban the Yone. That's the sort of moment.
I'm still thinking about it. We'll see how it works.
All right, Peanut,
Okay, let's see a
with
fight.
his ultimate available, makes it so difficult to collapse in here. Ruler's at half health from the last exchange. He is Senna, though, so... he's
Yorick's
able to
moving
heal
down.
quite
Keen no
significantly.
TP. TF ult
Yeah,
popped.
it's gonna be a straight up
Stun onto
4v4,
Peanut.
unless the
Maokai ult is
Yorick can
balanced.
get here, and the Maokai
Duro
just gonna
doesn't
zone
ult
with
it.
the ult.
Oh,
He
what?
goes
He
over,
stole that?
He stole it! He got in!
He stole
moves
that?
Past the Maokai.
That is robbery.
Says thank you very much. That'll be the second dragon over to Genji.
Oh,
Now
my
he can
Yone,
go on
my Yone.
And they just kick him away.
What? They got that and
Genji
got
said,
out in a 4v5?
We just want the Drake and
That
we
is
want to get out.
criminal.
Let's throw
That's
him
Maokai
down.
Q
Just so
smite. How?
clean.
How?
Kenny gets the steal. The ult comes out from Duro. He's so tanky, so he could just peel there and make sure the rest of the team is totally fine as you have a Senna
Knock up.
on the other side healing
No
up.
blade.
Gets healed up right before the fight, and there's just no way in. As they get just barely out of Zeka's ult range, his ult doesn't connect, and Genji just get away with it.
Drop the
They get
replay.
the steal, and there's no consequences whatsoever.
And you know HLE, like the steal's frustrating, but they were ready for the fight. They were bringing the Yorick down. They wanted a rumble, and they don't even get their opportunity. They have to TP Zeka up to defend the tower, and they feel so bad about that outcome.
Yeah, and Ox Rumble was played in game 1, so.
Oh, sorry.
Not able to Rumble in this one anymore.
Well, they would have loved to.
Yeah.
I mean,
would be pretty nice
we
in
talked
game
about
4.
the Pantheon's ability to avoid the ult from Peanut, right? But Canyon actually just simply walks on Lee Sin and gets into the pit.
He just glides in and steals it so smooth.
Kick
and get out.
Kick here for the disengage as well. Really well played, but it's just moments like this where Peanut thinks it's kind of a done deal. He's like, I just Maokai ult towards them.
Senna
and
stacks,
that's
she has
that.
27
Canyon
stacks.
says no. Super mobile on this Lee Sin. I'm going to find my way in. And then the follow-up from Duro as well. Just his zoning with the Unbreakable Will.
With it being a Mountain Soul as well, you know, I feel like a lot of HLE, how they want that comp to function, it's the fact that you have, you know, the Yone threat onto the back line, you have the reset potential of Viper. A Mountain Soul drastically limits that impact.
-1.
So if Genji are able to keep stacking up those dragons, it's such a huge win con.
Trying to cancel Zeo space.
I agree. Very
Nom, 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 nom,
panda-looking
nom.
cat meowing a lot.
They do kind of look like pandas, don't they?
Well, I think this chroma like is just it's a panda, but it still meows for some reason. Very funny. As this mid game here, we're going into Herald in 1 minute's time. Look at all the vision that Genji already have set up here. Chovy's gonna grab a plate on this top side. He has 1,000.
So I guess he's doing the
1,000
classic, or
gold,
what?
believe.
Roa
Gets it
Lich
right
Bane into
before
fucking
the
rapid fire.
fall off. And
Classic.
because he is going to have his ultimate as well, he can see any sort of flank angles that Hanwha Life are looking for. He can track everyone. It feels like this Herald is almost just a foregone conclusion at this point. Hanwha Life are just not going to get it. And it's just all the legwork that Genji has done with the lead they have. And this is the Genji that everyone predicted, right? This is the Genji from ahead that just doesn't give you any inches, doesn't give you any ends. That people expected to come in as our first seed.
And it's going to be really interesting, you know, if
Look at the
Genji
gold lead
do
on
win this
TF
game,
because of
you
his
think
passive
about,
and
well,
shit
they
like
were
that.
very close to
And
winning
plates.
game 1 too. Like they probably should
That's
have if there
balanced.
weren't a couple of iffy moments from them that kind of threw the game away. So Hanwha Life, you know, we've given them a lot of credit tonight, and I think they deserve it for their ability to just play so much better when it comes to best of fives
And
big
yes,
matches,
cashback.
But Genji are still the favorites.
I mean, look at this too. Chovy's just going to get this whole turret while they made a sort of attempt to gank Keen there, who got a demolish proc, gets
Feats of
away.
strength.
And Genji just get more and more. They're getting literally everything there is to get.
130
Hanwha
on
now
Dwayne.
grouped up for Herald so that they may be able to win a fight here, but
It is the
feels
tax
like Genji
evasion
can do no
TF build.
wrong. I mean, they got feats of strength.
Cashback.
I mean, HLE will have come into
TF
this draft
passive.
where they have the Yorick
Where's my
and
cult?
the Yone and thought, oh man, our side laning, we're going to have so much control. And they just don't. They just don't right now. And I feel like Keen's super comfortable going up against the Yorick or the Yone, and Chovy's getting so much pressure down. HLE are now looking for the Rift Herald. Keen does have TP. They want to contest it, but Canyon's going to be a little bit late.
Now let's see what he can
TP
do.
in from Keen.
We got the TP coming in.
Chovy ready on the left, but he's a bit
side.
zoned.
Bit of damage already
Hard
going
for him
in.
to
There's
join.
TP
Pops
right
the ult to
in front of
reposition.
Genji's face, and that's just gonna
Zeus
be
flashes out.
flashing away.
Maokai
And
ult
so we
zones
got
them.
Maokai ultimate trying to lock some people down.
Senna
and get
healing
the
them up.
Stinks excited, but
Is
Genji,
Genji
they
gonna have
just
damage
form a
problems?
wall.
Mikhail's
They say no
W,
thank
Q,
you. Peanut goes
Herald
back
proc for
in,
Peanut,
and a ton of
flashes
damage done to the
into
Maokai,
his
but they lose.
fucking 80 carry, but it doesn't matter.
Alive, and that's a kill for the Yone.
Down goes
Finds another
Keen.
pick on a
Peanut's
Chovy
driving the
here,
Herald
who's just on the run,
into
and
nothing.
Keen
Oh, he W Duro into the tower.
going back in
He
with the
dies.
Rift Herald, picks up another one, and Chovy not able to do much here on the right side of the fight. Looking
Canyon
good for
misses
the
Q.
side of Hanwha
Doesn't have
Life
kick anyway.
in this fight.
Drake in
Pick up a
15.
couple.
This
Drake
is
in
the
15.
insane punishing power of this draft and of
Oh!
the playstyle of Hanwha Life.
Oh!
We will have a pause, but you see what happens if you get just one kill. Keen's not that
Hey!
tanky yet. He dies.
Bug
Viper
report.
gets excited.
Bug
and then
report.
You can kind of almost just do whatever you want in a game state like this. Peanut, the Rift Herald
Ref.
charge is a bit awkward, but he engages afterwards. They get
A
another
pause
pick.
after a fight.
Chovy's zoned out. And
is
Hanwha
sausage.
Life pulling back into this one.
Did
in a
someone
big way.
spill
That also
water,
felt
or
like
was there a
such
bug?
A rushed contest. Like Canyon wasn't there. Keen teleported in. It was like maybe they expected him just like.
Oh,
run
it's
up to the
because
Herald
Herald
and eat it,
charged
that would
the
be
tower? Is
suicide,
that what they're
so he
complaining
didn't,
about?
But it's like, well, what are you teleporting for? The fight? But like you weren't really in position to fight. It just felt like for a game where Gen.G felt so in control, that felt like a sudden urgent rush when they really didn't need to, and HLE very quick to punish.
Yeah.
So Peanut gets in the Herald and drives it into the wall.
Very impactful, and he kind of just ends up forcing it.
But then Herald charged
just
the
not
tower.
Really quite the fight, like you said.
I wonder if that is that a
Gen.G are
pause?
looking for. Not
Is that
one
what
they
that pause?
necessarily had to take. And suddenly you just gave Hanwha Life a big window back in, and with this pause, things could not be more tense, right?
Is that why they
Gen.G's BO5 here on the line after this fight, falling a little bit further behind. They
I've
can
seen
still,
that
of course,
bug
go
before.
To MSI,
I
but
swear I've
nobody
seen
wants
that happen
to
in our
go a
streams.
second.
Or
Nobody
like
wants
not
to have
bug,
the
but I've seen
chance
that
of
happen
not
before.
going at all. As you mentioned earlier, Valdez, like it could be T1
It's in the patch
full
notes, it's a
form.
new feature.
Those guys always play close.
Okay,
KT
so if it's not that, then what?
seems to be like they had the
we're
best
back,
chance
we're
of
back.
beating Gen.G in regular season.
matter.
Like they were super close.
I mean, also like you can sit here and say,
I wonder if that's why they
Gen.G and HLE look way better than everyone else.
Were they like, oh,
if
okay.
they do fall down,
Continue
they'll
playing.
probably make it second seed. But you know, going into today, everyone was so sold on Gen.G. and That's been thrown up in the air. You always want
The main thing is Gen.G's getting Drake. Gen.G's getting Drake. Hello, hello.
And give an
It's
opportunity
gone.
for another team to deny you.
Looks like they want to fight here for this dragon.
It's
Gen.G
gone.
looking at Mountain So Point. Looks like Hanwha Life really trying to close the gap and get in
Where's
here.
the damage on
but
this fucking Drake? It's
just
taking
Zeka,
forever.
And the jungler's still not anywhere close, as Canyon just going to be able to easily smite this one, you would imagine. There's the damage. Gets the soul point. And Hanwha Life, I mean, especially without a Maokai, you can't really force anything unless Zeka's going to find, like, the God engage, which obviously is
Senna,
gonna be
Cho'Gath,
almost
3
impossible
dragons,
if they just
true,
spread out.
but
Yeah,
Jinx
we were missing
Lulu.
some context there as to how that all started off and why Gen.G had so much control. And
Chovy
got
gets
it
a bot
for free,
tier 1.
But I think it was just off of the reset after the last play in mid lane there. And yeah, that's massive because that's the whole point.
Yep. And now pressure really going to be on HLE for the rest of the game because
Keen
right
has
now,
a
Gen.G are
Zeus has
ahead,
a cull.
but just the threat of that soul
Canyon's
for
a
the
level
rest
up.
of the game, given that they
He has
have
Lich Bane
like
in
a
base.
Senna and a
He does
Cho'Gath,
have Lich Bane in base.
who, you know, yes, HLE have a lot of scaling components themselves, but you never want to be in a position
TP's
where
top.
Gen.G with a Senna,
Takes the flower.
a pick that we know can be such a menace to the
Gonna
late
walk
game,
on a blue
could
orb.
potentially have a Mountain
Gets
Soul.
the blue orb. Big TP.
He ran over there, but it's not
Goes back to
gonna be
base.
able to do
Baus
anything
Classic.
with this.
Base
Chovy did a
TP in.
prompted,
Base
you know,
again.
bit of
Baus
both,
Classic.
just fucking
Yeah.
They are literally copying Lost Ratones.
Super tense. You know, you could feel, you know, for those
With
in the
picks
venue
and gameplay.
for those listening, of course, at home, who can kind of tell when obviously the crowd mics are going. It's a bit silent right now, as it's very tense, right? I mean, the lead that Gen.G has is still there. You can see there's a few dents put in after that previous play. Zeus is going to be able to take out this turret.
Those
here
are
at the
definitely
bottom.
pandas, by the way.
Yeah, but they have
they're not
cat-like
cats.
features.
Yeah, they're not cats at all, I don't think. Like, they're just little mini pandas that meow.
Yeah.
I don't know the story behind that one. I think we're going to have to look.
They have like cat ears and whiskers that look like cats, but they're obviously
Why is
designed
TF
to
building
be
crit?
pandas.
He's
So
a
it's-
mage.
Chroma, right? So
Yeah.
it looked like, you know.
Well, I mean, that's a turret to go over. This
Chovy's
Yorick
so
is,
bad.
you know, slight lead.
Yeah.
Obviously, I think in terms of team fights later on, the Cho'Gath is going to be way more valuable. But in terms of side lane pressure, the Yorick is going to always be that threat. Neither team got 3 grubs, so let's split on that one.
I think there's also something to be said that even though Gen.G have a lead, they are looking for Zeus.
Nice
Yeah,
wall.
He's very isolated
Stun
down
cuddle.
here. No TP
Flashes
from
so he
Zeka
doesn't
to
want out.
try to save him, so it's just a straight up 2v1, and Zeus doesn't really deal damage yet.
Insta
so
kill.
It's going to be a free
Kill
kill
for
given over to
Canyon.
Canyon. Second kill for
Wife
his
dead.
Lee Sin.
And
Nice
there's
pick.
just no cross map here. I mean, there's no angle for Hanwha Life to say, okay, Chovy ulted down here, the jungler's bottom. We'll just go ahead and get something else because there's simply nothing. The Otacon hasn't spawned yet. I think even trying to do that is optimistic. Chovy did
No
flash,
flash
on
on
the play.
Chovy,
It doesn't
though.
have his ultimate anymore, but
Doesn't have
I
RFC.
mean, I think if they're going to
Zeal.
try to just hone on Otacon here in 10 seconds, that's a bit of a pipe dream.
Yeah, I don't think they'll really have an opportunity to do so. Getting Flash from Chovy is pretty big. Flash and Chef very valuable. He obviously just didn't want the play to extend too long and be off the map for a really long time chasing down the Yorick. But he does have Spellbook, so he'll be able to trade it out for a different summoner before too long, so not the end of the world.
His Rod of Ages is almost complete as well.
Yeah, and he's not too far away from the rapid fire cannon. We've seen Rulers picked up his, so that range on the center really online. and approaching that point of the game where I feel Genji's really comes online. And
yeah, Ruler needs one more item.
Soon with 2 minutes till that Mountain Dragon.
Yeah.
I don't think Genji really need to prioritize the Atakan. They just kind of need to stop HLE from doing it. And then when that next dragon comes up, that's when really you should be in a position where you're like, hey, let's fight. Whereas HLE, they're starting Atakan because they don't want to wait any longer. They don't want to get to the soul fight.
I think this is the kind of
TP
best case
from
scenario
King.
for Hanwha
They have
is
feast.
Genji botched how they try to stop
No double
this,
smite
but Genji
spellbooks.
can just play slow. They can play passively on this. Ruler has his ult.
Hold.
He's going to be able to sustain so much in this longer
Hold.
fight.
Yeah.
Peanut's
They have
gonna ult
so
soon.
much control with their range. And now
But
finally
Keen's
TP's
already
gonna
close
come
enough.
through for Zeka after
Stun
he
card
picks
is
up a
W'd by
shield
Peanuts.
bow.
Well played.
This is going to be potentially a flip. But
Peanuts
you've got
half.
a
He's
Cho'Gath
tanking the Atakan. He has
that
probably no
you're
resists.
fighting against, and all these
Chobi's looking for a stun.
resistances are
Zeka, nice
going
Q3.
down.
There's the Peanut ult.
Chovy gonna take a
Keen's
big
getting close to the
chunk on the
Atakan to make
left
sure he can
side,
steal it.
has
Sen
to
ult
cleanse
comes
out
out.
that one, but
Zeka has
Zeka
Q3.
also
Q3's away.
being
Canyon.
jumped out. A
Knock up by the
Zingo's
Lulu was great.
Lulu ulted
W's
in the
out.
sky, but look at Peanut
And they take the
taking it there.
Atakan.
He's gonna
Q
try,
flash by
but
Peanut.
he is
No
not
smite.
going
Doesn't
to
get it.
succeed,
Combo by
and
Duro.
now
Dead.
He does get punished.
TF
The
ult.
rest of
Where is
Hanwha
it?
just has to run
He
away,
uses it to
tail
get out.
between their legs. As down
Great
goes
fight by
the,
Genji. Great fight by
Peanuts
Genji.
Maokai, and it was just
Holy
such
fuck,
a
that was
weird
good.
fight to go for that Atakan.
And look at the death timer. Peanut is up with 10 seconds until the soul spawns, so that the timing's super tight. I think Genji on a great spot now.
Yeah,
Duro hex flash.
even more.
Ruler no flash. Oh, he got polymorphed. There's Duro. Q dead. Viper gets Keen. Zeka's gonna survive here a little bit. Canyon has Q on him. Takes it. Boom. Dashes out. Sniped by Ruler. And Canyon kills. Delight. TP from Zeus to hold. Bro, the way they play these fights is insanity.
Duro
You can
is
headbutt
also
him, I
gonna
guess.
be potentially an extra donation.
Q. There's a tower there,
Potentially.
Duro. Ow!
You know, this is one of those weird situations where that looked
Ruler
really
died.
positive on the back end for Genji, but now with these
Was that
death
worth
timers,
it?
Yeah.
it's a little messy, the setup for the Dragon.
20 seconds on Zeka, no
Chovy
TP. Dragon's
hasn't
alive. 5 seconds on Ruler.
unsealed,
20 seconds on
in a
20 seconds on
little
Ruler. 5 seconds on
while.
Viper.
Might try to go for like double
Ruler did
smite
die to the
plus
tower, yeah.
Cho'Gath if Keen has TP.
This
but
dragon is so
doesn't.
important.
The timing here is going to be quite awkward.
Canyon running from base,
And I think
Keen
we
running
are still
from
going
base.
to end up having that fight because it's a Maokai.
Peanut
Can't
wards
solo
it.
this,
He's
but
gonna get
At
mid-wave.
the end of the day, it felt like Genji
Chovy's
could have
going
just
top.
played that a little bit safer, walked away.
I think
and
he's super
guaranteed
close to
soul.
rapid fire. He's
Now,
trying to get
it's
it as
a
quick as
team
he can.
fight. It still favors them.
I
but
guess
feel like
Genji
you
is in a
could've
base
just
for
had
rapid
it
fire.
free.
No, he doesn't have
I
it.
think they saw
He doesn't have
blood
it.
in the water. They were like, we can wipe them, guarantee soul, rather than hope Peanut doesn't get here in time. Now it's going to be a 5v5.
Everyone's gonna
and
gather
they
around the
are
dragon.
Still in a great position
Oh,
for
Chovy
this.
just needs a
We'll
bit
see
more
how they
gold, I
set up
think.
For it.
He does have it in base now. Chovy's spacing. He has rapid fire. Adjust the headset.
Has pretty good wave clear. You're just kind of getting outranged.
Peanut getting some saplings down, but he's
And
full tank, so it doesn't
Genji
matter.
feel very comfortable to just sit
There's
in
the
mid.
RFC. Big spike for TF.
Senna with the Alistair.
Big spike for TF. TF
As
ult's
now
coming
gonna
out.
get a lot of vision of this.
Looking.
Chovy just ulting to make sure he's here.
He needs
for
to get
the
that
fight.
bot wave, Chovy.
And get vision
He's
control. of this
ulting to the
banana
bot wave.
brush, which is always crucial. Able to just stick bottom, clear out some of the wave.
Didn't get the
and
level
then
up.
go ahead and join with the team.
I mean, Ruler just
Senna
is
catches
so
mid, no
far
flash.
away from anybody that Genji can kind of slow
Canyon
play
is
this
3
and
levels
don't,
up.
don't actually have to force an engage.
Chovy, rapid fire. Bonk. Bonk.
Chovy's still looking for
Runs around, gets the
options,
stacks back up.
might as well.
He was so close to finishing rapid fire cannon, but I believe he didn't.
Yeah, he doesn't quite have it. I don't-
Yeah.
No, he has it.
Yeah, pretty rough. This is Mountain Soul.
Oh, big knock up
Herbalife
into the
have
stun.
To do something. You
A
don't
little
wanna
bit
give
of
this one
chunk.
over
Playing
for
the stun
free.
cards.
The Maiden
HLE
taking a little bit
retaking
of
some
chip
control.
damage, and Genji, they have
Don't
banana
forget
brush
the
control. You
forget
can
the
see
feast.
Herbalife
Don't forget the
trying
feast.
desperately to push
Chovy
into this
stuns the
brush.
wife.
They actually
Use the
will
wife.
be able to do
Maokai
so,
for some space.
And they have the Maokai to
Duro doesn't
attempt
ult.
to
He
zone
saves
them
it.
away, but
Senna can heal them
for
up a
that
bit.
Jinx.
Chovy
Yeah,
on the
they're
left.
not
Pops the ghost.
really
Another stun.
doing anything.
Wife
Just
is dead.
kinda sitting around. The Maiden's dead.
Zeka stacking Qs.
No engage comes through.
Chovy another stun.
Maokai
Boom, onto
ultimate
Zeus.
available.
Combo by
Bit of
Duro.
damage comes out
Pops
from
the ult.
Jinx, and a
Zeka ult on
nice
2.
ult here, but
Gets
it's only
gets
getting
silenced.
Jinx on the side of
W's.
Zeka. Duro
Almost kills
is
Ruler.
going to get quite low,
Does get
but
him.
so
Dies.
is Zeka.
1 for 1.
Zeka's just out of
Down
this
goes
one. We
Duro.
get a kill on a Duro, though.
Canyon and Keen in the pit. They have no
Viper
feast.
has the damage.
They have no feast.
And
Chovy has no
just
mana
very
either.
zoned away, so
It's
I
gone, I
Genji
think.
might
Unless
just have to
Canyon
give this one up.
doesn't get in there in
And
time.
that they will.
Herbalife get the dragon.
That was a really close fight. The amount amount of protection Chovy gave to Duro to try to keep him alive there.
Zeka
to
killing
prevent
Senna
the
there was
reset
big.
was pretty insane, but it's definitely a big trade up here for Hanwha Life. They win the fight, they get the
weaving
dragon.
in these fights is
Canyon
crazy.
also likely caught.
Canyon.
Yes, flash and
No
kick,
war jump.
but I don't know.
Needs
if
to jump to
he's
someone.
actually gonna
Kicks,
get out here.
kicks him.
Tries to taxi on a peanut, but with a Lulu around, it's just
Bonk.
elementary.
1,000 gold to
Ton of
Yorick.
Gold, actually 1,000 gold over to Zeus.
And I think with hindsight, we can definitely say that over chase on the top side.
That's it. I think losing the dragon is whatever, but
Genji in the backside.
that is
They
is
ended up
bad.
having to take this 5v5, and Zeka gets so much value here because meanwhile, Duro ends up trying to buy space for the team to stall out the Jinx And
Zeka gets knocked up. He
but
eats
Zeka
ult
goes
here,
in
but he gets
here
silenced.
and just kills Ruler. Despite all this
Flash
skill
Beast.
coming through, Keen doing his best, he gets the 1-for-1.
Yeah, and then Duro does eventually die, and then Viper is such a big problem
Viper
here.
movement's really good.
There's no way that Keen and Canyon could do anything with Chovy out of mana and
Hanwha forced the Baron.
No jungler.
Nice W from Peanut.
Yeah, I'm not
Keen
sure
no
about
flash,
this,
walked
but
up
they
a
do
bit.
lot of
Zeus
damage
gets the
on
Q.
Baron
Stun card on the
already.
Lulu is good.
Chovy's got a nice
Redemption
angle
is
on the
big.
left side. They just wanna
Big
turn
Maokai ult.
this, actually.
Zeka gets
Keen
knocked.
very
Keen
tanky,
dies.
not tanky enough.
Duro's getting chased.
Not
He has
able to
ult up.
feel for him, and now Viper gets excited, and they just taxi them
Canyon
away
coming from
from
base.
the
Hanwha Life's a bit low.
As
Hanwha
does
Life's
look
a
like
bit too
maybe
low for the
Rule
Baron.
gets out, and so will Duro.
What the
but
fuck is going on
I
this
think
game?
for
Holy
Gen G,
shit.
that's fine. You know, you stop the Baron, and you only lose Keen.
Just a lot of relevant gold going over to this
Ruler
Europe.
has
That's
Infinity
gonna
Edge
be a
soon. He
silent
needs that
problem
item.
in this game. The extra time they bought.
The damage
with
is
the Dragon
lacking a bit.
itself feels so huge. Sure, Ruler is getting to be a bigger and bigger problem, but these fights are looking a lot more broken up by Gen G because Hanwha Life are playing as a better
How do you
unit
fight
here
this
in
as
these
Gen G? It's
5v5s.
so
Like, Chovy
difficult.
on the
Ruler's
flank here
hitting,
doesn't
but he's
really
not doing
accomplish
damage.
anything. They get the kill onto Keen. There's once again kind of just caught out here in the reset button for Viper. At this point, you just got to get out and cut your losses.
Gen G are on the Baron.
Damage to stop Hanwha
Volume
from getting
increase.
the Baron,
3 minutes
I
on Drake.
suppose, but it's again
Still
that
no
kind of
Infinity Edge on
pickaxe,
Ruler.
Chipping away bit by bit that we talked about in the previous game. This time it's a much closer game. Hanwha Life are keeping Gen G honest.
Still feels, it's so close, it's so tense at this point, and Gen G still have the gold lead, they still have Arakan, they still have feature strength, one dragon away from Soul, but at no point do you ever feel safe. It felt much safer last game, but in this one it just feels like, especially with, you know, this Senna being this squishy carry, it feels like, you know, Zeka could
Still
just
no
explode
Infinity
Ruler at
Edge.
any
Are they
point,
going to
and
force
that
Baron
might
again
just
here,
be a
Hanwha Life?
fight, your game, your series over.
No Viper
So we'll have to
spacing.
see, summoners are available for, you know,
Is it
Ruler and
RFC?
Chovy at this point, which gives them
TF ults?
an extra element of safety.
Oh, he looked to kill. No, he didn't.
And we do have the rapid fires.
Wait, TF didn't ult. Is it a
both
bug?
of them,
Why
so
does
that
Peanut and
range,
Hanwha Life
I
have
think
that?
that's what you really
What
need to
fuck?
be playing around, is that
Oh, he did
going
ult.
for that
Okay,
poke,
Jesus. What the fuck?
like you land the stun card, you put a bit of burst into them, and then you sort of disengage. You keep them at a safe distance as much as possible.
Chovy on the left. Stun.
I mean, they
Nice
have
Mikhails.
incredible range. The Mikhails is going to have
I feel
so
like
much
Viper really
value
wants the base.
into this TF.
Zeka almost has
but
IE
they're
as
gonna
well.
get that out this time around.
Huge wave shoved into that bottom inner turret.
Rotor spacing,
as
big
Chovy
items,
ulted
big
to make
items,
sure
big
that was
items.
safe. He was able to
It's
spot
Hurricane
because
for
they didn't have
Jinx.
vision down there
It's
on the bottom
IE
side
for
of the map
Ruler.
at all that King could continue to push the issue. That's IE.
Is it
And we do see
Randuin's for
the
Peanut? No,
Yorick
he
has to
swapped to
catch
rapid
this
fire.
wave.
I
He
think
does
that's
have
better.
TP,
RFC against
but
his
Gen G
Senna
get
TF is
bio out of
probably better in the
this.
long
It's
run.
just a really nice
There's
safe setup
Randuin's on
there
Peanut.
by Gen G. Gonna be able to get the scuttle and should be able to clear this Baron vision easily. And now things are very, very stressful here for Hanwha Life Esports, trying to fight into this with no eyes.
Zeka ult buffers out. A bit scared.
Yeah, I mean, it's really rough. You
Peanut,
don't really have an in,
flash.
and you're just being
Yeah,
picked
good.
apart. Peanut's going to flash, too, and this is just trying to get vision
Whoa,
around the
retaking
objective.
against his TF is
This is such a
scary.
play from Gen G. This is how their composition wants
Redemption
to function.
used so they can stay on the map.
Just poking and prodding.
Yorick
and using
TPing
the
in,
rapid
Stare
fire
X for
procs, using that
Zeus.
extended range.
Big
and
items,
not letting
no
them
TP on
approach.
Zeka, so he can't base for IE if he
He's
needs
got
it.
to back
If
up
he has
again
it.
in just a second.
Another
He can even
stun.
flank here. There's just no
Zeus
way
knocked
to
up.
move forward for Hanwha
A lot of damage.
Life.
Yeah, you've got
They're
Joe
playing well here,
Joe
Gen G.
Gaff
This
as
is how you
well,
play
and
it.
the
Stun into
consistent
poke. Into
gold
oh,
cards
they
make
just
so
sent it. Hanwha Life has sent
difficult.
it.
Say we got to do something. They pulled the trigger on Peanut's ult, but
Good kiting by Gen G. And now they start again.
they just kind of throw an ult at them, and they don't find
30
an
seconds
angle.
on
I think
Drake.
Gen G are playing so
Another stun on
respectful.
Zeka.
Last chance, Chovy with the gold
TF
card
pops the ult.
here.
Combo from Duro.
Blast through on Duro, and that's going to be
And now he can
the
ult to Zeus if he wants, Chovy.
as he's going to
Doesn't do it.
Unbound, but he's just gone.
And now Dragon in 20
Baron
seconds.
or
That's
Soul?
for them.
What do
If
you
they
wanna do?
Pick it up. I feel like this is expert play from Gen G, whittling away the resources from HLE. They've really locked in on this one.
Peanut has no flash, so there's just simply not
Chovy's going for bot wave.
Here.
He needs
There's
the
no
blue
way
card
for
a
him to
bit,
get
get
into
some
the
mana
pit.
back.
There's no way for him to do anything.
Red taken
I
by
mean, he's gonna
Peanut.
get his red buff, I suppose.
I think
but
Hanwha Life
gonna
have
take
to
little
give.
wins. Yeah, I mean, Chovy
They have to
just
give
clears
and
out that
defend
wave in
Baron.
the bottom lane. He's already here now, rejoined with
This
his
Maokai's
teammates. I
level
think Hanwha
12.
Life are just
Someone
gonna
give
have
that
to
man
grin
some
and
fucking
bear it
XP.
As Gen G will get Mountain Soul, making those resets
Chovy Disco
for the
Summoners.
Jinx even tougher. As we go back to this play here,
Wow,
Chovy
Genji
had
are
ulted
playing well.
previously.
They're playing really well.
Oh, this is moments later, actually. This is the play on to
Half-Life need the fight to just stop.
Look for a flank angle here. Gold card, ult, track the movements of everyone, know exactly where Peanut is, just leave nothing to chance. And get that pick and head to Dragon.
The thing is, the engage tools being the ult from Yone and the ult from Maokai.
Chovy Ghosted has his flash up now.
Burning them as resources, tracking them, and as soon as those are down, Chovy knows he can just walk up. Like, there's literally nothing HLE can do to stop him. and he can just use that range without really any recourse.
Zeka has
And now
IE
they
off
can
the
just do that
Krugs.
same play again, gradually choke out the vision towards Baron.
Zeka has TP
Set
too.
up in a similar way. Those cooldowns, those resources back available, just burn them again.
I mean, Genji are in such a good spot, and all of the itemization, everything they're doing right now too, just makes it oppressive and hard
Canyon?
to punish. Like
Q?
arm guard for Chovy even feels so strong here, even though
There's
it's
Zeka
almost
Infinity Edge, 3-item Yone.
Just incredibly safe.
Now
He's got
the
cleanse
full
set
AD comp of
on
Hammer Life
his
is starting to hurt a
unsealed
bit.
spellbook as
That
well.
Cho'Gath is fucking
Punishing
tanky.
him is going to be incredibly difficult because any kill for Viper
But he has
is
LDR.
your in for Hanwha Life to
Just
actually
keep
clean
playing
up
the stuns.
fights. But getting that kill onto even a squishy target like TF is tough with the itemization here in the cleanse.
I think Caedrel have realized they got to send Viper forward first because they have Mikhails and they got to fight fire with fire. You got to use the Jinx
I feel like
range
Peanut just
push
needs to
them
send it
away
somehow, but he
and
can't. He doesn't
threaten
have flash.
with the damage.
What if you
because
start and turn? Is that the play?
Yeah, you actually kind of want the fight to start.
Oh my
and
god,
you
they're
get
just gonna
stun
start
card,
and
you
turn.
get kills, and you just fight before
Viper
the
is
next stun
stuck
card
step
is
bro
up.
in this
Or
pit.
just start the Baron and
This
see
is
how it
quite
goes.
desperate.
TF on the left.
Yeah, they
Knock
get
up
a
hits
big
Peanut.
flank. Coming
Root
in
hits
from
Viper,
Chovy,
cleanses
gonna
it,
be here
flashes
on the
back,
left
kick from
side, and-
Canyon! Four-man knock onto Viper! Into the four-man! Oh, Zeka's ult peels it! Zeka's ult peels it! He goes down, Viper's dead! Canyon, bro, he just comes out of nowhere! He just fucking comes out of nowhere! That guy's Lee Sin is too good.
Stays alive with the Zai doing
It's
tons
too
of
good.
damage. Zeus running away.
It's Silver
And
Scrapes.
now, I mean, maybe Genji
Holy
did it.
shit.
They were patient enough.
What the fuck?
They're going to look to push mid.
I mean, I think that they can at least get an inhibitor
Genji
here.
played
but
so
I mean,
good
with
this game.
25 seconds on Jinx, 30 seconds on Yone. If they
So
get
good.
anybody else, I think this game is just going to end.
So good.
I mean, for all intents and
So
purposes, it
fucking
may
good.
already have 20 seconds left on Zeka. 12, they have a wave.
Yeah, they have a Cho'Gath who is full health with the Senna behind him. And Duro just going to knock away Zeus. You don't have any chance of killing the minions when you're that far away. As this
So
should
fucking
be going
good.
to Silver Screeps, ladies and gentlemen, as
Wow.
Zeus trying his best, and they're just going to flash over and kill the Nexus. That gets
Wow.
it done. Genji
Wow,
looking
wow.
for the
Genji
reverse
on the reverse
if they can do
sweep,
it in
bro.
game 5.
They're
Games
on the
1 and 2
reverse
are kinda
sweep.
wondering where
Are you
Canyon
serious?
was to take us to game
They're on
5.
the
We get a
reverse sweep.
pristine Canyon kick to deliver us Viper on a plate. Caedrel against Genji, the last 3 times it went to 5. And we're going to get that again today.
I guess we're just spoiled here at the LCK here in Korea. It's a regional qualifier.
Wow.
Genji has been dominant.
Oh,
since
that's a
as far
Hanwha Life
back
fan.
As the Samsung days, Hanwha fans not feeling in 20 spellbook. This is quite desperate.
This positioning from Canyon was so insane.
Quite desperate.
Yeah,
He's just in fog, standing in that bush.
They get a big flank.
Waiting,
Coming in
waiting,
from Chovy.
waiting.
He's gonna be here
Now.
on the
War jump,
left side.
flash, kick.
And take a
4-man knock with the kick. Into the 4-man Cho'Gath Q. I think Zeka's ult tried to save it by ulting them as well. 4-man back.
Everyone.
But Viper's already dead. Chovy just kills him.
Left side and take a and in the massive kick behind everyone. And the Cho'Gath knocks
Wow.
up everyone as well on the backside. His ruler's already dead. And
Wow.
they don't have the damage if they don't have rules.
Twisted Fate. Keen has this counter pick to the Yorick. And Genji looked like they were dead
Insanity.
in the water. But now, the ball is in their court.
And you know what? Some bold things. They let Zeka get
Insanity.
Yone. It paid off, right? Because now it's disabled for game 5 because
Okay, while we're in the break, I just want to see what happened in the LPL game. I just want to see what happens because Gala and Mako picked Kalista Soraka with Nidalee top. Soraka, Kalista, Nidalee. What the fuck? Against Sion, Pantheon, Victor, Ash, Renata. So what happens this game?
Get it, Gal.
They fight really... They fight and trade super heavy, but Beishuan splits the map bot, invades their bot side, takes their bot camps. I don't know if that was on a late invade or whatever, and then just dives them. Then he just dives them. Level 2 Pantheon.
Don't have the creeps.
I guess Gala's just dead here. No counterplay. Boom,
They
dead.
can get it. Gala is gone. BLG.
First
they
kill,
take it
so
up
easy. Do they kill
beautifully.
Mako as
get
well?
the dive
A
at
bit
level
tricky, I
2
think.
in
Let's see.
bot side. Mako still even
Mako levels
not
up now.
hitting that next level.
Gets the
They're
Q,
gonna go
flashes
for it
out.
too.
Beishuan.
The bailout.
Tanks the
Is that gonna
tower.
be
Oh
enough?
my god, he's out.
Oh my god, Beishuan.
Beishuan lives.
How did you survive?
Beishuan
that?
lives.
The health just a like for
You're always
Then what happens?
It's a point
They,
where the
so BLG, IG swaps their bot lane top and BLG match.
good use of its space in the ult. Got both the sums.
Then BLG try and crash top wave, but Mako has no sums.
Oh,
Flash
Mako
forwards by
not
On.
having
Gets the
any
handshake.
sums. It's
Elk
just
opens up.
shook into the
Down goes Mako.
Oh my god.
Push them back, and I'm guessing BLG get grubs off that.
Definitely showing up in this game.
BLG get grubs off that. Grubs. Rookies on the way. Maybe 1 and out is best. Nope, they're gonna go 2 and out. They still have smite.
He is indeed.
Smite
And,
upgraded,
this
that's
has been
2.
the kind of
Sion
difference
ults back to
maker
lane,
in the
Beige one
last
jumps
game.
onto
He got the
JJ,
MVP in
JJ
the last game as well.
doesn't pull the trigger on his EQ, doesn't, oh, he
Good,
ults in,
goes in.
EQ's out, oh, the handshake cancels him. The handshake cancels him. Rookie solo kills Knight. Beishwan flashes forwards. Renato ult comes. Kalista ult comes out onto Soraka. Soraka comes out. The Shy's here. He TP'd in. TP from Bean. Bean rocks up. Q lands onto Mako. Handshake. On's fighting with Elk. The Shy's quite tanky. Beishwan dummies onto Gala. Gala cleansed in and flashes away. Shy's getting some damage down. Bin gets really low. Bin dies. Mako's running forwards. Beishwan's on 1 HP again. So fucking lucky. Q slow. Rookie, WEQ goes forwards, kills Own. 3 kills to 3. Rookie has 3 of them. Solo killed Knight as well. And they chase them through top and everyone bases away. The Shy's on the side, but Knight's here to stop them. So how did Rookie solo kill Knight? EQ's in, auto, ults him back. Knight has no flash. Rookie flashes over the Victor ult. And just solo bolos him, just like that. Yeah, Rookie is solo killing Knight twice this series now. Then we come out the replay. Rookie's fighting up against Knight. He has no flash. He EQs in, but I'm guessing Pantheon ult's about to go on his head. Is there a Pantheon ult about to land on his head? He has no flash. He's playing so cocky. Looking for the tower. Mako's behind him. JJ's on the way, On's on the side, there's the Pantheon ult. Knight chunking him down, Rookie. Nowhere to go. WEQ drifts down. Drifts down. Arrow comes in and hits Rookie. Oh, Arrow comes in and hits Rookie. Down goes Rookie. Down goes Rookie.
Will claim the kill on the Rookie. Stop making the ECA.
Herald gets started by BLG. Top waves pushed in. The Shy and Bean staring at each other. They get the Herald. Flash onto Rookie. Flashes away from the arrow. Handshake onto JJ. TP from Bean. TP from the Shy. Rookie's just kind of standing there. Dashes in. Pushes them. The reset for Elk does come out, but Gala kills him. Cleanses the ult. Flashes back. Mako's gonna die. Gets Kalista ulted. 4v4. Pantheon ult. I don't know where that fuck's the Gala's no sums. He's cooked here. He's so cooked here. Down goes Gala. The Shy runs away.
They know how to fight, and they're fighting tooth and nail against IG.
2 Drakes to BLG. The Shy chunks him a bit, but he has no TP. Mako can sustain as well, but I'm guessing BLG base here in right-click Dragon. They do base in right-click Dragon. What does the Shy do? What does the Shy do? No, don't say it. Don't tell me he dies before the Dragon. Don't tell me he dies. What is he doing? He's trying to eat his fruit, bro. What are you doing?
Oh my god.
He's trying to eat his fruit.
Yeah.
That's an oops. Like it was a lot of the scaling coming in.
Soul point for BLG gets started up. BLG trying to zone away IG. JJ has EQ smite, but he has no flash. If he goes in for this, he's gonna die. Pops to E. Pantheon Q smite is too much. Doesn't go for it.
Wait, Mako's Rookie just decided to go in.
And out of the replay, on the Mako dies. He gets arrowed into kill, and they had no Kalista around, no Kalista ult. He just got arrowed and died. Nice snipe by Elk.
I do think that
I gotta say,
to be fair, really
gets the spear
over time. I'd be very surprised.
Then IG are playing on bot tier 1. The Shy is pushing top against Bean. They look for a pink. Mako gets caught again. W, no Kalista in base. Mikhails. Wow, that Mikhails was good. Don't tell me he gets sniped.
Well, the snipe from Beitwan.
Okay, down goes Mako again. And this is 10 seconds before Soul. This is Hextech Soul and Mako's dead. Bean TP's in, zoning away the Shy.
Find some heroics here.
JJ, you got it? Come on, JJ.
He's done it before. Beitwan, the new piece
he can't
to
get
the
it.
puzzle here.
Oh, they're not ult. Oh, he dodged it. Flash in doesn't get it. Hextech Soul for BLG. Hextech Soul for BLG. Hextech Soul is a slam dunk. Flash onto Gala. Cleanse flashes out. Gala gets the Soraka ult. Elk is in the Jarvan ult. He dies, but JJ might give him the reset. He does get it. He flashes back and then he fries onto the Shy. The Shy kills him. Heals from Mako. The Shy is kiting. Dead. Mako has flash. Flashes away. On has flash to match. If he's going to go for the flash, handshake dead. Holy fuck. People were gliding there. You saw Gala as well? Gala, look at him. Look at Gala on the left here. Cleanse flashes away, gets Soraka ult, hit, dodges Pantheon Q, hit, kills Pantheon. They did a lot to save the game there, but they have Hextech Soul.
And now I
do enough to see kind of that.
But then IG pull the trigger on no flash from the earlier play. Bean ults in, Rookie dashes forwards. Rookie dies. Gala's hitting Mako, kills the Ashe. Gala's gliding. Sion Q kills him, Victor ults there. The Shy's here, he's gonna kill Own. JJ dies, it's 2v3. The Shy kites away, Pantheon ult comes in. Mako silences, runs away, the Shy. I think Mako's dead here.
On Billy Gaming.
Or is he? Movement. Run, you fucking rat. The Shy's somehow still alive. God knows what the fuck's going on this game. Spear. Runs for his life. Tries to turn. Can't kill Knight. Dead. Mako gets out. BLG. BLG start the Atakan. JJ tries to check it. He gets stunned. Ashe arrowed. EQ's out. Bean ults underneath an Azir tower. Rookie's kind of frying them.
This is bad for BLG.
Bean's basically dead here. No flash, no mana, no ult. He's a free kill. Gala just gonna kill him. 700 gold, 800 gold shutdown. The Shy's coming out of base. Everyone needs to reset. It's a Baron angle here for IG, right? They start up the Baron. They have Kalista. They have Smite as well. On's gonna cuss. Hostile takeover is big. They get the objective bounty. They get the Nash. They gotta get the fuck out. Soraka's healing them.
Not gonna go down just yet. Oh, it takes the long way around.
And they're out. Are they out?
There is no Sundus there. BLG can absolutely chase this one if they want.
BLG can do Atakan. Atakan's gone. BLG get Atakan. Gala stays. Wait, Gala stays. The Shy's here. Gala stays. The Shy's here. Rookie's TPing behind them. But BLG see it. They're all just running on him. Oh no!
Oh my gosh. Rookie.
Got the wave. Worth.
He's cooking.
Are they getting Atakan in the meanwhile? They are getting Atakan in the meanwhile. It's Daylight's robbery. Oh, he stole it. He stole it. Now the Baron buffs are all wasted.
Is handling Rookie on the
Rookie's still alive somehow. Pantheon ult goes in. EQ silence. Does he die? Gala doesn't get the render time. Yes, he does, but it's not enough damage. Beishwan lives. Rookie's still fighting Azir. He's still alive. Fighting Knight. Rookie dies. Down goes the Shy. So they have 3 Baron buffs. They lost the Atakan. And everyone bases. Now it's an Elder fight. Now it's an Elder fight. 1k gold down, but they have X-Tech Soul. Gala's been frying. IG get position, but they don't really have that much poke. Gala, Qs, Mako has Kalista ult and flash. Silences the Sion Q. Ashe arrow doesn't get Mikhails. JJ EQ's out. He's gonna have to get Kalista ulted here. Mako gets pulled away. He can start healing them up. Do we have redemption or something? Bean, posturing, Hextech Soul. He has ult as well. Elder, JJ's over the wall. He has EQ, he can look for the smite. Oh, Bean flash ults him. Oh, Bean flash. He buffers it. Heal. JJ he dies.
Massive as the Chaos Storm starts
Gala.
to go yet again. The golden left hand.
Super low. Mako's basically dead. 2 kills for Knight. 3 kills for Knight. And Elder. Elk kills Gala. Elder Hextech Soul for BLG, the Shy. Nothing he can do here. Sidestep is beautiful. He's gonna kill Own. Why the fuck not? He's just running around this little cat. Just fisting people. Wait.
The Shy? Does he actually kill Knight here? Oh, he missed it. Okay, flash.
Ah, you're cringe. You're cringe. You're cringe, the stopwatch.
He actually turns it back around.
BLG come out of base. Gala flashes on Elk. Elk flashes out. The Rend hits. Rookie, does he have the auto? He doesn't have it. Elk, the EQ from JJ kills him. Rookie dies to the Elder. Gala dies to the Elder.
Sadly quickening their own demise.
Knight is insanely strong. 7k gold lead. Hextech Soul and Elder. Then they just dive onto them. The Shy dies. Nothing he can do. He's been smurfing this game though. And then BLG herd in the minions. And they get the win. Match point for BLG to go to MSI. Match point.
And they're looking for a match point over.
Play the same person that made him think that way. You know what? And also, this has been a turnover of the guard since 2024 summer. The Hanwha Life Esports run has been something to watch, and it has been against this Gen G squad that's been so damn dominant.
Here, only one predicting them, Daniel Ox Harrison. Today, only a single
I'm not going to watch
man,
LPL draft.
if you
I'll
like,
watch the game.
an underdog. He's the man you want in your corner. It's Jonas Strong, the only one predicting a 3-2 for Hanwha Life.
Some call man like a god sometimes.
It's so telling that coming
These are the
into
predictions.
series,
My
all
prediction
of
was
us, and I
3-2
think
HLE,
because of the
Jonas Strong
regular
3-2
season, we're
HLE,
expecting
Jason
Genji to win.
3-2 Genji,
And there were some
Helios
free
3-2
twos, there were some
Genji.
free ones, meaning we did with the dummies going for 3-0. But what is important to note is that
But my prediction wasn't based on anything.
to a game 5, Zeka doesn't lose.
Zeka,
And thus far, I think
5,
he's been mostly getting
best
by
of
Chovy.
5.
Had the zero play in game
Zeka,
number 1,
best of
right, to
5,
kind of pull it
9-game
back.
win
Yeah,
streak.
but over the course of
9-game
the
win
series, he
streak.
hasn't been able to deliver.
LCK Spring Round 1.
I mean,
Worlds
as man,
against
he
KT.
gets it done.
It's like, what?
Yeah, I mean, I
Really?
think it
Worlds
was
against
really
KT?
great strategy to open up
Worlds.
the
Oh,
Yone, because
qualifying round 2.
Sejuani, like all those good combinations.
Live
junglers
Sandbox
were gone.
qualifier,
So I feel like
Worlds
open up,
quarterfinals against
Zeka's
EDG,
favorite
Worlds
pick
finals
and
against
pick
T1.
TF
Ever
into
since
it.
then, every
It was
game 5 he
kinda
wins.
A brave choice by Genji, but this time around, I think you have to do
Every
something
game
about
5
the
he
mid-lane
wins.
champion again. It can be any, or it can be something else like Set. I'm not sure, but I can already see that it's going to be interesting.
Regardless of outcome, like either the game 5 streak gets
When
broken,
things get hard,
Genji
Zeka gets
back
harder.
on the throne,
Fact.
or Hanwha Life are truly
Facts.
taking over. It's so good. It's so good.
We went with key champions. Who's your key player here that's going to be the difference maker? Because you can pick the ones that have been the front runners. You can pick the ones that have come up. You can pick the ones that started to slow down here. What are you going here with it?
I mean, again, I'm going to pick Chovy. Like, even though Genji was down 2 games, I feel like his Talia, every single champion was on point.
Game 5
so
drafts
I feel
will be
like
cinema.
He's going to bring another unique pick in the game 5.
In terms of
me,
LPL
for
draft,
Hanwha
I'll
Life,
run you through it.
I'm
The
gonna go
Shy
to
and
Zeus. I
Bessa.
think he's been fine today, but I
We
haven't
got the Shy and
seen the
Bessa, JJ
true
Vi. We got
one. The
Rise,
Rio game was
Corki
good,
Nico,
but I feel like he
Jay
has been
Sin
able
Zhao,
to kind of
Cassio
match him
Varus, Karma.
this far into a best of 5
Yo,
with
Paddy,
the
thanks for the 10
champion
gifted,
pool
much
that
love.
man has. I'm expecting it to come
Knight
up
Cassiopeia
huge.
game 4.
We're lighting it up here in
All
the
right, volume
Sajik
increase, chat, let's get
Indoor
it.
Gymnasium. Game number 5 yet again for Genji and Hanwha Life Esports. Only one can go to MSI.
Let's get it.
Light up your phones. It's game number 5 in the LCK.
Thank you very much, guys. We are here getting
get it.
ready for game
Hanwha
number
Life Genji,
5.
bro. This rivalry is
As the
crazy.
series, once again, we're blessed.
It started out with Genji versus Genji version
We
2.
thought Hanwha were just the better team.
But now it's like
and now we're
Zeka,
realizing
Chovy,
that Genji just had a
Peanut
slow start.
Canyon.
And they dominated in game number 4. It took them a little bit longer in game
Viper,
3, but they
Ruler,
still
Classic.
won pretty sizably when you look at the numbers. And now, I mean, all bets are off. Surely Hanwha Life could come back, but it's hard when there's so much momentum going the way of Genji.
I feel like in series
W
momentum, Genji obviously have that 2 games in a row. That's big in their favor. Things like the fact that they let the...
What's going on here?
Looking real cool right there.
All right, the GM of Hanwha Life Esports has decided that they are going to win game 5.
I think they have a secret plan in mind.
Che
I think
Young, is that her name?
Yeah.
when you look to HLE, last
Chai
3
Young.
times when it's gone to game 5,
Yo,
against
demon
Genji,
fucking eyes
they
with those
ended up winning
glasses.
out. They've been the game 5 demons. Zeka in particular, who, I'm going to just say it, he has been outplayed by Chovy throughout this series. He needs to step up in this
Zeka
game
has
5,
been getting gapped.
But he has been
But
the
you know
game
there's one
5
champ open right now where he can
hero
gap with.
for HLE.
The game 5 demon, the super soldier.
When in doubt.
9 wins
When in
a
doubt.
row in best of 5s. And he's looking for his 10th. You know, to go to MSI as the first seed, to say Hanwha Life, this is our dynasty. We're living in the era of Hanwha Life. Defending international champions, right, of First Stand. They weren't able to take the world's title, but when they upset Genji in LCK Summer 2024, I don't think everyone really realized at the time that we might be seeing the birth of what is a new dominant force, our new #1 seed, our new representative here for the LCK, but Genji have an opportunity to stop that trend. Sure, Hanwha might still win MSI, they can go as their 2nd seed, but they want to take it now. They want to continue that trend. They want to be the elite #1 team they were back in LCK Cup. We've had so many different eras of dominant teams, SK Telecom, Dom1 being our almost shoe-in representative, then we had T1 for a bit, then Genji's era was finally stopped by Hanwha Life. And maybe Hanwha Life could birth their own legacy here in the LCK of a dominant era of spanning
Hanwha Life
across
blue
multiple
side.
seasons, potentially multiple years. But it has to
When
start
in doubt,
with that 10th
Zeus
best
Nar,
of 5 win here for Zeka.
Zeka Akali. When in doubt, slam it.
Well,
There's the
here we are,
MSI
game
tickets.
number
There they are.
5. Zeka
MSI
is looking
tickets.
for his 10th,
There's
as
2
you
tickets.
mentioned. Hanwha Life,
One
they
for the winning
select
team
blue
and one for the
side,
team that
not
loses
a
and plays against the winner of tomorrow's games on
In
Sunday.
The road to MSI, red
Maybe Genji
side
T1,
is
maybe Hanwha Life T1,
heavily
maybe Genji KT, maybe
favored
Hanwha Life
in the
KT.
Stats 9-1 so far. Blue side only won once, that was KT. And Again, I think that's partially because, you know, the stronger team.
Alistar is out.
Nautilus
is out. Rel is out. Leon is out. Rakan is in.
Zaya
is in. Zaya Rakan. Game 5 can be strong.
You know, coming into this game 5, I
Caitlyn
think
lane
all
can be strong.
bets are off. We're going to see some weird stuff.
Galio ban against
and I think
Chovy.
this is where
Good.
champion pools really come into play.
Ruler Zaya game 5, I would be very concerned about that.
Semblance of a comp that works
Viben,
together
classic.
while also making, you know, good choices in individual champions.
In terms of meta picks we've seen in round
I think
2 and
Akali,
onwards, the only one that's really left
Victor,
available,
Zaya
that
Rakan,
permabanned, like the
Zeri.
Vi, obviously the Galio, it's been
There's no
banned
Lulu
for multiple
though.
games here. Is the
Lucian
Pantheon.
Nami,
We assume that
Zeri
will also be
Yumi,
banned
Zaya
going into
Rakan.
this one. And things get a little bit
yeah,
more
Akali,
weird.
Victor.
We've had so many
Renekton's
game
out.
5s across this year of Fearless.
There's the
Victor
Victor.
also was banned, and it will continue to be so. Where the game 5 drafts are not meta, they're not necessarily practiced, and it's a messy game 5, and your clutch is the most important factor, and that's where Zek has come up big. So
There is like a
my eyes are
Corki
on what's he
Ziggs. No, there's a
playing
Tristana
in
Ziggs
this
comp
fifth
as
and
well.
final game.
With Nidalee. I think
feel
Nidalee's
like
a big
that's the
pick,
thing,
actually.
We've seen these picks who we'd expect to be prio, not really touched
Are you going to ban
on,
Nidalee,
like the
Hamalife?
Pantheon, like the Wukong hasn't really
They
been
ban
touched
Ornn.
on. So they could just bring out those.
They're
or it
gonna.
could
They're
just be
taking Keen off tanks. They're gonna
moving
first pick
far away. One
Nidalee.
thing, we have seen a lot of scaling lent
I think they're
towards
gonna
in
first
the
pick
game
Nidalee.
5s. You know, that's where we've seen like the Zeri Lulus come out. That's where we've seen like the Aurelion Soul. Ornn ban makes a lot of sense with that in mind.
I feel like if you first pick Nidalee, they get Zaya Rakan. Are you winning?
Not being banned away.
They banned the
Does
Nidalee.
get banned away this time by
Okay,
Gen.G.
now Gnar.
Left available.
Oh, Jace is open. Oh my god, Zeus Jace game 5.
Is still up.
What the helly?
Isaias
It's
gets
gonna
his
have to be a
hands on it.
Keen Malphite or something.
And what's the answer gonna be?
I mean, there's no Sion, there's no Ornn, there's not even a Cho'Gath.
There's not even a Cassante.
I know Crawford backstage is like, Malphite, do it, lock it
Lucian
in."
Nami.
We're gonna see
No
a
Zaya
Lucian
Rakan
here
for
instead,
Ruler.
And that is
Lucian Nami.
going to be with an
Oof.
available Braum here as well.
Did they take Zeri Yumi? Did they take Zaya Rakan themselves?
Lucian Braum feels like the easy
Lucian
lock.
Wukong.
Pick up
Wukong's
that
a good
Wukong,
champ.
make sure you have a top-tier jungler.
What if it's Zeri?
Do you take the Nami? Can you take the Nami?
Honestly, it could kind of work here, but if you grab, for example, Ashe Braum, then your jungle pool is going to get choked out in the second phase.
They take the Zaya
Go for the
Rakan.
Zaya here.
Zaya Rakan,
It's
also available.
It's relatively
Oof,
safe into a lot of
Jace
picks,
Zaya
but I feel
Rakan
like
sounds
Wukong is not one
nasty.
of them.
Say it again.
CC
Wukong, great
persists
champ.
on the ground after you ult.
Yeah,
Great champ
I
Wukong
do
here.
feel like
Not many
denying the
answers to
Rakan-
that
as
pick.
much as Lucian Rakan doesn't sound like the strongest duo, Rakan with Wukong is so strong. Denying
Could be
that feels like a
Wukong
lot of
top.
value.
Could flex it top
And
into
getting
Jace.
Rakan for
I feel like I've
Delight
seen that
in a
before.
game 5
Braum
feels
into
insane.
Rakan.
Plus
Was?
Rakan is a fantastic matchup.
Braum
in a
into
Braum.
Rakan.
Like you
Was?
often, when you pick Braum, you want to ban Rakan because you can never
Why?
really stack
Why?
up the passive
Why?
on
Why?
him because he's so mobile. So I think HLE,
No
they
Nami.
feel so happy right now with how the first 3 have gone.
See what the
praying for
What do you even ban here?
what the response is going to be here because obviously we're looking
Akali?
at
I don't know.
here for potential
What else is there that he's going to play?
roles,
Orianna,
to ban
Akali,
away. Kinda like
Corki's
not
out,
having a jungler
Tristana. They
locked
could
in,
play like
of course,
Tristana and an
for
AP jungler,
the side
Lilia,
of Gen.G not having
Pantheon.
one. So there's the Pantheon,
Sure.
which seems pretty obvious. We talked about it. I guess it's just not going to be seen in this entire best of 5. And then answers
Hamalife
to
could
Jace
put 2 more
that we
bans in
could
top.
see. Obviously, the Ornn is gone. Sion is fearless
Or they could just ban
I
Chovy
don't
champs.
think we're going to see a Malphite in this composition, but it could kind of work. I wonder what the read here for Hanwha
I mean,
Esports
Gen.G
is gonna
Pantheon
be
ban
in
I
this
like. Maybe
situation.
Nocturne ban as well. Is
I
Nocturne
mean,
scary?
Keen's got a crazy champion pool, right? Like, I don't think he's pulling out
Annie,
Urgot.
Annie with
And because
Wukong,
it's,
like
it's
it.
so hard to counter the Jace here, I actually like the pivot to just say, no, let's focus on Chovy instead.
Yeah, I mean, you would definitely want something that's got engaged from the mid lane if possible.
Nocturne.
And the Tibbers as well. Even if the Zaya
Lilia.
dodges it, there's a lot
like
of
Lilia plus
sustained damage over the course of time that
What is
Tibbers
there?
can do.
Nocturne,
It'd be very
Lilia,
annoying.
Maokai's out, Sejuani's out.
So, at the same time,
I'm
though,
sure
you're
they have a
banning out
list of
Chovy, a
junglers
guy who's
Peanut will
probably
play.
just going to play Aurelion Soul or pretty much anything. You know,
He
can
could play Wei, yeah.
They take
Could
away
play
Zeka
Wei
Akali.
on that one.
Very
Xerath
good
or,
idea,
you
I
know,
think.
I don't know about Xerath here.
Very good ban.
They're
This sets
there are a
up for
lot of options.
Orianna on
Even
4.
Akali gonna be banned away
Orianna
from
Wukong,
Zeka.
I think they will do it.
Away from Zeka. I feel like
Akali ban
something,
makes you think of Ori.
could and would bring out.
I mean, it works really well with Jace, too. You poke them down, the Akali comes in for cleanup. A lot of discussion about
Ban
this
Ori,
final
I think
ban
ban Ori.
here. It's Fearless Game 5. It's one of those moments where as a caster you could
now what does Chovy play?
You could predict
Asol?
what's going to come.
Can't blind it. They have to
more
play
fun to just
Asol on
kinda let it
5.
roll because there's,
What do you want,
there's
Keen?
only what the players know and what they're
Malphite?
talking about, which is going to come onto the forefront here.
I think the Orianna makes sense for how it syncs with the Wukong, you know, and the late engage that can provide. Especially because as much as you have the Xayah, as
Holy
you said,
fuck, there's
if
like
you
10
ult
top
and
laners
then
out
come
and he's
down
playing.
again, and then the second charge is waiting.
What?
Yasuo and Wukong.
Who's that for?
Aatrox. Aatrox.
Okay.
Aatrox
I
makes
wonder
a
if
lot
they
of
were
sense
thinking
here.
about Yasuo into
It's
Jace.
very aggressive, but I think there's enough setup for it, and there's so
I
much
don't know
big
if I
game
like
power
Aatrox with-
in this draft here for Genji. It fits the theme, it fits the identity.
And now Zek has the
Sure.
blind pick, which not going to be easy. We've seen that he has gotten bullied when he picks first. Chovy will not let him get away with anything.
There's the Lilia.
I mean, are we just going for something like a Tristana mid?
I think that Lilia value here is pretty big into what Genji have. Like very short range comp, a lot of melee champions.
A lot of setup.
Really good.
Yeah.
Especially with like if Rakan gets a big charm, easy setup for a big sleep.
It's also, though, fairly risky into the Wukong because if you get
What have you got for me,
caught,
Zeka?
the follow-up is just so much burst damage, you're just going to get locked down and die, so you really have to have a lot of control. But I agree. I like this pick here a lot, and I trust that Peanut will actually have a game that's worthy of what its potential is and won't just simply be bullied.
Is it just Trist, or have you got something crazy?
There's not a lot of options left that are in his wheelhouse.
I mean, it could even be something like Veigar, you know, zoning the
It's
melee.
Jace mid, Nar
It's
top
Jace
into
mid,
Aatrox.
And Nar into the top lane to deal with the Aatrox. Bit of a swap comes through, and
They
it's
took
Zeus'
Jace
Nar.
away from Zeus.
This is interesting because
Once again,
Chovy Asol. Called it.
I think
Classic.
they need scaling damage.
Absolute
and I think
classic.
This is the only pick left.
You know, I feel like it's an interesting one because the Gnar into Aatrox matchup, we've seen good Aatrox
Is he gonna do it, though?
able to play that matchup, you know, pretty well. Like if I'm gonna pick something for Zeus
Zoe!
to dumpster the matchup.
Chat, everyone ads. If
saying
anyone
it
ads,
there,
you
he
can see on
was
Twitch
saying
Prime. You have to
Zoe,
sub channel to want to back for
We're
games.
gonna
Pick
get a
his
Zoe in this game.
Zoe.
No, I feel like I don't want to derail your
Zoe.
point, Ox,
Go
because
ahead,
I think it was
go
a good
ahead.
one, but I feel like these two picks couldn't have been more opposite in what they do for this draft. The Aurelion Soul, a lot of zoning, a lot of big ultimate power around objectives, and just insane scaling
He's gonna play the
damage,
poke
execute
game.
value,
He's
so
gonna play
good
the
to
range
Xayah.
game.
But the Zoe is just pick and burst, and this makes Genji's
I feel
composition
like the
all in on
Aatrox
the
for me
mid-game,
doesn't
and if
fit.
you fall behind, I feel like this comp does practically nothing.
It feels like so much, you know, we talked about how a lot of these game 5s went to like scaling.
But I feel like in
you know,
Fearless Game
sword
5,
fest,
there's always going to be
50
something that doesn't
minutes,
fit.
Who scales harder? These drafts, I feel like just haven't done that. I feel like even the fact that HLE, I feel like their comp leans more towards the later stages. I don't even think they lean heavily there. I feel both comps, a lot of mid-game power in these compositions.
We didn't see it in the last game, but so many of these games will
Mamma mia, I wonder if someone was
Life
suggesting
got
Yasuo and
first
Keen
blood
said, no,
at
no,
an
no, no,
early
just give me
lead.
Aatrox.
I think if that
Or
kind
the
of
other way
game
around.
happens
Keen
here,
wanted Yasuo and they
and
said, no, no, no,
Hanwha
go
have a big
Aatrox.
game where Genji have no agency, it's just done. Like I don't feel like Hanwha's comp is a scaling draft like the way you mentioned we saw in lots of game 5s in Fearless with no engage where it's just sit back and scale. But I feel like Genji from behind or even neutral in the late game, their comp just doesn't scale very well. Like Lucian can burst somebody down. There's always that pick potential. But on the other side of things, you have this Gnar that's going to be relatively safe. It's just a lot more of a full package on the side of Hanwha Life.
You can see the 5v5 team fight from HLE no matter what. Even if they're behind, you can see how they can get the wombo combo together. But like the Lucian and the Zoe,
Oof, that
it
J
needs
skin.
to be a good laning phase from Chovy, which we definitely expect. But the bot lane
Ooh,
2v2,
Braum
they need to
Aatrox.
do work, which they need to step
Oh
up in
my
game
god,
5.
this game is going to
Game
be
5,
mental.
guys. Let's hop onto the rift right now. So many people on the Genji side praying to the Church of Chovy that the Zoe is going to be the difference maker. I really liked the Aurelion Sol with the Zoe. There are a lot of angles where, you know, you can get free shock blast to the face when you hop back. You can get Rakan ulted very easily or knocked up when you jump back. The Gnar has great setup into you. I think that if there's somebody who can make it work, sure, it's Chovy, but
Spellbook Zoe mid, Grasp
kind of
Jace
agreeing
mid.
on that point.
Spellbook Rakan, Spellbook Braum.
Everything we said about like the late game team fighting from behind becomes like, well, if you're behind, it's cool because yeah, your Aatrox didn't have the swimming mid game that you wanted.
They have triple smite on Genji.
And you know the Lucian can still supplement that damage. You have the Wukong for even heal for the Aurelion Soul.
I have a feeling Genji is fucked.
Value. There's just so many things the Aurelion
I don't know
Soul
if they're
does,
happy with this.
especially
With
because
these
we know
champs.
Chovy is insanely good at Aurelion Soul. It's one of his favorite picks, and yet we got this, which is still good with what Genji has. It just makes it so all in one way. You feel like you don't see the longevity necessarily from behind.
My concern with the Aurelion Soul is that, you know, we're talking a lot about a pick that didn't happen, but it would have been like, you know, Chovy, who's been winning lane game after game after game, is now in a pick where you're weathering the storm, and if everything goes wrong, you hope that he can scale up. And I feel like they put him on an active pick to make that impact, and I feel like, for me, that's the right call, because I wouldn't want him to be on the sit back and scale. I want him on the take charge, because he has been doing that so far. And, you know, whether it works or not, whether the game explodes in the face or not, I think it's the right call to put him on a pick where he can actually have an impact sooner rather than later.
Crazy last hitting there.
And so far, you know, at least in the bot lane, they're getting off to a good start.
Yeah, I think in the microcosm of this series, that has been absolutely the way. Because like you mentioned, Zeka has really just not lived up to Chovy in most of these games. Even in the wins for Hanwha, Chovy's had a great early
Pressuring
game.
bot Genji.
So we'll have to wait and see. I mean, the Rise game was questionable at times, but it was a lot of chain CC.
Yeah.
But Zoe is a pick that is explosive, and from behind,
on the floor.
you can still do things because you can set up a sleep, you can zone on objectives, you can just burst somebody with your team, and that can get you back in. But it's not quite going to be Shock Blast value, sitting at neutral being like, oh yeah, you guys can't get to me, I'm just going to keep, you know, empowering Shock Blast and poking you down until you can't.
Getting rolled by Zeus.
Yeah, in a bit of trouble here. He's not going to die, but he's giving grasp stacks over the Nora. It's doing its job.
So we've seen Keen do really well in lane so far throughout the series against Zeus. The Aatrox into Gnar matchup, you know, we've seen Aatroxes do really well in the matchup, but it's definitely a skill matchup, right? If you're connecting the sweet spots, if you're closing distance, you can do well.
Keen base TP.
Right now, Zeus having a great time into Keen, forcing Keen to recall. He will TP back in to catch this wave.
Oh, he cancelled it.
Oh, he will actually stay. And Zeus is about
I don't know about that cancel.
This is very risky for me.
Still tower ramp damage.
He's going to flash away, and Peanut's taking turret damage.
Not bad.
So it ends up being
Not
a
bad
bit of
at
a
all.
risk for Hanwha Life Esports.
To be honest, I kind of felt like with Keen having flash there, it wasn't really going to be an
Not
angle
bad at
unless
all.
you were able to get the jump on him with Zeus. Like, Zeus goes for the flash first and Keen doesn't react, but I don't think you can expect that. I feel like that was a pretty well-handled moment from Keen there, because it's still like a level 4 Lilia, and this turret hits hard.
I think that is one thing, is this HD composition
doesn't go for the W.
Is very squishy, which also kind of leads in a, you know, if this Zoe gets ahead, if this Lucian, if this Aatrox, people will explode. I mean, I feel like for both sides, this is going to be a game where whichever team gets ahead will just be able to decimate the other side.
Yeah, and you think about, you know, what goes well with the Wukong. Comp we've seen played many times is Ahri Wukong, but obviously the Ahri's been gone since game 1, actually. Or no, not game 1, game 2. So they go for Zoe, who's got the ability to set up the Wukong on top of it, and I think it kind of makes sense, after our long discussion about the pick. And again, if somebody's going to get it done, I think it is Chovy in his current state, in his current form. Even though the early laning phase looked a little bit rough, he's certainly holding his own by this
some
point.
move respawns.
Although he's not, you know,
yummy.
He's not going to be getting these huge leads against a Jace.
Yeah, it's not that kind of matchup. He's not playing against a pure melee champion that he can just bully to his heart's content, like we saw with the Sylas game out of Zeka.
We do see Peanut stealing away the wolves from Canyon, which has helped keep him a little bit even. We did see Canyon, when Peanut went for that top dive, Canyon stole away a camp, which obviously put him a little bit ahead, but you kind of need to be, you know, when Peanut goes for a gank like that, you need to be stealing away camps, because if you let the Lilia just run away with the matchup, she will get really far ahead with how quick she clears.
So much vision and prio here for Hanwha Life. I mean, I think this might just be a shoe-in. Canyon does not have level 6.
Where's the bubble? Where's the bubble?
Taking him on a
danger.
On to Chase.
And now
Chovy fighting.
The scene. He's going to get the sleep off, but
they need to give this raid surely right
here. Knows that Zeka's cooldowns are down for now. Trying
to
bait
almost
him
a solo
in.
bottom.
At the very
No flash
last
Chovy.
moment, but You're not
Drake
really
is
giving
dead.
your team any favors here as Canyon trying to fake go in with the clone.
Is it?
Might just be able to steal this one
Steals
away.
it again,
Yes,
that
he
red.
will, as even
Flashes out. Can he get out, though?
So Gen G living for now.
No flash
The
Wukong.
bowling ball going to land asleep here on the top side against Zeka. As they're barely going
Canyon's
to try to
dead.
survive, but it doesn't look like Canyon is getting out of this one alive.
dies
Should
for
be
the
first
Drake.
blood
Is it
over
worth?
to Life Esports after Canyon steals the dragon.
Is it worth?
And they will give that kill over to Viper.
When Canyon went in that pit, he knew he wasn't getting
it's
out.
worth.
He knew that
Gen G
he was
lost a lot of
sacrificing himself.
summoners,
He
though.
put his hand
Gen G
up.
lost so many
And I
summoners.
think he was happy to get the
And
dragon
Zay-
secure for that.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, this is really high
That's a
value
brown
here for
TP.
Gen G.
What?
If they end up losing more there, which Honor Life
Brown
was fishing
TP?
for, they wanted to stop those retreats. They wanted to get a scoop and get multiple players. You can see the positioning of Zeka to try to punish. Then, yeah, it's a different story. As Toby goes incredibly low, watch this as he flashes. The last auto hits. He is like sitting on 40, 50 health on this one. Does get away. And then Canyon goes in here, gets the steal. Really nice Warrior Trickster here. Has them fooled. Gets the dragon, flashes out. And then here just wants to try to buy time for everybody else to
It's so
escape.
risky
Heal
by
comes
Canyon.
out,
If he doesn't get that smite and he
from
dies,
Duro to try to make sure they
it's
can
a
build
horror.
by space, but Canyon is unfortunately the sacrificial lamb here. But job done. On the top side of the plate does go over to the Gnar, and what has been a tough matchup here for Keen thus far in this game. But I think Hanwha Life, at the end of the day, they'll take the gold, but they wanted everything. They wanted the dragon and the gold.
The thing is, it's
But he
really,
does.
it's really hard in a game 5, in a situation like that, where if it goes wrong, you don't secure the dragon, and you potentially lose more members, to make a call that you want to go for this play. And like, it worked out, and in hindsight, it was the right play, but like Gen G, that was so touch and go, and to be able to in a game 5 go, yeah, we're going to make this work. A lot of confidence.
If they get wiped there, you know,
Bubble.
it's probably just game
What's
over.
the Bubbles
It's just
follow-up,
series
though?
done. Yeah.
Okay, nice damage. I guess
This is
Chovy has a
right before
decent
the
CS lead.
grubs. And so Zeka, you know, he still
Canyon
kind of
starts
does
the
the
grubs.
same thing, but
Zeus
he
has
doesn't
no
have any
TP.
items at this
Keen's
point
top
in
side,
time,
but
so
Zeus will get
getting
plates here.
chunked out by the Zoe before
They're
the
just
fight
giving
even
Zeus
begins
gold.
Is something that the Zoe is really going to offer
Zeus?
into the Jace, into the Xayah as well.
I think there's
Viper's
with
farming
Viper
for
being
free.
under turret and the fact that Zeus has demolished proc and he's going to get multiple plates here, they're simply going to give this one up.
Ruler
Although
has cleanse.
Maybe trying to get the one, but I think
Sleepy
it's
time on
kind of
Delight.
Canyon
Dashes
didn't
out.
smite.
Oh,
so-
yeah, and Peanut's smite isn't upgraded yet, and Canyon's is, so there's
Yeah, I
zero
just don't-
chance.
I just
Apparently
don't think
Peanut has a
there's any
20% win
reason to
rate
go
on
in
Lilia.
there. Well, I appreciate the hustle, but just take your win.
Good
elsewhere.
effort, yeah.
And I mean, you look at the gold leads here. It's a really close game.
Does
The
he
biggest
actually?
one, of course, being that Zeus lead into the Aatrox. He did pick up a bunch of plate gold down the bottom side, 2 solo plates to the Gnar, and a swap back towards the top side once
10
again.
games of Lilia,
But this is a
20%
lead
rate.
for Hanwha, you know?
2 and 8.
Gen G not accomplishing, I feel like,
Ah,
as much as they would have
shit.
liked to. Sure, they got the early dragon stacked up. It's not doomed by any means, but I think that on this next dragon, they really need to make something happen.
Got the cannon.
Let's looking for something topside.
No flash ruler.
Yeah, let's see what he can do.
Connects.
Might be able to
Sleepy
get the
time.
sleep in
Cleanses
on the
it.
ruler, but the wave is already being cleared.
Oh,
Didn't care
delighted.
about it as the Braum trying to
Can they kill
send
him?
away, and that's
Can
gonna
they
be
kill
killed
him?
on the Rakan already.
Can they?
Another flash
They got him.
comes out from Peanut, but at
1
least
for 1.
Viper
Delights for
gets
ruler.
the kill,
Zeka
but
fighting
not a
Chovy.
very
No flash
pretty
Chovy.
dive at that.
Side
Zeka
steps.
down a level here, just bullying Chovy in the mid lane.
Peanut.
As now we've got Canyon.
Canyon
total
roller on the side,
darkness here
but
on
yes,
the right
flash
side.
on Zeka Jace.
He's moving away from him. Maybe if they hit some kind of sleep or damage, but too high on health is Zeka.
Zeka also has flash.
I mean,
so
kind
they
of
try to
worth. They
avoid
killed
the
Lucian,
bubble.
got his cleanse. Rakan lost flash. Saya gets a kill.
that.
Push out.
A lot of
Not
lost
bad.
minions there on the top side for Gen G as the trade did happen. 2 kills for Viper. Feels really good here as the initial part of the dive was a bit touch and go, let's say.
Yeah, Cleanse comes in to stop the sleep, and then also lowers the duration of the charm. But unfortunately, Viper sets up to get this great
Nice
pullback
feathers.
on the
Very nice feathers.
Duro missed his ult as well, but it was obviously Viper still ulting there in exchange. And you saw on the player camera, if you guys were watching, you would have seen Duro looked super frustrated after that situation, because I think if that ult is a little bit slower, perhaps, maybe...
Don't forget,
it's a little
Gen G
bit
has
more
the first
high
dragon.
value. Either way,
They're going to move to the second one as
still,
well.
2 kills
They're
for
putting
Viper.
Zeus
Feels
mid and
great
Zeka
for
top
Hanwha
so they
Life.
can put numbers on the Drake.
Ruler also has very high standards, so maybe Duro feeling the pressure a little bit, knowing he let down his young quite a bit. I mean, it's kind of hard for him to do much in that situation, but trying his best, and I don't think he should be too hard on himself. Hanwha Life, though, in a very nice lead here. It's nothing game-breaking at this point, but the Gnar's ahead and the Xayah's ahead. 2-0 for Viper in this game is going to be pretty massive. He's going to get scaled up very quickly in this one.
Oh,
we're not going to know if Ruler can really keep up in this game.
I think it's okay for Gen.G to be even, but not behind. And right now, 700 gold isn't enough
Chovy has Ignite,
for me to say
and
it's
they have
not
full
okay,
control
right?
of Drake.
If they can continue to hold on to these
Is it a free
dragons,
Drake for
continue to
Gen.G?
force these fights on their terms, threaten kills, then it's still fine. It's when they lose a big
Narn
fight,
Omega.
that's when you should start
Zeka
worrying if
top,
you're a
they're
Gen.G
late.
fan. They have Prio on the streak right now.
They're gonna fight this. Here's the TP.
Chovy coming over.
Yeah, TP.
Good sleepy time, no cleanse.
Could be in a precarious
Sleepy time, no
spot.
cleanse. Delight sees it. Nice ult by Duro. Viper flash forwards. Viper flash forwards and he dies. Ruler's not dead yet. He's gonna go down, but Zeka had to commit as well. That's 2 kills to Gen.G and the soul. The dragon, sorry. Zeus.
Gonna miss Zeus there, but he's still on the chase.
Flash.
So this is what the
Connect.
Zoe does.
Zoe.
Trying to follow up and get
He
even
could
more.
R bubble.
We're zooming in on him. He's
RQ.
got the battle
Zeus
star
won.
looking for it. He's not going to be able to hit it as
Canyon's gonna
barely
survive or
Humble
what?
Light
Is he gonna
Esports
survive?
just
He is gonna
limp
survive. It's
away
only
from
fated
this
ashes.
fight.
Canyon's
Only
super
fated ashes.
low, but the Leandri's is not going to be enough damage there.
I think Duro just
But it
saved the
starts
whole
off
game.
as 2 fights on 2 fronts,
That
but
Braum
Keen's
ult cancelled the
angle
Rakan
was really
W.
the game changer.
And then
So that one's
Viper
not gonna
flashed
connect.
forwards,
Duro
thinking
as
that
well
the
doing such a
Rakan would knock up the
fantastic
Lucian.
job of keeping
And
Ruler
Viper
alive
dies
for
for
so
it.
long. So
Because
much had
Keen's
to be
behind him.
invested there, I feel, that it just meant, like, it gets to the point where you have to sink so much in, you can't stop from committing to killing Ruler, but eventually it's just too much.
Ruler
We see
gets
here,
slept.
the
Look at
sleep
Duro
comes
here.
in, they know he doesn't have plans.
Braum ults the Rakan
Delight's
engage.
there for the follow-up, but the ult
And then
slows
Viper
it
flashes
down.
in,
He
thinking it's a
doesn't
free
get
kill.
charmed.
Look at Viper now.
They eventually
He's stuck.
commit, but then here, blocks the damage from Zeus. They get passive on a Zeus, so he's
And Zeka has to flash to kill
Finally
Ruler.
he goes
Dies.
down, but so much committed. Zeus is so
Wow.
deep. And eventually, this is a point where Gen.G start to chase off the exit kills.
Yeah, and Chovy getting that sleep off the TP from the Jace really hurt Zeka's ability to impact the play early. He still was able to collapse on and kill Ruler, but not before, like you mentioned, so much time was bought. Canyon narrowly survives here, not quite get burned down, but
yeah, they had no Mega Nor either.
Very, very close game still, and one that Gen.G is starting to look better and better in when they win these skirmishes, because this is exactly how this comp needs to be played. Gen.G fans very happy as well that the comp still has relevance at this point.
Viper's gonna have to do a lot of carrying
I
this
said it in
game.
the play-by-play, but he was 1 second off of his Featherstorm, and so he just got bullied so hard because he didn't have songs, and he's Isaiah
But
sitting
how?
there.
The Zoe is so annoying.
Isaiah without Featherstorm doesn't really feel like Isaiah at all if you're getting engaged on. And Gen.G do have so many tools to get on top of Isaiah, and if she doesn't have Featherstorm, she's just dying super quick.
And that's the thing, when games are a bit faster paced like this and sums and ults are being burnt a lot, it makes it so much harder for like Isaiah to function when they're always just on cooldown.
Jumps away, throws the boulder, stuns him, picks up the boulder, gets a grasp, autos, gets the
fight,
boulder
trying to
again,
give him a
has the
false
ult
sense
for
of
Canyon if he needs
security
it.
here on the Mega Gnar.
Canyon's trying to
avoid
backstep
the Gnar
bait
into
it.
the wall is Canyon doing a ton of damage here already as now the Gnar comes out, but might be
Zeus
too
trades
little
1 for
too
1.
late as well. Canyon's gonna get the kill.
Keen
but
will
it
get
is
top tier
traded
1, I
back.
guess.
This
Top
does
tier 1
give
will die.
Keen the free wave
That's
in
feats
top,
to
but
Humble Life.
Turret as well.
They are pushing bot.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you'll take this as HLE. Again, this turret's very healthy, and the bottom turret goes down.
They
You
get
got the
feats
kill
off that.
back anyway. Sure, some assist
Oh,
goes
Chovy.
over his Chovy.
Sleepy time,
Yeah,
no
I
cleanse,
think,
flashes.
this is what I was talking
Zeka hammer
about.
form,
The
slow.
counter push is Zoe.
Peanut,
It's so hard.
flashing
You
by
can be
Duro.
in so much
Tries to save him,
trouble
doesn't
if
get
you
it. Ult also
over
misses. Is Duro dead as
aggressive,
well?
and now they're looking for more.
Delight misses.
Duro just barely. Okay, he's
Delight
gonna get
misses.
charmed up, and I think
Damage
they've got the
is
damage
there
here
though.
with the Jace.
Tanking from
And there
Peanut.
you go. Very nice
2 kills to
juggling
Humble
of
Life.
the
Ruler
aggro
has
as
culling.
here comes Ruler.
Doesn't go for it.
He doesn't have
decides
flash,
no.
and he's alone.
Yeah, he
TP
decides
top from
against
Zeus.
the one
They
after
don't
another
get top
to
tier
go to
1.
the play.
Big swing to Humble
Duro
Life
trying
there.
to save his mid laner, ends up getting punished for it, and Chovy just overstepping there, trying to get a bit of damage down onto Peanut and Zeka. Now Ruler looking for Viper.
Yeah, looking for it here. They're going to get the
No
Featherstorm
Wukong ult,
out.
but he has
Canyon
to
doesn't
ult.
have
Yeah, I think maybe some
Cyclone.
miscommunication.
They don't have Xayah ult for
there.
Herald.
Canyon not having
But
these
Wukong
depth-
ult
like,
is
they
down
knew
as
he
well.
would have ult because obviously he used it top. But I don't think
Oh,
he
I'm
really had
scared,
the
man.
ult there.
I don't know if I don't know if Zoe is it. You know, is Zoe it?
From Viper there as he sees a Wukong coming in on top of him and just feels like he needs to buy just that extra space to get to the turret. So sure, this is great and all, but Zeus outplays it, pushes Canyon here into the turret on the second activation. Canyon's just stuck.
Meanwhile,
traded.
Zeus making his presence known elsewhere. With the team, he's able to go in, chunk out Ruler before the fight even begins. And now they're just going to start up
Herald
here
starts.
on
I mean,
this
Canyon's
Rift
bot.
Herald.
Right, this is gone.
Chovy's up top. I mean, it's just going down too fast. There's no real way for Gen.G to get in.
Yeah, Canyon's nowhere near. He's going to get his Raptors in exchange, or the big chicken at least, on this one. And things are looking a little bit dire now. now. You know, before I was saying Gen G are still in it. The gold lead is getting more significant here for Hanwha. And this Lilia is starting to become a relevant force in this game.
Yeah.
And
I
the Nar's
mentioned
just chilling.
I mentioned how the Rakan and the Jace can really punish the Zoe, even the Gnar. I didn't even think about the Lilia. You know, you go in, you're going to get tapped by something from the Lilia. And
Top
even if
tier
you do
one
a ton of damage, the recourse
And
that
Zeus is
happens
fine
when
on
you
the
get
weak
swept
side.
when you pop back in the portal is just too much. You have to be so controlled on the Zoe.
Oh, this game looks
playing
really
this
hard
game.
for
It's
Gen G.
a really difficult Zoe
Their
game.
hope would be getting the next Drake,
And,
but I don't know if they're even
trusted
going to fight the
Chovy,
next Drake.
but that was the first example, really,
Feels
in this
fucking
game
hard
where
to
he's
fight.
gonna have some hard times if he doesn't control himself.
Another turret goes down. I mean, the Zoe, when you're ahead and you have full control,
Ooh,
it's
on
easier
level
to
11.
make those
Maybe they
judgments
descended.
on what risks you can take, right? But when you're behind and you're trying to desperately catch the play and defend,
There's so many
that's
tools
when it
Hammerlife
gets a
have,
little bit
though.
trickier. Is this is going to be potentially another turret to take a charge at least. Hanwha Life going to use this Herald instead rather than committing to the turret itself.
Chovy poking a bit.
Dragon.
Lilia E
This might be
misses.
Genji's
Zeus
last
soon mega.
real even team fight.
Genji's
going to
take the
Canyon
fight.
has flash and ult. I think he has to be a hero.
How do
here
they get
for
in
them
there?
to
Canyon
commit.
has to steal it, a mere red.
Mega Gnar coming through. And it's a straight up 5v5. There's the Mega Gnar. And
Keen's
Keen
in.
looking for the
Canyon's
flank,
in.
and it's just
What?
gonna
He
go
stole
goes
it!
to Canyon, but let's take
What?
a look at this fight. As Canyon
And Peanut
took a bunch
flashed
of
it and
damage, but
died!
went way too deep.
The cutting
Not
is
able to
good.
quite get the sleep
Keen's
on.
fighting
It's
Zeus.
now
Zeus
Keen
is out.
Taxing Zeus out of this fight. Hanwha Life
Viper cleanses. Bubble. Sleeps. Has no flash. A kill for Ruler. There's no way they're getting away with it. Zeus.
Now, Canyon looking for a bit
These
more.
smites
Keen
from
as
Canyon
well.
are mental.
Here with Duro. And they might just be able to do it. Zeka's
Zeka's
trying to play
flash. He's gonna
bodyguard,
die, though,
but
is
he
he?
might be
Pull
punished
back.
himself.
No.
Has to flash out. And Genji finally
What
find
the
the
fuck
angle.
are
And
these
Canyon's
smites?
smites have just been so good. I mean, the fight as
They're
well
winning
was
the
winning.
series
These
from
smites
smites.
have been so on point. I feel like the confidence to go for these plays. Peanut tries to make him pay for it, but it's Genji who come through
Peanut
strong
like
just
rage
when
flash
they need
Q'd,
to.
but he didn't even
Zeus
know
is
he just
trying
died.
to zone him. Yeah, that did happen. Like, look at where Zeus is in this fight with his Mega Gnar trying to zone Canyon, but he's still unsuccessful. And he puts himself in harm's way, gets slept as well on
Flash
the rebound
Q.
as Chovy is completely
Can't get his
safe.
ult off. He
Peanut
gets
way
killed before he does.
overextends. And then Zeus takes so much damage that he has to flash over the wall. And then who's going to peel in this fight? Viper gets hit by an amazing big boom Q
Keen
there.
died on the
coming
back end to
through from
Lilia E or what?
Chovy.
Did he die to
And, I mean,
Lilia E?
that's one thing Xayah is not great at is poke and burst in situations like this. And Chovy's just threading the needle in. And what looked like might have been if Genji loses that fight, they lose the game. They get soul point.
Oh
they
my
get a
god,
massive
Hammerlife have lost
injection
their
of
lead.
gold. And now they're in a great
Big jungle
spot.
diff.
He just died to the turret.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, whatever, I'm just dead here.
Yeah, you just want to get back to base. You wouldn't understand.
Yeah, I don't quite get it. It's very high level. But yeah, that's a massive fight here for Genji. I mean, they're in this game. They have 3 dragons. Cloud Soul.
Well, at least we
gonna
got
be
blessed with
feeling
5 games
fantastic
here. What a
for their
pleasure, man.
composition.
LCK, I swear, every playoffs is just great.
Every champ. Every champ loves it on the side of Genji. And now
Bro, I
we got
swear,
Viper
you
just trying to
close-
do a red buff, and he's going to
Canyon is everywhere. He is literally everywhere, stealing objectives. He's behind you, he's in front of you, he's invisible, you can't see him, he's here, he's there.
Don't quite have the answer. That's a free kill on a Viper who's really struggling into this comp.
And Viper, I feel like the most consistent member on HLE throughout this season is being punished again and again on one of the safer 80 carry picks. Genji is targeting him this game. 3 deaths so far.
And I just really feel like for the comp, the Xayah was safe, but not safe into all of this, right? And that call to be on the red buff there without vision of where Genji was when so many members were missing
up.
is
This
less
game is
safe
slipping
than
from
that.
Hammerlife, man. 2 minutes on
It's
Soul.
not about the champ in this moment. It's just about the greed and the punish that comes through from Genji. And he dies, and Genji get more. And Genji continue to actually start to take these turrets off the map. As I mean, there's a control ward here, and he just doesn't know that Canyon's there, but it's not just Canyon. And obviously, if he ults here, it doesn't matter because it's Wukong, which is another issue.
Kind of OP.
Zeus also, over here trying to save the play, but is going to be unsuccessful. And I mean, Genji, the more these picks they have, the more map control they have, the more this comp becomes so oppressive because Chovy could be anywhere. If you don't have vision of him and he hits that sleep, hits that burst, you're just dead, and the fight, there is no fight. Then there is no contest of the objective. Genji just
Everyone
get it
add
for
Nemesis
free.
and say Wukong's OP now.
Zoe with control and a mid turret down. I mean, it's the wolf point we've talked about a long time.
Bubble.
Man. Zoe gets that mid turret, then you're really feeling good about what you can do as we move out of the mid game into the late game.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be something to look at. We haven't really seen the Jace have as much power. You know, the Jace from ahead can also do some very nice things, but last couple of fights haven't really been set up here for Amalite.
Also, Chovy just got like a Horizon-focused Luden Spike. Both those items so cheap now and
Peanuts
so
level
much
down.
damage. And the thing is, we now have Arakan on the bot side, and it's Soul in 50 seconds, so you can't even do like the split map where like you go towards one, or they go towards... It's like, actually, you have to set up around the bot side of the map.
Chovy is eating
like,
so
no
good in this next fight. He's eating so good. Oh my god.
And
just let Chovy
I
cook.
feel like you're going to have to try and find an angle. I think the best thing is try and find a pocket of vision, an angle where you can just get on top of the backline. But the problem is, Ruler has cleanse, and Chovy, because of Spellbook, also has cleanse.
I actually think the best way for Hanwha to play this dragon fight is to actually just slowly approach and continue to poke with this Jace and hope that you can whittle the health bars down fast enough before Genji can actually
Viper
smite
bases
the
for
dragon and
what?
look for a follow-up there. Or obviously if Genji start to feel that pressure on the Jace poke and look to engage, then you have the counter sleep engage, you have the charm for peel. Try to play it that way. Because if you just try to look for a pick, I mean, there's just so many defensive options here for Genji. Like, if you try to all in on the backline, Duro ults multiple people, that's just it. That's the fight. They turn on you, and it's done. I mean, the Wukong as well. Chovy the target here, but
gets barrier out of Chovy, but it's spellbook, so it doesn't matter. He has flash.
Now they've kind of broken this open.
Now
though.
Chovy
Delight's
needs
on
to
a
start
cool
cooking.
angle.
Oh, he failed the bubble.
Yeah, it really just comes down to what the approach is going to look like on this fight. Because
Chovy
it could be the
needs
Jace
to
getting
start
big damage,
poking
or it
them.
could be the Zoe getting the big damage.
Any
From
damage
the
on
two mid
Peanut
laners,
is insane.
Which was a very key
They're keeping him
matchup
jailed in
this
bottom.
series.
They're playing around this wave so well.
Okay, Zeus going to be
Zeus
pulled
caught.
back here. Kind of awkward
Yes,
for
TP.
him.
Yes,
That's a lot of damage, you know. We got some poke from Zeka on a Chovy as well, so that was positive, but
they're forcing.
Genji just start up the dragon
Bubble
as quick as they can.
doesn't
Zeus
connect.
gonna have to TP back
Peanut can
in.
walk up.
And this is
Zeka
the timing I was talking
looking
about.
for some
Genji's
poke,
starting to get a
making
little
them
bit
lose
antsy.
bot
That
waves.
poke is
Kiwi
landing. There's that TP.
hits the jungle support.
Yeah, a bit more poke
TP
coming
in
down.
from Zeus.
Oh,
He's
the
going to land on a
sleep.
bubble.
Yeah,
He's
the
going to
sleep
jump
is
it though.
gonna catch him. He is able to
Block
hop
from
away.
Zeka maybe.
That Mega's in
No,
such a
doesn't
good
need to.
spot.
Take away
Zeus
some
has the
of
mega.
ability of him to
Bubble
engage,
onto
and
Delight.
Sleep gonna hit onto the Rakan.
Dashes out.
Who
Chovy
does just
looking.
hop away,
Poke
and
hits
this
him
is
back
what
in the
I'm talking
face.
about. The burst comes
Zeus
in,
has the
second
mega.
he hop back.
Delight has a good
Chovy
position.
has to make these power
Canyon on the
stars
right.
count.
Another
Delight
bubble.
has to start
Doesn't
hitting
connect.
stuff.
Zeus in the
Look for
pit.
charm
He's
to the
mega.
back line.
Need the force.
Zeus uses his Meganar. He has
Hamlet
to.
need to do something. Mega's
And
running
now
out.
it's going to expire.
Kenny unleashes the Drake.
An
Heal
angle
from
here for
Chovy from the
Genji
spellbook.
in this interim.
He has flash still.
They have to really be aware of Peanut, though. A big sleep
Chovy
could be a
looking
game
for Zeus.
changer. And it's a
Doesn't
poke
find him.
war.
Where's the bubble?
Yeah, the poke war is beginning.
Zeka trying to walk up a bit
HLE
here,
do
get some
have
info.
Position on this objective.
The flip's coming out.
Duro getting
Peanut
pretty low himself.
dancing.
Zeus
Zeus
gets
in the
over
pit.
wall,
He
but
jumped
that's
over. He's
not
going to have to flash out
They
here.
turn
Delight trying to
immediately
peel. The
on
Drake's
Zeus.
3k.
He's getting burst
Zeka's going to
down,
jump in.
but
Where's Peanut? He gets the kill.
Double
Oh, he
in
gets
the
the
spike.
spike.
Goes to
Peanut steps
HLE.
up. Peanut
It's
steps
a
up.
broken up fight here for Genji. Two people going to
Peanut
the
steps
back
up.
line, and one of them immediately gets burst down. Just going way
Keen's
too
gonna
deep
get
to try to
chased.
catch people out.
Chovy's
Chovy
looking to
looking
cook.
for the follow-up
Looking for
picks.
Zeus. The red.
Maybe he's able to
Bubble
catch
to stop
Zeus
his
here,
pathing.
but
Still
no,
has a little
Zeus
bit of
is
room
gonna
to work
walk
with.
out.
Q connects.
The
Ruler
Braum
could
not
flash.
able to catch him either. He is gonna
E,
try to flash
auto,
though, and in
procs,
goes Ruler.
gets the kill.
And finally does
Keen's,
take him down.
Keen's
Genji
running around in circles.
at
He managed to
least gets
escape.
the Gnar on the back of
1
that.
for 1 on Drake to
Yeah,
Hammerlife.
actually with the Dragon, definitely big they were able to secure that one, but a 1-for-1 at the end of things. That being said,
We're looking
Zeus
for
is
mid-tier
down
2.
for a long time
They
without
lied.
TP.
Shock blast
Ruler?
hits. Could go for the W.
So
Doesn't do it.
Canyon's going to be up
Chovy
soon.
poking.
Zeus down for a long time without TP.
Atakan
so I wonder
still
if
up.
they can try and get some pressure, maybe around Atakan on the back of this, or if they'll just slow play it.
Well, I think they definitely need to move towards it here. There's no vision on it right now. There's a control weird nearby, but I like the all-in here of Zeus onto Keen. As soon as the sleep is down, he comes in and he's going to absorb a ton of pressure. Delight comes in as well.
They
and
just
gets
killed a
double
Wukong
charm.
and then they get the
This
smite.
forces Keen to
Can't
flash out of the
outsmite me
pit.
if
They
you're
end up
dead.
Getting the secure on the Dragon. They want to chase and get more, but it's too difficult to chase into this. Very risky as Chovy's bubble's going to come back up. Looks for the sleep here. Zeus decides to flash as he does not want to get concussive blows, but then Ruler just dashes on him and sets it up anyways, and down he goes. But very, very clutch moments here. I feel like
Zeus went Triforce into Chempunk Chainsaw. What
but
the
threat of the
fucking
poke was
heli?
really what made Genji pull the trigger.
I feel like Genji, their carries were sort of blocked by the Dragon
Chovy
and were
disco
focused on the
summoners.
Dragon, whereas HLE all just looked at Canyon and killed him. Like all 5 members were like, we're killing this Wukong, that is our prime focus, and as a result, easily secured the
Chovy
Dragon.
disco
so there's no
summoners.
risk of like losing the smite fight when the Wukong is dead.
Looks like Chovy looking for the Banshee's Veil next. I think that, you know, when there is a lot of recourse on your hop throughs, can definitely get some value there, but...
I mean, the Jace poke is more what I'm concerned about, though, and Gotta be worried that's going to be just so much burst that the Banshee's Veil isn't really going to help you too much with. Once you pop it off once, you just keep poking.
Drake in
I
three
mean, the
at
way
the
you
kind
think
of bot
about it
side.
is as much as like
Free nut.
Jace can spam
Oh, he
shot
gnarled
blast.
the blue.
If the Banshee's
Yoink.
Veil blocks like
Ruler
a
base for
400 damage
Infinity
shot
Edge.
blast, it's a lot of value,
Peanut
right?
gets the smite.
Sure.
Shock blast doesn't
And the
connect.
shock blasts are hitting.
Clone blocks
That
it.
sleep is not.
Ruler has Infinity
And
Edge.
that's the thing, that Jace
Banshee's
outranges the
still up.
Zoe poke. And as long as Zoe doesn't set up a sleep, you just kind of keep her at bay and continue
Look at Lucian
to
items.
win the
Actually, don't look at
neutral.
Lucian items. Well,
And
depends
that
what kind of
forces
which
Genji
fan
to
you are of the
eventually go
teams.
for a harder engagement.
Ruler's about to
Wukong is
glide.
really their best bet for that.
Ruler's about to glide.
And I think Hanwha played so well around it, but this is still such an incredibly close game. I mean, it's going to be an Otacon attempt here for Genji. No
Braum
vision
TP's
for
back
Hanwha,
with
but they're
wards.
rushing over.
Someone put a ward down for Braum.
He's going to
There it
TP
is.
over. And it's just going to come down to this. The sleep not going to hit anyone.
It's a
And
50-50.
teams all day
Zeus a
have
bit
been
caught,
throwing on
jumps
the
over the
Otacon.
wall,
Is
gets
it
the
gonna
hop.
happen again?
Atakan's not resetting,
They
it's spreading
zone
resistance
Zeus
as
away.
though
He
it's
doesn't
gonna
have the
reset, it's gonna
Mega just
reset.
yet. He really wants it,
Canyon's
but the
fighting,
reset
Delight,
comes
he
from
W's
the
out.
Otacon.
Full reset.
And Delight has to hop
Chovy
away.
sleep
We're gonna
hits
reset
Peanut, that's a good
ourselves
target.
in the fight.
Here we go again.
Everyone
And
hold.
Zeka's got another shock blast at the ready. He hits with it. It's just going to be Canyon.
So hard for
Canyon
Zeus to walk
not
in.
the best target to hit with
The
that
sleeps,
one.
the sleeps, the sleeps.
But better
Peanut
than
wants to
nothing, I
step in.
suppose, and it's just gonna come
Atakan's
down to
gone.
this one. Goes
Flashing
over
by
to
Delight,
Wukong,
completely
and
whiffs.
Delight goes in,
Completely
but
whiffs.
Nobody follows up as the Braum gets the
Peanut.
disengage through. Peanut getting no
Zeus
value
goes
on the
Mega.
Fulia. They're just
Does he
trying
have
to
jump? He
abandon
gets
ship,
cancelled.
but
Zeus dead.
Genji have other ideas. They catch up to the Gnar. And that'll be the first pick on top
Oh
of the
my god, they're
Otacon
just
that
getting
they
poked
got.
out.
They're
They
looking
need to
for
get in
more.
there, but they can't.
The light looks like he will be able to hop
Running away. 3k
Now
gold lead to
Genji have their
Genji.
sights set on this Baron.
Oh, Canyon.
If you're going to look for the light
Flashes,
here,
doesn't get the kill.
Canyon going in, I feel like maybe just turn on the objective.
Yeah,
here.
that costs them a lot of time, and it's a flash down for the Wukong now, but
where's the engage?
Maybe Hanwha Life will be able to punish. It's a big maybe. Viper still has ult and sums.
Not even going for it.
I think this is the safe call.
They want the soul, it looks like. But that's in a minute.
I don't know, maybe we're thinking if they get one more person, that would be enough for them to go for the Baron.
This fight is so broken up. Like, Zeus is trying to look for a Narbar on the flank. Delight's engage comes in so
I wonder if
late
in
after
draft
the
what would
Otacon
happen
is
if they first
already
pick Jace,
taken,
they
and
go
the rest of
Lucian
Hanwha Life
Wukong,
is
and
making
instead of
the
going
call to
Zyra Khan, they went like
disengage.
Akali
It feels like
Pantheon. They
rare
just played their
nerves
champs.
in Game 5 here across
I feel
this
like the
roster
mid-jungle
against
of
a Genji
Hanwha Life
who's
doesn't
looked
have their
so
champs.
incredibly confident and solid throughout this mid and now moving
They
towards
just
the
don't
late
have the
game.
champs they want.
And Hanwha Life definitely regretting how that one went down.
Yeah, Akali was banned on
100%.
4-5.
I
I'm
feel
saying
like
if they just 2-3 the
definitely
Akali with Pantheon.
a little bit slow to approach, hoping to
took
get
them
maybe a
instead
bit
of
more
letting them
poke
drop.
down when it came to the Otacon.
Get
Maybe
their-
hoping to
get
get a big
their-
sleep,
get their
and then when the
fucking
moment
comfort
came,
mid-jungle.
didn't connect. Maybe some split calls, which very uncharacteristic of what
mid-jungle,
we've seen from HLE so
I feel like
far
Hanwha Life
now.
has no
I mean,
engage.
2-level
Rakan
lead
is like
for Ruler. He's
semi-engaged
got
follow-up.
that IE finished, and he's got that BF sword. This Lucian's super
They're
strong
just getting
right now.
perma-kited.
And if he gets the Bloodthirster completed, that Jace poke just
The
stops
Zoe
being
Lucian
relevant.
Braum is actually insane. They just stand there,
It's not going
throwing
to be an
spells.
issue for him. It's not really an issue for the Wukong.
But if Hanwha Life can get
The
one
Aatrox,
snap fight,
you're
they
really
should
taking
do
away
really
targets.
well.
Zeus on the flank with
Soul
no
again.
Mega, and he's going to need some time here. That Jace poke needs to keep landing.
I mean, this might just turn into
They
a
had the-
flip,
they-
but Chovy's going to go in.
They have
and
the
do a bunch
feathers,
of
but
damage,
the-
and now the
oh my
culling
god, the
comes through.
damage.
Viper is just kind of out of the fight. Even the ignite from the Zoe.
Peanut's got it.
It goes over to Peanut.
Yes, stopwatch.
But now the
No,
fight
he doesn't.
comes
Flashes
through, and
out,
Peanut
W's
barely
away.
survives.
He still has his ult.
Running for the lives.
Once more.
Pin.
Kind of corralling
Kinda fails
them
to
here.
flash on the
engage
Zaya.
from the Aatrox, not
Big
the best,
pullback.
but it's going to keep
Running
them
for their
around.
lives.
Now
Ruler cleans here.
gets an
Ruler cleans here.
opportunity to get in,
Viper's
and
going to
that'll
die
be
as
the
well.
end of Zeka
The light
as he
manages
gives
to
his
get out.
life,
No, he
but so
doesn't.
does
Sleepy time.
Viper.
Sleepy time.
And now,
Boom.
1-5-1 there.
Ruler snipes
falling,
his ass.
And Genji pick up 3. They lose the Drake, but they take a massive fight.
Yeah,
Zeus is going to
instantly
TP
pings
mid
on
to
the
try and
Baron,
push, so they
this
can't
is
get
where
mid
Genji,
to
I
slow
think,
down the
have
Baron a bit.
to make
Ruler's
the
a bit
call.
low.
They
The
wanna
red buff
just
should help.
push here or go straight to
5-man red.
Baron.
I think with 3 down, that's enough to head over to the Baron. They'll leave Keen in the bot lane pushing, and he can TP over if they really need him.
Nice side step, very
Deus
cocky.
is really playing
He's trying to slow them down. Zeka has TP. The Baron's
got to
outside
play
of
He's got to play risky. He's got to delay this in any way he can so that TP Zeka can come through.
Nice proto
I
belt.
think they're going to recall Keen and have him TP in just to secure it 100%.
I think they've got it, Genji.
And if it's 5 against 2, they definitely can't. Zeka,
Peanuts
10
here though.
seconds away.
Big Baron damage.
Bruno has some. I don't think an ult is going to change anything here if he goes for it.
Meganar's coming out.
It likes TPing actually.
TP from the Rakan.
That's asleep immediately.
TP from the chase. Everyone's TPing in.
He can't get in. It's Baron over
Genji needs to get
as
out.
we assumed. But now a second
The
TP
sleeps are
comes
good.
in. And a second
Zaze
sleep
wants
from
to
the
chase,
Zoe.
but he can't. Banshee's blocks the
You're not
slow.
really finding
Team
very
gets
much
knocked up.
value. They need to get something.
He has
on
the
the life
dash.
here.
Dashes
But we're
out.
going to the
Chovy
wall. And even
gets the
Chovy's
bubble
looking
again. They're out.
for Just taxing them out with some extra
Oh
damage.
my god, they're going to reverse
I mean,
sweep them.
this moment here for
Oh
Genji
my god, they're
felt
going to
pretty
reverse sweep
safe
them.
to all of us universally. We go back to this fight here where Ruler's culling pushes Viper out of the fight. He still gets a little bit of work done, but again, Zeus doesn't have his ult either. Peanut gets the steal, but it's Canyon's engage and the follow-up that's so problematic here. The TP comes through. And this play from Delight with the feather callback is, I think, the best case scenario that Hanwha was ever going to get. Zeka sacrifices himself, but Viper is out of gas as well.
I feel like Chovy is Chovy is
Chovy with the snipes. The sleeps are coming in so well for him.
Chovy's
I think the call to try to deny Baron there from Hanwha, you know, you feel like you have to do it, but I think Gen.G were never for even 1 second worried that they were going to lose it.
Yeah, and now with the extra gold, the extra XP from Baron, I mean, it's not just that Ruler's 2 levels up, he's like 2.5 levels up on Viper. He's 3,500 gold ahead. Like, the mammoth amount of the lead is between these AD carries. He's so strong right now. And with the Bloodthirster in pocket, that poke just isn't really going to dissuade him.
His CS doesn't matter.
I think he's the major threat right now in this game.
And he's been doing a really good job.
HLE are really struggling with how to deal with him.
Yeah, there was...
And then Ruler does the rest.
There were only really 2 targets for the Jace, and now there's 0. Viper taking a huge amount of damage. And we talked about poke all game long with the Zoe and the Jace, but the Lucian is doing the most damage
of the Zoe, but I feel like it's doing so much
because
now.
his culling is a lot more reliable, and it's very difficult to get away. So Ruler very much doing his job.
He's just zoning them permanently.
Permanently zoning them some big wins.
I mean, there's just no outplay here for Hanwha. Like, there's no flanks.
Permanently zoning them, poking them, throwing bubbles.
You just got to sit back and try to clear the wave and hope Gen.G overextend.
The McDonald's digested after game 2 for Gen.G.
As the
absolute
siege is
turnaround.
Unreal here for Gen.G. Chovy's poke lands again, and now 2 inhibitors are under threat.
Yeah, I don't think that Hamalife have an answer to this one. The Gen.G fans are already celebrating. They can taste the victory, and just 3 games ago, they thought all hope was lost. Hamalife stomped them in 2 games, and now we got Gen.G just bringing it back in a huge way. They finally woke up and proved that they are the ones that deserve this win and the first seed. It's not over yet, but almost 10,000 gold. And you've got the Zoe fully unlocked. I don't really see an angle here for Hanwha.
They need a mistake. They need someone from Gen.G to step up too far. They need a snap engage, I feel, or like a
flash 4-man Nart, you know, something like that. A miracle is what they need.
Yeah, they're looking for something. They're trying to connect. They're trying to find an angle. You can see them running at Duro.
Big poke. He's landing on so many good targets.
All they got to do is respect.
Zeus jumps in. Canyon fakes it. He actually goes back in. Delight looking for it. Zeus flashes. Sleepy trouble bubble. Oh, he snipes him.
Hits the Wukong. And maybe
Viper's out.
Zeka
and Peanut kill Canyon.
They're so split
knocks
here.
him back.
Zeus is
Was that 2
low.
Gnarls in one fight? Viper. Viper, he has cleanse, he can play it. He's gonna play it.
Not sure about this target.
Ruler's gonna end. Ruler's gonna end. They need the base of TP.
He's just running at the base. Nobody's able to stop this from happening. And Ruler.
So it doesn't matter if they lose both.
He's got Chovy
Viper stepping up. He has no cleanse. Gets through. Flash Q from Peanut. W. Pops the Sonya. Zeus is back. Ruler's gliding. Ruler's fucking flying. Where's Zeka? Zeus needs to stack that Mega Narc quick. Team's on the way. TP up soon.
But the health bars are pretty low.
Ruler's healing up.
And I think they're really judging
the
this
lights
very
respawn. He has
carefully.
exhaust. 2 flashes. Zeka. Sleepy bubble. He gets the Mega Narc. Exhaust onto Ruler. It's over. They've done it. Reverse sweep, right?
Trying to chip away
Zeus
at the Nexus.
doesn't get the push.
Ruler
kills him. Oh my god, they got the reverse
sweep. Can't get it done.
They got the reverse sweep.
Gen.G.
Holy
Chovy will be your first seed. Moving on to MSI tonight.
Oh my god.
Gen.G will complete the reverse sweep 3 times in a row. They went to game 5 against HLE and they were denied. But this time they go 2-0 down and they're able to claw back and take that ticket.
They
will be representing HLE. They will be representing LCK, at MSI.
And what a series it was. Momentum was
1 ticket
theirs,
gone. 1 ticket left. Hanwha will play against the winner of KT versus T1 tomorrow. And the winner of that will go to MSI.
But if played perfectly, if played as well as they did in that 5th game draft, like, shows the confidence that this team, down and out, backs against the wall the whole series. After game 1, the momentum was out of their sails. Game 2, an incredibly one-sided one.
So technically Gen.G just won the finals.
They never lost it. They never lost confidence. They never lost hope. And they played the rest of the series out like it was game 1, like
won
there
the
were no
finals.
stakes. And now they get to lift the ticket and take it with them and go as LCK's first seed.
And I think HLE have this air about them that they can always just clutch it in
It's
the
not
end,
the
clutch
finals.
in the end,
It kind
clutch
of
in
is.
the end. And they put on a fantastic performance today. I think they really broke out of expectations we had coming in based on
Wow,
regular
that was actually
season.
insane reverse
But
sweep.
there's always this air of, hey, game 5, that's their forte, and today they
Insane
weren't able
reverse
to
sweep.
do that. And you know, they will have another opportunity to make it to MSI to continue and see if they can, you know, live up to their fair stand expectations. But today
Wait, did
was
Chovy
not
say
their day.
I run this or what?
There's a real difference in how these teams approach this kind of series and the style of play. It's Hanwha's clutch versus Gen.G just saying, we are the well-rounded, elite, best, most standard team that can win with anything.
Damn,
but
that
through
thing's actually kinda cool, that
fundamentals
break.
and not clutch. And a team like that from ahead, the oppressive nature of how they play, the constant sleeps, the constant threats, the Wukong engages from Canyon, that's peak Gen.G, and right now, that's peak LCK.
Chovy did the Ronaldo thing.
The wait is
What's
over.
that?
MSI 2024 champion Gen.G. They're going to get a second chance to go
Coming
for
to
the
defend their
back-to-back
title.
repeat,
Wow, that was
by
an
going
amazing
as
series.
Our first seed, and even though they looked a little bit shaky in the
Amazing
first couple
series.
of games, they're
I
still
was
the big
wrong.
favorites
I
at
thought the
MSI.
Zoe
There's
wouldn't have
no
that much
question
impact,
about
but
that.
when he had that
Really?
second
Really
item, he
now?
was
I mean,
fucking crazy.
After 18-0, you would imagine, but today there were some moments. Okay, they had some
Also,
moments.
I agree with
They put
Dom.
it
I
together
agree
at
with
the
Dom.
end.
Dom
Now
says
the
he's going to
story
count this
goes,
as an LCK championship for
who's gonna
Gen.G.
be
Me
second?
too.
Will it be Hanwha?
The fact that
Well,
there's
that's
no
the
finals in
question,
spring is fucking depressing
Hanwha
and
want
sad.
revenge for this moment.
This
They'll have
needs
of
to
course
count
earn a
as a
right on Sunday
spring
to go
victory
to
for Gen.G
MSI,
finals. It
but
needs to.
maybe they get their revenge
It has
at
to.
MSI
Whether it's
itself and take the title
on paper
away
or
from
not,
Gen.G.
in my mind, they've won spring.
Honestly, I'm going to say that I think
18-0,
like
3-2 in
this,
finals,
where
they won
go
spring.
down 2-0, and they have to, like,
But there's no
lock
trophy,
in,
and
bring it back
technically
in
there's
this
not a
way.
finals.
I
I don't
feel
give a
like
fuck.
if anything gives
They
more
just won the
faith
split.
to-
Gen.G won the split. GG.
For me, in Gen.G, because, you know, yes, they
What
had
happens
this
to the
really
Golden
clean
Road? The
regular
Golden Road is
season,
dead.
but they had struggles today. They had to
The
really
Golden
bounce
Road
back.
is
You know, we
dead.
saw Duro, who
If
is
Hamon
still
Life
a
won, the
very
Golden Road's
new
alive, but
player.
the Golden Road's dead.
The bot lane had some struggles early in the season, early in the series, and this game 5, I think the bot lane played fantastically. I think they were a big reason why this game 5 came together. Ruler was super far ahead. Duro was doing some fantastic work, peeling, especially denying Delight on his signature Rakan. And I think
That's
it
the
sort of
first
quells a lot
fifth
of
game
concerns
series that
we were
Zek has
starting to
ever
have
lost.
After game 1 and 2, and I think Gen.G.
Man,
really
Ruler
making
stepped up in this last game.
A lot.
Ruler fucking stepped up. All right, what happened?
Cassio can take over this game.
What happened?
Like, your biggest weakness is Cassio is that you're
Ambessa Vi, Rise, Corki Nico versus Jay, Sinzao, Cassio, Varus, Karma. Oh, the Cassio value this game is huge.
If you want to get it's been good.
Pretty quiet early game. Beishwan shows bot. Gala gets flashed on. And he dies.
Absolutely flabbergasted.
Wait, let's watch that again.
Beishwan has made his way
So
down there,
on,
will burn the flash and the
he's
heal from
on
Mako.
walks up to him, W's him.
Really nice flash. From
Gala
Mako,
W's away.
as he just was able to space the E from
Beishwan
out.
clicks
That
back
connects,
to
like, usually
bot.
goes down. Would have been close. So the fact that he flashed into that one preemptively, very
And
nice.
then Corki no W.
Oh, a little bit of trading.
Yeah, rookies on
He
a
just
man of
walks
mid.
into the river, flashes out.
Oh my gosh,
Knock up on
Gala.
flashes,
That
Nimbus
path,
Cloak,
like-
W's dead.
I'm absolutely flabbergasted.
That pathing was
Gala will
reportable.
The bounce from BOG,
That
they
pathing
had their
was
jungler down
reportable.
here, and this
On
is
space
2
gets
games
cancelled.
in a row
JJ visits
where
mid.
Beishwan
Rookie
is really
has
focused on
W.
that bot lane. It's been good.
Pops it.
Meanwhile,
JJ
Knight go
Q.
down.
Oh god, he fails the Q flash. Oh god. And then Rookie dies.
Oh my god, Rookie's dead. Knight gets the solo bolo. The outplay of a century by the golden left hand of BLG. And now Ben looking for his own solo. We talked about the solo lanes and they are showing up big. The flash hit back.
Wait, the
from
Shy.
hammer
The Shy
Wait!
swing.
He
I think
gets the
the
shield
Shy
up, he
might have
wins.
that entrance here.
He
We'll
gets the
see who
shield up,
gets
he
it.
wins. He does. Oh, he doesn't want to flip it. But you say it's an outplay. I think it's a misplay from JJ Mazel. You got to hit that combo if you're going
Doesn't get
for
the
it.
kill.
As flash. No flash is burned there. Just
And
I can't blame Rookie for
So,
that death.
Sinzao goes to Drake.
That's a big error. Able to slink his way to.
JJ walks over a pink. The Shy hides in a
I
bush
love
and he has
the
ult.
snake lore from
Okay,
Kelly.
Auto attack. Has ult. Pops it into the
A
VIQ.
little bit of action on top
Boom.
side. Bin uses hammer swing back.
That's
but
an easy
he
kill.
will.
Bin goes for the cannon,
Just
doesn't get it.
enough
He's just
for
gonna
saving
queue the
his
range
life.
creeps, I guess,
Yeah,
and just
I'm
die.
trying to maybe get the wave
Tries
on
to
the way
turn a
out,
bit, but yeah,
yeah.
the Shy gets the
Really
kill here.
good
Easy.
setup and a little bit
Easy
of
kill for the
redemption
Shy.
from
So they trade
JJ,
Drake for that.
and
There's
the
no bot
Shy
dive, right? No bot
will
dive.
get on the board for
Beishwan's
IG.
hovering, and they back off.
No flash is burned there. Just
They're thinking about a bot dive, though. Elk's only level 5.
For sure.
We've seen this
Pushing
before.
in the wave. Mako has no Some Scala has no, some he has barrier.
for
Q
BLG,
misses.
they can connect.
Sidestepping.
Both Gala and
W
Mako
misses.
dodging out of the respective
Knight's
skill
on the way
shots,
down.
letting it
Gala's
get away.
leaving his
Gala
tower.
uses the
W's
Valkyrie
back
back
to
their
it.
turret, but Elk trying to
On
pop
takes
some
a
shots
shot.
as
3
well.
minions
Nails
left.
it.
Knight here.
Coming over, has the grounding.
Oh
Can
my
go
god, he
over,
snipes
but
him.
the piercing arrow claims anyways.
And Mako dies as
Gala
well.
before
And
any of
Rookie
the
ults
fight
in.
kicks off, and Beituan gets the kill
And
on the
Rookie.
other side. Rookie is so late. Is it going to be nearly enough?
Oh my
Tries to
god.
get the dodge
He
from
tries to
On.
reposition
He
the Q and
blocks it
kill,
for
and he
his
gets W'd and he
carry,
dies.
and that's going to be On. Claiming his
Just
own
report
kill.
bot lane. Report
Almost
them.
Everybody
The
from
Shy's got
BLG
nothing.
has a kill.
Yeah, he can't turn this. The health bars are low, but BLG get out with.
Coming.
And love this pick from
more to the
down out.
So, IG got grubs.
And
BLG
again,
posturing for
look
second Drake.
at Baxter in those best of 3. They went on a map, continue leveling up. And
Rookie
now
fights up
finding
against
the
Bean.
Solo moments, having leads
The Shy
across the
walks
board.
forwards and backwards.
Knight now stepping
Dodges
up
the
to
Cassio ult.
side,
Well
gonna
played.
take him
Ults
down,
the
goes in with
Cassio
the
Q.
healing, though Knight absolutely
E. Auto. Yeah.
almost out
Q.
of mana.
Knack one more
Needs to be a
Q.
little
Q
bit
hits him.
careful, gonna chase him
Knight's
down
mana.
with twin
E.
bangs. Couple more to the back, and the Shy goes down to the golden left hand.
But that opens up a cross map. Rookie fights Bean. Bean has flash. Gets the W. Q from JJ ults. EQ. Bean flashes out. JJ finishes him. Mako.
will get the kill in the end.
Mako.
He's still in the fight. They've
Mako's
got
level
On
6.
the way.
Rise ult out.
He's gonna try to realm warp them out.
Nada.
Barely
Nada.
makes it in. Does indeed. Ends up, I think, flash.
Gets out.
And
Yeah,
that
they
will
just
end
want
up
flash.
solo.
I get a play.
Well, at least
Look like yeah.
that's 2 of them.
BLG gets second Drake. Gala and Mako are fucking useless.
Well.
Rookie's into Cassio on side, who's 2-0-2 with a Rod of Ages and a tier, so
Dragon
that's
secured.
fucking cooked.
And that'll be on the stacking spree for BLG.
A stacking spree for BLG.
The dragon stacking ended up being.
On's roaming
especially
top.
Preemptively.
JJ's in a Mako's in a
we are
bush.
12 minutes in with 2 dragons taken,
Mako's in a bush.
And Dragon Soul will get closer and closer. It is a Chemtech Soul this time around.
Mako, don't face check.
Right now it is IG looking for some
The Shy,
quick plays
sniffing,
on the side of the map. They have
thinking,
Mako
wondering,
here as well as Didier.
contemplating.
There's no flash with the wave in.
Dive
Plan
top.
him. I think this is the
Dive
best
top.
Play out.
Dive
BLG
top.
gonna have to play some defense here.
Dive
The
top.
other way that IG can play the way back in.
No
against-
dive.
Again, Nico's really strong.
No dive
right
top.
now. Kind of go away because you get to win lane. As
And they
fast,
left
then
him.
you can
They
do
left him.
anything else. The Shy
And they just ganked the Shy.
Oh.
Yeah, good job, Mako.
You instantly
Good job.
flashes
Report
away.
JJ.
On's gonna get into the root range
And
and
the
he
root
does
hits.
end up connecting.
Oh, nice one from
as
Mako, actually.
tries to go for a big pop blossom on the back end. The Shy's trying to fight his way out, but Mako might sacrifice his life for that when they have the
Good job,
angle.
Mako, good job.
And the wind becomes lightning and Mako becomes dead.
That was missed afterward. Really easy to play that move speed per level, but let's hope you get to
Not
these
fair.
scaling items.
Are they gonna
faster.
dive Bean?
And
No, they're not.
Again, I don't see a way.
Just
to
gonna
break
take the
Cassio
base.
later on, and IG. For
Herald
me,
spawning.
I confident.
And a weird, I think getting to see them have
Herald
3-0
spawned.
over top
The
esports
Shy on the
and
flank.
then
Rookie
barely
TP's in.
falter to AL
Herald's
in the
3k.
end.
TP
When
from
this team
Bean.
has that fighting
Gala
spirit, it feels like
rockets.
they've, again,
Blast cone
ran
is
into
big
that
for the Shy here. If you
beast
want to fight,
we
he has a
know
big
them
blast
as.
cone.
IG are on the
Gala's getting
wrong side
chased.
of Albuquerque. Let's see if they can
Albuquerque.
get out of this situation.
Okay,
All
so
5
BLG
of
get a free
BLG
Herald.
just
He still
hovering
has his
around
blast
each
cone
other,
if you want to play
realizing
it.
their team fight is extremely strong
Root.
here. They do end up getting the Tangle Barb there on the page.
Oh my god, he's on top of both carries.
He might have the angle. They get the Petra.
Karma's dead.
And Elk
And
is
best ult
just
missed.
fighting masterfully. They get the
JJ's
one
dead.
back, and
Flash
now
from Bean.
Ben turns the fight
Rookie's
around.
cooking.
The Shy
Oh,
going
Gala's
in.
cooking as well.
No, he's not
Mako
fighting
root is not
just
bad.
yet.
Knight's
Knight
dead.
gets
Big
locked
shot down to the
down,
Shy.
but
He's
shutdown
frying.
goes over to the Shy.
He goes
Hammer
deep.
slam. Ben trying to
Too
take
deep
down the
maybe?
Shy
Not
now
too deep.
too.
Does go
Base
too
one
deep.
comes back into the
Gets
fight,
out.
and
Gala
Sin
snipes him
Zhao is
out.
actually getting
Base one kills him.
work
The Shy
done.
goes for the solo kill on Elk.
Gonna take
Dies.
down
Good
the
death.
Shy in the end.
And Gala dies.
Beituan cleans up
Great.
the rest of IG.
I thought it was a good fight actually from Gala, but Knight really strong in this fight point for themselves.
The Shy
That's pretty
TP's
hard.
rocks up behind Knight.
He still has the
Knight has no
Petrifying
flash, but
Gaze.
I guess
They
there's nothing to be
realized
done
that
here.
they immediately back away, but
There's
the
no
rest of
Drake,
BLG
there's
was
nothing to
moving
fight over.
back.
There's a crab. It's just fucking air, but we're gonna send it or what?
Really scary.
Q's miss.
Again, double scaling items secured.
Oh my god, he's gonna follow
Got the
through.
root.
No flash.
Oh, big ults from Mako though. That's a 4-man. Rise is ulting. On's alive. Rocket. Doesn't kill him. Mako is dead. And best ult is big on Knight. Rookie kills him. And he backsteps. Rookie in the Shy. JJ. Q's the Sin Zhao. Rookie. EQ. Nice. Goes on Varus. Kills Varus. The Shy gets sniped. Rookie.
now looking on to JJ.
Rookie.
Beichuan still
Nice
cooking
Q by
here.
JJ. Cancels
Comes
him.
in.
Being
Fan
dead.
is gonna go
Rookie.
down. down, but it's Bechuan
Rookie.
through it all. He's still fighting.
Oh, he's dead.
Xin Zhao, this
Oh,
player,
he's dead.
this man coming into BLG. He is
Oh my
the
god,
newbie,
Bechuan is
but he makes
7-0-5.
the difference. 7-0-5 for BLG's jungler.
7-0-5 on
He's been
Xin Zhao.
huge in these last two games. We
Soul
were
point.
questioning where the Xin Zhao was all season has played. It's been the biggest series of his
BLG
career.
click
He's stepped
Atakan
up
and force
delivered,
it. The
been
Shy
really
has
big in the back
TP.
half of these games, 3 and 4.
Rookie. Oh my god, that Varus was shit.
One wide. Rookie
Knight just got his
Otacon
fucking
now down
Roa.
to half. It's being done in full view.
Nah,
but
it's
looks
just
like
gone.
IG
They're mid. They're gonna
doesn't
get
wanna
mid
fight
tier
this
1.
Not gonna do anything to contest it. Otacon empowering the 3 Drakes already in the pockets of BLG.
They're gonna get mid tier 1.
And Soul.
Like this.
We're component.
Taking a
No,
wrong
he's in
left.
Narnia.
He's joining Bechuan. TP out, trying to maybe get a play.
Or
on
are
the
they? They're gonna
Alpha.
collapse top.
Find the realm
TP
prison,
in.
but they
BLG
will
overstepping.
be blocking
Violed
the
onto the
This is a
Xin
big
Zhao.
shutdown if they can get
Rookie
it
has
down.
Knight
TP
behind him. The
Garcia
Shy has Knight
and
behind him.
Bims
Bechuan
joining
flashed out.
Bechuan.
Oh my god, he missed
Going
them
into
vessels.
public
Mako
execution, misses
gets
again.
one. The
How
Shy's
many
cooking the
times
back
can
line,
you
but he has
miss
no
and
spells.
expect to
Rise
make
ulting
it
to help him.
Internationals?
Oh.
IG are being dusted here as another
Where's
one
Rookie,
goes
man?
down. Rookie just finds an exit here. Might have taken a
No,
wrong
he's in
left.
Narnia. He's dead.
And
Flash
now
from Beam.
Bin will chase him
Rookie gets
down.
chased down.
We've seen the track
Soul
record.
spawning
We've
in 40
seen
seconds.
Knight's victories over Rookie, and he's
Nice,
looking
Beam's
to
gonna
bring
die.
back the nostalgia.
Oi,
JJ is
Cassio
gonna
kills
get
him with the
one
ticks.
back at least. There's the kill onto Rookie. JJ gonna try to get his way
Mantra
out
E.
with the Vault Breaker. Gala now. in
Gala
trouble.
W's out.
Gonna have to Valkyrie
Soul in
out
25 though.
still.
It was like desperation. Was the gap in that fight?
This is it. Oh no.
Advanced
Oh.
Elk still had
It's
it
a
in one
rematch for the Soul, and Rookie
which
TP's
got
on
Rookie
mid
stuck.
minion.
This is it. Oh no.
advanced
Oh
button, yeah,
no.
And he's gonna get Varus. Oh, he missed Varus,
Oh, he
but he's
misses the
fucked.
Chains of Corruption.
It's still
He's
Rookie.
fucked. He's fucked. Rookie's fucked.
Rookie's just in the middle of all four
Rookie's so
of
cooked.
BLG.
It's
He's
crazy.
gone.
Oh my god.
That is a
And then that's it. Soul's
tragedy.
gone. Oh man.
Not
I'm
like
so-
this, man. Please
Yeah, I mean,
not like
These
this.
fights
We're
are just
going
so
down
like.
deeper as IG, man.
This Cassio owns every champ that
Think of all
the IG
the
has.
Dragons where they've been picked in the last couple of games before it spawns. It was the Shy, it was Mako, and then Rookie. Really
He has to
the
try
pillar
and
of
steal it, but he can't get over, can he?
consistency.
He
He's
doesn't
not
have.
shown up in these last two
Can he
games.
vibe you
Now,
over? He can't. Gala's
Gala's
low.
down.
Can he
Soul's
send it
on the
somehow?
table.
JJ
Mako
gotta
pops
get in there,
W.
bud.
Oh my god, Knight R flashed.
Nice
Oh my
preemptively
god.
slices them
It's
open,
disgusting.
cuts their guts from inside
It's
of them,
disgusting.
And spews his poison
Holy
straight
shit,
down
Knight just
the
smurfed it.
throat of IG.
What?
The
He does
golden
what?
left hand of BLG will not be stopped. He will make it back to internationals, and it's by his hand.
They have so much standing gold as well. Imagine they have a game state where side lane tier 1s are up.
Last game instead played Torpedo Azir, but Knight is coming in the shot.
There's a reason why he is the most
BLG
wanted
reset and open
player
top.
in the LPL.
Wait, the Shy's just caught or what? Over pushing. Yes, flash though. Oh, Cassio W is so balanced. Cassio W is so balanced.
Oh my god.
JJ's gonna get Mantra W.
They block the C
Dead.
the Vault Breaker.
And now they just go Nash. Can Gala do anything?
absolutely-
No, he can't.
I love the Cassio pick. I think that BLG.
Winner
had
goes to
one of the
MSI,
big
losers
things
out.
About that, anyone's that this draft. Knight. I mean, we.
Indeed, and this is a fun story.
BLG one-shot Nash, and now they start
Now
opening up the map with
come
that
up
standing
from
gold that they had, like bot
BLG,
tier
but
1, top
again,
tier 1 died. Now they can push for bot tier 2.
They're about to be put that such just an accomplishment for an organization who just
They're
came off
5
their
man underneath tier
first
2. Oh, Mako sends it.
split win
Elk
just
flashed
last
it.
spring.
Varus
And
ult
Mako
misses.
tries to go for
Base
something,
one sends
but
it.
is all
Cassio
for
ult is
naught.
big on
Those
Rise.
fangs, they sink
Stopwatch is
deep.
not bad though.
The
Beam.
petrifying
Oh, they're gonna get
gaze
the tower.
will not be
Double
enough.
cannon.
Rookie will flash out.
Rise
Turret
ult
going
out.
down. Realm Walk
Doesn't
is
do it.
gonna be
Flash
big.
knock
He
up.
tries to step back in. Rookie, no! You were so close to that precipice, but you'll find yourself falling off the cliff once again into those dark, deep waters of off-season.
I mean, the Hoopa 9.9 of the series versus Team WE sadly did not show up today.
Are they gonna end on this bot
As
wave?
BLG
They have 3 cannon
looking to
minions.
march their way back into
There's no
finals,
way it's a
familiar
28-minute
territory for
fucking
them,
soul
Mazel.
stomp win.
It is
They try and
indeed.
reclaim
Is that it? That's it? The
king
game just
title
ends?
of the LPL.
Here they go. They want to go back to grand finals.
Oh,
they
the
want
Shy
that
dives.
rematch
That's one
with
shot.
AL and BLG. Can
Yeah,
you?
it's sad.
No.
I wish I could have
Wrong.
watched
They
the whole
will take
series
that
fully, but
momentum
obviously Hammer
into
Life
that
Gen G
grand
was on at the
finals.
same
They will
time.
find that precipice again after
I'm pretty proud of IG.
disappointment
I think
in
top 3 is not bad.
three-time
Third
MSI
place is not bad.
appearance.
BLG were on a ramp up. BLG make it to MSI, BLG make it to the finals against AL. But I feel like third place for IG is not bad. A lot of people thought IG wouldn't even make top 5. They made a nice run, top 3, won game 1. But yeah, Beishuan, since he joined BLG, it's rough. It's rough for IG. I'm proud of the Shy. Not at the International. Take a break, come back in summer. If they can do that again for summer, they'll make Worlds, which is already good. All right, chat. What I need to do is I need to go now. I need to run to like somewhere in London because I'm gonna do be doing something with Samsung in a couple of hours. I'll probably go live Yap on stream in a couple of hours, and then we're gonna be playing with Crownie and Velia against George Clark and a couple of his friends in Kazan and Rocket League. So the stream will probably be live again. So I'll see you there soon if you want to watch some I guess it's variety with Crownie and Velia. Last thing, if you do !Odyssey in the chat, there's a giveaway going on if you want to win yourself an Odyssey 3D 27-inch monitor that Samsung's giving away. It's very easy to sign up and join if you want to do that. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow we have T1 versus KT, okay? T1 KT. Shout out to the lurkers, bidders, gifts, shout out subbers, donors, resubbers. I hope it was okay. I'm sorry about the ad situation. I hope it's okay with the swapping between streams and shit. A lot of schizo stuff going on. It was an amazing LCK series. Take care, sleep well, enjoy the rest of your days, nights, mornings, evenings, and maybe I'll see you later. Bye-bye, chat. Much love.